Chapter 5. 1. Osiris said, In the name of Jehovih, peace be unto thee. To which Davius replied, Nay, in the name of Apollo, who I am. How darest thou approach, save to crawl on thy belly? 400 years hath the honor of my kingdom been revered by all visiting gods, but thou comest as a barbarian. Down, wretch! Erst I have thee bound and cast in prison. 2. Osiris said, Why should I not come before thee? Behold, the Great Spirit created the whole universe for his sons and daughters. By what right hast thou usurped a portion? And whence thy authority to bid me kneel to thee? But if thou canst show me wherein thou hast one just claim to enslave these people, rather let thy argument run thither, for I am come in the name of the Father to liberate them, that they may be prepared for the second and third resurrections. 3. Davius said, Think not that I have neglected to prepare for rebellious gods like thou. Behold my millions of subjects. What is thy handful? Verily, I tell thee I have prisons large enough to hold thee and thy hosts. Neither flatter thyself that I am ignorant. For 200 years I wrought in the so-called resurrections, I made myself a slave to the multitude, giving all my labor and time. Then I beheld my folly, and so built a third resurrection myself. This is, therefore, my lawful kingdom. Moreover, I tell thee to thy face, thou wretch, there is no higher heaven than mine. Neither comest thou from a heaven great as mine. But having great self-conceit, thou art come for mischief. I have heard of thee in other heavens. But now thou hast put thy head into the halter. Seize him, marshals. Seize him and his hosts. Cast them in prison. 4. Osiris spake not, but raised his hand upward in the seventh sign, and suddenly his hosts cast forth sheets of light brighter than the sun. Davius stood back affrighted, and his marshals fled. Presently, Osiris, with 1,000 attendants, stepped forth in flames of light, and went up into the capital and surrounded Davius, the usurper, but touched him not. And now the ship was illumined, and lo, the sentinels of Davius' council broke and fled. Hereupon, Osiris spake, saying, 5. Hand of thy hand, O Jehovih, voice of thy voice, overturn thou this house and throne. And, behold, the light of the upper heavens rested in Osiris' palms, and he smote the house and the throne, and they tumbled over as straw before a hurricane. Alone stood Davius, the evil god, half speechless and half blinded by the great light of Jehovih. Down! Down! Said Osiris, to the walls and temples of the city. And his hosts concentrated at any point Osiris' hand directed. And lo, everything fell and was scattered far. 6. Meanwhile, the officers of Davius fled in all directions, save such as were overcome by the light, and these fell and were buried themselves amidst the rubbish. 7. Hold! Hold! Cried Davius. Give me air. I perish. I am a consuming fire. And he tossed his hands aloft, then cringed his face within his glittering robes. And now Osiris called forth thunder and lightning, and sent shafts through, and over, and about the whole plateau of Vibrage, and the din and roar confounded all the 800 millions of souls, so they ran no farther, but stood and waited, watching what should next befall. 8. Osiris halted not, but went forward to a more suitable place, to build his throne. Jehovih, Almighty! He cried, Elements of thy elements, O Father! Found here a throne for thy Son. And even so, for whilst his words went forth, the elements rose to do his will, and there raised a most excellent throne, strong and adamantine, on which Osiris ascended. Davius had fallen flat down, weeping and wailing. But Osiris, by a motion of the hand, called Wang-Te, a most enlightened archangel, with her attendants, to bear him hence, the which was quickly done. 9. Quickly, now, the place being cleared, the hosts of Osiris fenced around a sufficient space for a city of 1,000 million souls, with pillars of light, as brilliant as an arc in the Etherean firmament. Her Osiris appointed Clesta, dawn goddess, and he gave her a council of 50,000 Ethereans. Outside of the walls of the Pillars of Agni were Davius and his 800 million subjects, in dire confusion. 10. 1 Te, the archangel, said to Davius, "In thine own falsehood thou art favored to free thyself a while, to organize a new kingdom, but in holiness, and return and command obedience from this smothering host. Behold, thou hast taught them to believe thou art Apollo, say to them now, I am not Apollo. I have been false." 11. Davius madly replied, "Never. Jehovih and his kingdoms accursed be forever. Ye strange spirits, come from far-off kingdoms, to despoil and overturn the most righteous place in heaven. Are Jehovih and his servants destroyers?" To which 1 Te replied, "This is no time for argument, behold here these countless millions. If I withdraw from thee, and my attendants also withdraw, thou wilt be as one drowned amidst this sea of ignorance and horrid smells. Assume at once, for pity's sake, to purge thyself of thy lifelong falsehoods and treacherous tyranny. Announce thyself as Davius, as thou art, and I can save thee." 12. Davius rudely thrust her aside, saying, "Never. I acknowledge to none. If there be a higher heaven, I will ascend thither as I am, Apollo." Apollo. 1 Te said, "Put me not off, in Jehovah's name. Remember what thou art, and of the little thou hast seen, how powerless thou art before omnipotence. Thy fate is like that of all dictators, on the verge of a chasm of horrors." Davius waited not to hear her further, but proclaimed aloud, "Apollo! Apollo!" and stood aside. And presently his former officers rushed to him, and with that came the sea of millions of spirits, unorganized, unwashed, unfed, frightened and mad, for love of the name Apollo, the meaning of which they knew not. And they became as a knot of serpents, entwined around the central figure, Davius and his officers. And in the terrible brawl not one voice could be distinguished from another. And the outer extreme pressed inward, on every side, and presently the 800 millions were as a ball, a knot of darkness, with a dull and rumbling moan within, and fearful clamor on the surface, from which horrid smells issued in all directions. 13. 1 Te and her attendants hastened back to the throne of Osiris, son of Jehovih, to tell what had happened. Osiris said, "What shall I do, O Father?" Then the light of Jehovih came, and Jehovih spake, saying, "Consider my creation, my son. The young child I made to fall with few bruises, but the full-grown man falleth heavily. Shall I make a separate rule to favor kings and queens on the earth, and false gods in heaven? Nay, verily. Behold, I will make of Davius an example in heaven, and on earth, also. Because he hath spurned his own name, so will I make both angels and mortals to curse and shun the name, Davius." 14. Osiris said, "Proceed ye with my kingdom, in the name of the Father. Let Davius rest a while as he is." 15. At that, Osiris departed, taking the remainder of his hosts with him in his fireship. And he went to a heavenly place to the westward, where was Seru, a false god, with 10 millions of slaves, and Osiris destroyed Seru's kingdom also. Next, he went to a heavenly place in the north, where Raka, a false god, had 70 millions of slaves, and Osiris destroyed his kingdom also, liberating his slaves, and putting a guard over Raka. 16. Thus went Osiris throughout Atmospheria, demolishing all the heavenly kingdoms of the false gods, of whom there were, in all, 780, but many of them had not 1,000,000 of subjects. 30 days, in all, was Osiris engaged in destroying the evil kingdoms in the lower heavens, and then the work was finished. 17. Osiris said to his hosts, "For 30 days we labored in destroying that which was. Now will we rebuild to Jehovih for another 30 days. Take the ship, therefore, to Vibrage, for thither will I found my central kingdom. And after we shall have completed the work of starting the second resurrection on a sure foundation, then will we go down to the earth and overturn the kingdoms of the false lords and men." Chapter 6. 1. Jehovih said, "Vibrage shall be my place, thy throne, Osiris, shall be my throne. Send sheriffs out into all the divisions of heaven where thou hast destroyed the evil kingdoms. And thy sheriffs shall arrest all the false gods whom thou hast dispossessed, and bring them hither, that I may speak with them face to face. 2. Then spake Oahspe to the sheriffs, saying, Go ye out into all the divisions of Atmospheria, and arrest and bring hither all the false gods whom I have dethroned, saying to each of them, Oahspe, God of the lower heavens, commandeth my presence. Come thou, and hear the voice of thy Creator. But it shall happen that many will fear to come, because of the light, lest their evil deeds be seen. Say to all such, the light will be lowered for a short space of time. Come, therefore, quickly. 3. To all the knots, where the false gods are enveloped, shall ye take umbry, a sufficiency, that ye may release them. But leave ye with the knot a sufficient guard to keep them in their places. 4. The sheriffs went abroad, as commanded, being sufficiently provided with attendants and all things required for such adventures, and after many days the false gods were arrested and brought before the throne of God, Oahspe, Jehovah's son. And there were assembled, on that occasion, 100,000 archangels, of whom 2,000 had risen to the rank of gods and goddesses, and 30,000 to the rank of lords and lordesses. 5. Oahspe said to the false ones, Brothers, greeting, in the name of Jehovih. Nor shall ye fear, nor be expectant of torture or punishment. Though I come in all power, my words shall be tempered with wisdom. But I can be no respecter of persons, nor swerve one jot or tittle from Jehovah's commandments. 6. The bondage of all men was in the Father. For, before ye were conscious individuals, Jehovah stretched forth his hand, and ye came forth from void, which was your prison in which yourselves had been as nothing. 7. In likeness of the Father, I came to deliver them ye had bounden. And through him have I attained power to that end. So, in likeness of him, also, I cannot bind you, or cast you in prison. Nay, my sheriffs have just delivered you from bondage, and I am now holding you free from the knots. 8. Most of ye are learned men of the second resurrection, but ye have used your wisdom for self-glorification, being proud to call yourselves gods. Not to teach them of Jehovah and his kingdoms, but falsely teaching that your own kingdoms were the all-highest, thereby shutting out the true light from the unlearned. 9. Jehovah hath blessed you all with strong minds and handsome forms, whereupon, ye have each of you falsely proclaimed ye were Apollo. Think not that this matter was not known in high heaven. I have here the reports of swift messengers, which were brought to me in the firmament above. I came not in ignorance of what ye were doing, neither came I in weakness. More than 100,000 millions, who have been raised up to Etheria from the earth and its heavens, stand at my side. Besides these, 1,000,000 times as many Etherians, from other worlds, and above all of these, the great Orient chiefs. And yet beyond, and over all, great Jehovah. 10. Have I not proved my power before you all? Did I go away in a corner and say, Come, I will show you my power? Nay, I came close to you all. As the Father first proveth power, so have I. After that, wisdom. That I may talk to you in wisdom, I had you arrested and brought hither. Hear me then, and remember my words. 11. In former cycles, the high gods who descended to these heavens, finding false gods, simply liberated their slaves, but put no labor of restitution on the false gods. This was because the false gods of those periods were too imbecile and unlearned. But the earth and her heavens have progressed to a higher state. And with progression cometh, also, responsibility. With learning cometh responsibility, and with wisdom, also. 12. Ye bound your subjects to your kingdoms. And ye perceive, now, ye cannot put them aside. Ye taught them your kingdoms were the all-highest, they must now be unlearned. Ye taught them that ye were the all-highest gods. They must be unlearned in this, also. Ye put aside the ancient rites and ceremonies, wherein the name of Jehovah was used, teaching them to sing to you, only. They must be taught new songs, substituting the Great Spirit, to whom none can attain, forever. Ye taught them to be unthinking, and contented as slaves, they must now be taught to think for themselves, and to labor for everlasting liberty. 13. And now, touching the law of the resurrection, remember ye, this is the same in all the created worlds, which is, that the spirit of man groweth by giving away of whatsoever the Spirit hath to give. If ye have great learning, and ye give of it, then shall more learning be added unto you. If ye have goodness of heart and gentle words, then, by giving this away, more shall be added unto you. If ye have craft and inventions or mechanics, and ye bestow of these talents unto others, then will more be added unto you. As the corporean man accumulateth corporeal things by not giving them away, not so accumulateth the spirit of any man. 14. For he who locketh up the light of the Father that is in him, cannot obtain more light, he who locketh up goodness of heart, cannot obtain strength of spirit. And without strength of spirit, no man can attain to the third resurrection. But, that men may learn to obtain strength of spirit, the second resurrection has been established in atmospheria belonging to all the habitable corporeal worlds. 15. The chief delight of man shall be, therefore, to find some way to impart his spiritual talents and strength, and to the greatest possible number of people. Think not that preaching to the ignorant is sufficient. But ye shall take hold with your own hands and show them how to accomplish. Yet not labor alone, for some are so created that ye cannot inspire them without rites and ceremonies and music. 16. Nor shall a man, after having taught and raised up a few, say, Behold, what a good work I have done. But as long as he findeth a man, or woman, or child, who lacketh in anything, he shall feel to say, Alas, what I have done is as nothing in the resurrection of my fellows. 17. For the rule holdeth for all men alike, to desire exaltation, and everlasting liberty, and unlimited power, and unless ye are prepared to give even these unto others, then ye cannot attain them yourselves. Neither is it possible for man to turn away from responsibility, to whom the Father hath given, from him the Father requireth. Ye have had your kingdoms. Yea, and boasted of them. Your boasts have ascended to Etheria. Will ye go thither and be asked, Where is thy kingdom? Shall it be said ye shirked from the care of them the Father gave into your keeping? 18. Bethink ye, O brothers. When the conscience of man turneth inward, there is still darkness slumbering in his soul. The Etherian lights will burn him. He whose conscience no longer burned inward, becometh himself a brilliant flame of light. Through him Jehovih speaketh. 19. O sire ceased, and now a brilliant light descended around about the throne, and presently Jehovih spake through Osiris, saying, 20. Times and half-times have I given to my corporeal worlds and their heavens. In a time have I made a full resurrection to those who aspire to my heavens above. Nor do I go away from any place I created, saying, Go thou alone for a season. But in a time I manifest a new light, for such, also, are my creations. Think not that I have given seasons to corporeal worlds only, I gave seasons to atmospheria, also. 21. Is not a summer on the earth half a time? And the winter half a time? And the two, one full time? So created I for atmospheria a time of 400 years, and a half-time of 200 years. And in 7 times and 1 half-time created I 1 danha. 22. I sent my gods to teach these things since thousands of years. Whereby my angels might know the times of my resurrections. Hath not a farmer knowledge of the resurrection of spring, when I cover the earth over with new growing things which I raise up out of the earth? How much more knowledge should my angels have of my spring times, in atmospheria, when my archangels come to gather in my harvests of emancipated souls? 23. I commanded my Etherian hosts, saying, Go ye to the lower heaven and teach them there is no such thing as individual resurrection. And they came proclaiming my word, showing all people that any number of individuals were as nothing unless united, which is the salvation I provided unto all my worlds. 24. For I created progress to be in compact. Nor gave I to any person individual salvation or resurrection. That men might learn the advantage of compact, I caused mortals to have corporeal languages, and to live in cities. That ye in Atmospheria might learn the all-perfection of being one with one another, I gave you the second resurrection, teaching you, through my gods and lords, to abnegate self-aspiration, for self-aspiration is at the expense of others. But commanding ye to learn to assimilate with one another. 25. And I gave rites and ceremonies, amongst which was the oath of service unto me and my kingdoms, and unto none other, wherein many bound themselves, which was, and is, the beginning of liberty. Touching which matter, I created types on earth and in the lower heavens, that even the unlearned might understand me and my works. 26. For to him that begetteth children gave I bondage, to them and to him conjointly. But this is a bondage that circumventeth not liberty in time to come, for they can ascend to heaven, and progress conjointly, better than alone. But some gave themselves up to love earthly things, such as houses, and money, and kingdoms, which things have no resurrection. Hence, such bondage holdeth the person after death to the thing he loved. 27. In type of which, many have set up kingdoms in the lower heavens, binding themselves to things that have no higher resurrection, which things belong on the plateau of Atmospheria where I created them. But to them who have bound themselves to their fellows, saying, I am the salvation. It is like a young man saying to a maiden, Come, I will be thy husband. And she goeth to him in confidence. Here, then, is bondage. And she holdeth him as the way of her salvation. Wherein, not he alone can annul that which hath been united, nor yet they twain, for, by their bondage, I am also a party to the contract. 28. In which manner, they that assume kingdoms, professing to be gods of salvation, and thus enticing my innocent ones unto themselves, become bound, not only to their subjects, but to the contract of deliverance unto salvation, for so, created I them. 29. The voice ceased, and Osiris said, If a man wed a woman with an evil temper, his glory lieth not in going away from her, but in teaching her to overcome her temper. Or, if her husband be evil, her glory lieth not in going away from him, but in reforming him. Rather is it wise to accomplish whatever work Jehovah hath put in thy way, than to desert it for sake of personal comfort. 30. Nevertheless, there is a limit to all things, save Jehovah, and to the wise there is power to accomplish much that seemeth impossible at first. Hear ye, then, my judgment upon you, which is that. 31. Ye shall again assume kingdoms, and every one shall have all the subjects he had before. And ye shall be provided with places and thrones by my archangels, and with counsels of my archangels also. And I will give to each and every one of you an assistant God, who shall sit on your right hand for 4 years, the time of this dawn, teaching how to teach, and what to teach. 32. My hosts will now conduct you to the places prepared for you, around which are erected walls of Agni. And when ye are safely seated on your thrones, your former subjects shall be brought before you in groups, and adjudged to the labor, and to the schools, and such other places as are suited to them, according to their strength and talents. 33. And I pronounce it upon you, that ye shall deliver your respective subjects sufficiently for the third resurrection. Wherein, according to your zeal and faithfulness, will my hosts labor with you, to the end that Jehovah may be glorified in your harvests for the emancipated worlds. Attend, therefore, to give the sign, I am Jehovah's name, and receive ye ordination from my hands, by the power and wisdom of the Great Spirit. 34. The sheriffs showed them how to make the sign, and how to stand before the throne. And then Osiris said, By thy wisdom, and love, and power, O Jehovah, which rest in me, do I anoint these, thy gods, for thy service, and for the exaltation of thy kingdoms, forever. Amen. 35. The light was now becoming so brilliant that many of the newly made gods quailed before it. But the marshals conducted them, and they passed before the throne of Osiris, where they were crowned and arrayed as gods of the second resurrection. After which they were again conducted before the council, and saluted on the sign, and thence, to martial music, they were taken to the kingdoms prepared for them. Chapter 7. 1. Who shall tell the story of the gods of heaven? Their mighty kingdoms, overspreading he whole earth. Hundreds and hundreds, and thousands. Their libraries of records of valorous and holy deeds. A council chamber of 500,000 souls. Hundreds of departments, thousands. Here a board to select young students to the colleges of messengers. Another board to select students to the colleges of arts. Another to select students to mathematics. Another for prophecy. Another for great learning. Another for factories. Another for compounding and dissolving elements. Then come the departments of the cosmogony of the stars, then, of the ethereal worlds, then, the roadways of the firmament. Then, Ag and Gia, and nebulae, then, Esimu, then Hydan and Dan, then, the dawn of Dan, then, histories of the heavens far and near, then, genealogy of thousands of Orient chiefs, the creation of mineral, vegetable and animal kingdoms. Yea, but to enumerate the half of what cometh before a god and his council would itself fill a book. 2. Who, then, O Jehovih, shall venture to tell the labor and wisdom of thy Etherean gods? How shall the second resurrection give up its mysteries? Shall thy recorder follow the young student for messenger, and disclose the training put upon him? How, like a carrier dove, he is taught to go from place to place, but holding the message in his head? Then follow the student in another department, and make a record of how he is taught. And of the multitude of questions that come before the council from far-off places. Then the rites and ceremonies, and the unending variety and magnificence of the music. Can a man describe 1,000,000 men and women and children? 100 millions. 1,000 millions. 5,000 millions. Who hath seen so great a man, to do this? And yet this is but thy lower heaven, O Jehovih. 3. A strange voice riseth up from the earth, saying, Have they anything to do in heaven? O ye gods! And 1/2 of the earth born coming hither in infancy. And the countless millions who know little more than the beasts of the field. To be falsely taught that these unfortunates would skip off to paradise and possess great learning in the hour of death. 4. Oh, that their understanding could be opened up to thy kingdoms, thou all-extending Creator. That their eyes could look upon the greatness of even thy lower heaven. To behold 1,000 departments reaching as wide as the earth. And then the hundreds of thousands of branch departments, of hundreds of grades, adapted to every soul that riseth up from the earth. 5. Oh, that they could look into the dark places in atmospheria. That they could see 1,000,000 souls, plunged in chaos by terrible war. Crazed spirits, wild and battling. Not knowing they are dead. The ceaseless toil of 1,000,000 nurses and physicians, laboring day and night with them. Oh, the darkness upon them! Oh, the glory of thy exalted ones! Who is there, having seen the magnificence of thy glories, will not bestir himself every moment to lift up his brother and point the way to thy throne? 6. Oh, that they could see thy swift gods of dawn! How they hear 100 tongues at one time, and frame answers for all of them, and, by a motion of the hand, dispatch messengers to fulfill the same in words. How they select officers, to know 100 at a glance, and know where to place them. That every one shall fit his place. Who is there, O Father, can frame into words the proceedings of heaven, so that mortals can comprehend even a fraction of thy great glories? 7. Shall a man light a candle and say it representeth the sun? How, then, shall they find the affairs of mortals comparable to thy kingdoms? Oh, that they knew the meaning of the difference betwixt all light and the darkness of man's judgment. 8. Oh, that they knew thee, thou central sun of all light. They have put away thy person, and they go in any direction. Thy great gods are but myths to them, because of the darkness of their souls. Behold, they look for a small man with a large sword. The power of great wisdom they know not. 9. That they could behold the coming and going of thousands of messengers, from far-off kingdoms, before the throne of thy God. How he hath answered their matters suddenly. And the while heeded the voices of 1,000 marshals. Oh, that man knew the glory of order. The power of harmony. 10. They have seen a clock with 100 wheels, and the eye of its maker overseeing its every part in motion, and they call it wonderful. But how can they know thy counsels, O Jehovah? Thy millions. And thy God on his throne, mantled in thy light, overseeing the whole heaven. What majesty of words can make mortals comprehend his wisdom, and power, and great labors? Chapter 8. 1. Thus Osiris established Vibrage, the resplendent heaven, with 1,800 subkingdoms, in Atmospheria, all under the commandments of the central kingdom. And then he established the roadways between them, and appointed 700,000 messengers. After that he ordained proper officers for intercommunion, and the several subkingdoms established their places of learning and places of labor. Their hospitals and nurseries, and their innumerable asaphs, the receivers of Esyans, the newborn spirits of the dead of earth. 2. Osiris said, Behold, there is order in heaven. Now will I appoint a God to hold dominion 200 years. For whilst the dawn of Dan yet remaineth, I will assist him. Let the examiners search, then, amongst my hosts, from such as sprang from the earth, such one as standeth clear on the record, and chief in rank. 3. So the examiners searched. And after 30 days, they selected Konas, and when Osiris was informed, he sent 1,000 of his own attendants, in an odovan, and they brought Konas to Vibrage, to Jehovah's throne. Osiris said. 4. Greeting, in the name of the Father. Thou art chosen above all others, and, after the dawn of Dan is ended, thou shalt be God of heaven and earth for 200 years. Before the ascent of my hosts and of myself, behold, I will crown thee. Till then, thou shalt sit on my throne, and fill my place whilst I am absent. 5. I have now restored order in heaven, having given all the inhabitants a single purpose in concert, whereby their resurrection is surely founded. Now will I go down to the false lords' kingdoms, on the earth, and to the mortal kings and queens, and restore order there also. 6. Konas said, Thy will and Jehovah's be done. I am exalted and rejoiced in what is bestowed upon me. Make me strong and wise, O Jehovah, that I may glorify thy kingdoms. 7. So, after due preparation, Osiris departed privately, taking with him 100,000 attendants, going down to the earth and to the false lords' kingdoms, in the cities and temples of mortals. 8. 7 days Osiris spent traveling round about the earth, visiting angels and mortals, but telling none who he was, or what was his object. And then he halted his odovan, which had been built for the purpose, in the regions of the mountains of Weo and Tikawo, in western Japheth. He said, 9. Weo and Tikawo shall be my headquarters for a season. Here, then, will I found the first Lord's kingdom for mortals, and inasmuch as mortals have made an idol of Apollo, so will I cast down Apollo, and make them know that I, Osiris, am Lord of the earth. Then spake Wetang, saying, 10. Behold the glory of Jehovah from the first. In our journey around the earth, we have found the Ions not idolaters, but still worshippers of the Great Spirit, Jehovah. But as to the half-breeds, who can understand them? They believe nothing. They believe everything. They ask the idol for rain, and for dry weather. For strength to slay the druks, for flesh to eat, and for famine to be visited on their enemies. 11. They are as living prey for Druj to feast on. They invite the darkest of all evil. And to do their wills in return, the Druj, the evil spirits, busy themselves inoculating the air with poison to kill their enemies. 12. Osiris said, With the Ions we have little to do. But as to the Gons and the Iwans, they shall be converted into disbelievers of all spirits, save two, Jehovah and Satan. 13. To accomplish which end, I will give them 3 figures, the signs of seasons, which shall represent the Creator in all the parts of the living, the sign of the sun, with motion and all life coming forth, and the hand of man. Chapter 9. 1. Through Osiris, Jehovah said. 2. I created man with a corporeal life, that he might learn corporeal things. But behold, the Iwans have lost all energy to acquire earthly knowledge, depending on their familiar spirits for information on everything. thereby wasting their mortal lives in non-improvement. So that when they die, and enter heaven, they are easily made slaves of by evil spirits. 3. Better were it for them had they no knowledge of spirit life, that they might put to service the talents I created within them. See to this matter, O my sons and daughters, for their desire for the presence of the spirits of the dead will draw fetals upon themselves, and they will go down in darkness, like the ancients. 4. The voice departed, and then Osiris said, Hear me, O brothers, O sisters, this is my commandment upon you, and to you to render unto your successors after such time as I shall call you for the resurrection. 5. Possess ye the temples and oracles, where the familiar spirits speak, neither suffer ye familiars to come more to kings, nor queens, nor governors, nor to leaders nor rulers of men. But take ye possession of all such, and answer ye the corporeans with corporean knowledge only. 6. And that ye may be as a unit unto mortals, give ye all the same name, even Jehovih, through his Son, Osiris. For when ye answer at the oracle, or in the altar or temple, they will ask who the Spirit is, and ye shall say, Osiris, Son of Jehovih, doing this in my name and the Father's. 7. And when ye speak by entrancement, through the seers and prophets, also assert the same thing. And they will ask, Why has the Son of Jehovih come to us? And ye shall say, 8. Because ye are an idolatrous people, worshipping before stone and wood. Whereby evil spirits take advantage of you, and rule you to your own hurt. 9. And they will reason amongst themselves, saying, How know we not, then, that thou thyself be not an evil spirit? And ye shall say, It is well that ye ask this, for I declare unto you, ye shall not worship Osiris, but only Jehovih, the Creator. This doctrine, only, is safe. 10. Again they will say, Who is Satan and his attendants? Ye shall answer, Whoever professeth any name save the Great Spirit, is of Satan, which pertaineth to self. 11. Now whilst ye are thus reasoning with them, certain ones in the temples will be worked by the familiar spirits, writhing and twisting, and ye shall say to the next of kin, Behold, I will tell thee how to cast out the evil spirit. Thou shalt say, I charge thee, in the name of Jehovih, to depart. 12. It shall come to pass they will do this, and at the time they use the words, in the name of Jehovih, depart. Ye shall drive hence the familiars, thus proving the power of Jehovih greater than all spirits. 13. But that this matter may spread rapidly, and be valued highly, impart the name of the Great Spirit, in secret, not suffering them to speak it aloud. Choose ye, therefore, certain mortals, and ordain them through the king, and their labor shall be to cast out evil spirits. 14. It will come to pass in many places where ye dispossess the false lords and their confederates, these evil spirits will inoculate the cattle and beasts of burden with poison, and they will die. And the evil spirits will show themselves to the dogs, and cause them to howl, and the evil spirits will obsess the swine, which are easily influenced, and the swine will appear drunk and foolish. All of which things ye shall prophesy to mortals beforehand, thereby attesting the wisdom of the Great Spirit. 15. After these things are accomplished, mortals will say further, Behold, thou Son of Jehovih, erst thou came, Apollo told us when to plant, and when to reap, when to bring the male and female cattle together. But now that we have put him aside, what shall we do? And ye shall answer them. 16. Come in the starlight, and I will give you the signs, that ye may know these things yourselves. And where ye speak in the oracle, or by entrancement, ye shall point out to them certain stars, and give them the names thereof, and certain groups of stars, with their names, also. And ye shall show them the travel of the sun, north and south, and give them a tablet of divided into 12 groups, with 12 lines coming from the sun. 17. And ye shall raise up priests by inspiration, and by entrancement, and through them illustrate the position of the sun in the signs of the zodiac, Ankh. And the priests shall explain these things to the unlearned, that they may comprehend of their own knowledge. 18. When these things are accomplished, ye shall inspire the Iwans to go to the Ians and ask to be circumcised unto Jehovih. And the Ians, also being under inspiration, will confess them and bestow them with the sign. Chapter 10. 1. When Osiris had completed his instructions to his hosts, he sent messengers to Vibrich, saluting, in the name of Jehovih, calling for 1,000,000 more Ethereans, who came presently. Whereupon, Osiris divided them into 10,000 groups, giving each group one or more of his attendants, whom he had instructed what to do. When all of them were in readiness for the work, Osiris said. 2. Experience hath proven that to dispossess familiar spirits in one place, is but to drive them to another. It is wise, therefore, that in the same day ye make the attack in one city or temple, ye shall do so in the principal places all over the earth, giving the familiars no place to fasten upon. Let it be the sign, therefore, of attack, in each and every place, at the beginning of sunrise, on the morrow, and ye shall possess all the temples, and places of the oracles, and the cities, and the kings and queens, and rulers p. 166 and leaders of men, driving hence, by stratagem or by force, all the false lords, and all spirits professing the name of Apollo or any representative spirit in the name of Apollo or Thor. 3. And immediately will mortals recognize that some change is going on in the unseen world, and they will go to the places of spirit communion, asking for Apollo to explain, and ye shall answer, Apollo is cast out. Hear ye the wisdom of the great Spirit, Jehovih. 4. And thereafter, ye shall instruct them as I have commanded. 5. So it came to pass as Osiris had decreed. The Ethereans drove out the false lords of the earth, and they banished the familiars of all the kings and queens and leaders of men. And the Ethereans taught in the temples and oracles, and by entrancement, and by inspiration, even as commanded by Jehovih, through his son, Osiris. 6. But in all places the Great Spirit's name was made a secret. And it was commanded of mortals that his name should only be spoken in whisper, or low breath, because Jehovih speaketh to the soul of man silently. And these things were established. And this was the first universal teaching of the Great Spirit to mortals, save to the sacred people, the Ions. 7. And Osiris decreed, one Lord shall ye give to every city in oracle, but every Lord shall profess Jehovih, being his son. 8. And this was also accomplished, and when the people consulted the oracles as to who the Spirit was, the answer was, Jehovih, through his Son, Lord of earth, or God of earth. But it was made lawful to use the names, Lord and God, with audible words. And they were thus used and spoken of by mortals as the substitutive words, permissible in public, in place of the name, Jehovih. After this, the names Lord and God were worshipful. 9. Osiris said, It is an easy matter to rule over the kings and queens and prophets, and all learned people, but not so easy to rule over the ignorant. Who, having been accustomed to worship Apollo through the idols, will long continue to do so. Therefore, ye shall cause the kings to issue edicts prohibiting familiar spirits, and forbidding soothsayers and workers of magic, but teach ye mortals that these things come of Satan, the evil disposition of men. 10. This was also done, according to the commandments, and now there was no place left for familiar spirits to obsess mortals. And these spirits distributed themselves after the manner of spirits of the olden times. Some going into swine, and living with them, whereupon, Osiris commanded his hosts to inspire the kings and queens to pass laws prohibiting the eating of swine's flesh, lest mortals become bound with fetals. Accordingly, this law was established on the earth. Some of the dispossessed went into the forests to dwell, and some to the fountains and mists and waterfalls, others, who were depraved, dwelt in the fisheries and slaughterhouses. And still others, in the kennels, with dogs and cats. Nevertheless, there were many mortals who were dealers in magic and witchery, and these had an abundance of familiars. And when such mortals would die, the familiars would go to their sons or daughters, whereupon, it was said of them they inherited the gift of magic. 11. Osiris, having overcome the evil spirits, now called a council at Weontikawo. And there came 500,000 angels. 12. Osiris said, In Jehovah's name, will I now deliver them I have cast out, and ye shall labor to this end in conjunction with the gods of Atmospheria. Behold, I have had the familiars enumerated, and there are more than 6,000 millions of them on earth. Ye shall go forth, therefore, into all the divisions of the earth, where they inhabit, and proclaim a great festival, to be holden in Weo and Tikawo, inviting them hither. And ye shall provide them conveyance, bringing them across the seas in suitable vessels. For, when I have them here congregated, I will destroy the ships, and they cannot return. 13. This was accomplished, and more than 5,000 millions of spirits came to the festival, where were provided for them food, and also clothes of fantastic colors, to please the eye of the ignorant. And after they were provided in decency, they were entertained in music and dancing, they themselves being taught to take part. For 70 days the festival lasted, and every day varied from another. And the multitude became so intoxicated with delight, and withal, so broken off from their old habits and associations, that they forgot all about the ships and conveyances. 14. Oahspe spake to his council privily, saying, Provide ye an areata large enough for all these people. I will show you what shall happen. So, whilst the festival was going on, the proper workmen built the vessel, and its capacity was sufficient to carry all the multitude of spirits, besides a sufficiency of regimen for them on a long journey. 15. Now, after the festival had lasted 70 days, Oahspe proclaimed order, that he might speak to them. He said, 16. Brothers and sisters, in the name of the Great Spirit, greeting to you all. I am about to depart to a higher world. That ye might hear my voice, I proclaimed order. That ye may rejoice in my words, I speak in love and tenderness. My home is in a world far away, where there is no suffering, no sorrow. And the spirit of my people is radiant with light. I would tell you of the beauty and glory of my home, but it would not be just to you. Ye would no longer be content to remain here. So I seal up my mouth. 17. Because ye suffered, and my soul was full of pity, I made this festival. The Great Spirit taught me how to make food and clothes, and to travel far, and be not afraid. All the people where I live can hear the voice of the Great Spirit. They learn all things by first learning to hear him. His wisdom supplieth every want. 18. It will be a long time before I come again, my heart of love will come back to you. The time of the festival is ended, your time is come to return to your old places. These lords of yours, which you have had so long, may provide you. 19. Almost at once, when Oahspe began to speak, the people desired to go whither he would decree, and when he suggested for them to return to their former lords, who were also present, they answered with a universal shout, Nay, never more with them. 20. Oahspe said, I perceive ye desire to go with me and my hosts. I have learned to understand the souls of people. But do ye understand me? I mentioned the great glories in my heavens, but I did not tell you that we work to make them. Yea, we work every day. The Great Spirit made the tree to get its food and clothes without labor, but, behold, it hath no power to travel. Some things in the world labor not. But man, who hath neither feathers nor hair to cover his body, is provided with talents. Talents are the greatest of all gifts. The air and the ground provide the substance of fruit and foliage to the tree. But the spirit who hath talent can find the substance of fruit and foliage in the air, and gather it. 21. Lights of various colors were now being set up by the Ethereans, and the place enriched with the most enticing perfumes. 22. Oahspe proceeded, by the cultivation of talent, all things are possible unto all men and women. With a sufficiency of talent, ye need no lords or oppressive rulers. I mentioned the great beauties in my Etherean home. Ye go to the spray of fountains, and disport yourselves in rainbows, but ye are in a small corner, at best, and the substances of your joys are in perpetual failure. Behold the sprays and bows made by my hosts. Hear the music played in the elements of their handiwork. 23. The hosts here overcast the entire multitude with the vapor of the air, converted into millions of kaleidoscopic pictures, and filled the place with the music of wind currents trained to tunes. 24. The hosts were overjoyed beyond measure. Again Osiris said, Hear me yet further, the festival must cease. Ye forget, I told you I must go. My marshals will now conduct me and my hosts to my fire ship. As for ye, my heart is broken. I know the toil and hardship put upon you. But if ye desire these things, they are yours. 25. The universal shout was, We will go with thee. Take us in your fire ship. Teach us how to improve our talents. 26. Osiris said, What will the lords do? Shall they remain without subjects? But the false lords answered quickly, We will also go with thee, and be servants to do thy bidding. 27. Osiris said, When I am on the ship I will answer. So he departed, and went into the Ariata, to the side of which his own fire ship was made fast, and presently, he commanded all who chose to come aboard, and lo and behold, the whole of them, even more than 5,000 millions, went in. Osiris at once commanded the ascent, and thus he delivered them high up in Atmospheria, where his proper officers had already provided a plateau of habitation for them. And the name of the plateau was Asen, signifying, no escape, for here Osiris decreed to have them educated, and purged from evil, nor was it possible for them to return to the earth of their own power and learning. Chapter 11. 1. In Asen, Osiris appointed Shaban as god over the delivered hosts. And Shaban selected officers and teachers, and then divided the people into groups and sections, according to their development, and then erected schools, and nurseries, and factories, and put the inhabitants to work, feasting them plenteously with rites and ceremonies. 2. After Asen was duly organized, Osiris departed, and went and sojourned in various kingdoms that had been established by his lords. 3. And all the heavens of the earth were thus organized anew under Osiris. And the whole time of organization was 3 years, but Osiris spent the balance of dawn in Vibrage, perfecting it as the central kingdom of Atmospheria. And lastly, he decreed the appointment of 10,000 lords, to dwell on earth. Some at the temples of worship, or oracles, some within the cities of the Gons, and he decreed for his lords as followeth, to wit. 4. Ye shall not teach mortals of heavenly things, neither by inspiration, nor through the oracles. 5. Ye shall not suffer them to commune with the spirits of the dead, not even their own kin. 6. Ye shall not permit spirits to come to their mortal kin. And the spirits of those who die in infancy ye shall deliver to the Asaphs in Vibrage. 7. Ye shall not permit spirits to inhabit deserted houses, nor permit them to form habitations on the graveyards, on the earth. 8. Ye shall not permit spirits to inhabit caves nor waterfalls on the earth. 9. Ye shall not permit spirits to obsess mortals, nor to speak through them by entrancement, save they be such spirits as ye appoint in order to carry out these, my decrees. Or save they be masters of generation, Luis, whom ye shall appoint over mortals for other purposes. 10. Ye shall control the selecting and appointing of guardian spirits over newborn mortals. 11. And all such guardian spirits shall teach their wards nothing of heaven near the earth, but inspire them that it lieth far away, and very high, from which place none return. 12. And the guardians shall also inspire their wards to consult God only, or his Lord, and to do this by secret prayer. 13. And that the Lord and God are all goodness, and all wisdom, and all love, and all power. 14. And that all evil cometh from Tetrax, born with man's mortal condition. 15. And ye shall inspire mortals to acquire a knowledge of the sun, and moon, and stars, giving names unto them, together with their places in the firmament. 16. And give them temples for observation, and tablets for instruction. 17. For in all things ye shall direct man's soul to the acquisition of corporeal knowledge, causing him to look into corporeal things to find a reason for the behavior of all created substance. 18. And they shall not in any sense longer depend on the spirits for knowledge, nor truth. 19. For I am not laying the foundation for spiritual knowledge on earth, that must come after. For as Jehovah first gave to man a corporeal life, and then a spiritual life, so am I laying a foundation for a new race, the Gons, on the earth. For from their kin shall spring the heirs of Cosmon, who shall embrace both corporeal and spiritual knowledge. 20. But these shall rise in corporeal knowledge, and go down in it, suffering death in that which I now reign on the earth. 21. Ye shall teach them in truth. But they will in after generations contort your teachings into corporeal worship, prostrating themselves before the sun, and moon, and stars, going down in disbelief in not only the spiritual life, but in the Great Spirit, and his gods and lords. 22. And these things must come to pass on the corporeal world, nor is there any resurrection in the latter days, save these of this day go through the fall which I am preparing for them. 23. For which reason, ye shall found corporeal knowledge in the stars, and name them, for these things will be testimony in Cosmon, of the fate of the worshippers of corporeal knowledge, in the time of the Osirian cycle. 24. Wherein ye shall leave nothing undone that can be done, to make mortals put aside all spirituality, save to believe in the Great Spirit and a distant heaven, but make them pursue knowledge wholly corporeal. 25. For the labor of God and his lords shall not always be to fetch spirits back to earth, to learn of corpor, for this is not Jehovah's plan. 26. A heaven shall be built up of corporeal knowledge, which shall have a base in the firmament of heaven, where spirits can be taught in time to come. 27. Fear not that man can be too unbelieving in spiritual things, in this age. Jehovah requireth even perfection in unbelief, in certain periods of time. And this is the founding of that era on the earth. 28. Do ye, therefore, these matters with all your wisdom and strength. And may the light of Jehovah be with you, now and forever. Chapter 12. 1. O sire, through his mathematicians, now furnished the lords with maps of corporeal stars, and moon, and sun, and the position of the earth, with the sunbelt, and bestowed the names of animals upon them. Showed where the region of cows was, the place of bulls, the place of bears, the place of horses, the place of fishes, the place of scorpions, the place of sheep, the place of lions, the place of crabs, the place of death, the place of life. The place of Capricornus, and marked the seasons, and made 12 sections, months, to the year, which was the width of the sunbelt. 2. And he placed the sun in the midst and made lines thence to the stars, with explanations of the powers of the seasons on all the living. 3. And he gave the times of Jehovah, the 400 years of the ancients, and the half-times of Dan, the base of prophecy, the variations of 33 years, the times of 11. And the 7.5 times of the vortices of the stars, so that the seasons might be foretold, and famines averted on the earth. 4. When the tablets were completed and ready to deliver to the lords, Osiris said, Take these and bestow them on mortals, both through the oracles and by inspiration, making them sacred with the prophets, and seers, and priests, and their kings and queens. 5. And ye shall inspire them to build temples of observation, to study the stars. Teaching by the Gao and by the travel of the sun north and south, and by nest, and by dark chambers, that they may prove the fictus of Hak. For nothing shall be left undone or untaught whereby man's corporeal senses shall not prove adequate to a perfect corporeal life. 6. For this rule followeth on all corporeal worlds, that with the culture of the corporeal senses, man becometh vigorous, strong, and independent. And with the culture of the spiritual senses in corporeans, they become weak, sensitive and dependent. 7. In the first case, they ultimately become selfish and wicked. In the second case, they become impotent, and unadapted to corporeal life, and thus become extinct. 8. On all corporeal worlds, Jehovah hath provided these 2 seasons for every race he created. A season for the development of the corporeal senses, and a season for the development of the spiritual senses. To find the mean between these is to find Cosmon, which lieth far in the future. 9. In this day, therefore, I give the matter into your charge, in the name of Jehovah, that you consider not the spiritual nature of the corporeans in any respect, leaving that matter to God and his subgods, who will receive them at the time of their mortal death. 10. But ye shall teach them to fear no spirit, nor Lord, nor God, teaching them that by their own wills they can cast out the tetrarchs which assume to be spirits. Rather inspire ye them to be gods and goddesses themselves. And by their aspirations they will become large and powerful, and of fearless disposition. Chapter 13. 1. And thus was finished the dawn of Dan, when great Osiris had spoken, and to his God and Lords commissioned the harvesting of earth and heaven for another cycle. Order reigned in heaven and on earth, because a man, a God, had spoken. Men and angels had their eyes turned inward, to know of what capacity Jehovah had made them. And the earth and moon, and sun and stars, were shown in a new light to the sense of men. Not to be shunned and despised, but glories given by the Great Spirit for useful purposes. 2. Jehovah had said, Some men I created to reason near at hand, others to speculate in far-off regions, with thoughts diverse and unlike in procedure. Think not, O man, that in high heaven such men become all alike, not so created I them, but to run in their various extremes forever. 3. Of the first, Osiris, my son, enthroned to give reason practice, came not a random period, but just when I had designed to sow the seed of unbelief broadcast over earth and heaven. For such appeareth in all peoples under the sun. A season of belief, a season of unbelief. And with the believing is the practice of truth and love, and with the unbelieving is the practice of great research and learning, with cruelty and disputation. 5. Osiris said, Send for my resurrection, O Jehovah, I have uprooted the evil of idol worship, the extreme that followeth too much belief. To thy corporeal worlds I have opened man's eyes, and set a mark on man's souls, wherein man shall not come from earth to heaven, saying, Alas, I have no corporeal knowledge. 6. Jehovah said, To further man's ultimate glory, I have decreed the earth to Gion fields for 3,000 years, in which thy fruit shall have its full growth. 7. Osiris foresaw the times and places in the future road of earth and heaven, and that from his decrees would spring corporeal philosophy, the first of earth, whereto man should look back in after ages, saying, Thence sprang the Osirian system. Thence the Assyrian races. Yet he looked further on, when men should become idolaters in disbelief of spiritual things, doing worship to the sun, moon and stars, and in very corpore profess to find the cause and foundation of all. 8. Jehovah said, Man shall search all things in order to find me, but I gave this labor not to one generation of men, nor to those of 100, or 1,000 years, but to cycles. For, when I come in Cosmon, to found my kingdom on earth, man shall have the testimony of all speculation and philosophies before him, together with the fruits thereof. And he shall judge that which is good by the evidence of past practices. 9. High in the ark of saying rose Osiris' call, where millions waited, knowing the dawn of Dan on the red star was near its end. Swift messengers told the story of Jehovah's work, through his son, Osiris. And, measuring the width of his harvest, laid the scheme at the feet of the reigning goddess, Antwa. And she gave the word, Go, to her legions in waiting, who had moored an obegia, afloat, a fire ship, ready to proceed for the hosts redeemed by great Osiris. 10. And they cut her loose, amidst music and dancing, the obegia, 5,000,000 souls aboard, commanded by Edicene, goddess of Antwa's garden, an Etherean plain, where dwelt 10,000,000,000 souls. A place of rest, for gods and goddesses to regale themselves with stories of redemptions of mortals on the countless stars floating in Jehovah's Etherean veins. 11. Off to the red star, the earth, steered the obegia, the pride of Edicene, for the marriage festival of 7,000,000,000 brides and bridegrooms, the yield of Osiris' harvest for the upper kingdoms. 12. Meanwhile, Osiris and his hosts, prepared in the usual way, waited the signal, the coming of Jehovah's light, within the earth's vortex. For strange it seemeth to gods and men, everything in the firmament is upward, who leave a star, upward rise. Who leave an Etherean world for the stars, rise upward also, but call it downward, to suit the understanding of mortals. So pierced the vortex of Atmospheria, the Obegia, and the hosts of Edessene. The brides and bridegrooms shouted with joy. 13. And the millions of guests, assembled to witness the awe-inspiring ceremonies, joined in applause. 14. Then down came the ship of fire, broad as a sea, with all her appurtenances in trim, and adorned in majesty, even to the floors of Vibrich. And from the mantles of light came Edessene, to salute great Osire, in the name of the Great Spirit, and receive his contribution to the unchangeable worlds. 15. Osire, with his attendants, the archangels of Lotsen, received Edessene under the sign of Ormads, master creator of power, and then presented his delivered sons and daughters, 7,000 millions. 16. Whereupon, due ceremonies were proclaimed, and the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih entered the Obegia. Osire saluted God, who was ordained to be ruler of heaven and earth for the next 200 years, and, with sorrow in his soul, departed, going into the Obegia, the fire ship, for a higher heaven, where waited millions of loves. Calling to him to come home. 17. Then upward rose the mighty ship, commanded by the slender Edessene, the young goddess of Antwa's garden, her little hands stretched upward to Jehovih, her mighty faith, commander of the elements. End of Book of Osiris. The Lord's Fifth Book. Being contemporaneous with the Book of Osiris, son of Jehovih. As Osiris is of the higher heavens, so is the Lord's book of the lower heavens and of the earth, for the same period of time. Chapter 1. Of Hindu Scriptures. 1. God apportioned certain of the earth for the tribes of Shem of the Ark of No-Chi, a heavenly place, seat of mountains, and lords, all wise, and from his wisdom directed Hurto into his pastures. 2. Hurto, son of Neph, born of an egg, descended out of the highest heaven. He was a most gracious lord, and in deference to Om, smote against the rocks of heaven. So, when the egg was broken, one half of the shell ascended, the other half became the foundation of the world. 3. The evil voice, Satan, spake to the children of men, and polluted them. Whereupon the Great Spirit spoke in the firmament of heaven, saying, To Hurto, son of Neph, I bequeath the tribes of Shem forever. For they have withstood Anramanus, my everlasting enemy. So Hurto became lord of Shem, and he banished Anramanus down under the earth, where he busieth himself building fires for the furnaces of hell, whereof the smoke and flames come up through the earth and are called Agni, volcanoes. That his existence might be known to men. 4. Thus came evil from good, but that everlasting wisdom should prevail with mortals and the spirits of heaven, all light created Visvasraj, law, or natural law, as a creator to abide forever. Before this time there were two things in the world, voidness was one, and Vashis was the other. Vashis Vak, and the world was. So it came to pass that voidness was divided into two parts, the seen and the unseen worlds. 5. The unseen spake in the wind three sounds, Eoh, and was called by mortals Eolin, god of the wind, so Eolin showed himself in three colors, yellow, which is the highest color, blue, which is the coldest color, and red, which is the warmest color. 6. Eolin said, Out of my three sounds, are all sounds made, out of my three colors, are all colors made. He was the All-Master. 7. He said, Three worlds have I made, the earth world, which is for mortals. The all-high heavens, which is for pure and wise angels, and the intermediate world, which resteth on the earth. 8. Eolin said, Three lights have I created, the sun, to rule the day, the moon, to rule the night. And the burning fire, for the use of man. 9. Three spirit lights created I, Rush, which issueth out of my soul, Shem, which cometh from my lords in heaven to the souls of men, and Vas, which cometh from the spirits of the intermediate world. 10. Eolin said, Three states am I in, Ghost, which is ever present and unchangeable, Corpor, which is in places, like the earth and stars and sun and moon, and Motion, which is everlasting unrest. So am I, Elon, mightiest in three, in all place and all time. 11. When the egg was broken and the shell distributed, lo and behold, the Esimu of the egg had nowhere to rest, and being void of compact distributed in the void world and was not seen. Then Herto, high lord of the upper heavens, sent whirlwinds abroad, and they gathered of the substance of the egg and rained it down on the earth. 12. Uz, son of Elon, ran quickly and turned Anramenu's fires to the north, and Elon touched the earth with his quickening hand, and straightway all the living were created. 13. So Elon said, Thou, my first begotten son, it shall be thine to keep forever. Neither shall there be any other god. 14. But it came to pass in course of time the evil voice, Satan, encompassed the earth about with serpents that spake like men and angels, and the serpents made friends with all evil, father of Anramenus. And the women of the tribes of Asu went and tempted the first men, the Ions, whereby there was born into the world evil offspring. 15. Herto, lord of the earth, drove the first men out of the region of light, and sat high-born angels on the boundaries of Chinvat, at the gates of the upper heaven, to guard the tribes of Faithists ever after. Nevertheless, evil, being set on foot, soon overspread the earth. So Herto rested his hands on his thighs, and swore an oath unto all light that he would drown the world and all the living. And in answer to the Lord a seraphim, a mighty fire ship, came down out of the sun region, opening the floodgate of heaven with a sea of water, and all the people perished, save the Ions, the sacred people, friends of the Lord of earth. 16. So the Lord took the hollow of his hand and lifted up his people, and gave them doves' wings, and they flew afar and came to the land where dwelleth the Lord, so it was called Shem as a proof to all the world. 17. In those days God was near mortals, so that, when an honest man spake, the Lord answered him. And Anramenus was near also, and when an evil man spake an evil voice answered him. For that reason the Lord singled out the purest and most virtuous of women, the wisest, strongest and most faithful, best of men, and married them, giving 2 women to 1 man, according to law. And the heirs of the wisest and most virtuous of men and women were wiser than their parents. And the Lord gave this secret to his people in the house of God, and they gave the knowledge to the chosen people. 18. Herto said, For this reason, O my beloved, shall ye not wed with the Druks, the dark people, that burrow in the ground, lest your seed be polluted, and your heirs go down to hell with Anramenus. 19. But Anramenus, evil creator of evil, went to the Druk women, speaking to them in a dark corner, he said, Ye have of the root of Babeo to make delirious, fetch it to the white people that came with doves' wings. Fetch, and they will eat and get drunk. And when the young men are drunk, go ye to them, for they are my gift. 20. So, of them that came out of the ark of Nochi, was sin newborn. For the Druks went in where they were drunk, saying, Lest the white people and the yellow people fall upon us, and our seed perish on the earth, make us of flesh and kin, bone and bone, blood and blood. 21. Herto, the Lord God, saw into the darkness, and being compassionate, said, A great punishment will I visit on Anramenus for this, his head shall droop in sorrow. But as for the Ions, being drunk, I will forgive them. And as to the newborn people, they shall become the mightiest of all people in the whole world, because they came out of both darkness and light. The darkness in them shall battle all darkness. The light that is in them shall then master over their own darkness. But as for the Druks, they shall go down in darkness forever. Chapter 2. 1. Shem had many tribes, who settled on the borders of the sea at Haventi and Gats. And the Lord, Herto, dwelt with them, speaking through the chief prophet, Te, who made a record on stone, and wood, and cloth, of the Lord's word, and these were preserved in the Valens, house, of God, Herto. 2. And when Ta was old, and died, the mantle of the Lord's gifts fell on Ta's son, who also had power to hear the voice, and he also kept a record of the Lord's words. 3. And then he died, and his son succeeded in the same way. And, because of this truth, the the Lord called all of them by the sacred name, Ta, the order of which continued for 100 generations. And it came to pass that the Ions filled the country far and near with cities. And yet, in all the while, they killed nothing that had been created alive to breathe, on the earth, or in the water, or in the air above. 4. In the early days of the Ions, the Lord spake through the chief prophet, saying, when the inhabitants of one city or tribe marry with those of another city or tribe, behold. It is but just that the names of father and mother be given to the offspring. 5. But men were in darkness in those days, and understood not God. So, accordingly, the inhabitants combined the names belonging to the neighboring tribes. That is to say, one tribe said, Ut, wheat, another tribe, for the same thing, said, Yat. And another tribe said, Wat, and another, Hoot, and so on. So, the after generation said, Utjapwathut, wheat, and this was called the Eha language. And so great were the number and the size of the words used, that the writings of the ancient prophets were lost, because none could understand them. 6. The Lord spake, saying, because I desired to preserve the genealogy of my chosen, ye have applied the law to things that are worthless in my sight. Ye have built a Babel, a tower of words, so that your tongues are confounded one with another. Ye strove to reach to heaven with a multitude of words, but made food for Hada, Hades. 7. The Lord said, Come, now, into Murden, a spirit circle, and I will deliver you. So the people sat in crescent, and the Lord came betwixt the horns, saying, Behold, ye are Tau, but I am the Sri, Spirit. My word shall stand against all the world. 8. Hear, then, the commandments of God, Hado. Because ye have built a tower of words, ye are confounded. But I come not in anger, but to deliver you. Neither will I write more, nor teach written words, for they are only folly, save to the learned. 9. By mouth words will I teach, and ye shall repeat after me. And these shall be sacred words to the end of the world. 10. So the Lord taught orally in the temple, face to face with the people, and they learned the words and the meaning thereof. 11. And those who learned the best, the Lord named Ritvij, because he made them teachers over others. The Lord said, Because ye have confounded the language of the ancients, I will give you a new language, and it shall be Ved, perfect, against all my enemies, nor shall any man more meddle with the words I give. 12. Hurto, Lord, said, Love thy Lord God only, and with all thy soul. Turn thy face away from the angels who come to thee, they are the emissaries of Anramanus. 13. Hurto said, Love the sun and moon, and all things on the earth, for they are the Lord's gift. What is spirit? It fleeth away, it is nothing. 14. Smite the Druj, spirits, that prophesy. They are nothing but lies, they are Anramanus emissaries. 15. Learn to prophesy by the sun, and by the moon and by the stars. They tell no lies. 16. The Lord then gave the signs of the zodiac, the horses, and cows, and lions, and sheep, and birds, that rule upon the earth, and upon the winds of heaven, and on the heat and cold, and the sun, and moon and stars, and spring and summer, and fall and winter. But these things are here omitted in this book, because they are known in mortal histories to this day. 17. The Lord saith in this day, the Cosmon era, Behold, O man, in the time of Osiris, I, the Lord, raised up many philosophers on the earth, and inspired them not only to fulfill the legends of the ancients, but also to write books of disputation, in order to turn man's mind away from the consultation of familiar spirits. After this manner did I inspire men to write, to wit. 18. Touching the matter of the egg, and also of Anramanus, they appear never to have been proven, neither are they given on the authority of Hurto, the Lord of earth. It is reasonable to suppose that the Great Spirit divided up the worlds amongst his gods and lords, and that the earth, Bu, fell to the portion of Hurto, whilst the stars, which are also worlds like this, fell to other lords and gods. But as for evil gods, like Anramanus, who hath ever seen one? 19. As for Herto, the Lord, I have seen him myself, and so have thousands of other honest prophets. But when the Lord spake, it was not about foolish stories, but to teach man how to live, that he might be happy himself and a glory to the Great Spirit. Neither did I ever hear the Lord assert that he was more than the spirit of a man risen from the earth. In my opinion, therefore, the Lord is the captain over the earth, and over all other spirits. But even to know this, is not so great a good truth as to know how to do righteously. 20. Of all things, therefore, man should learn, especially of what he can see, and hear, and prove, rather than of spirits whom he cannot prove, nor find when he wanteth them. Chapter 3. 1. The Lord said, As a farmer planteth wheat in one field, and rice in another, and flax in another, so I, the Lord, inhabit the earth with the seed of man. Neither shall any wise man say, These things came by chance. That it so happened that one people settled in Japheth, China, another in Vindu, India, and another in Arabinia, Arabia. Such is the argument of my enemies, saith the Lord. Not perceiving wisdom in my work as it seemeth for a day, they fail to extend judgment into the thousands of years of my plans, and so, stubbornly, shut themselves up in ignorance, saying, There is no God. 2. For I foresaw the breadth of the earth, and that it should be subdued for the glory of man, and in the early days, I divided my armies with wisdom. 3. To Ham I allotted the foundation of the migratory tribes of the earth. And of the tribes of Ham, behold, I selected many colors of men, whereof I foreordained the name Ham to stand as a living testimony to the end of the world. For I foresaw that the time would come when the nations would look back for histories of my peoples, and I erected certain words and signs which should be testimony in the later times of earth. 4. Of all colors, black, white, yellow, copper, red and brown, were the tribes of Ham, nevertheless, they were Ions, Faithists, having flat nails and short arms, and of such as desired to acquire knowledge. And I brought them to a country of sand fields and of fields of rich pastures interspersed, where lived but few natives, the dark people, with short hair. Neither omitted I even the hair of the head of man without providing testimony of my word. 5. Of the Ions, I provided testimony in all the divisions of the earth, with long hair belonging to the tribes that worship Jehovih, that man of the Cosmon era might perceive that the land whence they sprang is not above the water. 6. Behold, the multiple, language of the tribes of Shem. Side by side with the tribes of Japheth raised I them. And, behold, the latter used the derivation of the Panic language to this day. 7. For I gave unto the tribes of these two different lands my 10 commandments and 10 invocations, to be not written, but spoken and taught from mouth to ear, to be sacred in the language given. 8. Wherein man shall perceive that the same stories of the egg, and of the origin of evil in the world, could not have been communicated by mortals. 9. For I locked up sufficient of the Panic language in Japheth as a testimony to be discovered in after years, showing that, unlike Ham and Shem, a mighty nation could retain one language for thousands of years. 10. For I foresaw that philosophers would try to prove that languages were of mortal origin, and that they would change according to the growth of knowledge amongst men. 11. Behold, I gave scriptures unto all my people, enjoining some to adhere to the text, and, so, I preserved the work of my hand. 12. The tribes of Ham were previously ordained with characteristics to make them love to emigrate westward. And the tribes of Japheth and Shem with characteristics to make them love to stay within their own countries. And the tribes of Gautama with characteristics to make them love to go eastward. For I set a boundary to the tribes of Gautama, that they should not reach the ocean on the east. 13. The Lord said, having designed Ham for teaching the barbarian world of me in my dominion, I also prepared them that, through their seed, men and women should have hair neither straight nor short, but long and curled, and red, and white, and brown. Whereby might be traced in after ages the genealogy of nations. 14. Now, in the midst of 3 great countries, Japheth, Shem and Ham, was the chief place of the Ewans, where they founded a new nation. And the Lord called them Parsii, signifying, warrior Faithists, because he created them as a shield, to guard his chosen, the Ions. 15. The difference betwixt the Ewans and the Parsii was that the Ewans lived near and about the Ions, but the Parsians lived in a nation by themselves. 16. Nevertheless, they were all of the same blood and kin, being half-breeds betwixt the Ions and the native Druks, and they were large, and mostly of the color of new copper. 17. And because they were favored of the Lord gave them separate laws, and commanded them not to mix with the Druks, the which commandment they kept for more than 1,000 years. 18. But, in course of time, the Parsians were tempted by the Druks, and fell from their high estate, and they became cannibals. 19. And the Lord sent the Gons, to whom he delivered his oral scriptures, to travel in search of his people. And, lo and behold, 10 tribes of the Lord's people were lost in the wilderness, and this was the country of the Parsians, and that land was filled with wild goats. Hence came the name, Land of Goats. 20. And the lost tribes, not being flesh-eaters, were at a loss for food, and they said, Come, let us live on goat's milk. 21. And they so lived for a long season, taming the goats, and keeping herds of them. And they roved about, driving their herds with them, for which reason they took the name of shepherd kings. 22. And the Lord looked on them with favor, saying, These that call themselves shepherd kings shall have this country. Behold, out of the seed of these people, will I do mighty wonders. 23. The Lord said, What man can discover, I, the Lord, left for him to discover, what man could not discover, I, the Lord, taught him. 24. To the shepherd kings revealed I how to make leather out of skins, neither had man any means to make this discovery. The shepherd kings made bags of leather in which they carried milk, which was thus churned. And they made butter, which was the first butter made in this world. Chapter 4. 1. God said, Without evil preserved I the Ion race, as the foundation of my light, wherefrom I could reach forth to the tribes of darkness. 2. For I foreordained not to go within darkness to battle it, but to stand without, and give an example of righteousness for man to look upon. 3. Neither planned I from the beginning that my chosen should labor without examples of cities and kingdoms of righteousness. 4. The evil man and evil priest, who are subjects to Satan and his hosts, remain in evil, preaching righteousness without a city or kingdom of example. But my chosen go away by themselves and build their cities, as a testimony of their faith in the Father. 5. And they practice the fullness of my commandments by their lives toward one another. 6. To him who saith, This is mine, I have not spoken. To him who saith, My house, my lands, I have not spoken. 7. For inasmuch as these things belong to them, such men belong to such things, and not to me. 8. For illustration of which truth, I raised up separate from the world's people, the Ions, who were my living examples of righteousness. 9. Think not, however, that the Ions were the perfection of manhood and womanhood. They were not a developed race, nor righteous because of their own knowledge. 10. By the constant presence of my exalted angels, they were obsessed to righteousness, being restrained away from evil. They were my sermon before the tribes of Druks and cannibals that covered the earth over, and, by virtue of signs and miracles, and by non-resistance, preserved I them. 11. For man of himself evolveth only to power in evil. Wherefore, O man, thou shalt behold my dominion over the races of men, to work righteousness and goodwill. 12. And my examples reached into the souls of the barbarians, so that, in after ages, I should prepare them to hear my voice, and to comprehend my commandments. 13. For it is the fullness of light amongst men, when, without my presence or the presence of my hosts, they shall understand virtue and knowledge, practicing them of their own accord. In which time men shall perceive that righteousness, and peace, and love toward one another, are the foundation of the happiness of the spirit, and the only light of its resurrection. 14. The Lord said, Think not that I came to one nation alone, leaving the others in darkness. I came not to one alone, but unto all the divisions of the earth. According to what was required for them at times, so held I my hand over them, and they accomplished that which was designed from the beginning. 15. It being not the will of Jehovih that man should be forever led, because, forsooth, his Lord saith. But that man should ultimately have the light of practicing good works organically, from infancy up. 16. The Lord said, A teacher that doeth all things for his pupil, also sacrificeth his pupil. He who teacheth his pupil wrongly, sinneth against the Father. He who teacheth his pupil not at all, is accessory to evil. So standeth the Lord, your God, over the children of men. 17. Behold, I have demonstrated that my chosen can maintain themselves unharmed amongst barbarians, also that by unrestrained marriages a sacred people is quickly lost amongst barbarians. 18. For man, witnessing terrible conflicts, should rather desire sons of strong limbs and arms and crafty minds, to do murderous work abundantly, from which condition he had no incentive to rise in gentleness and love, for the glory of the Spirit. 19. That I, your Lord, might show after generations, first, that without my hand in the work, no good nor peace could come amongst men. And, second, that only by a race of Ions, as examples of my power, through signs and miracles, could the barbarians be reached for their own good. 20. Not only did I leave the ruins of my cities which had no gates of entrance, and houses without doors of entrance, that ye might have testimony of the race of Ions. But I have shown you that only by such procedure could the barbarians be induced to a higher evolution. 21. Think not, O man, that I did not foresee the time when men should question whether the Great Spirit ever placed a Lord over the earth, and that man should say, Behold, there is no Lord and no God. For I foresaw these times, and provided angels to go in advance, to show, first, the evolution of the races of men from out of the lowest darkness. And, second, that the cause of the evolution came from the Great Spirit, and was directed unto righteousness, but had not been so, but for the Lord, your God. 22. For I left sufficient tribes unto this day, who dwell in darkness, even cannibals, as a testimony, that of themselves they possess nothing to cause a desire for evolution into knowledge, and peace, and industry, and love, and good works unto one another. 23. Will not man say, One people is raised up in consequence of the presence of their neighbor, and without a Lord or God, and the angels of heaven? 24. Now, behold, I have left savages at your door, and ye raise them not up, but destroy them. Showing you, that even your wisest and most learned have no power in resurrection. Neither have I left any way open for the resurrection of barbarians, save by examples of Faithists, Ions, who shall practice righteousness and miracles. 25. And there shall rise up those who will do these things, and they shall succeed, and because of their success, they shall also be testimony of the Ion race, in whom I laid the foundation for the redemption of the whole earth. Chapter 5. 1. Thus the Lord established the 5 peoples who were saved from Pan, and he commanded them to preserve Panic words in their respective countries, and they so preserved them, many of which exist to this day. 2. Here followeth, then, what became of these Ions, to wit. 3. Those that came to Guatemala survived 21,000 years, and then became extinct as to tribes. 4. Those that came to Japheth survived 21,000 years, and then became extinct as to tribes. 5. Those that came to Shem survived 12,000 years, and then became extinct by amalgamation. 6. That came to Ham survived 21,000 years, and then became extinct by amalgamation, and even after this Jehovih preserved them in all the world as a scattered people. 7. Those of Guatemala attained to 1,000 large cities, and 3,000 small cities, being more than 4 million souls. And they never had any king or queen, or other ruler, save the Lord, who ministered unto them through the city fathers. And they retained their sacred name of Gautama to the last, but the Iwans called them Ochlopan, signifying, people of another world. Continent. 8. And in course of time they became diminutive, and desired not to marry. And there came great darkness, Agakak, on the earth, with falling ashes, and heat, and fevers, and so the Lord took them up to heaven. 9. Those of Japheth attained to 2,000 large cities, and 7,000 small ones, being more than 8,000,000 souls. And they retained the name Japheth to the last, but the Iwans called them Tuagit, signifying, people of spirit light. 10. And there came Ag on the earth, and it touched them with impotency, and they brought forth no more heirs, so the Lord took them home. 11. Those of Shem attained to 600 large cities, and 2,000 small cities, being more than 2,000,000 souls. Neither had they any king, but served the Lord through the city fathers. And they retained their name, Shem, to the last. But the Iwans called them Srividthi, signifying, people of the true light, womanlike. And impotence came upon them, and they disappeared, even as a drop of water in the sunlight, and no man knew when they ceased to be. 12. But hoping to preserve their seed to the Lord, many of them married with the Iwans, but their children became Iwans also, neither having the silken hair or the musical voices of the Ions, nor the light of the upper heavens. 13. Those of Ham attained to 1,200 large cities, and 3,000 small cities, being 4,000,000 souls. But, being of mixed colors, they did not become impotent. But they broke the law of God more than all other Faithists, being of warm blood, and they mixed greatly with the Iwans. And they had no kings nor queens, serving the Lord only, through the city fathers. And they retained the name of Ham to the last, when they ceased to exist as a separate people, because of their amalgamation with the Iwans. 14. The tribes that went in the 2 ships to the north land, Japan, no man could draw the line, after 1,000 years, betwixt them and the Iwans, for they mingled therewith, and were lost, as Ions. Nevertheless, they redeemed the barbarians into wisdom and peace. Chapter 6. 1. God said, in the time of Osiris, thy Lord provided for the light and knowledge, that had been with the Ions, to be merged into the new races, the Gons and Iwans. By the Lord and his angels was such foundation laid. 2. Before this time, the Ions could not inspire the barbarians to make leather and cloth, nor could they inspire them to industries of any kind in the way of virtue and peace. 3. The Lord provided unto the inhabitants of the earth, oracle houses, wherein the Lord could speak face to face with mortals, through his angels, chosen for this purpose, did the Lord thus teach mortals. 4. Persuading them to industries, and peace and righteousness, after the manner of the Ions. 5. Teaching them of the stars and sun and moon, showing them how to find the times and seasons of the earth. 6. Inspiring them to observe the stars, and to name them, which names are preserved to this day. 7. I have established landmarks, saith the Lord. What I do, man cannot do. I lift the barbarian up, he giveth over his cruel practices by my command. 8. I call him to the observation of the stars, and he heedeth my voice. 9. Behold, O all ye that say there is no Lord, I have left a remnant of the barbarians. Go try your hand. Let them that find the cause of the progress of man, to come of the earth, go raise up the barbarian. 10. I say to man, go commune with the spirits of the dead, and man doeth it. I say, come away from such worship, and fall down before the stars, and man doeth it. 11. Jehovih said, my Lord, my God, go thou, call man to one thing today, and let him worship it. And tomorrow call him to another, and let him worship it. For man shall fall down and worship everything in heaven and earth. By trying them shall man know them. For in the day of my glory, Cosmon, man shall put away all worshipful things, save me, his Creator. 12. The Lord God said, through the worshipful talents man can be raised up. Even as to great learning, man will not pursue it till he first worshipped it. 13. In the time of Osiris, the Lord named the stars in heaven after the legendary names of gods and lords. And the Lord taught not that man should worship them, but that he should learn their glory and majesty in the firmament. 14. But man forgot the Creator because of the wonder of his works. Even to this day man inclineth to view as substantial and real, things that are seen, and to reject the all-potent, which is unseen. 15. This was the command of God, Osiris, for man should learn corporeal things as well as spiritual. And I, the Lord, carried away the spirits of the dead, not suffering man and angels to commune together. For heretofore they had done this, and so had, both, rejected the higher heavens. 16. Jehovih saith, It is not the plan of my heavens for the spirits of the dead to remain on the earth forever, engaging in mortal servitude and practices. 17. Behold, the way of my kingdom is upward, rather shall man on the earth seek to rise upward, than that the angels of heaven go downward. 18. Hence the Lord carried away the spirits of the dead, and he turned man's judgment to learning the glories of the lower kingdoms, corpor. 19. And man advanced in great learning, both of the sun, moon and stars, and of all things on the face of the earth. 20. The Lord said, These signs have I given to man, that he may comprehend the cycles of his Creator. When spiritual research is chief amongst men, they advance not in science, nor art, nor inventions, that belong to the earth. But, when man is bereft of spiritual aspiration, he advanceth in corporeal knowledge, and inventions, and investigations. 21. These signs foreshow the changes being wrought on mortals by the hand of the Almighty, through his gods and lords. 22. God said, Behold, I raised up great kings and queens on the earth. And I gave them pageantry, and rites and ceremonies, after the manner of heavenly things. And these I made as an aspiration to the multitude, that they might learn to provide themselves with the luxuries of all created things. 23. For I desired not that man should become spiritual until the earth and all manner of savage beasts and serpents were subdued. Otherwise man had descended into impotence, and failed on the earth. 24. These testimonies have I left before thee to this day, that the spiritual man inclineth to shut himself up in seclusion and prayer, but that the Osirians go forth to work manfully. 25. The Lord established reciprocities between kings and queens in those days. And this was the manner thereof. 26. The central kingdom was called the Sun Kingdom, and the others were called satellites. And the chief ruler was called the Sun King, or King of the Sun. 27. And the king maintained an observatory, for determining the times and seasons of the sun, moon, earth and stars. The name of the observatory was Temple of the Stars, Okeigthi. 28. The Lord said unto man, Build thou a chamber unto God within the temple of the stars. 29. And man so built it. And the Lord chose seers, one for every star chamber. And the seer sat therein, with a table before him, on which table sand was sprinkled. And the Lord wrote in the sand, with his finger, the laws of heaven and earth. 30. Thus gave God to man the names of the stars, and their seasons. And the seasons of the sun and moon and earth. 31. And the seer gave it to the king, and the king proclaimed the words thereof. And God gave man sacred days, for feasts and rites and ceremonies. According to the times of the moon and stars gave he them. 32. And the king, by command of God, caused the people to watch the stars and moon and sun, so they would know the sacred days. 33. The Lord said, I have days for planting, and days for reaping, and days for sailing of ships, and days for males and females. By the stars in the firmament, and by the moon's changes, shall man learn to know my times and seasons. 34. So man took to learning from the stars and moon and sun, to ascertain the will of God. 35. And nowhere in all the world prospered man in the Osirian philosophy as in Parsii, and in Japheth, China, and chief of all were the shepherd kings. Chapter 7. 1. Great became the wisdom of man in that day, and his power and glory were greater than had ever been in all the world. He established mighty kingdoms and sub-kingdoms, over the lands of Japheth, and Shem, and Parsii, and Arabinia. 2. He excelled in building temples and palaces, and in all manner of inventions, in fabrics of linen and silk, and wool and fine leather, in writing books and tablets, in mathematics, in laws and reciprocities, in navigation, and in inland travel. In making thermometers and barometers, and magnetic needles, and telescopes and microscopes, in chemistry and botany. 3. Verily did the philosophers of those days know the mysteries of heaven and earth. 4. And man became no longer thankful to God and his lords, but man became conceited, saying. 5. The gods are fools. All things are nature, and of growth. Man had become wise in spite of God and his lords. All things evolve into higher states. It is the natural order. Neither is there any all-person, Jehovih. He is void, like the wind. 6. And God saw the conceit of man, and he said, Behold, he that I have raised up, turneth against me. Now, verily will I go away from man for a season, that he may learn wisdom. Behold, man shall also find that many of his fellows whom he riseth up, turn against himself. 7. So the Lord departed out of the star chambers. And, lo and behold, the places were filled by the spirits of the newly dead, who knew not the heavens above nor the way of the Almighty. 8. And man inquired of them, thus, Behold, thou art now a spirit. Tell me, is there any God, or Lord, or Jehovih? 9. And the spirits, desiring to flatter man, and, withal, not knowing the heavenly kingdoms, answered, saying, Nay, there is no God, nor Lord, nor all-person, Jehovih. 10. So the kings issued edicts, commanding the people to no longer worship God, nor Lord, nor Jehovih. 11. But woe, for the judgment of kings and queens. Man, having inherent worship in his soul, ceased indeed to worship God and his lords, and even Jehovih, but, instead, he took to worshipping the stars. 12. Now, the spirits manifesting in the temples, advised one thing through one seer, and another through another, for they were of little knowledge, and wholly unorganized. 13. So, presently, the kings took to war against one another. Anarchy ensued, and man fell to destroying all the glories he had made. 14. Thus again, after 3,000 years, man went down in darkness, again fell under the obsession of drudges, and again became a barbarian for 300 years more. End of the Lord's fifth book. Book of FRAGAPATTI, son of Jehovih. Chapter 1. 1. In Horeb, an Etherean world on the borders of the Ark of Oahspe, in the procession of Say-Tivi, Nod and Gorse, a region of light, of 10,000 earth years, and 100 Vespers, where reigned FRAGAPATTI. Orion chief of Absad and Gamachula 1,000 years. Surveyor of Geese, roadway and trail of Fetisai, and Mark, 70,000 years, Prim of Vaga, Tsian, Lugab and Zon, 40,000 years. 2. FRAGAPATTI said, To me Jehovih spake in the council of Absad, capital of Horeb, where sat my million gods, our throne itself an arc of light, and there came from the Almighty's throne a greater light, all brilliant, and, with it, the matchless voice. Jehovih said, 3. My son. My son. Go to the red star, the earth. She cometh thy way, her coat is red with mortal blood. 4. FRAGAPATTI said, The Father saith, The red star cometh this way, her coat is red with mortal blood. 5. To their tables the gods and goddesses turned, to mark the time, and now, quickly, the whisper ran to the million ears, the red star. The earth. Ye recollect, it was the little star where Sethantes stood man upright, now agone some 60,000 years. And Af crushed in her walls, and pruned her to the quick. 6. And then they overhauled the earth's history, these gods and goddesses measured her course to learn just when she would pass, and they found 5 years and 50 days would be her dawn of Dan, her time to cross the Ark of Oza. And as yet she roamed 200 years away. 7. FRAGAPATTI said, that this sudden light hath given such long warning, so, great work cometh anon. Let my swift messengers come, I will speak to them. 8. Then the marshals ushered in the swift messengers, saluting, before Jehovah's throne. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, Audivat, my son, the all-light fell upon me, saying, My son, go to the red star, the earth, her coat is red with mortal blood. Now, by her time, she standeth more than 200 years beyond the boundaries of Horeb. For this, I called thee and thy attendants. How long will it take thee to go thither and survey the earth and her heavens, and return hither? 10. Audivat, well trained in such matters, said, Of the earth's time, 40 days. FRAGAPATTI said, What number of attendants wilt thou require for so great a distance? And Audivat said, 20,000. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, Provide thee, then, all thou requirest, and go at once. And if thou shalt find the inhabitants of the earth suitable for sacred records, commission thou the god or lords to send Luis to raise up an heir for Jehovah's kingdom. 12. Audivat said, Thy will and Jehovah's be done. And, duly saluting, he and his attendants withdrew, and, coming to Gatwawa, ordered an aeroship of 20,000 gauge. In 2 days it was completed, and, during the time, Audivat had chosen his attendants. And so he departed, swiftly, like a ray of light, Audivat and his attendants, for the red star, the earth. To see what was the matter, that a god so far away as FRAGAPATTI was, could feel and know the flow of human blood. 13. For such is the all-perfection of Jehovah's sons and daughters. Even mortals can sense things a little way off, but Jehovah's upraised gods feel the breath of the stars, and know when they are disordered. Chapter 2. 1. FRAGAPATTI and the council were deeply engaged in the sortive of an Orion arc, through which the phalanx of Inihab and her constellation pass every 1,000 years. An Etherian region where the star, Unhauachata, was dissolved, some 20 days agone, and cut loose 30,000 million bound spirits, wrapped in corporeality, by the chief, Avaya, and his band of Etherian gods. Who had drawn largely on the inhabitants of Full, a garden of Horeb, in FRAGAPATTI's dominions. 2. And Avaya had quartered the dismembered hosts near Sortive, where the light of the ark fell sharply on them, to deplete which concourse, taxed the gods for more help than was at hand. To remedy which, FRAGAPATTI's hosts were extending the Giayan fields of Uth and lowering the grades suitable to the spirits of darkness rescued from Unhauachata, a prolific world. Bringing forth imperfect human souls too abundantly for the quality. 3. And Inihab was near at hand, to pass the ark of Sortive, with her 100 stars, many of them larger than the earth, to 70 of which the inhabitants of Horeb would need to go as redeeming gods and goddesses for the dawn of Dan upon them. To apportion all of which, FRAGAPATTI and his million council had work on hand, so that not seriously the condition of the earth and her heavens weighed upon them. 4. But in 40 days' time, or in such period as would be 40 days on the earth, Audivat and his attendants, 20,000, with the aeroship of fire, returned from the earth and her heavens, speeding close to Absad, where the marshals received them, and announced them to the council. FRAGAPATTI said, Let Audivat and his attendants approach the throne. 5. And Audivat went in, saluting, and stood before the chief, FRAGAPATTI. Audivat said, In Jehovah's name, and by his power and wisdom, am I here to proclaim of the red star in her heaven, first, then. 6. It is 3,100 years since great Osiris sowed the seed of mental culture amongst mortals, and it hath grown to be a giant, and a most merciless tyrant. To learn whereof I speak, even God and his lords, to honor thee, O FRAGAPATTI, gave me voice and word, and opened the libraries of their heavens, and accompanied me around about the earth, to all nations, tribes and wanderers. To me, the God of earth said. 7. Greeting to FRAGAPATTI, in the name of the Father, And to thee, his son. Take thou this record to him, and his counsel, in Horeb. For I am powerless through my lords and hosts against such odds. 8. God said, From the time great Osiris ascended to his Etherean realm, our heaven yielded ample harvests for 1,500 years. And God and lords succeeded in regular order for every Dan put upon the earth. 9. But then came a change, for the Aegean fields pressed close on every side of heaven, and the souls of angels and mortals turned down to the gross earth. After which time, only such as were already within the second resurrection came and strove for the upper worlds. 10. These depleted the constant rise, and left our colleges, schools and factories vacant. For the hosts of Esyans, newborn from the earth, were stubborn in their much earthly learning, spurning wise counsel and association. 11. And there were born from the earth into Atmospheria, millions and millions of spirits, who could not believe they were dead, but maintained they were confined in dark dungeons, howling and cursing day and night. 12. For the seed of corporeal knowledge had taken root in the Ewan race. They had learned the motions, names and places of the stars, the moon and sun, and from these, prophesied the affairs of nations and men. And duly marked out, with maps and charts, the destiny of things, according to the dates of corporeal births and movements, attributing the highest central cause to the sun and stars in conjunction. 13. And thus they cast aside all spirit, even Jehovih, reasoning, that if the sun made winter and summer, and grass to grow and die, so it ruled over animals and men. And so, the temples built to observe the stars, before which men once fell down and worshipped Jehovih, became the places of decrees to horrid deaths of all who taught of or believed in spirit. 14. And now rose a mighty nation on earth, of the Ewans, and called, Parsii, and they ignored the decrees of gods and lords to build no city larger than 2,000 souls. Forsooth, declaring the lords and gods to be but inspirations from the quickening power of the sun and stars, made dark and personal by the credibility of past ages. 15. And so, in representation of the solar phalanx, they built Oahspe, a sun city, which standeth to this day of 1,000,000 souls, sworn to make it the central governor over all the earth, and all other places tributary and paying for its glory. And over Oahspe they made a king, and called him, King of the Sun, Sochi, to be to him and his heirs, successors forever. 16. And Oahspe was embellished and adorned above all other places that had been on the earth. The fame of which spread abroad over Japheth and Shem and Ham, betwixt which it lieth centrally. Its colleges became famous, and its observatories were of such magnificence that their roofs were covered with silver and gold. The mirrors and lenses and dark chambers within the towers were so constructed that the stars could be read as well in the day as at night, and the records of observation covered more than 1,000 years, by men of great learning. 17. But now, alas, Oahspe aspires not only to be the central sun in knowledge, but in power and dominion, over the whole earth. And so, from her ample treasures, she sendeth forth armies to conquer and destroy, to gather and plunder, to build still greater her magnificence. 18. So Japheth and Shem and Ham run red with human blood, whereat, I raised my voice to high heaven, that Jehovih would send deliverance for the souls of men. 19. For of the 1,000,000 slain, whose spirits still lie on the battlefields in chaos, or madly fighting some unseen horror of hallucination, none can be persuaded to come to holier places in heaven. Whilst hosts of them rush madly into Oahspe, to find even their souls accursed by mortals. 20. God said, So the heaven of the earth hath fallen to the earth, save the Ions and the far-off Ewans, whose spirits my lords gather in and prepare for the after-resurrection. But amongst the Parsii nation, none more believe the dead shall rise, nor that spirit is. But that with the mortal death there is the end, to which the king hath made a decree that never more shall man teach or preach of a heaven for spirits of the dead, nor proclaim a great spirit, a creator. 21. Audiobook said, In such manner God disclosed the affairs of earth and heaven, now deadlocked in everlasting destruction, which things, in fuller details, I with my attendants, beheld in every land and kingdom. And as we sat in Vibrage, in the sacred circle, a light, a single star, appeared before us, even at the throne of God, and from its center the book of heaven fell, as if to send broadcast before mortals the plan and will of Jehovih, near at hand. 22. At this, God said, Tell me, Audiobook, thou that travellest across the mighty heavens, and art stored with the knowledge of God's ruling over other worlds, what is the signal of this light and sacred book? To which I replied, This, O God, the time hath come to earth to prove to mortals the things whereof the gods and lords have taught. History shall no longer be locked up privately with the chosen race, the Ions. But it shall stand before both saints and sinners. 23. Thou shalt prove the resurrection before these stubborn kings, the slaughterers of men, that they may say, Not as the Ions, we believe the soul immortal, because handed down from the ancients, but because it hath been demonstrated before our eyes. 24. God said, How shall this be? To which I replied, Not I, great God, can tell, for that department is not in my keeping. But this much I know, thou shalt send Luis into the city of Oahspe, and they shall raise up a suis sargis of the 4th grade. All else leave thou till FRAGAPATTI cometh. 25. God said, To reach the 4th grade, will require 5 generations, which shall spring from the Ion race commingling with the Iwans. Go, then, O Audiobook, to thy Etherean home, before the council of Oahspe, to Jehovah's throne, and say to great FRAGAPATTI, an heir to the light of resurrection shall be born ere the dawn of Dan of Horeb. 26. Audiobook said, On learning these truths, I took my leave, and rose and came swiftly back to thy realm. 27. FRAGAPATTI said, It is well. In the time of the next dawn of Dan on the earth, I will take a resting spell in which to fulfill Jehovah's plan on earth and in her heavens. 28. So, saluting Audiobook, who retired, FRAGAPATTI proceeded with his counsel in the affairs of other worlds, making a memorandum of the time and place the earth should near the plains of Horeb, in the Etherean worlds, some 200 years yet to come. Chapter 3. 1. But the dawn came, and in the wing of Gamachula, home of FRAGAPATTI, Orient chief in the Etherean world's high standing, came the voice, Jehovah's word, saying, My son. Behold, the dawn of Dan neareth the border of Horeb. The wailing earth, the red star, cometh apace. And God and lords call out the name of my infant son, Zarathustra. 2. FRAGAPATTI rose up, hearing the voice, and saw the time fulfilled, the 200 years and more, for the coming world, the time for the revealed word to mortals. To thee, O Jehovih. He said, Boundless. I come with my hosts, 10 million strong. 3. FRAGAPATTI went into the Etherean council of gods and goddesses. He said, The time hath come, the red star borders on the plains of Horeb. Jehovih calleth. 4. Then the council rejoiced, for the weighty matters of hundreds of Etherean worlds were settled for a space of time, with promised rest and recreation in corporeal fields. First spake Adar, God of many worlds, a decreer of time in Aegean vortices, in the regions of Hyspian suns saying, O Jehovih, give to thy son, FRAGAPATTI, 5 years rest, the dawn of earth in Dan. Only the earth and her heavens to deal with. 5. Next spake Faithists, goddess of 3 Etherean worlds, the white-haired wielder of the cimeter of bars, period of Oahspe, carbon fashioner for the arcs of Job and Saul. She said, O Jehovih, Almighty! What shall be the prayer of thy daughter, Faithists? What can her love devise for the rest and glory of our high God, FRAGAPATTI, Orient chief? Then spake Chasin, marshal-in-chief for 7 Etherean worlds, small man, with flowing beard, brought forth from the star, Indra. He said, O Jehovih, make me contributor of my much love to the rest and glory of our holy chief, FRAGAPATTI. 6. Thus spake 10,000 gods and goddesses of their love and high esteem for the worker, FRAGAPATTI, rich in power and wisdom and love, above all Etherean gods in Horeb. 7. FRAGAPATTI said, 10,000,000 strong my hosts shall be. On the earth, and her heavens, during her dawn of Dan, 5 years and 50 days, we shall have no other labor, thus making it as a holiday for gods and goddesses to redeem the fallen world. 8. FRAGAPATTI had spoken. So the proper officers and workmen proceeded to their parts, and in 7 days the Uatl announced the fire ship, the Bien float, ready for the journey. Meantime, the selection of the 10,000,000 redeemers had been made, and they came, every one like a brilliant star, to take their rooms in the monarch vessel. 9. FRAGAPATTI made Hewett commander-in-chief, and gave him 10,000 aides. For the curtains and tallage, he made Metrav, goddess of Rook, mistress to the flowing east. And for the spires, he made Iata mistress of restless morn. She was weaver to Gng, in Reth, 4,000 years, and much loved, with black eyes, piercing. Of music, FRAGAPATTI made Theridaviv conductor. She was goddess of Helm, an Etherean world in the roadway of Z and Olus, 4,000 years mistress of Naalt and Exen, one-time companion to Edisei, the Vroigi, loved in Wan and Sangawich, for her mirth in adversity. Of the trumpeters, FRAGAPATTI made Boan conductor, he was god of Ixalata, now on leave of absence. For chartist, he made Yen the chief. He was surveyor of Otha, an Etherean sea in the Orient Arc of Weed and Hollandpoicheva, also on leave of absence during the Red Star dawn. Of the libraries, he made Heta chief mistress, she was goddess of Visha in the Wales of Southang. 30,000 years teacher of Imes, and 10,000 years counselor of the Orient chief, Eris, of the Arc Yms. 10. Besides these, FRAGAPATTI distributed the minor offices of the float to such gods and goddesses whose most exalted states were the extreme opposite, that the great journey through Etheria be the transverse of all serious purpose. And thus they started on their course, amidst the applause of thousands of millions of Etherians, wishing them love and joy on their mirthful cruise in furtherance of Jehovah's will. 11. Speeding swiftly across the swamps of Yule, where 7 corporeal stars were dismembered 1,000,000,000 years ago, now set with Aegean fields, and forming nebulae. Whereto they bring, at times, the Drujas, the dark spirits of other worlds, that they may take on the semblance of corporeal forms to complete their neglected good works in times past. The ship rose freely, and then shot into the pastures of Zay, where Lepsa, god of the corporeal star, Tessa, 400 years, feedeth 70,000,000 Esyans, colonizing them to truth and good works. Lepsa knew the float was coming, and so had called 1,000,000,000 spectators, to look on, knowing they desired to see great FRAGAPATTI, and they sang and blew their trumpets, rejoicing. To which the gods and goddesses of the float cast out myriads of Archean flowers, and sweet perfumes, mementos of love. 12. To evil, now, the ship made way. Where 7 Etherean worlds bordered in the Arc of Nu, pastures of Elim, god of Usin, where congregated another host of 2,000 millions, to see them pass, cheering with singing, and with trumpets and stringed instruments. And to this god, Elim, FRAGAPATTI caused the banners of the float to salute on the sign, Jehovah's name, being friends for 90,000 years, and Elim answered him with 1,000,000 posts of light, amidst the waving of innumerable banners. 13. Onward moved the float, the fire ship, with its 10,000,000 joyous souls, now nearing the borders of Horeb, the boundary of FRAGAPATTI's honored regions, known for hundreds of thousands of years, and for his work on many worlds. Here, reaching Kvorkum, the roadway of the solar phalanx, near the post of Dan, where were quartered 500,000,000 Etherians, on a voyage of exploration of more than 4 millions of years. Rich stored with the glories of great Jehovah's universe. Their Koalu, their ship, was almost like a world, so vast, and stored with all appurtenances. They talked of going home. Their pilots had coursed the firmament since long before the earth was made, and knew more than 1,000,000 of roadways in the Etherean worlds, and were best to travel to witness the grandest contrasting scenes. 14. By their invitation, FRAGAPATTI halted here a while, and the hosts interchanged their love, and discoursed on their purposes, rejoicing in the glories of Jehovah's everlasting kingdoms. And though they had lived so long, and seen so much, every one had new and wondrous works to tell of, for so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit, that never twice alike will one find the scenes in the Etherian worlds. Radiant, differently, moving into everlasting changes, as if each one were to outdo the former in beauty and magnificence. 15. And then again they sped onward, now richly stored with the awe-stirring wonders they had just heard from strange travelers. Presently, now, the float neared the borders of Chinvat, the earth's vortex, just beyond the orbit of the moon. Here FRAGAPATTI halted for a day, sending swift messengers down to the lower heavens, and to the earth, to resolve where he should anchor during dawn. 16. And, the next day, he ordered the lights lowered, and now slowly moved toward the rolling earth, down, down, till he reached the third grade of plateaus from the earth's surface, called Haritai. Chapter 4. 1. Jehovih said, Here, O my son, FRAGAPATTI. Here, in Haritai, have I laid the foundation of thy kingdom. Make fast here the fire ship, 5 years and 50 days. 2. Call forth thy hosts, build thou a throne of my throne. The voice of thy Creator is with thee. FRAGAPATTI said, Throne of thy throne, O Jehovih, here will I build. Haritai shall be my headquarters for the dawn of Dan. Come forth, O ye gods of dawn. Hear the voice of the Son of Jehovih. Bow down, O ye heavens. 3. The ship was anchored, and the 10 millions came forth and assembled in a living altar. FRAGAPATTI raised his hand, saying, Throne of thy throne, O Jehovih. And the hosts raised their hands, and the elements took shape and majesty, raising into a throne brilliant as fire. Then FRAGAPATTI ascended and sat on the throne, saying, Glory be to thee, O Father, the highest. 4. A light came down from the Etherian firmament, and covered the throne over with a canopy, wide enough for 5 million men to sit under. And at the borders of the canopy, the Etherians, whose work it fell to, sat up columns of crystals, opaque and transparent, illuminated in all possible colors and shades and tints. 5. FRAGAPATTI said, From thy council chamber, O Jehovih, will I build to thee forever. And now the hosts, gods and goddesses, held up their arms, lifting and casting in. And, lo and behold, there rose and stood the habitable Muru, council chamber and capital of Haritai. 6. Then to prayers all hands turned, glorifying the Father, then in singing with praise. 7. After which, FRAGAPATTI said, In thy name, and by thy power and wisdom, O Jehovih, will I now establish heaven anew over the earth. My marshals shall now proceed down to the earth and command the presence of God and his lords, and all such others as can endure this light. They shall hear my voice, and learn my decrees. 8. 10,000 marshals, saluting, departed for the earth and regions below. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, Meanwhile, I will appoint my high council of the first house of Muru, gods and goddesses of dawn. Hear me, then, in the name of Jehovih, the All-Light. 10. Keoka, god of Aram, Adakasha, god of Berytus, Ariama, god of Cruz, Pathema, goddess of Ron, Madyaria, mistress of Carium, Gatha Hunavite, goddess of Halanich. Ramaquaktra, god of Veres, Vahista, god of Valu, speech, Aramishia, god of Isasai, the Mayazdas, Haptanhide, god of Sumatras, Yima, god of Ayam, Sudga, god of Laka, Iraga, god of Bukdai, Ilisic, goddess of Cyrus. Harwadi, goddess of Otmat, in Ag, Duz, goddess of Verathagna, Wetamadi, goddess of Dihama, Quaktra, goddess of Aegima, Ustavadi, goddess of Mahameru, Kura, goddess of Coronia, Yen, goddess of Aka, Kaoshianto, god of Abret. Rethwaiska, god of Huri, Pentas, god of Butts, Vario, god of Nugagala, Zoada and her brother, Zeoda, god and goddess of Adaravaksha, Raithwaisker, god of Nis, Yatha, god of Ameshaz, and Kanha, god of Srawak. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, O Jehovih, behold the glory of my house. I have chosen only such as have ruled over whole worlds. Was ever a god so favored, with such a counsel? Was ever so great a light sent to so small a world as the red star? 12. Jehovah said, As I have created man to need relaxation at times, so have I carried the same conditions to be desired by my highest of gods. Neither have I exalted any god so high, but the most menial office is his glory. Neither shall the autocrat learn sympathy till he liveth with a beggar, or the highest best man learn love and tenderness without taking a season in the depths of misery. 13. FRAGAPATTI said, Shall the strong man forget he was once a child? Can an Orient chief forget he was once a slave? Can he that is in the light forget them that are in the dark? 14. Mighty art thou, O Jehovah! I came to the earth and her heavens to rest myself in thy service, but thou wert here before me. Thy voice riseth up to rebuke me, yea, I am still but a child to thee. Chapter 5. 1. When FRAGAPATTI had selected both departments of his council, which comprised 100,000 souls, he said. 2. When a god espouseth a new kingdom, it is customary for him to create his own capital, and affix the boundaries of his lights and hall of audience. But when he hath gods and goddesses for his assistants, it is meet and proper for them to help in the buildings. In this case, I give into your hands to provide this realm. 3. Hardly had his words gone forth when the gods and goddesses stretched forth their hands unto Jehovah, and, lo and behold, the elements of the plateau took shape, and there stood the canopy of a new kingdom. Then again they stretched forth their hands to Jehovah, and there came the walls of the house of heaven, and yet again they stretched forth their hands to Jehovah, and there came the floor and foundation. 4. And the house was called the house of Muru, the place of the throne of FRAGAPATTI, in the lower heavens. On the plains beyond the house, FRAGAPATTI created 1,000 fields and pastures. And in each and every one he created 10,000 mansions, and every mansion was capable of 1,000 souls. With roadways from one to another FRAGAPATTI created them, his hosts being the workmen, in the wisdom and power of Jehovah. 5. Whilst this work was going on, the marshals who went down to the earth returned, bringing God and his lords with them, and also bringing with them 1,200,000 spirits of the second resurrection. FRAGAPATTI commanded them to bring God and his lords into the house of Muru, and they were so brought. 6. FRAGAPATTI said, In the name of Jehovah, I salute thee, O God, and thy lords, and thy hosts. 7. God said, In thy name, O Jehovah, am I, and my lords, and my hosts, blessed with great joy. That thou, O FRAGAPATTI, hast come to redeem the earthborn and the spirits of these heavens, is a joyful period in the time of worlds. 8. The Lord said, For ourselves and our hosts, O Jehovah, do we thank thy Son, FRAGAPATTI. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, That thou, O God, mightst know my decrees, I commanded thee and thy lords, and thy exalted hosts, hither. Hear me, then, and to whom I send thee, do thou my commandments, in the name of Jehovah. The time hath come when mortals on the earth shall begin their lessons in spiritual things proven, being themselves made part in the building of Jehovah's kingdoms. 10. Through thee, the present reigning God of the earth and her heavens, must be carried out the death and resurrection of thy chosen heir, Zarathustra, to prove, first, that man on the corporeal earth can live all pure and without sin. Second, that corporeal death belongeth to the earth body of man, and not to the spirit, and, third, that after death, the same person can rise in spirit and appear to mortals, to be seen and known. After which, he shall show his final ascent toward the upper heavens, in the arms of his God. 11. Whilst this cometh upon thee in person to carry out, thou shalt also, through thy ministering angels, prove to mortals the advantage of virtue and truth over sin and darkness. For thou shalt cause also to be stricken in death 2 evil men who are all impure, and they shall suffer death at the same time with thy heir, Zarathustra, but these shall not appear before mortals after death. For mortals shall hereafter be a testimony to one another of the reward of virtue, and the power of being one with the gods, sons of Jehovah. 12. But since all attestation by spirits can be set at defiance by the craft of philosophers, thou shalt not wait till after the death of thy heir, to teach the truths of the Father's kingdoms, but beforehand. Causing Zarathustra, whilst yet mortal, to write down rules of mortal life, and doctrines, and faith, and repentance, and praise of the Great Spirit, and of prophecy, and all manner of righteous gifts, and the power of miracles, and the triumph of the spirit of man over corporeal elements. 13. And when thou hast completed these things, thou shalt bring the spirit of Zarathustra to this house. But the drunks who suffer death with him, thou shalt deliver in the usual way to the places prepared for their resurrection. 14. Tell me, then, how standeth thy heir? And ask thou of me whatsoever thou wilt, to assist thee, to carry out these, my decrees, and it shall be granted unto thee. 15. God said, Zarathustra hath attained his 20th year, and comprehendeth the destiny put upon him. He is pure and wise, with faith and gentleness, but he is larger and more powerful than any other man in the world. He is instructed, both in the spiritual and corporeal senses, having a knowledge of the books of the ancients, and of writing and making tablets. 16. FRAGAPATTI said, 5 years shalt thou have in which to complete thy labor. Depart, therefore, to thy place, taking with thee such of thy lords and hosts as thou mayst require. I will appoint 1,000 messengers to travel betwixt thy place and this, that every day thou shalt ask for this or that, it shall be granted unto thee. To which God replied. 17. I will go now and cause Zarathustra to write a book of wisdom, and give him prophecy over the kings and nations and tribes of men. What I do shall be proven to thee in Muru. Thus saying, God withdrew a little, and selected his lords and such other assistants as he desired. And, after this, FRAGAPATTI granted a day of recreation, in which time the Etherians were made well acquainted with the conditions of mortals and of the thousands of millions of spirits still lingering in the first resurrection, and in darkness and chaos. 18. On the next day God and his hosts departed for the earth, well attended by thousands of volunteers from the Etherian sojourners of Oahspe. Chapter 6. 1. FRAGAPATTI said, The voice of Jehovih cometh to me, saying, My son, appoint thou an assistant chief to sit on thy throne, and go thou around about Atmospheria, taking surveyors and inspectors with thee. For thou shalt see with thine own eyes the condition of thousands of millions of spirits in Hada. 2. FRAGAPATTI said, In Jehovah's name, I announce Athrava my assistant, God of Muru. There was great rejoicing in the council at this. Then came Athrava forward, and ascended Jehovah's throne and sat on the right hand of FRAGAPATTI. Etherian lights fell upon the place from every side, and FRAGAPATTI gathered from the elements and made a crown for Athrava, and crowned him. 3. Officers and workmen were sent to build a conveyance for FRAGAPATTI, and for such attendants as he might take with him. So, the next day, FRAGAPATTI chose his companions, 30,000, making Varathragna speaker, and he and they departed for their inspection of Hada and the earth. 4. His ship was built without lights or curtains, so they might travel unobserved. First he inspected the plateau of Oahspe, which, prior to this, had never been inhabited, and he found its distance from the earth was equal to 10 diameters of the earth. And its east and west and north and south diameters corresponded in size to what the earth would be were it that volume, that is to say, the superfice of the plateau was 528,000 miles in every direction. And in the ratio of the number of mortals on the earth, this plateau would inhabit 528,000 million souls. And yet this was not the 1,000th part of the number it could sustain, in fact, within and without. 5. FRAGAPATTI said, Such is Oahspe, O Jehovih. And yet there have been, till now, no spirits to come and inhabit it. Who can survey thy works, O Father? Who shall fear for the limit of thy handiwork? 6. Varathragna said, And yet we shall find in the lowest hottest spirits huddled together like bees in a hive. And yet wherefore, O chief, for is it not so with mortals also? They cluster together in cities and tribes, warring for inches of ground, whilst vast divisions of the earth lie waste and vacant. 7. FRAGAPATTI said, Is this not the sum of the darkness of mortals and of spirits in the lowest realms? They know not how to live. A spider or an ant is more one with the Creator than these. 8. Next they visited Zeredo, 6 diameters of the earth distant. Here they found a colony of 2,000 million spirits, that had been founded by Osiris 3,300 years before. But not the same people, but such as came up from the earth afterward. They had a god named Hob, an atmospherian from the earth, 2,100 years. And he was upright and wise, and of good works most excellent. But knowing nothing of Etheria, had no ambition to rise thither. And his content had visited itself on the colony, and they were contented also. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, To remain here forever, is this the extent of thy desires, O Hob? And Hob answered him, saying, Yea, Master. What more is life than to reach the highest place and remain there? To which FRAGAPATTI said, Is this the all-highest? And Hob said, Yea, Master. Any place and condition is the all-highest, if man make it so. None can attain higher than I, no people higher than my people. We are freed from the earth and Hada, and we desire not to return thither, nor to go to any other place. 10. FRAGAPATTI said, Let us walk a little, that I may see thy kingdom. Hob consented, and they walked along, seeing the inhabitants lying at ease, some amusing themselves weaving threads of light, then unraveling them and weaving them over again. Others playing with crystals and lenses and opaque and transparent elements, but not doing anything for another, nor, in fact, needed they, for all were capable of doing for themselves. Now, after they had travelled a while, FRAGAPATTI said, Hast thou not, O Hob, a desire to return to the plateaus below thee, where the inhabitants are in misery and darkness, and bring them into thine own realm? To which Hob said, 11. Nay, Master. Let them shift for themselves. Even if we helped them up they would be thankless. Nay, my doctrine is, man is the all-highest of all things. The elements are dumb, the worlds are many and wide. Let man choose a corner for himself, and there settle forever. FRAGAPATTI asked, Because a man chooseth a corner, is it necessarily his own? Hob said, Our place was bequeathed us by our forefathers, of course it is ours, and to remain so forever. Neither suffer we any other spirits to settle in our dominions. Being far away from the rest of the world, we are not much molested. 12. FRAGAPATTI said, How came ye hither? Hob said, Long ago there came a god hither, named Osiris, bringing 6,000 million drudges up from the earth. With them he founded a colony here. With factories, colleges, hospitals, and all things necessary to enlighten the people, giving them ample teachers. In course of time, many of the inhabitants migrated away from this place, and it was almost depleted of its people. But the gods below this sent new supplies of inhabitants, of which we are the second and third installments, so we inherited the place with all its factories and educationals, and other places. 13. FRAGAPATTI said, As ye were raised up by the gods of other places, would it not give ye joy to raise up others, who are still in darkness? Hob said, Nay, Master. We are pure and refined, the atmosphere of drudges is unpleasant to us. They would vitiate our own happiness, besides entailing toil and responsibilities upon us. We cannot mix with any people but the refined and holy. We take care of ourselves, let others do the same, and all will be well. 14. FRAGAPATTI said, Who thinkest thou I am, and my people with me? Hob said, Visitors from some far-off realm, who are either discordant with yourselves, or bent to meddle in the affairs of other peoples. We have had visitors before, and we never grieved when they left us. To which FRAGAPATTI replied, 15. Thou art strong in thy philosophy. Had no nation or people such ambition as this, there would be no content in the world. To be satisfied with one's own self and behavior is to be a god in fact. Hadst thou nothing to fear from immigration coming to thy shore, or to fear from some new philosophy undermining thy long-established convictions, thou mightst indeed be the happiest of gods, and thy people the happiest of people. 16. Job said, True. Thou perceivest wisely. Oh, that there was nothing to fear, nothing to dread, forever. 17. Then FRAGAPATTI said, And I declare unto thee, Job, that condition can be attained. For I have seen kingdoms in heaven so fortified. And wert thou and thy people prepared to receive the sacred secrets pertaining thereto, I would most willingly unfold them before thee. Job said, Thou art a wise God, tarry thou and teach us. 18. FRAGAPATTI said, I am now on a journey, and cannot remain longer. But, on one condition, I will return hither and disclose these matters, so that never more shalt thou fear for immigration into thy country, nor for any philosophy which any man or god may teach, exact a promise of secrecy from all thy people. Job said, It shall be done. 19. And FRAGAPATTI and his hosts withdrew, and departed out of that plateau, promising to return when notification had been served on his people. But FRAGAPATTI inspected the whole superfice, and found it capable of educating and providing for 100,000 million spirits, whereas, there were but 2,000 millions in Job's kingdom. And they inhabited only a small corner of the plateau, nevertheless, Job laid claim to the whole. 20. After this, FRAGAPATTI descended to the next plateau, the first grade plateau above the earth, called Oahspe, signifying, land and sky world, for the first spirit life after mortal death. Oahspe hath its foundation on the earth, and it undulateth with mountains and valleys, like the earth, having seas over the corporeal seas. And the outer superfice of Oahspe is from 20 to 100 miles above the earth's surface. And it is habitable within and without, after the manner of all spirit worlds. But the first resurrections were within it and on the earth's surface, and the second resurrections, mostly, on its superfice. Though all atmospherian plateaus are also made for the second and third resurrections. On the roadway betwixt Oahspe and Zeredo, next ascending, it was that Osir established Vibrich, which was now so depleted of its people that FRAGAPATTI halted not to examine it, but proceeded to Oahspe direct. See page 184. 21. Here lie the mountains of morn and eve, and mountains of the moon and sun and stars, chief of which groups are. 22. Ushadaho, Ushadarina, Erezaphia, Phoripa, Izora, Arazura, Tudi, Bumya, Deutya, Reo-Edita, Mazasavo, Ater, a place of light, inhabited by Hura, lord of Vuta, Erisho, Betagaiko, a place of Uz, signifying torments, because of its darkness. 23. This group of mountains is 90 miles higher than the earth mountains of Japheth. South of these are Adarana, Iana, Isakata, Somya, Kanakataphadrao, Vara, and the double mountain, Hamanakana, 8 ranges of the round mountains, Fravanku. The 4 peaks, the Vidwana. 24, these extend over the earth mountains of Shem, and have an altitude above the earth of 100 miles. These are the oldest inhabited spirit worlds, since the submersion of Pan, whose spirit worlds were carried up to a higher heaven, which hath since been called Horitai. 25. Extending east and west lie the group called the Red Men's Group, Izaka, Minaka, Vakadraki, Akaya, Tadaki, Ishvakaya, Drashasveo, Karaveo, Nanhusmo, Kahayuyu, Otarekanhi, Karayea. Which were the first places in heaven for colonizing the spirits of the Iwan race. 26. The next group lieth to the west and south, which are, Gichandava, Iwanavarya, Rigamna, Akaya, Ashatiambana, Uraniovadidki, Asnahovo, Ashioma, Utsigarineo, Siamakama, Siamaka, Bafrayatso, Bafreo, Barusha, and Wasoako. 27. To the south of this group are the towering eagles, which are, Ijatara, Adhutuvatata, Septimavarino, Kpentadata, Asnavoya, Karogakaveko, Toriosa, Baroyo, Barocreama, Freyapoa, Udria, Usiakava, Raveo. all of which groups were named by the gods and lords of the intermediate worlds during the time of the Iha language amongst mortals, being named after the amalgamation of the tribes of Ians, every syllable, in former ages, being one tribe. Whereof the gods have made this testimony to endure from before the time of FRAGAPATTI and Zarathustra. Wherein it may be proven to mortals and spirits that this division of the spirit world was revealed to man at the time language was carried to its highest compounding. 28. Besides these mountains in the lowest heavens, there were 4,000 others, the names of which were duly registered in the libraries of heaven, by Thor and his sub-gods. But more than 2,000 of them were uninhabited, owing to the fact, that Jehovih had not as yet created a sufficient number of people for them. But the mountains above were those, chiefly, where, at the time after Apollo, the false gods and false lords sat up kingdoms of their own, and the names of the mountains are also the names they espoused unto themselves. 29. FRAGAPATTI said, Alas, these heavens! Who can measure the vanity of men and angels, that cut loose from the Great Spirit, endeavoring to set up kingdoms on their own account? Their places perish, sorrowful histories. Behold these vagrant spirits, strolling about, or hiding amidst the ruins. Ashamed of their rags, and nakedness. Prowling around, millions of them, hundreds of millions. 30. Varathragna said, I thank thee, O Jehovih, that I am once again amongst the lowest. Keep me, O Father, amidst this darkness, till I shall never again forget the lowest of my brothers and sisters. I behold thy wisdom, O Jehovih. But for these cycles of time, in the dawns of which thy Ethereans can come down to witness the bounden in hell, they would themselves forget the horrors. Oh, that thou wilt not suffer me to rest till I have helped to raise them up to know thee, and to be a glory within thy works. Chapter 7. 1. FRAGAPATTI surveyed Oahspe in all the morn of east birth, and his officers enumerated the spirits, and recorded their condition, and then he called his conductors, saying, 2. I have measured the morn of the east birth. Take me now to the setting eve of death. 3. So the ship, with its passengers, was raised a little, and started for the west, running low over the regions lying west of Ham, Shem and Japheth. FRAGAPATTI said. 4. I perceive, the plan of the gods on this star was to complete its inhabitation by going westward. For this reason, I will see where they design to have the eve of death and the birth of the Father's kingdom on the corporeal part. 5. When they came to the Atlantic Ocean, Eusosha, they raised their ship still higher, and sped across for the regions inhabited by the Ians and Iwans. 6. Arriving thither, they came to Ipsioge, a region in the lower heaven where Hapacha, lord of the Ians, had a kingdom of 70 million souls, many of whom were Iwan spirits. Here FRAGAPATTI halted, and made fast his ship, remaining 7 days. And Hapacha received him and his hosts, and entertained them. And during the time of their sojourn, Hapacha sent his Odavan out around over all the heavens belonging to Gautama, north and south, taking the surveyors and inspectors of the hosts of FRAGAPATTI into all inhabited places. So they could complete their records. 7. In the meantime, Hapacha conducted FRAGAPATTI throughout his kingdom, exhibiting the factories, schools, colleges, hospitals, and all such places as belong to the second resurrection. 8. FRAGAPATTI said to Hapacha, In thee and thy kingdom I am well pleased. Thou shalt hear from me ere many days. At present I must depart. So FRAGAPATTI told not who he was, nor what was his mission. But gathering together his hosts, departed, still going westward, until he completed the circumference of the earth. 9. Now will I again go around the earth, said FRAGAPATTI, and inspect mortals and their kingdoms. So, his conductors now run the ship just above the lands, being guided by messengers familiar with the earth and with all the habitable places. And they zigzagged their course, going into all kingdoms and into all large cities, and into forests and plains, determining the condition of the earth, and its capabilities, as well as the conditions of mortals and their capabilities. 10. And when FRAGAPATTI had completed this latter inspection, he returned to Muru, in Haritai, and the whole of his absence was 77 days. 11. And all the records obtained on the expedition were immediately filed in Muru, where the High Council and all others who chose could read them. And on the 3rd day thereafter, FRAGAPATTI resumed the throne of Jehovih, and was prepared to found anew the kingdoms of Atmospheria, and also those of earth, to overthrow or set aside what was not good, and to raise up both mortals and spirits who had proved themselves worthy. Chapter 8. 1. This, then, is the manner of the house of Muru. FRAGAPATTI would announce the subject, then, rank and rank, according to exaltation, the representatives of hundreds and of thousands would speak on the subject. When all had spoken that desired to, or whom FRAGAPATTI asked, then FRAGAPATTI would pronounce in the name of Jehovih. And these were the decrees. For example. 2. FRAGAPATTI said, What shall be the divisions of the earth, and who the lords thereof? And when the house had expressed, then FRAGAPATTI said, In the name of Jehovih, these shall be the divisions of the earth, to wit, Japheth on the east and north, by the sea and to the ice regions, and on the west to the mountains of Oahspe, which shall be called the first division. 3. To the east and south, water, and to the west, the highlands of Ezer, and its name shall be Shem. 4. The south land shall henceforth be called Arabia, encompassed by the sea. And north of this, the first country of the brown-red race shall be called Heleste, bordering on Shem and Japheth on the east, and extending halfway to the sea on the west. 5. Europa shall be goddess of the west part, and it shall be called after her. And the 2 great west lands shall be called North Guatemala and South Guatemala. And all the islands of the earth shall be called Osea. And the waters of the earth shall be called Oahspe, signifying, in likeness of the earth and sky. 6. For the 7 divisions of the earth there shall be 7 rulers of the rank Lord God, and for South Osea, 1 ruler of the rank Lord. And for North Osea, 1 ruler of the rank Lord, and for Japan, 1 ruler of the rank subgod. 7. Hear me, O ye gods and goddesses, who I shall proclaim from amongst you shall reign during dawn of Dan only, but shall raise up a successor in your own name, and in Jehovah's name, to the same rank, to hold dominion 200 years. The next succeeding resurrection. 8. FRAGAPATTI said, I proclaim, in the name of Jehovih, Aon, Lord God of Japheth, Yima, Lord God of Shem, Ekkad, Lord God of Arabia, Gurukshi, Lord God of Heleste, Europa, Lord Goddess of Europa, Yetanti, Lord God of North Guatemala. Kawanea, Lord God of South Guatemala, Muingmi, Lord of South Osea, Otshata, Lord of North Osea, and Sufwa, Subgod of Japan. 9. Approach the throne, O ye Lord gods, and lords, and subgod, that ye may be anointed in the name of the Father, and duly crowned with the emblem of all light. 10. First came the Lord gods. And they stood before the throne of Jehovih, now illumined brilliantly, in gold and white. FRAGAPATTI said, By thy power and wisdom, O Jehovih, which rest in me, do I these, thy Lord gods, anoint and bestow to thy kingdoms, for thy glory. Amen. Receive ye of this fire, for it is his anointing with power and wisdom, that all men and women and children, mortals and spirits, coming under your dominion, may rejoice in their Creator, rising forever. Amen. 11. The Lord gods responded, May I glorify thee, O Jehovih, in the kingdom thou hast bestowed upon me. In thy name I receive this fire, for it is thy baptism with power and wisdom. Whomsoever thou hast entrusted to my dominion will I cause to rejoice at all times, and to rise up forever in thy numberless kingdoms. 12. FRAGAPATTI said, And to you I bequeath, in the Father's name, power to exalt successors, that ye may also bequeath to your successors power for them to exalt successors also. And so on, till the next dawn of Dan from the Etherean kingdoms, for of such manner shall be the dominion of the gods and lords of earth, and her heavens, for a long season hereafter. 13. The Lord gods responded, Thy power, O Jehovih, do I accept, to exalt a successor to me in my dominions, with power to bequeath the exalting power to his successors after him, till the next Etherean dawn of Dan. 14. FRAGAPATTI said, Crown of thy crown, O Jehovih, do I weave of thy golden light, for these, thy exalted sons and daughters, and with my hand, in thy name, crown them. Be thou with them, now and forever. Amen. 15. Then FRAGAPATTI gathered of the light present, and fashioned crowns for them, and they came forward to the foot of the throne, and he crowned them. So also, at the time they said, I receive thy fire. There came down from above a stream of light, bright as the sun, and settled upon them. 16. And now they sat down at the foot of the throne, in ancient custom, and FRAGAPATTI came down from the throne, bringing attendant gods with him. And they took the hands of the newly appointed gods, and rose them up, and FRAGAPATTI said, Arise thou, O Lord God, and go thy way. Jehovih is with thee. Then they stood aside, a little way off. 17. Then came forward the two lords. FRAGAPATTI said, O Jehovih, by thy power and wisdom in me vested, do I appoint and announce these, thy lords, to their divisions of the earth. And with my hands, and in thy name, weave I a crown for each of them, and crown them lords of thy light, for thy glory. Amen. 18. Hear me, O lords. That which I bestow in the name of the Father, and ye receive, ye shall also bestow in the name of the Father upon your successor at the end of this dawn of Dan. Though a Lord God hath dominion, first, with mortals, and, second, with the first heaven in his division which resteth on the earth. And though a Lord hath dominion with mortals only, and with such ashars as minister unto them, ye twain are made lords of far distant islands, where ye shall determine many things in your own way, often being gods also. Which I also bequeath unto you, and your successors forever. 19. The Lord said, What thou hast put upon me, O Jehovih, I will do, with thy power and wisdom, for thy glory, forever. Amen. I receive thy crown with praise and thanksgiving, and will bestow it in thy name upon my successor, bright as I now receive it. 20. FRAGAPATTI then laid the crowns upon them, and they sat at the foot of the throne, also. Then FRAGAPATTI took them by the hand, and raised them up, saying, Arise, O lords of Jehovih, and go your ways. 21. And when they stood aside, SUFWA came forward. FRAGAPATTI said, In thy name, O Jehovih, and by thy power in me vested, do I this, thy son, crown sub-god of his division of the earth and its heavens. Of thy light I crown him, and bestow him with a rod of water and rod of fire, that he may have dominion in thy name, and for thy glory. Amen. 22. Hear me, O God, thy duties make thee both Lord and God. But thy second resurrections shall be removed at short intervals, as thou shalt be hereafter informed. But thou shalt have power to appoint assistant lords to be with thee, in my name, and the Father's. And thou shalt also exalt a successor after thee, with power to his successor also. 23. In Jehovah's name, receive thou this crown of yellow light, for it is the emblem of the oldest habitable country above the waters of the earth. And may the Father be with thee, now and forever. Amen. 24. He also sat at the foot of the throne, and FRAGAPATTI raised him up, even as the others, saying, Arise, O God, and go thy way. So he stood aside. And now the Esenors sang and chanted, and the marshals led the way, and the newly empowered gods departed out of the house of Muru. And there had been provided for them, already, a vessel sufficient to reconduct them back to the earth. And they entered the vessel, and, amidst the flying of banners and the music of the trumpeters, they sped forward, and were soon out of sight. Chapter 9. 1. The hosts of the second resurrection were now conducted to the mansions previously created in Hawaii by FRAGAPATTI, and they were provided with teachers and occupations, according to their development. 2. FRAGAPATTI said, The marshals-in-chief will now send the builders of the fire ships before me, I will speak to them. Now when the builders had come, and duly saluted before the throne, FRAGAPATTI said. 3. Go build me an avalanche capable of carrying 3,000 million angels, with as many rooms, capable of descent and ascent, and east and west and north and south motion, and prepare it with a magnet, that it may face to the north. Whilst travelling. 4. The builders saluted, and then withdrew, and went and built the vessel. And it was 200,000 paces east and west, and the same north and south, its height was 1,000 lengths, and the vesture around it was 1,000 paces thick. And it was provided with Etherean curtains, 200,000, and with 400,000 banners, of all possible colors and shades and tints. Besides these were 50,000 small flags and streamers. The floor was woven in copy of a spider's net, extending from the center outward, and with circular bars at crosses, and the framework within was constructed with 1,000,000 uprights, the entire height of the vessel. And yet across these were 20 millions of bars, within the whole, were the rooms and halls, and places for musicians. 5. When it was completed, the builders notified FRAGAPATTI. He said, Uthrava, come thou and sit on the throne. I promised to go and see Job and his colony, in Zaretto, when he should send me word regarding certain matters. Behold, messengers have notified me, and Job desireth to know how he can establish his colony, that he may never more fear to be annoyed by other gods and angels. 6. Let 50,000 musicians enter the ship with me, besides a sufficient number of captains and officers to manage the ship. The marshals at once made the proper selections, and took them to the ship, when they all entered, FRAGAPATTI with them, and they departed. 7. So, FRAGAPATTI returned to Zaretto, the second highest lower heaven, of which the ambitious Job, with his colony, desired to be sole occupant forever. 8. Job was waiting to receive him, having aroused up a sufficient number of his indolent subjects to maintain the semblance of a heavenly council. But what a surprise! He had expected only a small vessel, with a few attendants. And now, when he beheld the magnificence of the Avalanza, and the majesty of the band of musicians, so far transcending anything he had ever seen, he feared, and was awe-stricken. 9. FRAGAPATTI approached slowly, but with avum lights, and when the ship was near at hand, the hosts aboard cast out hundreds of thousands of perfumed ovaries, which exploded with beautiful colors, filling the atmosphere around about with the most delightful perfume. Finally the Avalanza came to anchor, and FRAGAPATTI, without any ceremony, alighted, taking 1,000 attendants with him, and came directly up to Job, who was abashed somewhat on account of his shabby appearance. 10. FRAGAPATTI said, Friend and brother, peace and joy be unto thee and thy house. To which Job replied, All hail, great chief. Happiness attend thee and thy hosts. And were it not that I had previously discovered thou wert a philosopher like myself, I would apologize for the vast difference betwixt the respective appearances of our hosts. But ye are welcome all the same. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, A mere incident of conditions, most noble God. Thou art aware, when children go on a holiday excursion, they attire themselves in their best, so it is better that I find an apology than that thou shouldst. 12. Job said, Nay, chief, there is a philosophy in this matter which hath worried me of late. 1,000 years ago my colony was ambitious to retire itself in grandeur, and to build fine ships and go on excursions, also. 500 years later, they ceased building ships and going on excursions, saying, What is the use? Latterly, they are all utilitarians, doing just as little as possible. In fact, many of my subjects deny themselves comforts, on the plea that they can do without them. 13. FRAGAPATTI said, Thou rememberest, when I was here before I said to thee that without contentment no people had attained to peace. And thou didst acquiesce. Why, then, shouldst thou not rejoice that thy people have thus subdued ambition and curiosity? Hast thy mind, in so short a time, lost its contentment? Thou knowest I came hither to impart to thee and thy people the great secret, that ye may so fortify yourselves that ye shall never fear for gods or angels molesting you. 14. Job said, Hear me, O chief, if my people lose all ambition for rites and ceremonies, and dancings, and excursions, and keep constantly striving to deny themselves of everything save what necessity calleth for. And if that necessity becometh smaller and smaller, where will be the end? Will not all inspiration die out? For, to tell the truth, since my people have given up rites and ceremonies, and prayers and singings, they have also given up rejoicings of soul, and are becoming like a dead people. 15. FRAGAPATTI said, Then thou wouldst seem to prove that to hold on only to the useful in life would ultimately end in suicide to the state, to the family, to the individual, and even to the soul. 16. Job said, Many of my people are too lazy to clothe themselves, and because of shame, they seek secluded places, as they say, to live as they please. Do not such people commit suicide against the state? Hath a man a right to withdraw himself from his fellows, saying, It suiteth me better? We have been told that in the first age of mortals, they had no ambition to live together, being void of all talents, and that the gods inspired them to language and to society, giving them rites and ceremonies as an inducement to make them harmonious and attractive to one another. 17. FRAGAPATTI said, How shall I account for the difference betwixt thy arguments now and the other time I was with thee? Thou desiredst me to believe that thou and thy people were the highest, best, happiest of all people in the heavens. Why this change? 18. Job said, Thou didst promise me thou wouldst teach us some way of protection against being molested by other gods and spirits from other kingdoms. Since then I have reasoned on the subject, and I perceive that if such a state of security could be given to my people, they would wander off into isolation, and even forget language and judgment. How, then, was it, thou toldest me thou hadst been in heavens where such a state of seeming impossibility existeth? 19. FRAGAPATTI said, Let not argument sway thee, O Job. But rather, examine proofs for thyself. I mistrusted that my statement to thee was too extravagant to be believed without evidence. Behold, then, what I have done, I brought a vessel large enough for all thy people, desiring that ye go with me to my kingdom, new founded in Oahspe. And if thou shouldst find any further desire, at the end of a few years, I will take thee and thy people to still another kingdom, in a far-off world. After that, and thou desirest it, I will provide the same conveyance back to Zeredo, with power to rule over it to thy heart's content. 20. Job said, Fairest of gods. I feared, indeed, thou hadst come with the same old story. To worship the all-light, the unknowable nothingness, with foolish ceremonies and rites, and prayers, and songs of praise, which, however good for the ignorant and superstitious, are worthless to a God as enlightened as I am. This thou perceivest with thine own judgment. Gladly will I go with thee, and I will persuade as many of my people as possible to go also. Thou art the first God that ever came to our heaven, that wanted not to circumscribe our liberties, which neither I nor my people can tolerate. 21. These things were then communicated to the people of Zeredo. And after a few days they gathered together, and went into the Avalanza, every soul of them. FRAGAPATTI signaled the commander not to go directly to Oahspe, but by way of Oahspe, one of the hells in the Oahspe mountains, inhabited by thousands of millions of spirits in darkness, many of whom knew not who they were, nor had they names. Being infants, idiots, and chaotic and foul-smelling. Chapter 10. 1. When they came to Oahspe, Job cried out, What do my eyes behold? As I live, here are people who once belonged to Zeredo, mine own heaven. By what strange law left they my kingdom to come and dwell in these torments? 2. FRAGAPATTI caused the Avalanza to halt, that information be obtained. So he called the Druj, and there came thousands of them, ragged and drunken. Job knew many of them, and he said, Know ye who I am? And they answered, Yea, Job, God of Zeredo. Again spake Job, saying, For what reason left ye my glorious kingdom to come and dwell in this hell in iniquity? 3. They answered, saying, Alas, that we left, indeed. But since it is so, it is so. Hear us, then, O Job, this is the reason, even as mortals oft leave purity in order to revel in sin. More reason we know not. 4. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, saying, Jehovih saith, I have given man many talents. Because the roadways are not open for their growth, he plungeth into darkness. Think not that ye can draw a line, and say, O man, thou shalt not do this, or thou shalt do thus, for ye are powerless to hold him, whom I created to go forward. And if he find not a way to go forward, he will turn and go backward. 5. The drudges said, Yea, Master, Zoreto did not fill our souls, we were thirsty for amusement and light-heartedness. We heard no voice but utility. We sheared off all ornament and diversion, and art, and, finally, even music. We fain would hear from Zoreto, to know if perhaps they have not ceased to talk, and perhaps to live, because, forsooth, utility hath spoken. 6. And they laughed and frolicked about like idiots and fools, mingling with harlots, and thieves, and liars, and drunkards. 7. FRAGAPATTI caused the ship to move on a while, and then halted, and called other drudges, and questioned them in the same manner, and received answers of the same character. 8. Again they moved onward, and the same was repeated. Finally, they came to a place where all was darkness and noise and confusion, where they even heeded not the ship, nor the calls made to them. Then spake FRAGAPATTI to Job, saying, Hath it been proven to thee that man cannot stand still? Job said, It is true. This matter cometh close home to me. I perceive now that had I not come out of Zoreto, I had not witnessed these things, nor had I seen Zoreto as I now see it. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, Be not hasty against thine own philosophy, for I will show thee thine own wisdom by and by. So they travelled 7 days in hell, the lowest division of Hada, where there was neither government, nor order, nor truth, nor virtue, but torments and wailings and cursings. 10. FRAGAPATTI said, Thou hast seen that these many people know not their own darkness. 11. Job said, Is it not true, O chief, that no man knoweth his own darkness? Who, then, is safe? Who knoweth he is not on the downward path? 12. FRAGAPATTI said, Thou hast said man is the all-highest. But doth it not come home to us all, as to the ancients, that to do good with all our wisdom and strength, and have faith therein, that we are on the road to the all-highest? 13. Certainly thou hast proven, said Job, that Zoreto is not the all-highest, for it cannot retain its people. Even hell hath prevailed over her. And doth not hell prevail over all self-righteousness, and over riches and kingdoms and empires? If, therefore, hell prevaileth, is not hell the most powerful? And if the most powerful is not hell, therefore the all-highest? The ancients were happy in ignorance, for in believing in an all-person, a creator, and that they should ultimately see him, they had an object in view. But with the growth of wisdom, we find we cannot realize such a person, and so have no object in view ahead of us. Thereupon, we recoil upon ourselves, and all is dead. 14. FRAGAPATTI said, Hath man no lesson from the past? In the ancient times the gods persuaded mortals to make stone idols and worship them. And they were sufficient until man attained more knowledge. Again came the gods to mortals, inventing a large man-god in the sky, persuading them to worship him. He was a sufficient god till man learned to commune with angels, and the angels contradicted that philosophy. But hear me, O Job, have we not a lesson in this, which is, that we must ever have an all-highest person so far ahead that we cannot attain him? If this be true, when we have surpassed a person whose figure and condition we can comprehend, is it not incumbent upon us to create within our own souls the thought of an all-person beyond our comprehensibility? 15. Job said, It seemeth so. But how canst thou teach thy soul to think of an all-person beyond man's comprehensibility? 16. FRAGAPATTI said, For a basis to reason from, let us consider the Etherian, the atmospherian and the corporeal worlds to constitute his body. And the motion therein and thereof, the manifestations of his power and his wisdom. Since, then, we ourselves have these things in part, we find, also, we have another attribute embracing all the others, which is combination concentrated into one person. Shall we not, then, give to him, who embraceth all things within himself, combination concentrated into one person? Otherwise, he is our inferior, which cannot be. Therefore, being ourselves persons, are we not mere offshoots from the all-person? Otherwise, we could not have attained personality. Doth not a child take its personality because its mother was a person? Can man have an entity save he receive it from an entity? Could man be a person, save he sprang from a person? 17. Job said, Thou art a great light, O chief. Verily, hast thou unfolded a universe before me. Yea, there must be an all-person. Oh, that I had seen this philosophy before. 18. FRAGAPATTI said, Be not infatuated, O Job, with sudden appearances. For were I to show thee, first, what it is to believe in an all-person, whose magnificence surpasseth the universe itself, and then that man can attain to be one with him, even as a note in music is one within a tune. I would so far enrapture thy soul that thou wouldst do naught but listen. Let us, therefore, suspend our research awhile, that we may devise some resurrection for this hell of suffering millions. Chapter 11. 1. The Avalanza was so constructed that the words spoken by FRAGAPATTI and Job could be heard by all who chose, of whom there were 2,000 millions on board. And when Job expressed conviction, the same sentiment seized upon the whole assembly, whereupon, FRAGAPATTI raised his hand, saying, By virtue of thy power, O Jehovih, will I illume this hell. 2. And by FRAGAPATTI's will there was created a sudden light, so brilliant, none present, save the Etherians, could look upon him. Job bowed down, and hid his face, and Job's hosts were overcome with fear, prostrating themselves on the floors of the Avalanza. 3. FRAGAPATTI said to the swift messengers, Go at once to Muru, greeting, and say that FRAGAPATTI demandeth, at once, 1,000 million Etherean volunteers, for signal centers in Oahspe's lowest hells, bringing rods of fire and water. 4. The swift messengers departed hastily. FRAGAPATTI then commanded that the Avalanza be anchored for a day, and he and many of his hosts went out into hell, where the spirits were weeping and wailing, and cursing, or lying in drunkenness and lethargy. Many of them were naked and foul-smelling. And hundreds of thousands of them, having had diseased corporeal bodies whilst on earth, had now carried with them into hell the substance of their corruptions, even the rottenness of plagues and consumptions. And of other diseases it is not even lawful to mention. 5. FRAGAPATTI said, By thy power, O Jehovih, shall a wall of fire encompass these people about. They shall not escape. For were they to return to a nation of mortals, they would inoculate them unto death. Fire, O Jehovih, fire. Thou all-purifier. 6. And he cast his hands outward and upward, in majesty, and there rose up walls of fire on the face of the mountains, and the light thereof fell into the valleys of Oahspe, the pit of hell. To the east and west and north and south, FRAGAPATTI turned, saying, A wall of fire. A wall of fire. And he, himself, shone as a sun, united with the eternal All-Creator, whose voice was power to wield the elements to his will. 7. Presently, there were hemmed into one field more than 500 million drudges, who, by the sudden transformation, were roused up to desperate wildness, with bated breath, running hither and thither, first one way and then another. 8. And yet there were other millions of them, so low and stupid and crazed, that the others ran over them as if they were but a heap of rubbish, death. 9. Then FRAGAPATTI went to Job, saying, For pity's sake, come thou and help me, and persuade thy hosts also. 10. Job said, O friend, and brother, do not mock me. Thou hast undone me entirely. I am nothing. My hosts are nothing. For pity's sake, temper thou thine own light. It pierceth me through. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, Shall I not send thee back quickly to Zeredo, with thy hosts? Job said, My wish is nothing, my will is nothing. Thine and the great all-powers will be done. FRAGAPATTI said, If ever thou hadst faith in thy life, I charge thee now quickly to summon it to thy soul, for great Jehovih is with me now, and but ask and speak in faith by the Creator, and it shall be granted unto thee. Speak quickly, whilst yet the power holdeth upon me, shall I put on 1,000-fold more light? Say thou, in faith I will endure all, for the glory of Jehovih. Give me, or fire or torments, or whatsoever thou wilt, O Jehovih. 12. Job trembled, and then strained in every part, and at last suddenly sprang up facing the light, melting in the flame of fire, and he said, I will endure all, in faith of thee, O Jehovih. Give me, or fire or torments, or whatsoever thou wilt. Henceforth, I will do for thee, forever. 13. Presently, his spirit took the crystal form, and the victory dawned upon his soul. A smile, denoting knowledge of all holiness and majesty gleamed in his countenance. The light began to retract and to reflect from his face, brilliant and sunlike. He had conquered and won. He said, Thanks, O Jehovih. 14. FRAGAPATTI said, Quick, now, seize the goal. Go forth practicing thy light for others, and it will grow, giant-like. And Job was strong in faith, almost mad with the delight of such wondrous change. And he rushed forth, commanding, in the name of Jehovih, raising up hundreds and thousands, even as he had been raised, crystallizing. 15. All one day and one night they labored, and all the Etherians with them. And they rescued, and divided, and subdivided the spirits of darkness into grades and sections. And many of the spirits belonging to the hosts of Job were thus raised to the second resurrection, with light and power. 16. But of the hundreds of millions of spirits in the torments of hell none were as yet raised even to the first resurrection. But they were stirred up and routed out of lethargy. And the supplies for their drunkenness were cut off by the walls of fire, created by FRAGAPATTI, which went up day and night, without ceasing. 17. And FRAGAPATTI stationed sentinels with power near the walls of fire, commanding them to cast in the elements of ugs and brimstone, so that the suffocating smell would prevent the drudges from escaping. 18. On the second day, millions of Etherians, with rods of water and rods of fire, came from Muru, in answer to FRAGAPATTI's commandment. And when they had arrived before him, and had saluted in the sign of Jehovah's name, he said unto them, Behold, I have established one signal center in hell. It will require 1,000 more centers before we have broken them up and delivered them. From the rank of DAS the marshals shall select from amongst you 10,000 to remain in this center and complete the work I have laid out. 19. So the marshals selected from the Etherians of the rank of DAS 10,000. Now the Das are such as have attained to power with the rod with water, and the rod with fire, but not with the hand, like the ranks above them. They go amongst the denizens of a signal center, in hell, with the 2 rods, casting water with one and fire with the other. And the hosts of spirits in darkness run for them, like cattle for salt, and the Das thus discover and assort them. For the lowest spirits go for the rods with water, and the highest for the rods of fire. Because the lowest spirits dread the light, and because the highest desire to be rescued from the lowest. 20. On the second day, therefore, the Das began work. And there were baptized with water many millions, but with fire only 1 million. The latter were then taken without and beyond the walls of fire, and colonized, and clothed, and fed, and guardians placed over them, preparatory to the nurseries, hospitals, schools, factories, and such other educationals as belong in the lowest heaven. 21. On the third day the Das went through the same labor again, and again many millions were baptized with water, and but 2 millions with fire. The latter were also taken without and beyond the walls of fire, and colonized in the same manner as those of the previous day. 22. Such, then, is the labor of the Das in hell, baptizing and selecting. And it continueth until all the people are taken without and beyond the walls. The last taken out are, therefore, the lowest grade, and the first taken out the highest grade. But the last are usually so low in knowledge and ambition that they move not of themselves, but are bestowed in nurseries and hospitals, to be cleansed from their foulness, and to be healed of their infirmities. Chapter 12. 1. FRAGAPATTI caused the ship, the Avalanza, to be moved to other black mountains, deep buried in revolting crimes and misery, wherein no one with godlike power had ventured in for hundreds of years. Again he called down Jehovah's fire, and raised walls, impenetrable, high on every side, affrighting and stirring up the self-condemned with frenzied fear. And they ran, all polluted with foul thoughts, which had clothed them about with foulness terrible, and oaths and curses and imprecations against all righteousness. 2. And Job, too, now a very son, desperate to do overwhelming good things, even more 1,000 times than in his self-ease of other days he refrained from dark company lest he be polluted, now rushed in headlong to the very worst and foulest. Proclaiming Jehovah in active work to stir them up, and by his quick and unmistakable zeal proving his soul's connection with the Almighty's power. 3. After FRAGAPATTI and Job rushed in, hundreds of thousands of Ethereans did so also, laboring for the Father's kingdom, with flames of fire cutting loose the demons' grips of torture on the helpless, and hurling them separate. None could escape because of the walls around, now seething with the choking smell of brimstone, and must needs fall prostrate, before the crystallizing lights thrust at them, weeping and wailing. 4. All day long, and all night, FRAGAPATTI and Job, now a powerful worker, the which FRAGAPATTI had previously seen would be the case, and the Etherean hosts, rested not, but waded into the hell of death. Turning them to the right or to the left, the miserable, devouring wretches, brothers and sisters of mortals and spirits, now engulfed in their own depravity, and by their desperate desire for sin. Holding millions of the moderately good as officers of torture, in order to gratify their horrid love of witnessing horrors. Into groups and series they roughly selected them, as a starting point for the DOS that were to come after, and more carefully divide them. 5. Then FRAGAPATTI called the DOS and put them to work with their rods of water and rods of fire, making stations beyond the walls of fire, where the naked, trembling, rescued sufferers and drudges were housed and fed. Restrained by guardians of ample strength and foresight. For of such nature is the low man and low woman, that love of evil in time delighteth to feed itself in evil more than in good, and will even turn against benefactors, and spurn good offerings. 6. Of whom Jehovah saith, as by fire the dross of metal is burned and cast out, leaving that which is pure, so created I the righteous with light from my countenance, to burn out the dross which the wicked nestle into their bosoms. Wherein, man shall perceive that it is the dross that healeth me and my chosen. Go, then, deliver the wicked in hell, and make them clean with water and with fire, and ye shall find a star in every soul. And as many of these as ye deliver, so is your glory in my Etherean kingdoms. 7. For each deliverer is as a sun around which these stars congregate, and they magnify one another forever. And when these stars have grown, they also go and do in like manner, for it is of such that my exalted ones are in the highest heavens, whom ye call gods and lords, and justly so, because of their supremacy. 8. Thus went FRAGAPATTI through the lowest regions of Oahspe, for 40 days and nights labored he and his hosts, and he broke up the regions of hell, and cast out the souls of the tortured, thousands of millions of them. Neither was there left any place standing in all the lower heavens where evil held dominion. 9. And there were established in those regions around about 200,000 colonies, comprising the evil ones who had been rescued. But the very lowest, who knew not anything, who were, some, infants who died at the time of birth, some, infants of drunkards, who came to the lower heavens with the intoxicating liquors or smoke of their mother's debauchery. Some, very young abortions, slain by their mothers and fathers. Some, chaotic, killed in wars, who were mad and crazed, howling and screaming and fighting, of whom there were 900 millions, these FRAGAPATTI had brought away from all the others, putting guardians over them for the present. 10. Then he called together the crew of the Avalanza, and all the hosts of Job, and Job himself, and when they were duly in order, FRAGAPATTI extemporized a throne and sat on it, and thus he spake, saying, 11. Without thee, O Jehovah, man is nothing. Nor can he stand upright, nor hold up his head, nor his soul after he is up, save but by thee. When he cutteth himself off from thee, he falleth like a limb of a tree that is severed. 12. He goeth about boasting, there is no all person. But his words are as a severing knife, and he knoweth it not. He setteth up his judgment, saying, Thou wert good for fools, O Jehovah, but as for me, thou art a foolish encumbrance. 13. Yea, he saith, Who hath seen Jehovah? And he laugheth because of his cleverness. He saith, What stood Jehovah upon when he created the worlds? How long slept he before he created? He saith, What a foolish creator! He created sin and death. He saith, Who knoweth the size of his head? The length of his arm, the place he liveth, or who hath heard his voice? 14. He saith, Verily, there is no all person, no all highest, no light. This is the second downward stage, and in the third, he saith, A curse upon faith. A curse upon all things. A curse upon myself. And then cometh hell and her horrors to swallow him up. 15. But thou art near, O Jehovah. Thy hosts traverse the universe. In thy name they come, and thy power and glory are with them. In their majesty they encounter all evil, they cast out hell and its prisoners. 16. Then FRAGAPATTI turned to Job, saying, Speak, O Job. 900 millions of dead, that are still sleeping in death, lie at our feet. These regions are unsuited for their treatment, whither shall we take them? Or shall we, because they are so dead, leave them to shift for themselves? 17. Then rose Job, saluting, and tears were in his eyes. He said, Mighty art thou, O Jehovah. Lo, I was on the verge of an everlasting fall. I was on a steep precipice, but saw not. With blinded eyes I walked about. I lost thy countenance. My family became strangers to thee, and we were following close after, to become strangers to one another. 18. Yea, I was ungrateful before thee. I forgot that thou createdst me. I forgot that all the joys I had ever had were bestowed by thee. And that by thee I had been made capable to appreciate mine own enjoyment. And then I raised up my voice against thee, and turned thee out of the world. 19. Yea, I chose a corner and appropriated it for my own ease and glory. I said, To keep other gods and angels away from my lands, that is all I desire. But thou wert mindful of me, O Jehovah. Thy voice sounded in the heavens above, and thy Son came down in thy glory. He beheld my vanity and my weakness, but he rebuked me not. Yea, I told him I loved not to go to those beneath me and raise them up. I said, Let them shift for themselves. 20. Now am I rebuked in mine own words. Now have I cast myself out of hell. Behold, I said, Zeredo shall be a place for me and my people forever. None shall come hither to make us afraid or to annoy us. And thy Son said to me, I can teach thee and thy people that ye shall never more fear to be annoyed by the low or by the evil-minded, nor shall ye fear for gods or angels to come and inhabit Zeredo. 21. Thus spake thy Son, O Jehovah. And he hath given us the secret. We no longer fear that others will encroach upon Zeredo. Behold, Zeredo is thy place, O Jehovah. These unfortunates, these drudges, are thy children. They shall go to Zeredo. I fear not pollution now, nor do my hosts. We will wade into this filth, like scavengers into a filthy street, and we will make these children like shining stars in thy firmament. 22. Yea, O Jehovah, nothing more can make us afraid. We have nothing to lose. We are thy servants, now and forever. 23. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, saying, Behold the size of my avalanza, O Job. If thou wilt but take the measure, thou shalt find it is just the size and build to take thee and thy hosts and these drudges. Think not that this matter so happened, for I sent beforehand, and had all these unfortunates enumerated, and thy people enumerated also. 24. When Job perceived this great wisdom in FRAGAPATTI, and comprehended the care that had been used to accomplish so much, he made no reply at first, but, looking at him, burst into tears. Presently, he said, By thy power and wisdom, O Jehovah, will I, also, lift my fellows up out of darkness and misery. Chapter 13. 1. Then FRAGAPATTI sent swift messengers to Muru, relating all that had been accomplished, giving, also, the names of the generals and captains over the newly established colonies redeemed from Oahspe, in the Oahspe mountains. So they might be registered in the libraries of Hawaii. And FRAGAPATTI established a line of messengers betwixt the colonies, and also from the colonies to Muru, and selected and appointed the messengers, to hold office during dawn. 2. And when the affairs of this region of the lower heavens were completed and in working order, FRAGAPATTI was ready to ascend with the mad and dumb drudges rescued from hell. Accordingly, the proper persons fell to work and carried them into the Avalanza, being obliged to blindfold them because of the light. Nor did the drudges cease wailing and crying with fear and pain and craziness. But because of the multitude of infants, FRAGAPATTI had previously provided 500,000 women of fetal, that the infants might be redeemed to everlasting life. 3. 60,000 physicians had FRAGAPATTI aboard, and they fell to work right and left, resuscitating and restoring to consciousness the unfortunates. And of the hosts of Hob, not one was there but went to work, willingly, as nurse and helper. 4. Now struck up the Easonors with music, 30,000 of them, but soft and gentle as a breath of wind, carrying the tones around about the ship, even as an endless echo, calling and answering from all possible directions. A continuous and enrapturing change, as if near, and as if far off. So that the uninformed knew not whence the music came, nor how it was produced. 5. All these things were set to working order just as the great Avalanza was ready to start. Then FRAGAPATTI went into the ship, being almost the last one to enter. Already was the light gathering bright and dense about him, his head almost hid in the brilliancy of the halo. And then he called out. 6. Arise! Arise! In Jehovah's name, upward rise! And as he spake, behold, the Avalanza moved with his will, for all the hosts joined in the same expression, and presently started upward the great fire ship. Leaving the burning walls and signal centers flickering below, so that even hell overthrown shone with great grandeur. 7. FRAGAPATTI spake to Hob, saying, When I took thee and thy hosts from Zeredo, I promised to take thee to Muru, the capital city of Hawaii, my kingdom. Now thou desirest me to go with these drudges to Zeredo. I will ask thee now, thinkest thou that thou couldst plan their salvation, and restore them to light? 8. To which Hob replied, saying, I perceive that of myself I can do nothing but go downhill, or, at best, keep on a level road. As I now comprehend all light, there is no one thing in all the universe that can rise of itself, but, by the external pressure of other things, all tend downward, even man. To attain to be one with Jehovah is the beginning of the resurrection of the individual, but he who hath attained power to resurrect others is strong indeed. There are many who spasmodically resurrect others, but, alas, how few can keep them resurrected. Not only must he have the light of Jehovah within himself, but power to make others obtain the light for themselves. Alas, I am weak. 9. FRAGAPATTI said, Understand thyself, O Hob. Be not deceived, nor short in faith to accomplish, for herein lieth the key to all wisdom and power. Suffer not thyself to go to the other extreme, saying, Man of himself can accomplish nothing. To teach a child this, is to hew off its legs and arms. To teach it that it can accomplish, is to make it giant-like and effective. 10. Hob said, I perceive thy wisdom, O chief. How, then, shall we find a line by which we can train this economy? If we inspire them not with faith to accomplish, they will accomplish nothing. If we teach them they are dependent on Jehovah for all things, and that Jehovah doeth all things, and that no man can change his own destiny, that he is moved as a machine, then we will make nonentities of our people. On the other hand, if we inspire them that they can accomplish, it will grow upon them, and, finally, they will believe that they do all, and Jehovah nothing. This was the mire my other kingdom ran into. 11. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, saying, thou perceivest that reason cannot solve the matter. Let us, then, suspend the subject, and I will take thee to Muru and her kingdoms, and we may obtain facts more pertinent than opinion or reason. Chapter 14. 1. Upward rose the Avalanza with its contrasting assemblage of the souls of light, and with the souls of darkness, the Druges, the holy Esenors chanting anthems of praise and thanksgiving. Whilst the Druges were engaged in, or cursing everything in heaven or earth, or in weeping and moaning, or in stupor, dull as if dead. 2. FRAGAPATTI had previously sent swift messengers to Athrava and the holy council of Muru, where had descended the light of Jehovih, whose voice came upon them, saying, 3. Lo, my hosts come in the Avalanza. Prepare ye to inhabit them, 30 millions. Choose ye for my Ethereans and my Atmospherians who shall receive the hosts of the Avalanza, the 900 millions in darkness. Go ye, therefore, to the borders of the sea, Chewan, near the crossroads, Tselu, where I have created the plains of Huitsegam, ample for their resurrection. And ye shall provide them houses and hospitals and nurseries, suitable for them to dwell in, being ready, when the Avalanza cometh, to deliver them. 4. Athrava and the Holy Council had responded to this, and the swift messengers in turn had informed FRAGAPATTI of the place prepared. Accordingly, the Avalanza was landed in Huitsegam, where the 30 millions were in waiting to receive them, disciplined by Ardiata, goddess of Je, in Etheria, first of the 7 Lutias in Gam. And they had 10,000 trumpeters, besides other players, 4,200. 5. Ardiata had provided the pastures in green and in red and brown, but the green she had laid near Chewan, where the Avalanza would land. Hence, it was called, Huitsegam, signifying, green for the newborn. Consequently, the Druges were delivered from the Avalanza on an open green plain, neither dark nor light, suited to the diseased in mind. 6. FRAGAPATTI knew Ardiata, for her former kingdom in Etheria lay in one of his own provinces, and it was easy for him to commune with her at a distance, and without messengers. So, even before the Avalanza landed, he said unto her, 7. I will cast the Druges on the green fields, and as fast as thou and thy hosts can resuscitate them to consciousness, they shall be selected and carried into the houses and nurseries thou hast provided for them. 8. Thus was the Avalanza discharged of the Druges, for the present in Haritai, to receive treatment prior to being carried to Zeredo. And Ardiata and her hosts took charge of them, although more than 4 millions of Hob's hosts, also remained with them, as volunteers, to assist in the redemption. 9. Then FRAGAPATTI directed the ship to be steered for Muru, whither it arrived in due season. And there were in waiting to receive him more than 1,000 million souls, and they had provided musicians, 1 million players and singers, so that far and near it was like a sea of music. 10. When Hob looked upon the beauty and magnificence of the scene, and especially the discipline, his soul was filled with thanks to the Great Spirit, so that he could scarce speak. And when he mastered himself a little, he said, O chief, FRAGAPATTI! How could one so exalted as thou art come to me in Zeredo? Every hour am I rebuked by myself because of my former vanity. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, to learn not to speak of one's self, nor to think of one's self, whether praised or rebuked, is this not the right road to Jehovih? Hob said, it is true. Therefore, the opposite, is going on the wrong road. Chapter 15. 1. When the Avalanza was made fast, and the hosts come forth, many of the Zeredoans, fearing the brilliancy of the lights of Muru, were permitted to go and dwell a little way off. But the others, led by FRAGAPATTI and Hob, entered the capital city, and came before the throne of Jehovih, greeted by Athrava and the Holy Council. 2. Athrava said, In the name of Jehovih, O chief, greeting, and to thee, O Hob. Come ye, and honor the throne of Muru. 3. FRAGAPATTI said, Greeting to thee, Athrava, and to ye, most holy council, in the name of our Father. Hob said, Greeting, in Jehovah's name. 4. And then FRAGAPATTI and Hob went forward and ascended the throne, and sat on the left hand of Athrava. At once the light from the Etherean worlds began to fall upon the throne, and even upon the whole council, and the light was golden yellow, the most sacred color, and brilliant. Job had never seen such before, and was overwhelmed with fear and delight, but many of his hosts were obliged to hide their faces. 5. Presently the light condensed over the throne, even whilst 3,000 millions looked on, till like a very sun it stood above FRAGAPATTI's head. And then came the voice of the Almighty, Jehovih, out of the midst of the light. Jehovih said. 6. Hear the words of thy Creator, O man. I, who created the corporeal and the Essene worlds. Behold the works of my hands. Who can find a place where I have not created? 7. Think not that I cannot also create a voice and words. For is this not easier than to create a man who shall create words? Behold my corporeal sons amidst my corporeal star worlds. Behold my Etherean sons amidst my Essene worlds. 8. I made corporeal darkness, and I made corporeal light. I made spiritual darkness, and I made spiritual light. But I am the light of light. I am the word of words. 9. As the wisdom of man inventeth words, so doth the light of my light come in words to them that can bear my light. 10. Behold my wisdom, O man, in creating souls out of the substance of corporeal darkness. Thus can their souls hear me and not be afraid. But to them who become pure souls, I come openly. Their throne becometh my throne. Their voice becometh my voice. Their hosts look upon my throne, and my light shineth before my people. 11. Hear, then, thy Creator, O Zeredo. Thy people called to me in their darkness, but I came not. Thy hand was upon them. Thou hadst said unto them, Behold my wide countries. My mountains and valleys, my bright rivers and refreshing winds. Come ye, they are yours to keep forever. 12. And because thy hand was upon them, they were beset with darkness, they could not find their way out. Neither beheld they more the glory of my kingdoms. Yea, thou wert as a wanton going after my chosen, and thy voice luredest them away from me. 13. But I spoke in nirvana, high above, in my thrones of light. And my sons and daughters heard my voice. I said unto them, Lo, the red star and her heavens are fallen in darkness. Go ye to them and deliver them into a new resurrection. 14. Had I not spoken in the ancient days, saying, Inasmuch as ye raise up them that are beneath you, so will I send them who are above down to you, to raise you up also. 15. But they forgot my words. Neither strove they more to raise up them that were in the hells below. And I said unto my Nirvanians, Go ye to Zeredo, for she hath enticed my holy ones away from me. And ye shall give them a parable of compensation openly, and they shall come before my light and hear my voice. For ye shall take them to hell and cause them to deliver the drudges, through the light of my countenance. And thereafter shall ye bring them to Muru, that I may speak with them face to face. 16. Hear the commandments of your Creator, O ye sons and daughters of Zeredo, for that which I give unto ye shall be inviolate. Which is, that ye shall have dominion over the earth and her heavens for 200 years, commencing at the close of this dawn of Dan. 17. And thou, O Job, shall be God over all the rest, and thou shalt be anointed with power to raise up successors with power and wisdom. Be wise, O my children, and profit ye in the wisdom of my Etherean hosts whilst yet the dawn of Dan remaineth. 18. The voice ceased. Then spake Athrava, saying, In thy name, O Jehovih, do I suspend myself from thy throne till it be the will of FRAGAPATTI and thy will also. And he rose up and stood aside. Then FRAGAPATTI went and sat in the midst of the throne. 19. FRAGAPATTI said, I proclaim 3 days' recreation to the holy council, and to the city of Muru. Behold, my people shall mingle together as brothers and sisters, rejoicing in the light of the Father. Be ye joyful, singing and dancing. The ascent to Jehovah's kingdoms may be likened unto a ladder with steps, and not an even plain, and ye shall call this the first step in the resurrection of the earth's heavens in this dawn. 20. The hosts then mingled together, greeting and rejoicing, for the Zeretoans had long desired to see the Etherians now dwelling in Muru, and the Etherians were equally desirous of seeing the Atmospherians. Consequently, there was great rejoicing and merriment. Chapter 16. 1. When the time of recreation was ended, FRAGAPATTI ascended the throne of Jehovih, and signaled to the marshals to proclaim order and labor, and, at once, the vast multitude took their places. And, in the same instant, the Esenors discoursed music, with anthems, the which, when finished, was the signal for business, heavenly. FRAGAPATTI said. 2. Again am I about to depart, and again to leave the god of Muru, Athrava, with you. And Hob, and such of his hosts as I may choose, shall go with me. For, according to the rank and glory of gods, I must now deliver Hapacha and his kingdom of Ipsioge, raised up from Gautama. 3. Thereupon, FRAGAPATTI descended to the foot of the throne and sat down. And Athrava, god of dawn of Muru, came down and took him by the hand, in ancient manner, and said, Behold, thou hast honored my throne, and the time of thy departure is upon thee. Arise, then, O God, and go thy way. 4. And FRAGAPATTI rose up and stood aside, and signaled for Hob to go and be raised in the same manner, the which he did, becoming wise in the behavior of gods toward one another. 5. The marshals had filed 50,000 attendants, besides 10,000 Esenors, and, at a signal from FRAGAPATTI, marched forth out of the capital, followed by the hosts of Hob and 100,000 Etherians. 6. And when they were once beyond the lights of Muru, behold, some of the hosts of Hob rejoiced, because they were better pleased to be where there was less light. Yet there were 700 millions of them who rejoiced not, but rather loved the light more. 7. Then FRAGAPATTI said, It is well that not all are of one mind. The 700 millions who love the light more, shall be my traveling companions to Ipsioge. Because they are strong in light, I have work for them. But the others shall be taken back to Zereto, whither I will also come in due time. 8. And after they are settled in Zereto, behold, I will send a god to them, and they shall found a new kingdom, in Jehovah's name. Let all hands, therefore, enter the Avalanza, following me. 9. At once the hosts entered the ship, and FRAGAPATTI gave the word to be off, and they sped forth direct for Zereto, led by swift messengers who well knew the nearest route and the lightest places. And the route taken was through the sea of Fuwicha and the Aurum of Haiti. 10. Hardly had they gotten under way, when the light of the upper heavens began to descend on Hob, whose excitement, from the wondrous scenes, made him propitious to the change, and, feeling the buoyancy of the light, he thus held forth, saying. 11. How could I forget thee, O Jehovah? Or thy purposes observe, and deny thy designs? How saw I not that at my quickening in my mother's womb, I was the farthest from thee? And yet, even then, thy breath was upon me. 12. And when thou hadst fashioned me and badest me walk upright, thou didst send thy angels to me, saying, Behold, thy Creator liveth. Life of his life thou art, flesh of his flesh created he thee. And he gave thee thyself in proof of himself. 13. In the earth was I conceived, housed up in darkness, of thyself built up, nor was I of myself anything under the sun. 14. And thou createdst the honey bee, and bade him speak to me for mine own benefit. He said, Behold me, O man. I am a worker. In a community I live with my brothers and sisters. I shut my eyes to things sour and bitter, and I store my house with sweet provender only. Soul of man, hear me. I am the voice of thy Creator. Behold the harmony of mine house, and the provision I make for my newborn. 15. And thou createdst the ant, and bade him speak to me for mine own benefit. He said, Behold me, O man. I am a worker. In a community I live with my brothers and sisters. Soul of man, hear me. I am the voice of thy Creator. Behold the industry of mine house, and the burdens we bear jointly into our stores. 16. and thou createdst the spider, and bade him speak to me. He said, Behold me, O man. I am one with thy Creator. By the spirit of things I move, by the geometrical figures of the unseen worlds I build mine house. Think not that I reason or take lessons from other spiders, I take no lessons. I move by the spirit within me, and it moveth in concert with the spirit of things without. Hear me, spirit of man. There are two ways to knowledge before thee, one is by the soul of things, and one by reason. 17. And thou heldest up before mine eyes continually that the unseen ruledest over the seen. Then I became vain before thee, O Jehovih. I said, When I am dead, and born a spirit, then will I see the unseen, and cannot err more. 18. But lo, my folly in thy sight. When I was risen in spirit, I saw the spirit of things, but, alas, the soul laid still beyond. And to me the soul was now the unseen cause, and ruler over the spirit. 19. Again thy holy ones came from the Etherean worlds, speaking to me, saying, And yet beyond the soul cometh nirvana. 20. Now have I beholden thy crystal spheres, and thy matchless glories. Yea, I look into this sea of Fuwicha, whither I had often gazed before, seeing nothing then, but now, beholding ships laden with gods and goddesses from thy Nirvanian fields, in higher works and worlds moving. 21. And thy fire stirreth me to the soul, to expand to the mastery of these atmospherian heavens. Oh that I could vent the hallowed glory thou hast bestowed upon me. Oh that I could thank thee for the happiness I have because thou createdst me. 22. Oh that I could open up the souls of men to behold thy wondrous works, and the majesty of becoming one with thee, thou Almighty, Jehovih. Oh that they would hear me and believe. Oh that they would not turn away from light. Oh that they could learn to glorify thee every day, for the little light and little joy they receive. How like gods and goddesses would they become in thy kingdoms. 23. But they harbor discontent. They discourse on the little they have received from thee. Like the cankerworm, that groweth to devour, they feed their sorrows by recounting them over and over. For pain they cry out, and for disappointment they weep. Yea, they feed their own darkness with darkness, and in the end forget thee, thou all-light. 24. Hope ceased, but gazed at the coursing ships in the atmospherian heavens, whereupon FRAGAPATTI said. 25. Behold thy wisdom, O Jehovih. Whom thou wouldst make strong, thou hast made to feel adversity's sting. For the emergencies that lie ahead, thou plannest thy gods to run near the cliffs whereon millions perish. 26. Who can attain to know thy wisdom, O Jehovih? Who can comprehend the millions of thy sons and daughters? And yet thou knowest every one, and carriest them by a breath, so gently they feel thee not, nor know thee. To a very hair's breadth thou takest them. And in the time of desperation, thy hand cometh to the rescue of the righteous. 27. Man saith, Now will I fortify myself with riches and houses, and all manner of possessions, adversity shall not come upon me. I have more faith in my possessions than in Jehovih. Mine is a kingdom I can see, but Jehovih is afar off. 28. But thou art suffering him, in his vanity, to go away from thee for a season. Sooner or later thou bringest him in with a short turn. Either on earth or in heaven. And he goeth down as an example to hundreds and to thousands that envied him. 29. Thou hast set up the poor man in faith, he toileth day and night, he is weary and sore, he crieth out with hunger. His rags are a shame to him, but he remembereth thee, O Jehovih. In thy praise he singeth a song in his soul every day. To do good unto others is his great delight. 30. And thy hand reacheth down to him in time after, his soul is like a giant. Thou hast planned him for a very God in heaven. 31. The spark of faith that was in him he nurtured, and it became as a mighty tree that fell not down before the blast. The good he received he exalted, and it fructified and grew as a harvest in rich soil, and he stood mighty in all places. 32. in thy praise are his songs, and they endure forever, his psalms are the voice of thy loves. And the multitude of thy people remember him, whilst all else are cut down and destroyed. Thy work hath a sure foundation, thy wisdom standeth before man's wisdom, not one hath found a failure in thy word, as it speaketh to his own soul. 33. Thy labor is from the subtle and unseen, thy footstool the cause of causes. But the vain man looketh to thy object, he turneth thy ways upside down, he mocketh the cart to push the horse. And thou sufferest him to drink to the fill of his own vanity. And when he runneth himself into torments, thou findest a way to reach him and bring him home to thee. 34. Great is his glory when he findeth thee, his voice becometh the love of thy loves forever. For thou hadst shaped him as an example, and given him scope to run his extreme, for his own glory. Yea, thou hadst planned him for one of thy great workers, that would not go down afterward. Chapter 17. 1. On the way to Zoreto, FRAGAPATTI and his hosts in the Avalanza were joined by a ship of 1,000,000,000 explorers from the north regions, 1,000 times farther than the North Star, of the 7th magnitude of light. Even 3 higher than FRAGAPATTI. CTU, the chief in command of the expedition, greeted in the sign, Jehovah's name, the which FRAGAPATTI answered. And by certain signals the ships approached and made fast, the esenors of the twain singing and playing the same anthem, 5 millions of voices, and half as many trumpeters. 2. Then CTU came near to FRAGAPATTI, saluting, and the hosts stood in line, so they might hear what was said. So, after due ceremonies, and acquainting each other who they were, whence they came, and such like, then spake to CTU, saying, I see thou hast thy ship ballasted with a north magnet. 3. FRAGAPATTI said, This is but a 5 years' dawn, and I teach my hosts how to ballast that they may the better read the maps and roadways and stars and suns. Of these, my hosts, 500 millions, have become capable of being delivered into Etheria, save in Cosmogony. I am providing them, that when they shall have ascended, they may not be lost in the Etherian worlds, or be dependent on others. 4. CTU said, What is the length of this serpent? FRAGAPATTI said, 7 1/8 hoitamu. And he asked CTU what distance he had come from his home. And CTU said, 1,412,830 and 2 hoitamu. 5. What time hath thy journey yet before thee? CTU said, 500,000 years. Then FRAGAPATTI inquired how many star-worlds CTU had so far passed on his journey, and CTU said, 20,000 star-worlds we have passed, some smaller than this red star, and some 10,000 times larger. Some of them yet liquid balls of fire, some newly crusted over, some with atmosphere and water and earth and minerals not yet separated, but boiling, seething, whirling, some firm and just entering the age of Esimu, and some old and worn out. And one we passed which had become barren as to living creatures, and the God, through whose pastures it passed, dissolved and dissipated it before us, having invited thousands of millions of guests to witness the scene. 6. Of atmospherian worlds we have passed more than 90,000, some of them larger than the vortex of this red star, and capable of giving homes to 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 of inhabitants, and yet, on many of them, there were no people. 7. Thus they discoursed on the size and wonder of Jehovah's kingdoms, but their numbers and descriptions only the gods themselves could comprehend, they were so vast, and when they had about concluded, CTU remarked. 8. The mortal desireth to become a spirit, then his ambition is to become an Etherian, next, an Orion, next, a Nirvanian, next, a Nutan, and then to travel in the surveys of magnitudes. But those ahead still call to us to hasten, because the glories ahead are still more surpassing in magnificence. Who, then, can approach the unapproachable, all-highest? He who fashioned the plan of all creations. Who is there that is not swallowed up with devotion and awe of him who is ever present, that extendeth beyond all limit, our Father, Jehovah? Chapter 18. 1. When they drew near Zoreto, CTU, with his ship and hosts, withdrew, duly saluting, and they sped on their journey. But FRAGAPATTI halted on the borders of Zareto and landed 700 millions of his hosts, the others remaining aboard. 2. Again the Avalanza put forth. FRAGAPATTI said, Now will I visit Yetonte, Lord God of North Guatemala, and see what he hath accomplished, and perchance he will accompany us to Ipsioge, to see Hapacha, my well-loved god of the west wind. 3. Now, when they came to the sea of Tevawidich, they rose the Avalanza 50,000 miles, for the benefit of Hob and his hosts, for here leath the roadway of Thames. Whither pass countless numbers of fleets filled with students in the dismembered works belonging to the earth. 4. Here the students learn the process of condensation, and the process of dissolution of meteoric stones and small planets, such as a mortal could walk around one of them in a day. On the outer extreme of this sea, the nebulae is in constant waves, where the vortices play, condensing and bursting, like whirlwinds on the earth or corporeal ocean. 5. Here FRAGAPATTI explained, saying, In this thou shalt behold the wisdom of Jehovih, and the uniformity of his works. Here leath the first belt away from the earth capable of having nebulae condensed into meteoric stones. All nebulae lying nearer than this to the earth's surface is either attracted to the earth or repulsed from it. Compute, therefore, the distance of this belt from the earth, together with its density, and thou shalt find that it is the same distance that the work belts are, with the stars in the firmament of the size of the earth, and of its density and velocity. The first work belt of the sun is, therefore, the place of its nearest planet, the second work belt is the place of its next nearest planet, and so on, and these work belts are all graded in distance accordingly as I have spoken. 6. Jehovih hath said, 2 ways have I created for my mathematicians to prove my works, one is, to measure that which is near at hand, in order to determine that which is far off. The other is, to observe that which is far off, in order to determine that which is near. For, since man could not measure the work belts of this world, I provided him with means to determine the work belts of the sun, so that he might the better comprehend his own world. 7. That man might find still further evidence of the earth's work belts, I created the nearest one with different densities, so that not every year on earth would be alike as to heat and cold. And in certain cycles of Dan I condensed the first work belt so that the sun seemeth to mortals as if in eclipse. For it is upon this belt that my cycles of Danha give either light or darkness to mortals spiritually. 8. Let man compute my times for his own profit, I created the first work to gain in rotation faster than the earth, 1 year for every 11. So that when the work hath made 12 of its own years, the earth shall have completed 11 years. 9. FRAGAPATTI caused the Avalanza to be driven in amidst a forest of whirlwinds, to illustrate and to explain, so that the hosts might observe. He said, Thou shalt perceive now, that such stones as are condensed beneath the apex fall to the earth, whilst those ascending frequently rise toward the lighter plateau and explode, to be attracted back within the work belt. This belt compareth unto the cloud belt near the earth. Thither the wind currents make raindrops and snowflakes, here the currents make the first nebulous formations that come under the name Corpor. 10. Whilst FRAGAPATTI was thus discoursing, the Avalanza rocked to and fro, and many of the people perceived now, more than ever, the knowledge and power required by angels and gods, to contend successfully with the elements. But the beauty and grandeur of these fountains, these fire spouts, and whirlwinds on fire, together with the roar and whistling of the flying stones, so enraptured Hob and his hosts, they could do naught but look and wonder at the glory thereof. 11. For 7 days and 7 nights did FRAGAPATTI and his hosts travel in this work belt, observing and studying these miniature worlds, creating and dissipating. And on the 8th day the Avalanza was lowered beneath the currents, and they sailed direct for the kingdom of Yetonte, Lord God of North Guatemala, piloted by messengers well acquainted with the course. But not being in a much frequented roadway, they encountered few ships or processions of other gods. 12. Yetonte had been apprised of FRAGAPATTI's coming, and had accordingly notified his kingdom, and summoned 70 of his lords to his capital, which was named after himself. So Yetonte commanded his otavan to be put in order and lighted, and having provided 500 Esenors in addition to his crew, together with his lords and 10,000 attendants, went forth to the borders of Hagak, 1,000 miles. To meet FRAGAPATTI. 13. But, lo and behold, the Odavan was only as a small boat is to a ship, when compared to the Avalanza. And, accordingly, when they approached each other, FRAGAPATTI caused the front of the Avalanza to be opened, and at this place the Odavan entered within the walls and was made fast. And the hosts of the Odavan came out and were received with great joy by FRAGAPATTI and his people. Chapter 19. 1. 1,000 miles north of the northern line of the sun on the earth, in the middle betwixt the east and west front of North Guatemala, and from the earth upward, and without intervening space, 500 miles, had Yetantii founded his kingdom. And hither it was that FRAGAPATTI came to see him. 500 miles westward lay Ipsioge, extending north and south 2,000 miles, where reigned the good Faithist, Hapacha, styled God of the West Wind. 2. After the Avalanza reached Yetantii's capital, and the hosts duly landed in the lower heaven, Yetantii ascended his throne, and after due ceremonies of welcome and thanksgiving, and with music rendering praise to the All-High, Yetantii proclaimed recreation for 3 days and 3 nights. 3. Then spake FRAGAPATTI to him, saying, I am glad of this, because I desire to hear the story of thy adventures, and of thy success in this kingdom, for thy record must also be my record, to be taken with us, at the end of this dawn, to heaven above. Job and his hosts shall also hear thy words. 4. Yetantii replied, What I have done, I have done. Nevertheless, he who hath built great kingdoms may find little to admire in a small one. 5. FRAGAPATTI said, I have seen old men who doted more on a grandchild than on a large family they had bred themselves. And is it not a wise provision of our Creator that he bestowed us with such means as enableth us at all times to live over again our past history in the young? Every hour we find a new way open to remind us of our follies in youth. And also a new channel in which to behold Jehovah's wisdom. 6. Yetantii said, If a man convert his neighbor from evil into good, 2 great things are accomplished, the triumph of the man and the reformation of the neighbor. If on the other hand a man fail to convert his neighbor from evil to good, 2 misfortunes have transpired, which are, the disappointment of one and the loss of glory to Jehovah. It is a strong man that can recount his own failures and say he glorifieth the Father because thereof. 7. FRAGAPATTI said, How shall we measure magnitudes, O Yetantii? Hath not a mortal, that hath delivered one druk into light, as great a glory as a God that delivereth hundreds of thousands? Is not the one as great in magnitude as the other? According to our worthiness in righteous persistence, no matter what our limit is not this the greatest glory? Jehovah gave to man, to first learn to deliver himself in the All-Highest. He who can do this is a great ruler. And in the next time Jehovah giveth him to rule over a small kingdom, perhaps a drunkard, or a wanton, or even over his own family, to righteousness. He that doeth this is a great ruler. Is not, then, man's persistence in righteousness the whole glory of his kingdom? 8. Yetantii said, The Father knoweth. To try, and to try, and to try, this is the sum of the good a man doeth. And yet what man is there in heaven or on earth but can find an apology for the good work he accomplished? Doth not the poor man say, Oh, if I had this, what great good I would accomplish? And the rich man mocketh the same speech, and the king also. And yet Jehovah hath given a kingdom to each and every one of them. But he who can say, I have done all I could, according to my strength and wisdom, rateth amongst the highest of men and gods. 9. Hear me, then, O FRAGAPATTI. And thou mayst best understand, suffer thyself to forget all the light of high heaven, and to be in a place of darkness, where 3,000 million spirits are vagrants, scattered far and wide on the corporeal earth. Such was Oahspe in this kingdom, but the spirits congregated not together in hells, as they did in the east, for they had no association, no gods, nor lords. They were perpetual migrants, save such as dwelt with the druks as familiars. 10. And as to the spirits of those that died in infancy, they were taken by the spirits of their fathers and mothers, or others, and cared for until they also gained sufficient knowledge to serve them as vagrants, and there was the end. 11. And strange to say, all these spirits were without clothes or drapery of any kind, and devoid of shame, neither were they good or evil, nor had they desire for, or knowledge of, a higher heaven, being content to rove about, to sleep, and to eat. And they had 1,000 languages, or, at least, 1,000 different kinds of signs and utterances, which they had acquired on earth, but lost and mixed up so that neither lords nor gods could converse with them. 12. Thus I surveyed them and found them, before I built this capital, for which reason I came thus centrally amongst them. Know also, O chief, that I travelled amongst them with music and with fire, and gaudy apparel, in hope to gain their aspiration. But, alas, they neither smiled nor frowned on my fine shows, but vacantly gazed at us, or even fell asleep whilst our Odovan was paraded before them. 13. Then I came hither and built this capital, and founded Jehovah's throne, whereon thou now honorest me. And then I sent to them, here and there, presents of gaudy attire, in hope to inspire the multitude through the few. But, alas, those I attired soon divested themselves of their clothes, preferring nakedness. Thus ended my second failure. 14. After this, I sent 100,000 preachers to them, to portray the greater glory of a higher heaven. But, alas, they heeded not, or, if heeding, in a day would forget all that had been told them. And thus ended the third failure. 15. Then we held a holy council, imploring Jehovah for light and power. And his voice came upon me, saying, Go to their loves, my son, go to mortals. Begin thou with Easyans. 16. Then I commanded my hosts to go and live for a season amongst mortals, and they brought the Easyans to Yatonti, under guard of the Asaphs. And the next of kin followed, desiring to remain. And I said unto them, Behold, my place is fair, and my people are clothed. Save ye be clothed also, ye cannot dwell with us, nor shall ye more look upon your next of kin, whom I have taken for myself. 17. And for love there came many mothers and fathers, and brothers and sisters, belonging to the recent dead. And they suffered themselves to be clothed, and these were the first in my kingdom. 18. Again I called my hosts together, and I said unto them, 1,000 lords I must have. I will divide North Guatemala amongst my lords, and they shall dwell with mortals, having a sufficiency of ashars to give one to each and every mortal, man, woman and child. And whether by natural death or by war, it mattereth not, the Easyans shall be brought to my kingdom. 19. This I accomplished, providing nurseries and places of entertainment for such as were brought hither. But, alas, the tens of thousands of spirits who thus came because of their kin, and accepted clothing for sake of remaining, had little talent to talk, or even desire for anything. 20. At the next holy council the light came to me, saying, Hear the voice of thy Creator, O my son, because thou hast been diligent in striving for the resurrection of my children, I am come to thee. Behold, I created man naked, and with shame, as the foundation of industry. But because this people followed, in the Osirian age, the abandonment of spirit communion, whilst they were yet mortal, they lost the light of my countenance. 21. Neither canst thou inspire them to industry, save through clothing the body, but, first of all, thou shalt make them ashamed of nakedness, otherwise, there is no higher resurrection for them. 22. Then I inquired of the Creator how I should teach them shame. He said, Of themselves, to themselves, for themselves, thou canst do but little. But thou shalt inspire them through mortals. 23. Every plateau shall be 1,000 miles in breadth every way, save the lowest, which shall be 2,000 miles, with a rise of 1 degree, so that the plateaus shall extend from the earth up to thy kingdom, like a stairway. One plateau higher than another. 24. And thy lords shall provide for the lowest, and for the second lowest plateaus, subjective entertainments, subjective teachings and subjective things in general. Neither shall there be anything real on these two plateaus, save the inhabitants and their food, and the mirrors and lenses, and machinery for producing subjectives. 25. And the lower plateau, being on the earth, shall be provided as a mirage, having everything spiritual in appearance, as they are corporeally on the earth. And it shall be provided with forests and lakes and rivers, and with all manner of animals and birds and fish, and of whatsoever is suitable food for mortals. And the lowest plateau shall be called Hachidoa, signifying, happy hunting ground. 26. And thou shalt send word to thy lords, saying, Thus saith thy Creator, Behold, I have created a good place, and called it Hachidoa. Teach ye this to mortals, by inspiration and otherwise, saying also to them, Go tell one another, for, after death, the soul shall go thither in great delight. And ye shall say unto them, Save ye wear garments to hide your nakedness, ye shall not enter Hachidoa. 27. Yetanti said, When the lowest plateau was made habitable, covering a large portion of North Guatemala, the voice came again, saying, Through thy lords, my son, thou shalt possess all mortals, every man and woman and child, suffering not one of the drudges to come near them. 28. And, behold, I will send upon the land in many places, great droughts, because of the construction of thy plateau, and these wandering spirits shall not find sustenance, save but through thee and thy lords. And as fast as they come, thou shalt oblige them to be clothed or draped about the loins, but thou shalt show preference to all such as wear ornaments. 29. Yetanti said, This much have we accomplished, O FRAGAPATTI, the foundation of my heavenly kingdom is broad and sure, but as yet I have few subjects to show thee. 30. FRAGAPATTI said, Behold, I will take 2 days of rest, and then I will inspect thy places. Proclaim, therefore, recreation for 2 days. Chapter 20. 1. When the recreation was ended, Yetanti called his council together, and he sat on the throne, and FRAGAPATTI and Hobe sat on his left hand on the throne, also. 2. The voice of Jehovih came to Yetanti, saying, Behold, O my sons and daughters, this heaven and this land shall not be like any other place, for hither shall rise in time after, they that shall begin the founding of my kingdom amongst mortals. For in the lands of the east, and the heavens of the east, I have given them lords and gods before whom they fall down and worship. But in this heaven, and this land beneath it, shall not be given any lord, nor god, nor any person born of woman for their resurrection. 3. To this end have I created this subjective heaven and her plateaus, and they shall endure till the dawn of Cosmogony, and the overthrow of war and mortal kingdoms. From this throne will I come in that day, through my chiefs, and reveal the histories of my kingdoms. And I will radiate outward, around about from this heaven, until my kingdoms encircle the whole earth, and until the earth's heavens are mine also. 4. And whether the Iwans be mortals or spirits, ye shall not here teach them to worship any one, save the Great Spirit. 5. For a question will arise amongst mortals in the beginning of Cosmogony, as to whether mortals are ruled by the angels of heaven. And I will prove it before them that in this land all gods and lords and saviors shall be cast out, and mortals shall become worshippers of the Great Spirit, being ruled to that end by the inspiration that shall descend from this heaven, through the spirits of the Iwan race. And they shall know that I, Jehovih, alone rule over all, and within all my works. 6. Be wise, my sons and daughters, for as ye now find little aspiration amongst the hosts of wandering spirits, so will the same lack of aspiration be manifested in the beginning of Cosmogony, amongst mortals. The voice ceased. 7. Yetanti called Et saying, his assistant god, saying, Come thou and sit on the throne. I will go now for 40 days with FRAGAPATTI and show him all my works. And I will go also with him to Hapacha, god of Ipsioge, after which I will return hither. 8. Etisane came and sat on the throne, duly saluting, having been anointed and crowned previously. Then rose up FRAGAPATTI to speak, perceiving that the great multitude desired to hear him. He said, 9. In what they have done I am well pleased, O Jehovah. Through thy voice I selected them, and they deserve neither praise nor censure, being thy servants. Thou hast wisely chosen them, for in this dawn I perceive the foundation of that which will reach mortals in the third Danha that cometh after. And because thou hast chosen this place, O Father, great is the responsibility of these, thy lords, and thy Lord God. 10. Because they have supplicated thee, thou hast guided them, and they cannot err. Because their work hath been slow, they have great honor in patience and persistence. May thy wisdom, power and love continue with them, for thy glory, now and forever. Amen. FRAGAPATTI ceased, but the light became brilliant above his head. And the voice came out of the light, saying, 11. More shall they concern themselves in a righteous foundation of my kingdom, than in a multitude of conversions and resurrections. For the standard of their lords and gods, and their successors, is of more value than tens of thousands of redeemed who are of little wisdom and strength. For the latter will be raised up afterward. 12. The voice ceased, and FRAGAPATTI came down from the throne, followed by Yatantii and Hob. The Esenors chanted, All hail, great Jehovah's power. His light the immortal voice. And when the gods advanced to Tias, they halted, standing abreast, and then filed in front of the throne, saluting in the sign of Om, and were answered by FRAGAPATTI. Lastly came the marshals of the traveling hosts. And when they had passed, the gods followed after, thus passing out of the capital to the place of the ships of fire, followed by the inhabitants of Yatantii. 13. Thus they entered the Avalanza, with music and cheering. And thus they departed, first to survey the kingdom of Yatantii, and then go to Ispiagi. Chapter 21. 1. After FRAGAPATTI had examined the places of the Asaphs and of the physicians, and such other places as belong in the lower heavens, he descended to Hachadoa, the land of delusion, the happy hunting ground. In order to witness the games and tournaments, which were so far maintained by a great expenditure of labor on the part of the Ethereans, for teaching by subjective illustrations. Jehovah said. 2. As mortal children can be taught by objective illustration, so have I created my worlds capable of a similar process subjectively. My rules are not man's rules, nor are my worlds illustrated as man illustrateth. Behold my rainbow, which is a subjective illustration to mortals of a bough without the substance of a bough. But man bendeth a stick, and saith, Behold, a bough. And he holdeth it in his hand, but mine he cannot touch. 3. I gave to mortals to teach their sons and daughters many combinations by the use of objects, that they should know a circle, a square, a triangle, or learn to compute numbers by the use of objects. Inversely, in the same way I created subjective means for the spirits of the dead, that they might be taught and amused with my works. 4. To corporeans I give corporeal eyes and corporeal ears, that they might attain to wisdom on the earth. But to a few I give suis, that they may see and hear things spiritually. 5. To the spirits of mortals who die in infancy, I give spiritual eyes and spiritual ears, but without cultivation they hear not corporeal things, nor see corporeal things. But to such spirits as have fulfilled an earth life, I created them to see and hear after death the matters of both worlds. 6. Nevertheless, there are many spirits in heaven who have not fulfilled either a spiritual or a corporeal life, and they can see but little and hear but little. For which reason I commanded that they should be called drujas, signifying, spirits of darkness. 7. And I sent my gods and my lords, saying to them, Go ye to the spirits of darkness, for they neither see nor hear heaven nor earth, and are wandering about indifferent even to their own nakedness. 8. And ye shall create mirrors and lenses, and optical illusions and delusions, and provide games and entertainments for them, so that their understanding may be opened up for the glory of my kingdoms. 9. When the Avalanza arrived at Hachadoa, it was lowered and made as an observatory, in order to witness what was going on, and yet so provided that it could be moved about from place to place. 10. And they witnessed the heavenly tournaments and games, the boating and fishing and hunting, and all other entertainments representative of what these angels had been engaged at in mortal life, and yet these things were but subjective, and not real. 11. But it came to pass that many drudges were restored to memory of earth life, restored to seeing and hearing, and, in fact, to know they had entered another world. Illustrating to their dull senses that it was possible for them to learn to see things, and to hear things, understandingly. 12. Nevertheless, there were within these regions hundreds of millions of angels so stupid as to be void of form and expression. 13. Jehovih had said, When a man hath fainted, thou shalt arouse him, by calling his memory to things past. And when the Druj in heaven hath seen who he is, and his place also, thou shalt show him symbols of things past, and thus awake him. 14. Jehovih had said, Behold, O man, thou art the chiefest glory of my creations. Neither created I any animal that walketh on land, or fleeth in the air, or swimmeth in the water, or that crawleth on its belly, with desire for spiritual life, nor with capacity to accumulate spiritually. But to thee only, O man, have I given power to aggregate the spiritual entity. 15. For my animals, I bestowed like a vessel that is full of water, no more can be put into them. And also, when the vessel is destroyed, the water runneth back to the ocean. I quickened them into life by mine own hand, but when I take away my hand, lo, they are gone back into dissolution. As a drop of water hath no power before the sun, but evaporateth and is seen no more, so is the spirit of all the animals I created before the light of my countenance. But to thee, O man, I gave power for everlasting life. 16. Nevertheless, as a man may take a drop of water and put it in a vial, and keep it for a long time, so have I given to my exalted angels power to take the spirit of a fish, or of an animal, suddenly dead, and reclothe it with the semblance of a body. For a season. But yet it is only a subjective existence. And, even as a man letteth a stone out of his hand, and it falleth to the ground, so, when my angels let go their hands on my spiritual animals, their spirits fall into the sea of my body, and are seen no more. Even so, also, but in less degree, created I the trees, the grass, the moss, and all vegetable things that grow on the face of the earth. And I gave to my exalted angels power to take the spirit out of a tree, or a bush, or a plant, and to carry it away and reclothe it with corporeal substance. But to my exalted gods I gave power to do the same things, not with one plant only, but with whole forests, and with animals, and fishes, and serpents. And when they do these things in atmospheria, they are called subjective heavens. 17. Wherefore it came to pass in the ancient days that when spirits of darkness returned to mortals, they told them that heaven was like unto the earth, with everlasting life unto all animals as well as to man. Turn not away from such spirits, O man, but learn from them that thou mayst not tarry long in my bound heavens, when thou becomest a spirit also. 18. For if thou settest thy soul to feed on animals, and to dwell with them, the gods cannot deliver thee to my emancipated heavens, till thou hast served thy time in the lower heavens. One great light have I bestowed unto all men, that they may progress forever. Though the waters of the ocean rise up and make clouds, and the clouds fall down as rain and run to the rivers, and thence back into the ocean, 1,000 times, 10,000s of times, yet that water hath not progressed. Neither have I given progress to a stone, nor to a tree, nor to an animal. But to man only have I given progress. 19. Be wise, O man, and tie not thyself to things that progress not, nor set thy soul upon them, lest they become a bondage to thee in the next world. But for the drux, I have created heavens midway betwixt light and darkness, subjective and objective, that they may be redeemed. 20. FRAGAPATTI also visited the Oahspe, the great hunting fields. And the place of tournaments, the Oahspe, where thousands and tens of thousands of drudges were being amused, and instructed, and awakened to their condition and to their possibilities. And when FRAGAPATTI and his hosts had seen the beauty and grandeur of this lowest of heavens, and made a record of the affairs, Yatantii said. 21. Now have I shown thee, O FRAGAPATTI, the foundation of a great house, even my kingdom, which is Jehovah's. I am at thy service, to go whithersoever thou mayst desire. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, saying, 22. I desire to descend beneath, even to the earth's surface, and survey the plains, and rivers, and lakes, in the regions where the Father's kingdom will be founded. Let my mathematicians compute the time, and these things shall also be recorded in the Etherean libraries, for benefit of the angels of that day. 23. The mathematicians computed the time, and then Oahspe, the chief, said, 8,900 years. So FRAGAPATTI caused the Avalanza to be lowered down to the earth's surface, and he coursed the land over, east and west and north and south, and when he saw it was a fair country as to land and water, he said. 24. Behold the wisdom of Jehovah in the foundation and plans for inhabiting and subduing the earth. And yet, 8,900 years. Oh, what innumerable millions on the earth will go down in darkness ere that day. Here the light will fall. Here the beginning of the death of Cephas. Yet thy hand, O Jehovah, is over all. Chapter 22. 1. FRAGAPATTI sent messengers to Hapacha, god of Ipsiog, apprising him of the visit. So, Hapacha hastily called in his lords and captains and fathers, preparing a time of recreation, and also preparing suitable reception and entertainment. 2. And Hapacha provided in this manner, first, 100,000 musicians, formed in 8 parts of a circle, with 8 intervening spaces. With each group he provided 1,000 marshals, and they stood in front of the musicians, with 8 intervening spaces also. Next within, he provided places for the messengers, of whom there were 300,000. Then next came the Asaphs, of whom there were 1,000,000, next came the Ashars, of whom there were 2,000,000, next, came the nurses and physicians, next, the teachers in factories and schools and colleges. And of all these there were 14,600,000. 3. Of the grade first above the Esyans there were 20 millions, of the second grade, which was the highest, there were 30 millions, but no Esyans were present. 4. In the midst of the circle was the throne of Hapacha, now extended so as to accommodate his lords. To the south of his throne were the seats of the captains of the hosts. In a crescent were his counselors, of whom there were 1,000,000. 5. Hapacha having thus called them together, and having explained to but few of them the purpose, now addressed them, saying, 6. By the wisdom and power of Jehovah I speak before you. That which I say is not of myself, more than of the faith I have in Jehovah, of which faith ye are likewise blessed. 7. Since our youth up we have been advised by the guardian angels, their lords and God, to be firm in faith in Jehovah above all things. For it was declared to us, in the olden times, that there was a higher heaven and a lower heaven, and that through faith in the Father we should all ultimately ascend and dwell in his holiest kingdoms. 8. For which reason ye have been steady workers since your mortal lives have been put away, even for this kingdom, raising up many, and causing them to rejoice in everlasting life. But as it has been promised ye beforehand that the gods above us would surely come and deliver all who are prepared for the next resurrection, even so, to this day, cherish ye the hope for wider fields of labor, where ye may overtake your kindred and others who have become wise in Jehovah's light. 9. The time of that resurrection is near at hand for many of you. Our Father hath brought this heaven into a lighter region, that ye may be prepared for that still greater light beyond. And because of the new light that is with us, ye have beholden that many of the Iwan Esyans have deserted our nurseries and gone back to the earth, for they love the darkness of earth more than they love the light of heaven. 10. My lords have sent messengers to me from various parts of the earth, saying to me, as much as they have deserted your places in heaven, even so much have the Esyans returned to mortals in great numbers. And it hath come to pass that great manifestations of spirit presence are now common to men and women and children on earth. 11. Many of these Esyans, falling in with Drujas, have adopted their roving habits, denying that there is any higher heaven, honestly believing they will have an opportunity to reincarnate themselves and dwell again in mortal form. knowing no higher heaven than the earth, and, knowing no happiness save in the indulgence of lust, they appear to mortals, and marry in manifestation, falsely pretending to be the kin of the living. 12. Which sign forerunneth the approach of a new dawn of Dan near at hand. Being thus doubly armed in prophecy, your God called you to witness the words and proceedings of FRAGAPATTI, who is on his way hither, accompanied by Yetantii, God of Yetantii, creator of Hachadoa. 13. For more than 600 years have many of us labored in this field, and our harvests for Gao have been the most esteemed of all the resurrections contributed by the lords of earth. To comport with our dignity, I have commanded the builders of Odovans to have in readiness, representing these harvests, a vessel for my lords and their attendants, and my chief marshal, to go part way and meet our visitors. Bearing the sign of the triangle, and of fruit, and the altar. 14. Hapacha then gave instructions in full, and, presently, the receiving hosts departed in the Odovan, with music, rejoicing, being cheered by the hosts remaining. In the meantime, Hapacha caused the house to be put in order. Chapter 23. 1. FRAGAPATTI had previously visited Hapacha, but told not who he was, save that he was god of Lanitzi, in Etheria. Consequently, Hapacha, now knowing that FRAGAPATTI was coming, mistrusted not that it was the same person, but expected to see one coming in great pomp and glory. For he had heard of the wonders FRAGAPATTI had already accomplished in the eastern heavens, particularly the breaking up of the hells of Oahspe and the deliverance of the tortured inmates. 2. Thus came FRAGAPATTI to Ipsioge in his Avalanza, displaying neither lights nor curtains, coming with the receiving hosts within his vessel, anchoring near the throne of Hapacha. 3. Presently FRAGAPATTI came down out of the ship, Yetantii and Hob with him, also the marshals, who were on the left, the receiving hosts being on the right. Hapacha's Enanors struck up, proclaimed Jehovah's name, O ye lords and gods. And the hosts of the Avalanza joined in singing, and with trumpets and harps and triangles, knowing the symbols of their kingdom, and great was the glory of their music. 4. When FRAGAPATTI approached the throne, the music ceased. Hapacha said, Who cometh here? And he made the ancient sign of Jehovah's name. FRAGAPATTI said, A Faithist in Jehovih, and he gave the countersign. Whereupon, Hapacha said, In his name, welcome brother, and welcome to thy hosts also. May his love and wisdom be manifested in me and my people during your sojourn with us. 5. FRAGAPATTI said, Jehovah is all-wise. He fashioneth some men as sons, and out of their souls the light extendeth into the far-off spheres. Coursing these vast fields at certain times and seasons, he sendeth swift messengers from his most exalted heavens. And these messengers, passing through both light and darkness, with their great wisdom, scan the distant kingdoms where mortals and angels dwell, and quickly catch from the guardian hosts, and from the scenes around, the brightest, best stars. And carry the record to the reigning gods above. And when these gods descend to the regions and places of these immortal gems, they go visit them. 6. Even so, O Hapacha, standeth thy record in the higher heavens. And when the Father called me to visit the red star in her heavens, I looked over Jehovah's messengers' reports, where was set thy name, radiant with love and fire. So to thee I made haste and came, unknown, because as yet unproved in these heavens, and thy much worth, and the amity of thy hosts, won my love. I told thee thou shouldst hear from me soon, and so thou hast. Behold, FRAGAPATTI is before thee. 7. Hapacha said, Blessed, O Jehovah. Come thou, O FRAGAPATTI, and honor my throne, in the name of the Father. And come thou also, O Yetantii, and thou, O Hob. And they went up and sat on the throne, and FRAGAPATTI sat in the midst. 8. Again the Esenors sang and played, and during the singing the light of the upper kingdoms began to envelop the throne. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, explaining. 9. Hear me, O all ye people, and be ye attentive to my words. 10. Because ye have been faithful from the first, ye are become the light of the earth, and of this heaven, and inasmuch as ye have maintained your altar and times of sacrifice. There have been maintained in the upper heavens altars and sacrifices in conjunction with you. 11. Whereby ye have been blessed in hearing the voice in all the darkness through which the earth and her heavens have passed. 12. As the Father hath given voice betwixt mother and child, though they be distant from each other, so, in like manner, do Jehovah's kingdoms, which are in sympathy in righteousness and love. 13. As ye behold the light gathering about this throne, think not that I bring the light, nor that it is sent to me in person. There is a cord betwixt me and my Etherean kingdoms, and I am one end thereof, the other end is the throne in Etheria. When I sit in the midst of this throne, behold, it is also illuminated by the higher heavens. 14. Think not that my heavens are the highest of all, for such, the all-highest, can never be attained. Nevertheless, my heavens are connected as with a cord to them above me, and they to others still above, and so on forever, upward, upward. The all-highest conceived of, is called Jehovah. And no matter how long it descendeth, still the voice is his voice. 15. That ye may hear Jehovah's voice, I will now set my Son above the throne. 16. FRAGAPATTI ceased, and a light most brilliant, in the figure of the sun, settled above his head back of the throne. Many could not look upon it because of its brightness. Presently Jehovah spake out of the light, saying. 17. Rejoice, O Hapacha, in the name of thy Creator. Sing thy songs of delight, and let thy people hold up their heads. Behold, I have watched over thee and thy hosts, in my promises have ye fulfilled the dawn of my light. 18. 3,000 years are as one day in my sight. Yesterday I said, sit ye here, stand ye there, for tomorrow I come again. And this was my commandment for thousands, and tens of thousands of years. 19. But others remembered me not. In the night they went down, as a child that falleth asleep. And when I came on the morrow, behold, they had not awakened. But I roused them up, and showed them my great light. 20. Again I said to them, 3,000 years are as one day in my sight. Sit ye here, stand ye there, and remember me. Tomorrow I come again. But lo, they went down in sleep, they remembered not me, their Creator. 21. But thou, O Hapacha, hast maintained the watch all night long. Thou art the first of gods who hath kept this kingdom whole from dawn to dawn. Thou art the first of gods who hath kept my kingdom safe in the lower heavens till the morrow came. 22. Now have I come to thee to deliver thee and thy kingdom to Hapacha, whither thou shalt tarry till the close of dawn, when my sons and daughters shall bear thee upward to my emancipated worlds, and thy hosts shall go with thee. 23. The voice ceased. Then spake FRAGAPATTI, saying, For 3 days will I tarry here, 2 days shalt thou have of recreation, but on the 3rd day thou shalt appoint thy successor, and I will then again speak before thee and thy people. 24. Hapacha then proclaimed 2 days of recreation, and the hosts mingled freely together, those of the Avalanza coming out and rejoicing with the Ipsiogans, and great was the glory of those 2 days. Chapter 24. 1. Oahspe rejoiced not, and he alone of all the people assembled, was burdened in soul. He said, Jehovah, thou hast rebuked me, and I am cast down. Thou hast shown me thy son Hapacha, one of thy gods in the lowest of heavens. And Hapacha, thy son, hath maintained his kingdom unto thee till this dawn of light hath come. 2. Yet thou gavest into my keeping a kingdom far higher than this, even Zeredo, and I went down, as a child that falleth asleep. My kingdom forgot thee. My people ceased to sing songs unto thy name. We buried ourselves in darkness. 3. And thou hast chosen me to be the next succeeding God of earth and her heavens. How shall I fulfill thy commandments? How shall I know the way to choose gods and lords under me who will be steadfast and zealous? 4. As he thus communed with Jehovah, FRAGAPATTI said unto him, Through faith are all things accomplished, without faith, all things are uncertain. He who saith, I know Jehovah liveth and reigneth, hath said wisely. But he who saith, I go forth in thee, O Jehovah, for I know thou wilt accomplish, hath said much more. For his words maintain the power of the Father in him. 5. When the morning of the third day had come, Hapacha called the hosts from recreation to labor, and the Esenors chanted a hymn of rejoicing, and, after that, Hapacha said. 6. To thee, O Jehovah, are all things committed, even as from thee they came forth. Thy voice is ever upon all men, but they hear thee not. Thine eye is observant of all men, but they believe it not. To teach men these simple things, is to make gods of them. To open up their understanding, to find thee, to know thee, and to realize thy ever-presence, to become one with thee, this is the labor with thy gods, and thy lords, and thy holy angels. 7. In thy name have I raised up one who is to succeed me in this, thy kingdom. From thy light shall thy Orion chief weave a crown for him. With mine own hands will I crown him unto thee and thy kingdom. 8. The marshals now brought forward, Panoto, of Caracas, highly learned in discipline, and he stood before the throne of God. Thereupon FRAGAPATTI rose up, saying. 9. Without a keynote a number of instruments cannot be attuned to harmony. Without a faith in an all-highest person, neither angels nor mortals can live in harmony. 10. Individuals may be strong, but many in concerted action comprise the Father's kingdoms. 11. Neither angels nor mortals can assimilate of themselves. But all can assimilate with the Father, every one perfecting himself differently. Such persons are then assimilated to one another. 12. Whoever serveth his own conception of the All-Highest, making himself a servant thereto, is on the right road. And, in the plan of the universe, will drift into an association adapted to himself. 13. Many such, becoming a unit, are powerful over the elements surrounding them. Disbelief in an all-highest person is caused by weakness of spirit, resulting from disease or from prenatal sin, or by laudation of one's own self. Such persons cannot harmonize, because each one is his own self-esteemed all-highest. They are without power, without unison and without sacrifice, accomplishing little good in heaven or on earth. 14. Think not that darkness belongeth only to the earth and the lowest heavens. There are those, who rise to the second resurrection, and then fall into unbelief, and then fall to the first resurrection, and afterward become wandering spirits. And some of them even fall into hell, which is belief in evil and destruction being good, and yet others become drudges, engrossed in the affairs of mortals, and in lust, teaching reincarnation. And they finally become fetals and vampires on mortals. 15. Whoever hath attained to the height of his own ideal, is on the precipice of hell. But he who, finding the God of his forefathers too small for himself, and so, inventeth one much higher, is a great benefactor. A fool can ridicule the ancient person, his delight is to pull down, but a wise man furnisheth a great person. To pull down the all person, is to pull down his people. 16. To try to make a non-appreciable person out of Jehovah is to make one's self the opposite of a creator. To learn to create, to invent, to cast one's spirit forth with power to congregate and make, is to go on the right road. 17. To learn to pull down, to scatter, to annul, to disintegrate, to set things apart from one another, to find evil instead of good, to find folly instead of wisdom, to expose the ignorance of others instead of finding wisdom in them. Even all these follow after the first inception of disbelief in the all-person. 18. And since, from disintegration of the compact betwixt the Creator and his children, the cord of communication is cut off with the exalted kingdoms in Etheria, they have indeed double grounds for disbelief. Nor can they comprehend how others can be believers in an all-person, much less have faith in him. 19. And the same rule applieth to communities and to kingdoms as to individuals, in regard to the fall consequent in unbelief in an all-person. For a community becometh one person, a kingdom in Etheria becometh one person, a kingdom in the lower heavens becometh one person, a kingdom on earth becometh one person. Each and every kingdom being a single figurehead of many parts, which is the perfection of each and every individual. 20. Hence, as a single individual can cut himself off from the Father, so can a community, or a kingdom, and so go down to destruction. 21. The strongest, best man in the community is he who laboureth most to perfect the unit, that is, the person of the community. The strongest man in the kingdom is he who laboureth most to perfect the person of the kingdom. The strongest man in heaven is he who laboureth most to perfect the all-person of heaven. 22. The weakest of men is the opposite of these. He laboureth to show there is no all-person in anything. Verily, he is already falling away from the Father. Yea, he accuseth himself, for he saith, I neither see nor hear an all-person, nor believe I in one. 23. It is a wise man who, finding he is going into disbelief too much, correcteth himself. And he is not less wise, who, finding he believeth too much, and hence, investigateth not at all, correcteth himself. 24. It was said of old, first, testimony, second, belief, third, faith, and fourth, works. But I declare unto you that, with the expanse of knowledge, testimony must be strengthened. For in the olden times, angels and men could be commanded to believe, and they believed. 25. Herein have many of the lords and the gods of the lower heavens erred, for they furnished not to those beneath them the necessary testimony comporting with the advanced knowledge in heaven or on earth. A god shall be swift in devising food for meditation, for angels, as well as mortals, without an advanced teacher, are as well off with none at all. 26. It was said of old that a god taught the people on one of the stars to believe Jehovah lived in a straw, and they rose in wisdom, and harmony, and unity. Then, afterward, another god came and taught them there was no Jehovah, because, forsooth, he could not live in a straw, and the people fell into disbelief and inharmony in disunion. Which, then, of these, was the better God? 27. Yet I declare unto you, they were both necessary. For without a habitation and a figure, the Great Spirit cannot be taught to either angels or mortals in the first place. The labor of the gods is to lead the people upward, step by step, until they learn to be gods and goddesses themselves. 28. On this earth, mortals were taught through stone and wooden idols, and afterward by engraved images. In some of the mixed tribes it will be necessary to teach them incarnated Jehovah in mortal form, and by sympathy for his sufferings, teach them to follow his spirit up to heaven. But all these subterfuges should be set aside in the Cosmon era. 29. This heaven, more than any other heaven of the earth, will be regarded by the Etherean kingdoms. Beneath you, even on this part of the earth, will mortals first espouse the Father's kingdom. 30. Of all things, let your labor be first of all to sow the seed of belief in an all-person, the Great Spirit. As ye now sow, and build Jehovah's kingdom in your heaven, so, in the coming of the Cosmon era, will the same teaching take root in the souls of mortals. 31. Nor shall ye, under any circumstances, permit gods or lords or saviors to be established as worshipful beings either in these heavens or on this part of the earth. For this land is dedicated by Jehovah for the overthrow of all idols, of God, and Lord, and Saviour, and of everything that is worshipped, save Jehovah, the Great Spirit. Neither shall any of these idols be established with effect in these heavens or on this land. But be ye most circumspect to establish Jehovah, the light of light, the all-person, in the souls of angels and mortals. 32. FRAGAPATTI ceased, but signalled for Hapacha to ordain Panoto, god of Ipsiog. Hapacha rose up, saying, Panoto, son of Jehovah. Thou hast been chosen to be god of Ipsiog for 600 years, and even after, if Jehovah so will. Thou hast passed the examination, and standest above all others. 33. Thou hast been favoured with much travelling in heaven. And, for thy benefit, many swift messengers from the emancipated worlds, have explained to thee the dominions of the great chiefs. 34. He, through whose fields this world is now travelling, hath stood up before thee. He hath spoken to thee and thy people. Heed thou his words, and thou shalt be one with his kingdoms in wisdom and power. 35. By proxy I have visited the Etherean worlds, thou hast not. By being one with this chief, thou wilt inure to all light, and soon thou shalt visit his places by proxy also. 36. And at the end of 600 years, thou and thy harvest will be called for by the Etherean hosts. Be thou ready for them. And erst thou depart, thou shalt raise up one sufficient to take thy place, and thou shalt bestow him. 37. Penodo said, Thy will and Jehovah's be done. That which is given me to do, will I do with all my wisdom and strength, so help me, O Jehovah. 38. Hapacha said, By virtue of thy wisdom, power and love, O Jehovah, vested in me, do I this, thy Son, ordain God of Ipsiog for the period of 600 years. Be thou with him, O Jehovah, and may he and his works glorify thee forever. Amen. 39. Penodo said, Which I accept and covenant with thee, O Jehovah, for thy glory forever. Amen. 40. The Esanors now sang, Thou light in person, approved and sung on high, Jehovah. Our God Hapacha, Jehovah thou hast called him. Welcome Penodo. Thou, alone, Jehovah, remainest forever. Glory, glory be to thee, O thou Creator. 41. The light gathered brilliantly over FRAGAPATTI's head, and when the music ceased, the voice of Jehovah spake out of the light, saying. 42. In the first days I blew my breath upon the lands of the earth, and man became a living soul. Then, in the second time, I moved my hand upon the earth, and man went forth in power. 43. Thus near hath my voice approached the earth. Be ye steadfast in my commandments. The time shall surely come, and in the third season, when my voice shall be heard by mortals. 44. The voice ceased, and then FRAGAPATTI took the light in his hands, as one would take fine flax, and he turned it about thrice, and, lo, a crown was woven, most brilliant, but of a reddish hue. He said. 45. Crown of thy crown, O Jehovah, have I woven for thy Son, God of Ipsiog. And he handed it to Hapacha, who said, And in thy name, O Father, I crown him, second God of Ipsiog, 600 years. Be thou with him, O Father. Amen. Chapter 25. 1. It being now the end of the fourth day, FRAGAPATTI commanded the hosts to embark in the Avalanza, and the marshals conducted them in, taking, first, the sons and daughters of Ipsiog, being 60 millions. Next the Zaretoans, 10 millions, and then FRAGAPATTI's attendants, being most Ethereans, 5 millions. 2. When those were abroad, FRAGAPATTI and Hob and Yetontii and Hapacha rose up, and after making the sign of the setting sun, went down and sat at the foot of the throne. 3. God, that was Penodo, went down and took FRAGAPATTI's hand, saying, Arise, O chief. The Father calleth. FRAGAPATTI rose up and stood aside. Next, God raised Yetontii, and he stood aside, and then he raised Hob, and he stood aside. And now came the greatest trial of all. He took Hapacha's hand, saying, Arise, O God, great Jehovah calleth thee. Go thy way and his. 4. But they both burst into tears, and fell into each other's arms. Hapacha said, O Father. Penodo said, His will be done. And now the light gathered brilliantly over the scene, FRAGAPATTI moved forward, then Yetontii, then Hob, and next Hapacha. 5. Penodo resumed the throne. The Esanors chanted, and the firelight of the higher heavens descended over all the place. Like a sweet dream, the scene closed. FRAGAPATTI and his hosts were gone. 6. Like a bee that is laden with honey, flying from a field of flowers to its home, so returned FRAGAPATTI with his Avalanza laden, to Haritai, swiftly through the vault of heaven, a shooting star in Jehovah's hand. 7. Uthrava, god of Haritai, and assistant to FRAGAPATTI, knew that the Avalanza was coming, and that Hapacha and his hosts were aboard, and he determined to provide a glorious reception. 8. So, for the space of 1,000 miles, he caused pillars of fire to be erected, in 2 rows, so that the avalanza should pass between them, and near the pillars he stationed trumpeters and harpers, 1,000,000, divided into 100 groups. And they were so arranged, that when the avalanza passed them, they could come aboard. 9. Now during the absence of FRAGAPATTI, many of the spirits who had been rescued from torture and madness in the hells of Oahspe had been restored to consciousness, more than 150 millions of them. 10. Of these, Uthrava said, "Clothe ye them in most gaudy apparel, and let them be the bearers of perfumes and flowers, and torches, as presents for the iron hosts of Hapacha. And the lights shall be lowered at the place of landing, to make it acceptable to those newly raised, who are aboard." 11. Uthrava said, "As for Muru, within the walls of light it shall be rated 7. But when FRAGAPATTI hath ascended the throne, it shall be raised to 9. And in those days, 9, in Haritai, was 50% of the capacity of endurance in the plateau." 12. Jehovih hath said, "If they raise the light, it will be more acceptable to my Etherean hosts, for they have dwelt a long time near the earth, and are thirsting for Etherean light. But yet consider ye, here are thousands of millions of atmospherians who cannot endure the Etherean light, but delight in a lower percent. See to it, then, that the walls of light protect my hosts in the dark on one side, but raise ye the grade to 9 within." 13. Uthrava said, "There shall be flights of stairs leading over the walls of Muru, and they shall be white and illumined on that day, which will be sufficient for dividing the people according to the light suited to them. The Ions with Hapacha will go over the walls, for they entered their corporeal cities in the same way. Besides, they are capable of enduring the light, but the Iwans with Hapacha will desire to remain without. For them prepare ye a place of delight and rest." 14. But in regard to the Ethereans Uthrava gave no orders, for they were capable of perceiving all necessary things, and without instruction. Chapter 26. 1. When FRAGAPATTI entered the road of fire with his avalanza, where Uthrava had stationed the musicians and groups of furlers, the hosts aboard broke loose from all bounds of propriety, so great was their delight. And they shouted and sang with the trumpeters with most exalted enthusiasm. Many of them entered the Orion state, and not a few, even the Nirvanian. And they became even as gods and goddesses by their own entrancement, seeing, hearing and realizing, even to the third rate above the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih. 2. These were but spasmodic conditions of light, from which they returned in course of time, being able to give descriptions of their visions. For Jehovih so created man, with spells of clearness far in advance of his growth, the which, he having realized, he returneth to his normal condition, to prepare himself constitutionally. 3. Along the road, on either side, were mottos and sayings peculiar to the hosts of Hapacha, and to mortals of Gautama. When Hapacha saw these, he said, "How is it possible? Whence derived these gods this information?" But the light came to his own soul, saying, "The wise and good sayings of men below, are borne by Jehovah's swift messengers to realms above." Job stood nearby, and heard what Hapacha said, and Job said, "How can men and spirits be inspired to wise and good sayings? Who had thought to erect such signboards on the road to all light? And yet what darker deeds are done, when the soul of man findeth curses and evil words to vent his awful sins, and walls himself around with horrid imprecations. The which to face in after time and be appalled at the havoc of his own deadly weapons. How few, indeed, comprehend the direful thrust of hateful words, imagining them but wind, to pass away and be seen no more, but which are placarded on the signboard of heaven, as his fruit sent to market. The poison dealt out of his mouth to his brother man. A man throweth a spear, deadly, but it falleth on the earth and lieth there, but words and sayings are more potent, scoring deep in the soul of things. Fair, indeed, is it with thee, O Hapacha, and with thy hosts also, with yonder pure scross to enter Haritai. 4. As fast as the ship passed the lights, the Etherean musicians came aboard, being anxious to meet Hapacha and his hosts, especially the Ions, and to congratulate them on being the first harvest from the lowest heaven at the end of a cycle. And strange to say, there were just twice as many as Sathantes had prepared in the first dawn on earth. FRAGAPATTI called the swift messengers belonging to the roads of dawn, in Etheria, and he said unto them, Go ye to Sathantes, whose fields lie in the roads of dawn, and say unto him, Greeting, in the name of Jehovih. The earth hath reached Oahspe and Gamachela, home of FRAGAPATTI, who sendeth love and joy on behalf of 60 millions, first harvest of HAK, grade 65. 5. Of these messengers, 400 departed, leaving a reserve of 800, who continued on the Avalanza. 6. The Druges, who were arrayed in gaudy attire, withdrew a little from the landing, fearing the light. When the ship drew near the walls, and was made fast, the marshals of Muru came to the front, 2 millions, as an escort to conduct all who chose over the ascending stairs. 7. And so great was the faith of Hapacha's hosts, that over 50 millions of them passed within the sea of fire, singing, Glory be to Thee, O Jehovih, Creator of worlds. 8. Seeing this great faith in them, Athrava commanded red and blue lights, to favor them, and there was not one of the whole number that quailed, or turned from the light. And now was beholden, to many of them, their first view of the glories and powers of gods and goddesses. Muru was illuminated in every part. The structure of the temple, its extent and magnificence in conception, with its hundreds of thousands of mirrors and lenses, its transparent and opaque crystals, translucent and opaque circles and arches, hundreds of millions, the which, when viewed from any one place, was unlike when viewed from another place, as if each position were striving to outdo the others in beauty and perfection. So that, were a person to walk for 1,000 years in the temple, he would every moment see, as it were, a new palace of surpassing grandeur. 9. And so wonderfully was it arranged that the faces of 1,000 millions of people could be seen from any place a person might be. And yet all these people constituted a part and principle in the building, being as jewel stones, created by Jehovih for the ornamentation of his celestial abodes. 10. Job, always quick to speak, said, Oh that angels and mortals would strive to make of themselves such jewels as these. Hapacha spake not, being overwhelmed with the beauty and magnificence. Yetanti said, When thou art on the throne, FRAGAPATTI, I will leave for the kingdom of Yetanti, here, then, I will take my leave. FRAGAPATTI shook hands with him, saying, Jehovih be with thee. 11. So Yetanti remained where he was, but Job and Hapacha continued on with FRAGAPATTI. All eyes were turned to them, and especially to Hapacha, whose persistence in faith in Jehovih had won the lower heavens to wisdom and love. And as they moved toward the throne, great Athrava rose up, smiling, holding out his hands to receive them. Next, and back of Athrava, were the 5 goddesses, Ethro, of Uche and Rock, Gisaya, of Himitza, of the valley of Mboid, in Etheria. Cetisaya, of Wotabuk, the one-time home of Fuevitive, Tevi, of New, Port Aga, and Renava, of the swamps of Tholagi, in South Suyark of Rhodes, near Zutah and Hichau, in the South Etherian vault of Oahspe. 12. And the goddesses also rose up with extended hands. And now, because of the brilliancy of their presence, the throne became a scene of hallowed light, and threads thereof extended to all the council members. And by these were radiated outward so that every person in the temple of Jehovih was connected with the throne, which made every spoken word plain to all. 13. Athrava said, In Jehovah's name, welcome, O FRAGAPATTI. And thy hosts with thee. The goddesses repeated the same words, and they were echoed by the entire audience. FRAGAPATTI said, In thy name, O Jehovih, am I delivered to my loves. Be thou with us, O Father, that we may glorify thee. Receive ye, O my people, Hapacha, son of Jehovih, who rose up and stood in the dark all night long, in faith in Jehovih. Behold, I have delivered him in dawn, and his hosts with him. 14. And now there appeared, rising like a new sun, Jehovah's light beyond the throne, reddish tinged, emblem of the western light, in honor of Hapacha. And it rose and stood above FRAGAPATTI's head in great brilliancy. Then spake Jehovih out of the light, saying, 15. With my breath create I alive the earth-born child, with my hand quicken I the newborn spirit, and with my light illume I the soul of my faithist. Behold, I dwell in the all-highest place, and in the lowest of created things, whoever findeth me, I find also, whoever proclaimeth me, I proclaim in return. Hapacha, my son, Saviour of men. Of my light shalt thou be crowned. 16. The voice ceased, and now FRAGAPATTI advanced to the midst of the throne, and took of the light and fashioned a crown, and placed it on Hapacha's head, saying, Crown of thy crown, O Jehovih, crown I thy son. In thy light shall he be wise and powerful, with love to all thy created beings, henceforth, forever. 17. The goddesses then received them, and after due ceremonies they all took their seats, FRAGAPATTI in the midst of the throne. Arthrava resigned at once, during the stay of FRAGAPATTI. The Oahspe now chanted, Glory be to Thee, O all light, the person of every kingdom high and low, who hath brought our brothers and sisters home. 18. By natural impulse of thanks, Hapacha's hosts, 50 millions, rose up and responded, singing, To Thee, O Jehovih, how shall our souls find words? Thy sons and daughters love, how can we recompense? Make us light and clear, O Father. Spotless before them and Thee. 19. But the anthems were long, and sung with brilliancy, rejoicing and responding, millions to millions, as an opera of high heaven. 20. When the music ceased, FRAGAPATTI said, With the close of dawn of Dan, these hosts shall be received as brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih, and ascend with us to the regions of Gamachela, in Etheria. The apportioners will therefore divide them into groups in Horitai, with Etherian teachers to prepare them. That this may be accomplished, I proclaim 1 day's recreation, to assemble on the next day in order of business. 21. The marshals then proclaimed as had been commanded, and the hosts went into recreation, the Etherians rushing to Hapacha's atmosphereans with great glee, every one desiring some of them. Chapter 27. 1. When they were called to labor, FRAGAPATTI said, For the convenience of my own hosts, the light shall now be raised 2 degrees. In which case it will be well to permit the hosts of Hapacha to retire to the fields of Hukaira, in Horitai, where Athrava hath already a place and teachers for them. 2. Accordingly, the conductors now removed Hapacha's hosts, save about 1 million who resolved to endure the light. The Oahspe chanted whilst these arrangements were being carried out, and when they were accomplished the music ceased. 3. The chief marshal said, Swift messengers, who are waiting without, salute Jehovah's throne, and his God, and pray in audience. FRAGAPATTI said, Whence come they? And what is the nature of their business? 4. The marshal said, From the Oahspe fields of Houts. Their business is of the Oahspe knots. FRAGAPATTI said, On the sign of Imuts, admit them, greeting from God, in the Father's name. 5. The marshal withdrew for a short while, and then returned, bringing in 1,000 swift messengers, of whom Ariyun was goddess. She advanced near the throne to the left. FRAGAPATTI said, Goddess Ariyun, greeting to thee, in Jehovah's name. Proceed thou. 6. Ariyun said, Greeting, in love to thee, FRAGAPATTI, and to all thy hosts. I hastened hither from the fields of Houts, section 12, on the one-time plateau and place of Hord, where are 1,000 millions in knot, since many days. This I reported to the Lord God of Japheth, Aon, whose forces are all employed, and he sent me hither. 7. FRAGAPATTI said, It is well. Thou art at liberty. Hob, canst thou untie the knot? Hob said, I have faith to try. To which FRAGAPATTI replied, Athrava will go with thee, but do thou the labor. Choose, therefore, thy hosts from my Etherians, and have a vessel made sufficient, so that if thou findest it advisable to bring them away, thou canst do so. Retire, then, with the captain of the files, and make thy selections, and, in the meantime, give commands for the vessel to be made, and put in readiness for thee. 8. Job said, With Jehovah's help I will deliver them. And he saluted, and, with the captain of the files, he withdrew and made his selections, choosing 5 millions in all, of whom half were physicians and nurses. In the meantime he had the proper workmen build a vessel of sufficient capacity and strength, as commanded by FRAGAPATTI. And in 7 days' time everything was completed, and Job commanded his hosts to enter the ship, and he and Uthravah went in also, and presently they were off, being conducted by the goddess Ariun, in her arrow ship, to the place of the knot. Chapter 28. 1. The goddess Ariun slackened the speed of her arrow ship to suit that of Job's vessel, so, onward together they sped in a direct line, propelled as a rocket is propelled, by constant emissions from the hulk. The which expenditure is manufactured by the crew and commanders, skilled in wielding Jehovah's elements. For as mortals find means to traverse the ocean and to raise a balloon, so do the gods and spirits build and propel mightier vessels through the firmament, betwixt the stars and over and under and beyond the sun. 2. And when the Ethereans, highest raised in the most subtle spheres, send their ships coursing downward in the denser strata of a corporeal world, their ready workmen take in ballast, and turn the fans. And reverse the whirling screws to match the space and course of travel. For which purpose men learn the trade, having rank and grade according to proficiency. Many of them serving 1,000 years' apprenticeship, becoming so skilled in wielding the elements, and in the knowledge of the decrees of density, that thousands of millions of miles of roadways in heaven are as a well-learned book to them. 3. And, thus conversant with Jehovah's wide domains, they are eagerly sought after, especially in emergent cases, or on journeys of millions of years. For so well they know the requirements, the places of delight, the dangers of vortices and of eddies and whirlpools, that when a god saith, Take me hither, or yonder, they know the nearest way and the power required. 4. For, as Jehovah hath made icebergs on the corporeal ocean, dangerous to ships, and heavy currents of trade winds, and currents in the oceans, so are there in the Etherean firmament currents and densities which the well-skilled God can take advantage of, be it a slow trip of pleasure, or a swift one on urgent business to suffering angels or mortals. 5. And, be it God or goddess, dispatched by a higher council, to a distant place suddenly, he, or she, must be already acquainted with navigators sufficiently to know who to choose. And, likewise, understand the matter well enough to lend a helping hand if required. For oft the navigators have not swift messengers to pilot them. And yet a short journey of 50,000 miles may require as much skill as 1,000,000, especially in descending to a corporeal world. 6. Job knew, and he managed well. Following close on the arrow's trail till they neared the ruined plateau, and then, amidst the broken currents, Ariun dropped alongside, perceiving Job's less wieldy vessel, and made fast. She said to Job. 7. Behold, we are near the place. Then Job asked, How foundest thou a knot in such a wasted country? Ariun answered him. 8. When Jehovah created women, he gave to her 2 chief attributes, curiosity and solicitude for others. So, passing here, surveying the place where the first heavenly kingdom was, I remembered it had been said that I've left some island places where once a colony in heaven had been built, and I halted to examine it. A moan and terrible sound greeted me. I heard the Oahspe knots, as I had oft heard others before. 9. We landed and made fast, and presently went about searching, led by the sad, sad noise. Then we came to the great mound, the knot, 1,000,000,000 drudges bound in a heap. Wailing, muffled, moaning as if all the heap of them were in the throes of death, but could not die. 10. Being myself powerless to overcome such fearful odds, I took the bearing of the regions where I should find the nearest God, and so, having measured the knot, I set sail as thou hast heard. 11. Job said, Every day I behold thy wisdom, O Jehovah. In a new light thy wondrous judgment riseth up before me. Who but thee, O Father, had seen the fruitage of curiosity made perfect in thy daughters? From the little bud seen in mortal form, to the overscanning of thy heavens by such goddesses. 12. As thus Job discoursed, they arrived at a suitable landing place, where they made their vessels fast, and then hurried to the knot. Without much ado, Job walled the knot around with low fire, leaving a gateway to the east, where he placed 1,000 sentinels. 1,000,000 of this army he stationed outside of and beyond the walls, and these were divided into groups of selectors, guardsmen, physicians, nurses and bearers, and manufacturers of fire and water. The selectors were provided with rods of fire and water, and the guardsmen with shields and blinds. 13. Then Job stationed another 1,000,000 betwixt the knot and the gateway, and these were stationed in 4 rows, each 2 rows facing, and but 2 paces apart, so that betwixt the rows it was like a walled alleyway. And the other 3,000,000 Job caused to surround the knot on every side. Each and every one of these was provided with a fire lamp, which they held in the right hand. And when all things were thus in readiness, Job commanded the attack to begin. And at once the attackers thrust their fire lamps in the face of the Druj nearest by, and, seizing them with the other hand, pulled them away. The Druj do not all relinquish their grip in the knot at the sight of the lamp, but often require to be nearly burned and stifled with the light before they release their hold. Neither cometh this grip of evil, but of fear. 14. The knot is nothing more nor less than a mass of millions and millions of spirits becoming panic-stricken and falling upon their chief, or leader, who becometh powerless in their grip, and is quickly rolled up in the midst of the knot. 15. And when the deliverers thus begin at the exterior of the knot, peeling off the crazed and moaning spirits, they hurl them backward, where they are caught by the seconds, who, in turn, hurl them into the alleyways, where they are again thrust forward till past the gate in the wall of fire. From the time, therefore, that the Druj receiveth the thrust of the fire lamp in his face, he is not suffered to linger, but is whirled suddenly from one to another, so quickly he cannot fasten to any person or thing. For were they to fasten on even the deliverers, first one and then another, soon a second knot would result. Because of which, to untie and know of 1,000,000,000 crazed angels is not only a dangerous proceeding, but a feat of unusual grandeur to be undertaken by 5,000,000 Ethereans. 16. To provide against accident, Job appointed Uthravah to take charge of the delivered after they were beyond the walls, for Uthravah had been long practiced in such matters, thousands of years. So Uthravah divided and arranged the drudges into groups, placing guardians with fire rods over them, and in some cases taking the groups away and walling them around with fire also. 17. Now by the time 500 millions of the knot were released, some of the external, delivered groups, began to tie themselves into knots. And when Uthravah saw this, he said unto Job, Behold, they are becoming too numerous for my hosts. I have not sufficient guardians. Job said. 18. Then will I cease a while, and, instead of delivering, come and assist thee. Accordingly, Job suspended the battle for a time, and together they labored with those without, untying the small knots and arranging them in safer ways, placing a greater number of guards over them. 19. This done, the Esenors struck up lively music, starting dancings and marchings, for such is the routine of the restoring process practiced by the gods. Then come the nurses with cheerful words, with mirth and gaiety, following one diversion with another in rapid succession. But to the raving maniacs, and to the stupid, and to the helpless blind, the physicians now turn their attention. 20. Again Job and his army fell upon the knot, pulling the external ones away and hurling them out, but not so rapidly, having fewer deliverers, for he had bequeathed an extra 1,000,000 to Uthravah outside the walls. And after another 300 millions were delivered, Job ceased again, and joined with Uthravah to assist and divide and group them in the same way. And he bequeathed another 1,000,000 of his army to Uthravah, and then again resumed the attack on the knot, and thus continued till he reached the core of the knot, having untied the whole 1,000,000,000 drudges, gradually lessening his own army and enlarging that of Uthravah. 21. And when Job came to the core of the knot, behold, he found Oahspe, the false god, who falsely styled himself Thor, the Etherean. And in the midst of the knot they had jewels of rare value and stolen crowns and stolen symbols, and rods, and holy water, and urns, and incense, and a broken wheel of Jehovih, a broken triangle of the gods, and, in fact, a sufficiency of things whereof one might write a book in the description. Suffice it, a false god and his kingdom had collapsed, and he fell, crushed in the glory of his throne. And there were with him 7 false lords, who were also crushed in the terrible fall. 22. Oahspe and his lords, from their confinement in the knot, were also crazed and wild with fear, screaming and crying with all their strength, even as were all the others, like drunkards long debauched, delirious and fearful of imaginary horrors, which have no existence. Or as one's hand, long compressed, becometh numb, so that when the pressure is taken away it still seemeth not free. So would not Oahspe nor his lords believe they were free, but still cried, calling for help. 23. At this time there came from Aon, god of Japheth, a messenger with 40 companions, and with 500 apprentices, and the messenger's name was Turb, an Atmospherian, 300 years, grade 2. Greeting from Aon, in Jehovah's name. Turb said, To whom shall I speak, to whose honor this deliverance credit, save Jehovah's? Uthravah said. 24. To Hob, a Zaretoan disciple of FRAGAPATTI, who is sojourning in Muru, capital of Horitai. And Uthravah further asked Turb his name, whence he came, and especially if he knew about this knot before, and the history of its cause. To which Turb replied. 25. From Aon this I have learned, some 400 years ago, one of the sub-gods, named Oahspe, because of his modesty and bird-like fleetness, was promoted by Samedi, who is now commissioned master of the Iwans by FRAGAPATTI. This, whom Hob hath delivered, is Oahspe, the one-time faithful sub-god of honorable purposes. His kingdom prospered for 200 years, and his name and fame spread throughout all these heavens, and even down to mortals, who were inspired by his admiring spirits to make images of birds, Oahspe or ibis, and dedicate them to Oahspe. 26. He became vain of the flattery, and, losing faith in Jehovah, finally came out in unbelief, saying there was no all-highest, save as each and every god chose to exalt himself. Within his dominions, which numbered nearly 1,000,000,000 angels, were a score or more of lords under him, to the wisest of whom he began to preach his views, looking to personal laudation and glory. 27. In the course of a score of years, the matter culminated in Oahspe and a few of his favored lords proclaiming a new kingdom, styled, the all-highest kingdom in the all-highest heaven. And the title he assumed was, Thor, the only begotten son of all light. Thor, the all-light personated. Thor, the personal son of me, the virgin universe. 28. Thus Oahspe cut loose from the true God and his kingdoms. And he immediately walled his kingdom around with a standing army, promoting 7 of his most efficient admirers as lords, and others as generals and captains. And at once he set about enlarging and enriching his throne, and his capital, which he called Oahspe, and known as Houts on the true charts. 29. In the course of 100 years his kingdom became a place of 2,000,000,000 souls. His chief city, Oahspe, was the richest and most gaudy city that had ever been in these heavens. The streets were paved with precious stones. The palaces for himself, his lords, and his marshals and generals, were built of the most costly jewels with pillars, arches, and chambers of the most elaborate workmanship, and of the most costly material. 30. Oahspe became a tyrant. And, save his lords and a few favored friends, none were permitted to approach the throne but by crawling on their bellies, and even under guard. Nor were they permitted to raise their eyes upon him, save at a very great distance. And all his subjects were his slaves, in fact, though under progressive discipline. These slaves were sent far away into Atmospheria, or else down to the earth, to gather tribute for the glory of Thor, Oahspe, and his favorites. Nor did these slaves mistrust but they were working for Jehovah, believing that he lived in the capital, Oahspe. 31. At first, Thor educated and otherwise improved his slaves. But, finding them less obedient in consequence of knowledge, he finally destroyed all the heavenly schools and colleges, and resolved to keep his subjects forever ignorant. Consequently, the wiser ones deserted him, save his officers, and his angels were without knowledge, knowing nothing, save that they had to work for Thor forever. 32. In addition to ignorance, Thor kept his subjects forever in fear of himself, forever threatening them with terrible punishments if they ceased to pray to him as the only personified all-light, Jehovih. And in the course of time, his people forgot all aspirations for any other heaven or any other god. Many of these were deputized to dwell with mortals as guardian spirits, persuading mortals to worship Thor and Ibis, threatening them with being turned into serpents and toads after death if they obeyed not these injunctions. 33. Thus ruled Thor, the false, for 400 years in Oahspe. Neither was it possible for Samedi to send an army of sufficient strength to overcome such a kingdom. But a change finally came. A light descended from the higher heavens 6 generations ago, and, according to the legends of old, it was ominous that the gods of higher worlds would intercede. 34. So, Samedi, taking advantage of this, sent emissaries to Thor, otherwise Oahspe, and solicited him to give over his evil ways, and re-establish Jehovih. Thor, the false, sent back word, saying, "When I was a child, I was taught to fear Jehovih, and I feared him. After long experience I have discovered there is nothing to fear in all the worlds. If there be any Jehovih, he is without form or person or sense. I fear him not. I revere him not. My heaven is good enough for me and my lords. As for my subjects, let no man, nor God, nor Lord, meddle with them." 35. Samedi, who was the lawful god of all these heavens and of the earth, thus perceived no way to reach Thor's slaves, for the slaves were too ignorant to desire anybody or thing save Thor. Nevertheless, he sent word the second time to Thor, this time saying, "Thy kingdom is even now destitute of intelligent people sufficient to protect thee in case of panic. If a comet, or any sudden light, or the passage of an avalanche through thy dominions should take place, thou wouldst surely find thyself overthrown in a knot. Thy subjects look upon thee as the all-highest, they will surely rush upon thee." 36. Thor sent the messengers back with an insulting answer. Thus the matter stood till after Aon's appointment as god of Japheth and her heavens, which at once cut off Thor's emissaries to mortals, and confined him within his own kingdom. At this time, Samedi was commissioned to establish the word of God amongst mortals, but he communicated Thor's position to Aon. 37. Aon sent ambassadors to Thor, the false, beseeching him in the same manner to give up his personality, and return with his kingdom to Jehovih, promising him the best of assistance. To this, Thor, the false, replied, by the messengers, saying, 38. Aon, thou usurper! If thou desirest favors of me, thou shalt approach me as all gods and angels do, by crawling on thy belly before me. Encroach thee not one jot or tittle on my most high kingdom, or I will banish thee back to thy miscreant regions with stripes and curses. 39. Aon was surprised, but perceived that till trouble came upon Oahspe nothing could be done for him. So the time came, Jehovih suffered him to go the full period of self-glory. Thus Oahspe fell. 40. Turb ceased, and Uthrava said, O Jehovih, when will man cease to fall? Thou hast proclaimed thyself in all places, high and low. Thy gods and lords and countless angels have proclaimed thee. Thou alone art the password to all the universe. Thy name hath 1,000 exalted devices to win the souls of mortals and angels from darkness to light, and yet they turn away from thee, thou creator of suns and stars and countless Etherean worlds. And they set up themselves as an object of worship. O the smallness of gods and men! O the vanity of thy little children! 41. Thou hast said to mortals, Go not into the marshes, for there is fever, build not large cities, for there is sin. Go not after lust, for there is death. But they go in headlong, and they are bruised and dead. 42. To those who are risen in heaven, thou hast said, Remember the lessons of earth, lest ye fall. Remember the fate of self-conceit, lest ye be scourged. Remember the king and the queen of earth, how they become bound in heaven, lest ye also become bound. 43. But they will not heed, vain self riseth up in the soul. They behold no other God but themselves in whom they acknowledge wisdom. Chapter 29. 1. Oahspe heard the story of Turb, and he said unto him, Since I have heard these things, I am resolved to bind Thor, the false, and his lords, and send them with thee to Aon. Turb said, This would be my delight. Because Thor insulted Aon, it would be well for Aon to restore him to his senses. 2. Hob said, Tarry, then, a little while, and my physicians shall bind them, that they do no harm in their madness, and I will have them delivered into the boat. So, the proper persons bound up Thor and his lords with bands of cord, for they were wild and delirious, and after that, they were put into Turb's boat, ready to be carried away. Hob said to Turb. 3. Greeting to Aon, in the name of Jehovih. And say thou to him that, according to the laws of these heavens, a false god, or false lord, who hath led the people away from the Father, shall, after his deliverance, be made to reteach the truth to his deceived subjects. Neither shall he be promoted higher or faster than the lowest of his former subjects. For which reason, after Aon's companions have restored Oahspe and his lords to soundness of mind, he and his lords shall be again bequeathed with their own kingdoms. In the meantime, I will in this same plateau begin the establishment of a new kingdom to the Father out of these crazed drudges. 4. Turb and his companions then re-entered their boat and set sail at once for Aon's kingdom. Thor, the false, and his lords, wailing and crying with fear, knowing not any man, nor woman, nor child. 5. Hob now turned his attention to the hosts of panic-stricken drudges, who were constantly forming themselves in knots, and yet being as rapidly severed by the Etherians. To Uthrava he said, How more helpless is a deranged spirit than a mortal. They float on their own wild thoughts. At one time they fly from us before the wind, at another they run together, or upon us, like molten gum, and we cannot keep them off. 6. Uthrava said, Behold the wisdom of the Father in creating man in a corporeal body. What a glorious anchorage for a young, or a weak, or a deranged spirit. What a home a corporeal body is. How better we could manage these crazed ones were they thus provided. 7. Hob said, Which showeth us the way we must proceed to restore them. Since we cannot create corporeal bodies for them, the Father hath given us power to provide them subjectively for a time being. 8. Thus proceeded Hob and Uthrava, first walling the place around with fire, so none of the Druj could escape, and then dividing them into thousands of groups, by means of fire also. Then creating subjective bodies for them, to which they bound themselves willingly, and which prevented them from fastening to one another. 9. This is what drudges call reincarnation in another world. And whilst they were thus provided temporarily by their teachers, and governors, and nurses, many of them imagined themselves to be kings and queens and high priests, and even lords and gods. 10. For more than 100 days, Hob and Uthrava labored in the above manner, and the physicians and nurses and Esenors labored to restore the minds of the people. And they mastered the adversity, and had them well nigh all restored and disciplined when messengers came from FRAGAPATTI, greeting, saying. 11. Behold, the dawn of Dan is passing swiftly, and I must yet visit the Lord gods in the different heavens of the earth. It is therefore my decree that Uthrava return to Muru and resume the throne. And that Hob return also, and join me as my student and companion on my journeys. Send these, my commandments, to Aon, greeting, in my name, and he will provide a lord to rule over the delivered not of Oahspe. 12. So Hob and Uthrava were relieved by a lord appointed by Aon, and his name was Sukawicho, an atmospherian pupil of Samedi, of 400 years, and of great resolution and proficiency. So Hob provided Sukawicho with a throne, and left 4 millions of teachers, nurses and physicians with him. And with the other million, Hob and Uthrava departed for Muru, in Horitai. 13. Now as for the cruisers, the swift messengers with Ariyun, as soon as the knot was safely untied, and Oahspe and his lords bound and delivered into Turb's keeping, to be sent to Aon, they departed. Having recorded the proceeding in Ariun's diary. 14. FRAGAPATTI, having heard of the success of Hobe in delivering the knot, determined to honor him on his reception at Muru. Accordingly, FRAGAPATTI sent heralds out into Horeitai, proclaiming a day of recreation, and inviting as many as chose to come to Muru to receive Hobe. The proper officers provided musicians, flags, banners and fireworks, suitable for the enjoyment of hundreds of millions of the inhabitants of Horeitai. Others provided reception boats, 1,000, to go part way and meet Hobe's ship. 15. So it came to pass, when Hobe returned to Muru, he was received in great honor and majesty, and in lights of unusual splendor. 16. FRAGAPATTI afterward said of this matter, I had policy in this. Hobe was to be the next god of earth and her heavens. And whatsoever would win the love, the admiration and awe of his unlearned subjects would contribute to their resurrection. Chapter 30. 1. So for one day there was great rejoicing in Muru, and when it was ended, and the people retired to their respective places, the lights were raised for business. 2. FRAGAPATTI said to Uthrava, Come thou and resume Jehovah's throne. As for myself, I will go now and establish another habitation in Zeredo, and after that I will visit the Lord gods of the divisions of the earth. 3. And when I have completed these labors, it will be near the end of the dawn of Dan. See to it, therefore, that all who wish to prepare for the third resurrection be duly notified. 4. And now, when FRAGAPATTI had risen up from the throne, swift messengers were announced from Sethantes, the inhabitor of earth. The marshals were commanded to admit them, and presently the swift messengers came in, greeting in Jehovah's name. They said, Sethantes sends love to FRAGAPATTI. When the resurrection of this dawn is come, Sethantes will visit Muru. And he will also bring with him Onesiai, first deliverer of brides and bridegrooms of the first harvest of the earth. 5. When the message had been thus delivered, there was great rejoicing in the capital. FRAGAPATTI thanked the messengers in the Father's name, and after that, the swift messengers withdrew. 6. Presently, FRAGAPATTI withdrew also, taking Hobe and Hypatia with him. And when they departed out of the capital, and came to the Avalanza, the marshals had the accompanying hosts assembled, 10 millions, and so they entered the ship, and, amidst music and rejoicings, they departed, going direct to the kingdom of Yima. Lord God of Shem and her heavens. 7. Yima had been notified of their coming, and had had a Piedmazr, a rowboat, made, in order to go and meet them. The Piedmazr was sufficient to carry 10,000 musicians, 30,000 rowers, and 200,000 travelers. And such were the numbers who embarked on her to meet FRAGAPATTI. 8. 3 years had now elapsed since Yima set out to establish the Father's kingdom in the heavens of Shem, and, save through messengers, little was known in Muru of Yima's labors. FRAGAPATTI had said of him, Yima liveth with the voice, he cannot err. 9. In the 7th diaphragm of the East Api, the vessels met, and FRAGAPATTI opened the lower division of the Avalanza, and took in Yima's boat and crew and passengers, amidst music and rejoicings. And, after due ceremonies, FRAGAPATTI caused the Avalanza to proceed, conducted by Leaps, one of Yima's messengers, and they proceeded rapidly until they arrived at Astareth, the capital of Yima's kingdom in Atmospheria, 1st grade. And resting upon the earth. Chapter 31. 1. After Yima's appointment by FRAGAPATTI, he had come to these regions, and, finding great darkness upon both spirits and mortals, he besought Jehovah, to know the cause and cure thereof. 2. The voice of Jehovah came to Yima, saying, Whether spirits or mortals, they seek rather to obey their own self-desires than my commandments. Behold, I sent them Apollo, and he gave them intercourse betwixt the two worlds, angels and mortals. And for a season they hold up their heads and remembered me and my kingdoms. 3. But presently, they turned everything upside down, and built on their own account. I had shown them that by industry and perseverance they could attain to knowledge and power. But because mortals discovered that prophecy could come from the spirits of the dead, they ceased to perfect themselves, and they grew up in idleness. 4. The angels loved not to labor, to achieve my exalted heavens, being contented with the lowest. And they likewise fell in darkness, forgetting me and my higher places above. 5. I called out to my son, Osiris, saying, Go thou down to the earth and her heavens, and build them up, in my name. Yea, thou shalt wall them apart, that there shall be no communion betwixt the two worlds, save to my chosen. 6. And Osiris came, and fulfilled my commandments. To mortals he provided them that no spirit could come to them, and, as for the spirits that infested the earth about, he drove them away and colonized them, and he cut them off from the earth. And for a season, mortals prospered under my judgments, and they sought to improve the talents I created withal. 7. But again have they confounded my judgments and perverted my laws. Every man on the earth hath a philosophy of his own. Every spirit in these heavens hath a philosophy of his own. And there is no uniformity between any of them. Hear me then, my son, thou shalt not teach as Osiris did, nor yet as Apollo, but pursue a mean betwixt the two. 8. Thou shalt select them, permitting certain spirits to return to mortals, and permitting certain mortals to attain Suis and Sargis, and to see and commune with spirits. But thou shalt provide them in judgment, making the process of intercommunion a secret amongst mortals. For in this thou shalt shut off the drudges of heaven and the drucks on earth. 9. Behold, my son Samadi will come this way, labor thou with him and Zarathustra. Into God's hands have I given my decrees, he shall build on the earth. Build thou in heaven. As he buildeth for mortals, build thou for the spirits of the intermediate world. But keep thou open the doorway to my holy places in the heavens above. Chapter 32. 1. Oahspe inquired of Jehovih, and the voice answered him, saying, 2. Go thou from place to place in these heavens, and prove thy power. To the ignorant, power is antecedent in gaining the judgment, after power, wisdom. The fool saith, What canst thou do that I cannot? But when he seeth the power that cometh from my hand, he openeth his ears and eyes. To teach men and angels to unite, how have they not failed on all hands? 3. Mortals have said, It is good to be good, but it is not practicable. They have said, It is wise to be wise, but wisdom runneth in 1,000 roadways, every man for himself. 4. The angels of these regions have said, It is good for us to unite into kingdoms, to have gods and lords, but who can unite us? Shall we sell our liberty to one person? But they will not unite, they dwell in inharmony. Every one taketh the earnings of another, the profit of one is the injury of others, they are barren of united good. 5. Jehovih said, One kingdom may have many good men and many good women, but be of no good as a kingdom. I measure not the individuals, but the entire household. I judge the virtue of a kingdom by its combined harvest delivered unto my keeping. 6. When a kingdom is aggregating to itself more wisdom and virtue, the amount of its increase is my harvest. When a kingdom cannot retain its own members, it is falling away from me. The uprightness of its few is as nothing in my sight. The secret of the power of a kingdom lieth in its capacity to aggregate in my name and obey my commandments. 7. For 100 days Yima went through the lower heavens, displaying the miracles of the upper heavens, and his hosts, many of whom traveled with him, enlisted pupils, particularly collecting the spirits of young children. And in 100 days he had many millions of spirits, abracadabras, mostly helpless wanderers. 8. With these he repaired to Ashtoreth, and made ready to found his kingdom. Jehovih spake to him, saying, Fear not, my son, because of the helplessness of thy subjects. He who would start a new kingdom is wise in choosing none who have hobbies of their own. Whosoever goeth forth in my name, I will be with him. 9. Yima inquired of Jehovih who should be appointed assistant god, and the voice answered, Thuli. So Yima appointed Thuli, and he made Habel chief marshal of the capital. 10. Again the voice of Jehovih came to Yima, saying, Thou shalt appoint unto Shem 100 lords, and they shall have dominion over mortals. Hear thou the voice of thy Creator, through my son, Zarathustra, will I establish temples to my lords and gods. And thou shalt so provide thy heavenly kingdom, that thy lords shall inhabit the temples, communing with the Rabbos, who shall be called God IRS. But the communion betwixt spirits and mortals shall be known only to the God IRS, and to the sub-priests under them. But mortals shall be left to believe that these fathers have attained to spirit communion by great purity and wisdom. 11. Likewise, when Drujas manifest to mortals, it shall not be countenanced but as a mark of evil, raised up against truth. 12. And when thou hast established thy kingdom, thou shalt cut off the supplies of the Drujas, so they will become borrowers from thy people. In this manner, they will in time consent to labor. 13. Yima then appointed 100 lords, who became as the roots to the tree of heaven. The Aashoan lords were 14. Ithwa, Yatstas, Micros, Ube, Zarist, Ham, Pauiris, Vediv, Neashah, Cope, Dran, Yesake, Kudaye and Thrakton. 15. The Thestasia's lords were Kushfra, Tusht, Yain, Amesh and Aim Shah, Armate, Yfor, Bahwa, Stavia and Kamek. 16. The general lords were called Asham, with voice. That is to say, Asham-bohu, lords-in-chief, given for the kingdoms of the sun, in the land of Shem. They were, Shneoda, Zathias, Mutu, Awario, Kashas, Turai, Shakya, Thredum, Ganatobiriski, Habarshia, Padisgomia, Huyus, Hakdod, Anarana, Tibalath, Kever, Daranasia, or, Medo-Yeshimo, Runas, Geomratiski, Baariah, Zertushta. Kyboriachwich Tobenyas and Kpatama. And Yima made these 25 lords controllers of the voice, with mortals, to take the place of Samadi after the death and ascension of Zarathustra, for which reason they were called the Asham-bohu. 17. The lords of farmers and herdsmen were, Gauma, Hashug, Tamar, Jamshet, Fredon, Minikayarbani and Hus. 18. The lords of seafaring men were, Theodas, Murjan, Nias, Koftras, Tivaya, Agreft, Artislor, Tanafar, Avoidas, Marganesiacta, Hokastania and Varchuan. 19. The lordesses of births and mothers, the Hachche, were, Kavidi, Wehuts, Haud, Anakorhate, Juvias, Wisita, Hopini, Knevercho, Ivapohu, Kadhan, Hukrova, Dion, Bakwo and Gamosiai. 20. The lords of buildings were, Irathama, Hirathrakna, Hidas, Hutu, Koigaga, Hirawati, Vivisian, Mutahaga, Kauyas, Masio, Ames, Hodo, Trasivi, Barakopaga and Sui. 21. The lords of timekeeping, who had dominion of the change of watch, were, Kopurasastras, Vitamo and Hawachwak. 22. Jehovah spake to Yima, saying, In this day will I bless thy labor. Because mortals have ceased to believe in immortality, they have shut off the intercourse with Drujas. For which reason thou shalt establish pure communion with thy pure lords, and none other. 23. Yima sent his lords to their several places, and every lord took with him 1,000 attendant angels. Yima said to them, before they departed, See to it, O ye lords, in your several places stir the people up. And wherever ye find kings or queens or generals surrounded by spirits that urge them on in their affairs, cut off those spirits, leaving the mortals destitute of inspiration, and their kingdoms and armies will become disorganized and helpless. 24. And whenever, the mortals, Samadi and Zarathustra come to a city, go ye also, laboring with them. And when Zarathustra holdeth up his hands and saith, O Father, light of thy light, gather ye of the substance around about, and shield him with a wall of fire. And if Zarathustra say, O Father, Ormazd, give thy children food, then shall ye cast down, from the air above, fish and fruit. 25. And if a king or a captain raise a hand against Zarathustra, gather ye about him and shield him. And if a man draw a sword against Zarathustra, catch ye the blade and break it to pieces. 26. Jehovah spake to Yima, saying, The time will come when the present mortal kingdoms will fall. But the followers of Zarathustra, who will succeed them under the Zarathustrian law, shall be protected, even, as ye, during dawn, protect Zarathustra. 27. For which reason, thy lord shall raise up other lords to take their places after the ascent of this dawn. And it shall come to pass that all light and all truth and all success shall come to mortals through the priests, Rabbas, who shall succeed Zarathustra. But as for the kings of great cities, who will not accept my light, they shall go down in darkness, and their kingdoms shall fall to pieces. 28. Yima, having established his lords, now turned his attention to the heavenly kingdoms of Hadda. Chapter 33. 1. Jehovah said to Yima, Thou shalt separate the spirits, the partly light from the wholly dark. Build thou, therefore, a throne and a plateau sufficient for 3,000 million souls. And because there are more females than males, thou shalt call the place of thy throne Astareth. And when thou hast provided a house for thy council, thou shalt send forth selectors, who shall bring unto thee as many as choose to come. And these shall be the foundation of thy kingdom. 2. Yima proceeded as commanded by the Father, and presently he had congregated around about Astareth a sufficient number to establish places of amusement, places of worship, and places of learning. Again the voice came to Yima, saying, 3. Because thy kingdom is attractive, thou art flooded with idlers, who are of no profit to any person in heaven or earth. To keep them away, thou shalt wall thy kingdom around with pillars of fire. For thus have I created man, that to whom putteth him away he will return with zeal. Because thou shalt make thy labors seclusive, they will run for thee. 4. And when they come to thee, thou shalt bargain with them for righteous behavior erst thou feedest them. And when thou hast thus gathered in all who come in this way, thou wilt not yet have the half. 5. But those who are left will be without judgment, and thou shalt take possession of them, and bestow them in colonies. And thou shalt rank them. The lowest of all shall be the first rank. Those who come after the pillars of fire are built shall be the second rank, and those who come with the selectors shall be called the third rank. 6. And thou shalt divide thine own hosts. Those who go with thy lords down to mortals as guardian spirits shall be called Ashars, and they shall bring the spirits of the newly dead and deliver them to thy hosts in heaven, which hosts shall be called Asaphs. 7. And the Ashars shall drive all spirits away from mortals, save such as are appointed by thee or thy lords. For above all things shalt thou seek to become controller over mortals, to the end that they become Faithists in me and my dominion. 8. Yima then divided the spirits of heaven according to the commandments of the Creator. After that he took possession of the wandering spirits of darkness, whether they were on earth or in heaven, and he had them taken into places prepared for them. And he provided them with physicians, nurses and teachers, and they were made to understand they were dead as to their earth bodies, and that they must give up the earth. 9. After this, Yima established places of learning in heaven, and places of labor, teaching the angels to clothe and feed themselves by their own industry. 10. Again the voice of Jehovah came to Yima, saying, Behold, my son, the lower heaven hath reached Spiok. It is, therefore, the time in which angels of the first grade be taught to build heavenly mansions. 11. Yima commanded the teachers and the superintendents of factories to prohibit the spirits from returning to mortals, save by permission. Yima said. 12. It is wiser to inspire mortals to rise in heaven after death than to have them ever drawing the angels down to the earth. And my lords on the earth shall labor to this end also. So Yima taught new inspirations, both in heaven and on earth, which were that the angels of the dead should build homes in heaven for their kindred. And that mortals should be taught that there were mansions in heaven ready for their souls after death. 13. Yima said, Mortals becoming founded in this belief, will not so readily become wandering spirits after death. 14. Whilst Yima was thus building in heaven, his lords, with their attendant spirits, were manifesting on earth, as had never been before since the foundation of this world. 15. The temples of the stars were broken and thrown down by the spirits. The iron gates of the cities were taken off and carried into the forests, the palaces of kings and queens were unroofed, and the stones of the walls of the palaces were hurled from their places. Even to the foundation, one stone was not left upon another, and these things were done by the spirits of heaven. 16. And men and women and children were carried in the air by the angels, and unharmed. The household goods were carried out, and the food of the tables stripped off, even as mortals sat down to feast, and they were made to behold the food going away, with their own eyes beheld they these things. 17. And mortals were made to see visions and to dream dreams of prophecy, and to have unusual powers. And in many places the spirits took on sarges, and walked about amongst mortals, being seen and felt. And they talked audibly, explaining to mortals the dominion of Yima and his lords. 18. In all things that Yima and his hosts did in heaven, his lords worked in harmony with him in their labor on the earth. Nevertheless, there were also vagrant spirits on earth who belonged not to the kingdoms of heaven, but who made manifestations on their own account, and they were given to lying, and to flattery, and to evil generally. Yima, little by little, cut off these evil spirits, and took them away to his colonies, and disciplined them. 19. Such, then, were Yima's labors when FRAGAPATTI came to see him, to honor which occasion, Yima had proclaimed recreation in Ashtoreth, and invited his lords and captains and others to be present and take part in a season of enjoyment. Chapter 34. 1. On the arrival of the Avalanza, the Esenors of Ashtoreth, and the trumpeters of the colonies, sang and played, being joined by the hosts aboard the vessels. And when they ceased, Thuli, assistant god of Ashtoreth, commanded the marshals to receive the hosts, foremost of whom were Yima and his attendants, preceded by his traveling marshals and harpers, the latter being 5,000 females. Led by Weatres, goddess of Phosana, in Etheria. After these came the marshals of FRAGAPATTI, 10,000, then the swift messengers, 10,000, then FRAGAPATTI, on whose left was Yetantii, and on whose right was Hob. And these were followed by the musicians, and then came the hosts in general. 2. Yima ascended the throne at once, but FRAGAPATTI and his hosts halted in the arena, within the circuit of the altar. Next beyond these were the guards of the lights. And still outside of these were the crescent members of the council. 3. Yima said, In the name of Jehovih, I welcome thee, O FRAGAPATTI, chief of Absad and Gamachela, to the throne of God. In his wisdom and power I would have thee honor Ashtoreth by taking possession, in the Father's name. 4. Without replying, FRAGAPATTI walked alone to the throne, saluting on the sign of high noon, which Yima answered I am the setting sun. Yima stood aside, and FRAGAPATTI ascended and stood in front of the middle of the throne. He said, 5. Into thy possession, O Jehovih, receive thou this, thy throne. Hardly had FRAGAPATTI spoken, when a light, bright as the sun, settled above his head, and a voice came out of the midst of the light, saying, 6. To thee, my son, and to thy son, and to thy gods and lords, and to all who follow them in my name, do I bequeath this, my throne, forever. Whosoever becometh one with me, shall not only hear my voice and receive my power, but also inherit that which he createth out of my creation. 7. Jehovah's voice continued, saying, Whosoever looketh upon my works and saith, Behold, I cannot cope with these elements, is short in faith and wisdom. For I have not created in vain, that either mortals or spirits cannot control my elements in their respective places. They shall improve the talents I have given them. 8. I made the earth wide, and filled it with many things. But I gave man a foundation, that he might attain to the mastery of land and water, and minerals, and of all the living. Yea, I gave him a corporeal body to practice with, and as an abiding place for the assistance of his own soul. 9. And I created atmospheria wider than the earth, and filled it with all manner of spiritual things, and with the substance of plateaus. But I gave also to the spirits of the dead, talents, the which can attain to the mastery of all things in atmospheria. 10. Whoever hath attained to these things is like a travelling sun, my light is upon him. He prepareth the place, and my voice cometh out of the light thereof. Let my sons and daughters stir themselves up, where they are gathered together in my name, there am I also. My hand is upon them. My power becometh one with them, and my voice is possible in their midst. The voice ceased. 11. There were many present who had not previously heard the voice of all light, and because of the brilliancy they were blinded for a while, but presently restored. FRAGAPATTI then said, Ho ben Yetantii, come ye and sit on the throne. And they went up and sat on the throne, and in the same time the Esenors chanted, Hail to great Jehovah's voice. His sons and daughters, of thousands of years, are returned once more to their native red star, to proclaim his boundless glory. 12. FRAGAPATTI said, In the Father's name, I proclaim a day of recreation, to resume labor at the sound of the trumpet in the east. And now the hosts mingled together freely, being buoyant with cheerfulness. And during the recreation, millions of Ethereans went out into the plateau, visiting the places of learning, the factories and hospitals, and such places as belong to the lower heavens. 13. On the next day, at the call of the trumpet, the people resumed their places, and after the music, FRAGAPATTI said, To thee, O Thuli, will I speak in the name of Jehovih. Thou art chosen by the Father to be assistant to Yima, Jehovah's son, during this dawn, which is near its end, and after that thou shalt be Lord and God of these heavens and of the earth beneath, for 200 years. 14. Because thou art wise and good, the Father hath raised thee up, and great is thy glory. That thou mayst have strength and power, thou shalt in thy reign be called Yima, also. For the time hath now come to the earth when mortals must learn to know the lords and gods who rule over them. 15. During 200 years will the earth be travelling in my Orion field, Gematria, and thou shalt be one with me in thy dominions. Whatsoever thou shalt require at my hand, I will send to thee. Thou shalt, therefore, keep thy place in order, and if thou needest Ag, I will send it, if thou needest Dan, I will send it. 16. Be less concerned about the spirits in thy heavens than about mortals on the earth. Mortals must have sufficient Ag, that the race become not extinct, they must have a sufficient Dan, that they become not as beasts. For which reason, every 11th year thou shalt number Abracadabra, see Book of Sappha, and supply my swift messengers with the lists thereof. And I will bring the elements of Gematria to bear upon thy labor profitably to the Father. 17. In the next place, be thou careful of too much leniency toward the spirits in the first resurrection. Suffer them not to abide with mortals as teachers. Remember thou that mortals so love their dead kindred, they would even deprive them of heavenly education for the sake of having them around about them. Remember, also, that the spirits of the recent dead, who are entered as Esyans in all good heavens, so love their mortal kindred, that they would seek no higher heaven than to linger around about them on the earth. Which habit groweth upon them, so that in 2 or 3 generations they become drudges, worthless to themselves, knowing little of the earth and less of heaven. 18. Be thou firm, therefore, in holding dominion over the Esyans, permitting them only to return to mortals under guard, and especially preventing them from teaching other than the Ormazdian religion. 19. After this, thou shalt be circumspect in Ashtoreth, remembering that it is the part of a god to provide his kingdom for the development of all the talents Jehovah hath created withal. For thou shalt so commingle labor and recreation, and rest and learning, that each and every one is of equal attraction. 20. And whether thy commandments be for angels or for mortals, thou shalt, first of all, and last of all, inspire them to faith in the Creator, and to follow the little star of light he hath given to every soul. FRAGAPATTI ceased. 21. Jehovah said, I have drawn my crescent and my altar. Whoever would hear my voice and heed my commandments, let them hearken to the forms and ceremonies that shape the soul of things. I am order, I am stateliness without severity. I am love without passion, I am wisdom by suggestion, and without dictation, I am the most silent, but most powerful, I am the least seen, but always present when asked for. 22. And now, since the people knew FRAGAPATTI was about to depart, the proper officers arranged matters, so that all could pass in front of the throne to receive his blessing. Accordingly, the Esenors commenced singing, and the procession began. The master of the lights of the council lowered them, and FRAGAPATTI lowered his own lights, and came down and stood at the foot of the throne, covered with light drapery, which fell down to his feet. 23. His hands he held upward, waving gently. And he created drapery and perfume, and wreaths of flowers, and bestowed something upon every soul that passed, of whom there were more than 1,000 millions. 24. And when the procession had all passed, FRAGAPATTI sat down at the foot of the throne. Then came down Yima and took his hand, saying, Son of Jehovih, arise and go thy way, and the Father be with thee. So FRAGAPATTI rose up and departed, and Hob and Yetantii and Yima and Thuli with him, and Yima left Hyetra, goddess of Milu, on the throne of Ashtoreth. 25. So they entered the Avalanza, and, with music and rejoicing, departed on their journey. And Yima conducted them throughout his dominions, both in heaven and on earth. For many days FRAGAPATTI thus dwelt with Yima and Thuli. And after he had inspected their labors, and his recorders completed their record, which was to be afterward taken to Etheria and deposited in the libraries of FRAGAPATTI's dominions, Yima took leave, and his Piedmazar was discharged. And he departed for Ashtoreth, whither he arrived in due season. But FRAGAPATTI proceeded to the dominions of Aon, Lord God of Japheth and her heavens. Chapter 35. 1. The voice of the Creator was with Aon from the time of his landing in these lower heavens. And Aon chose from his hosts a council of 10,000, and they sat in a living altar. And the voice directed him to build a capital and a throne, and call the plateau thereof Sanghai, the which he did. 2. And when it was completed, Jehovah said to Aon, Thou art my Lord and my God. The labor of thy hand shall endure on the earth and in heaven. Whatsoever thou buildest, I will build, for thou art of my holy place. Make thyself an odovan, and go around about in thy dominions, and inspect all things, making a record of the same, which shall be deposited in the libraries of these heavens, that angels and mortals, in after ages, may read them. 3. Aon made an odovan, and travelled as commanded, making a record, and preparing also a place of records, in Sanghai, where these things were deposited, of which these words are a brief transcript. That is. 4. Heaven was without order or organization, save one kingdom, ruled over by Oahspe, who falsely styled himself Thor, the only begotten son of Jehovah. 5. The spirits of these heavens are mostly of the first resurrection. Nevertheless, there are millions of them who believe they are not dead, and for the greater part, these are in chaos, still lingering on battlefields or in the places where they were cut off from the earth. 6. In many places there are spirits who set up colonies, trying to provide themselves with homes and clothing, and to found heavenly abodes, but they are forever overrun and pillaged by Drujas. 7. With and around about the people of Japheth there are more than 2,000 million angels who know not how to get away from the earth. Of these, millions of them are Faithists, making themselves as twin spirits to mortals. These spirits oft show themselves to mortals, but are believed to be doubles, but the spirits thus bound know not themselves who they are, or whence they came, neither can they go away from the mortals to whom they are bound, and on whom they live. 8. As for the mortals of Japheth, they have cities of warriors, huge and fierce. The earth of this region hath been in AG 1300 years. 9. After Aon had thus discovered the condition of things, he returned to Sanghai, and they sat in council, and Jehovah said to Aon, 40 lords shalt thou appoint to dwell on the earth, and to each lord thou shalt give 10,000 assistants. And these lords shall go down to the earth, and drive away the Drujas, and take possession of the kings' and queens' palaces, and of the temples of the stars. And they shall obtain control over the captains and generals of armies, and blind their judgment, and lead them astray, so that they will be powerless in war and destruction. 10. And when Samedi, god of Zarathustra, travelleth in Japheth, thy lords shall go with him, with a sufficient number of angels to accomplish successfully all that Zarathustra professeth in my name. And thy lords shall shield Zarathustra round about, that no harm come to him, and when enemies pursue him, thy lords shall lead them astray or detain them till such time as will enable Zarathustra to escape. For in this dawn shall my word be established on the earth, to perish not forever. 11. And when thou hast thus established thy lords, thou shalt colonize thy heavens, giving them 70 colonies, but Shanghai shall be the central kingdom. Thou shalt choose from amongst the atmospherians one who shall be thy assistant god, who shall sit on thy throne during thy absence. 12. And thou, and thy holy council, shall instruct thy assistant god in such manner that, when this dawn is ended, he shall become god, in my name, of Shanghai, for the next succeeding 200 years. 13. Aon informed the council of the words of Jehovih. And Aon appointed the 40 lords, as commanded, also appointing an assistant. 14. These, then, were the lords appointed, to wit, first, to have control over the word of God on earth, the Sungbin, Gomagit, Benhong, Xiang, Bagwai, Atdong, Muingwai, Achuk, Gongboy, Yukho and Awach. 15. Second, to have control over the palaces of kings and queens, and temples, Mina, Chong, Ahayat, Yaogong, Ohanto, Yangui and Amma. 16. Third, to have control over armies and kingdoms, Qaka, Jiyang, Bai, Guanguk, Jiyang, Samson and Death. 17. Fourth, to have control over seafarers, Shopji, Agunha, Rax and Lo. 18. Fifth, to have control over mothers and births, Songhan, Sumkonk, Yahidi, Ognikawas and Hoeva. 19. Sixth, to have control over marriages, first, the Luis in general, and then, Awesome, Oanis, Yatsam, Ivatgam and Sapsang. 20. So Aon sent his lords to their several places, with their assistants. And after that he began the colonization of the angels in his heavens. And in 1 year he had raised up from Japheth more than 1,000 million, and prepared them with houses, hospitals, nurseries and factories, and all such things and places as are required in Hadda. 21. In the 2nd year he delivered another 1,000 million, more than half of whom had to be taken away from the earth by force. And these he also housed and provided with teachers and overseers in like manner. 22. So by the time Samedi, god of Zarathustra, was prepared to travel in Japheth, visiting the kings and queens, the lords of Aon had so far banished the Drujas that they were powerless to prevent the decrees of the Father's word. And when Zarathustra went into Japheth, behold, the lords of heaven were with him, and God of the word was with him, and the kings and queens of earth were powerless before him. 23. And when Zarathustra went to a city, and, being inspired by God, said, Fall down, ye walls. Behold, the angels of heaven rent the walls, and they fell. And when Zarathustra said, Come forth, ye spirits of the dead. Behold, the Lord seized the Drujas and held them up so that mortals could see them. And when Zarathustra said, O Ormuzd, give thy children food. Behold, the angels had previously provided fish and fruit, which they let fall upon the people, the time and place being previously arranged betwixt them and God of the word. 24. Thus did Aon's dominions extend down to mortals. Thus became the word of Zarathustra Jehovah's word to mortals. 25. And now FRAGAPATTI, chief over all, was coming to inspect the labors of his Lord God, Aon, and of Samedi. Aon had sent commands to his lords, and to their assistants, to return to Shanghai and remain 3 days in recreation. And Aon commanded the captains of the colonies of heaven to come, and to bring with them as many of their pupils and subjects as possible. 26. And it came to pass that when FRAGAPATTI's Avalanza came to Shanghai, there were assembled upward of 2,000 million souls to witness the pageantry and proceedings. Aon had provided the means and facilities that these things should be magnificently carried out. Chapter 36. 1. Never in these heavens had there been such pageantry and display as when FRAGAPATTI's Avalanza entered Shanghai, never so many musicians, 2 millions, distributed to lend so great an effect to a procession. 2. Of this matter, Aon said, by the pageantry and the music were my hosts of delivered drujas made to realize the glory of the upper heavens, by the glory of those 3 days' recreation did I shut out the attractions of the lower world. My people were entranced with delight, they were born for the first time into the kingdom of heaven. 3. Aon said, but the greatest glory of all was when FRAGAPATTI honored the throne of Shanghai. Jehovih cast a sun upon the place. And the voice spake from the light, so that all the multitude saw the light and heard the words of the Father. And when FRAGAPATTI rose up and stood in the midst of the throne, the light was so great that millions of the people fell down because of its glory. 4. The lights were lowered to suit the newly born in heaven, and the people of Etheria mingled with the atmospherians, diverting, explaining and inspiring them with the magnitude and glory of the higher heavens. 5. After the recreation, and when the multitude were in order, FRAGAPATTI spake from Jehovah's throne, first, to Oahspe, daughter of Jehovih, assistant goddess to Aon, who was to succeed him after dawn. To her he said, Oahspe, daughter of Jehovih, hear thou my words, I am one with the Father, and in his name salute thee. Behold, from this time forth the Father's word shall dwell with mortals. 6. It shall become anchored to the earth, never to depart, though it may be mutilated and perverted, yet his hand is over it, and it shall not fail. As a mother delighteth in the first spoken words of her child, so shall we all take delight that the Father's word hath become engrafted on the earth. Before this time, the word was with the Ayan tribe, but locked up in secret. It could not be maintained on the earth, but by locking it up in secret, with a people prepared as seed for delivering all the races of men. But now the word is delivered openly to mortals. 7. If the spirits of the lower heavens know not the Father's word, they can be hereafter taken down to the earth and there taught his commandments. Prior to this time, the angels of these lower heavens had no word at anchorage. They constantly fell in darkness, and pulled mortals down with them. Behold, the word is now engraved, through our sons, Samedi and Zarathustra, it cannot be lost. 8. Thou hast been exalted first goddess of these heavens, and lordess of this division of the earth, to maintain the light of this dawn, to angels and mortals. Thou shalt first of all labor to protect the word to mortals. To all the priests and cities of Zarathustra thou shalt appoint the wisest of thy angel hosts, to protect them and to maintain the word. 9. But to such mortals as deny the word, and to such as seek to destroy the word, thou shalt lend no assistance, but leave them either without angels, or with only such as will lead them into failure. Maintain thou thy hosts in the temples of worship, where they worship the Great Spirit. 10. Throughout Japheth thou shalt inspire mortals to hang the wheel of the altar in country places, by the roadsides. And when mortals pass the places, they shall turn the wheel, in remembrance of the Creator. For which reason thou shalt station at each and every one of these altars angel sentinels, who shall have messengers to thy throne. And when a mortal passeth the wheel and turneth it, and is afflicted with sickness, thou shalt send angels to him to heal him. But if he turn not the wheel in remembrance of the Father, and yet be afflicted with sickness, thy sentinel shall not send to thee, nor shalt thou send angels to heal him. Nevertheless, the wheel and the altar shall cause men to think. And if, after a disbeliever hath passed the wheel and not turned it, and he be afflicted with sickness, and he repent and go back and turn the wheel, then shalt thou send to him in haste and heal him. That he may proclaim abroad what the Creator hath done for him. 11. Forasmuch as thou carriest out these decrees of all light, so shalt thou remain united with my heavens above, which are united with those above, which are united with the Creator. And wherein thou shalt lack in power or wisdom, ask thou the Father, and I will answer thee in his name. 12. FRAGAPATTI then spake to the council, which was after the manner of his words in Ashtoreth. After that he walked down to the foot of the throne, where the marshals had provided a place for the people to pass before him, even as they had done in Ashtoreth. Accordingly, when the musicians began singing and playing, the people marched before him, and by the waving of his hands, he created drapery, and flowers, and wreaths, and gave to all the people something. Even though there passed before him 2,000 million angels. Chapter 37. 1. So, FRAGAPATTI departed, and sailed for Hiram, the heavenly kingdom of Ekkad, Lord God of Arabania and its heavens. 2. Ekkad had also the voice of Jehovih with him, and could not err. After his appointment to this division of earth and heaven, Jehovih commanded him, even as he had Aon, to make an odavan and visit all the places, and make a record, before he established his kingdom. And these things Ekkad did, taking 30,000 companions with him, being surveyors, inspectors, recorders and numerators, and of such order as are required in preliminary examinations of the earth and lower heavens. Besides these, he had also his hosts of musicians, his heralds and messengers. 3. 40 days he spent in this labor, and then the record was completed, of which Ekkad had 2 copies made, one for his own kingdom in Etheria, and one for the heaven he was about to found. Of these records, which are everlasting in heaven, the numerators estimated 1,000,800,000 spirits, wandering about, mostly on the earth, many of them falling into forgetfulness and dissolution. And many of them had forgotten who they were, and had no remembrance of once having lived mortal lives. Millions and millions of them had forgotten their speech, and were dumb. Millions of them lived with mortals as fetals and familiars, depending upon the spiritual part of the food mortals drank and ate for their own existence. And yet other millions of them pursued evil for evil's sake, inspiring mortals to war, for the delight of seeing them destroy one another, and of persuading mortals to suicide, and to all manner of wickedness. 4. In the region of Gavis there were 4 hells, in which there were 60 million souls in torments, tormenting one another in perpetual horrors, especially males and females doing what is even unlawful to mention. And these tormentors would bring Yesyans, fresh from the earth life, and cast them into their hells for these wicked purposes. For even as mortals delight in vengeance, so can the talent grow until its feast leeth in the fruit of hell. Neither desire such spirits to have even their own torments lessened, nor could they of themselves escape were they to try. 5. Ekkad would fain have rushed in and delivered these hells, but Jehovih said unto him, Go thou first and establish Hiram, with suitable habitations, and then return and deliver these hells, and thou shalt have places for them. So Ekkad established Hiram, and appointed the holy council of 100,000 men and women. Saasi he made chief marshal, and he appointed Gethia his assistant god. Jehovih said to him, 60 lords shalt thou appoint to thy division of the earth, and they shall dwell in the principal cities of Arabania, and have dominion over mortals. And each and every lord shall have 10,000 ashars to do their commands. 6. These, then are the lords appointed by the Lord God, for Arabania, to wit, first, to have dominion over the revealed word, Stasag, Baharab, Nathan, Neshu, Dath, Shaphat, Jaani, Chaya and Zeker. 7. Second, the Luis in general. But for special masters of generations, Achuza, Chada, Gala, Dayen, Afsi, Ishsa, Basar and Goy. Third, for destroying evil cities, and for protecting good ones, and for building new ones, Atsil, Sherngoth, Matsheba, Ashim, Amos, Ahio, Yatgob, Zur, Howdawich, Beati, Makhau, Yebouth, Amma, Fakir, Sephitz, Bakr, and Hiv4. 8. Fourth, to abide on earth with Rabbas, priests, and shield them in danger, Meshava, Amol, Ashaph, Altmosam, Liawach, Triviab, Haravir, Beligib, Barate, Shavia, Tir and Boudwaddle. 5th, to inspire to inventions, Cardamim, Moses, Beged, Shakasat, Mygad, Jagri, Hendi, Sro, Amaths and Benguda. 6th, to have control over altars and temples, Atman, Crit and Anach. 9. In addition to these, the Lord God appointed censors of Hiram and her colonies in heaven, and the Ashars appointed over mortals as guardians were directed to which colony to take their Esyans, where were stationed the Asaphs, the receivers. 10. As soon as Echad had these matters completed, he descended into the four hells with his Odavan, taking with him 3,000,000 angels to help him deliver them. And when he arrived at the place, behold, the power and light of Jehovih was upon him. And he surrounded the four hells with his hosts of angels. 11. Fire of thy fire, O Jehovih! He cried, Give me here walls of fire, to enclose these suffering hells. And in the line of his hosts there fell from the firmament above sheets of fire, and he walled the places around in such brilliant flames and suffocating flames that not one of the inhabitants of hell could escape. 12. And Echad and his hosts fell upon them, right and left, building fires in pillars and walls, blinding to the drudges, so they fell flat down and hid their faces. And they marched through and through the four hells, until all the inhabitants were fallen prostrate before them, crying out. And they were all naked, men and women, and only the recent victims were ashamed. 13. Echad said, Fall to, now, and deliver those who are ashamed, making a place beyond the walls of fire, but wall ye the place around also, and then clothe and feed them. So Echad's hosts delivered those who were ashamed. Again Echad called out, Begin now in sections and deliver the others into prisons, surrounded by fire, suffocating, so they cannot escape. And let not the light cease to fall upon them that will not be clothed. Better is it that they lie prostrate than to display themselves nakedly. But as fast as they will accept and wear clothes, and cease cursing, deliver ye them into genial lights. 14. For 6 days and 6 nights Echad labored in delivering the four hells, and on the 7th day they were all delivered. And there were amongst these drudges 3.5 millions in chaos, spirits who had lost their minds by the torments that other spirits had bestowed upon them. These Echad had placed in his Odavan and sent to Hiram, to be treated by the physicians. 15. But Echad and many of his hosts remained with the groups of the delivered, further preparing them for resurrection. And now Echad had them inspected, and he further searched the Oahspe of the earth to establish the origin of these hells, and as to who they were. This, then, is the substance of the history of that matter, to wit. 16. In the lower country of Arabania, on the earth, there had been a tribe of Iwans of hundreds of years, who had attained to 30 cities, chief of which was Oahspe, which was the capital over all the rest. Oahspe was ruled over by Chemuts, a king of great wisdom and power in his youth, but, after subjugating all the large cities of Arabania, he became a tyrant and a man of wickedness. 17. Being learned in the earth, and moon, and stars, he drew to his palace other men, and not a few women, of great learning, and, together, they resolved upon obtaining from the Ians, the sacred people, the secrets of their miracles and religion. Up to this time all the people in the world respected the Ians, neither denied them in anything, for they were the forefathers and foremothers of the Iwans. 18. Chemuts, the tyrant, said, Because from our youth we have been taught to revere the Ians, we have become superstitious regarding them. Now it is evident that they have some other means, than consulting the stars, of prophecy. It is my command, therefore, that the different cities of Ians be seized, and the people put to death, offering succor only to such as reveal their secrets. With their gifts of miracles and power of prophecy, I can march successfully against Parsee, Japheth, and Asham, and I shall become king of all the world. And ye that help me in this matter, instead of having merely cities to rule over, as ye now have, shall have kingdoms with many cities. 19. The learned men acceded to this, and, shortly after, the king's people fell upon the Ians, pulled down their flimsy walls, putting them to flight or slaying them outright, offering no salvation save they would reveal their secrets, and give themselves up to marriage with the Iwans. 20. Habbak, a chief rabbah of the Ians, went to see the king in expostulate. He said unto Chemuts, Behold, my people are older than this country. Our wisdom cometh not as other men's, but through marriage. How can we reveal? We are born veiled. No other people are thus born. How canst thou obtain the secrets of the womb? Besides this, we are sworn before our birth by our fathers and mothers to secrecy in our religion. 21. Thou desirest us to intermarry with thy people. I foresee thy aims. Thou hopest for the gift of prophecy, which, if given to evil men, would give them all power. But know thou, O king, he that desirest prophecy for such purpose can never obtain it. Prophecy cometh by the other road. 22. If my people intermarry with thine, it is simply the loss of mine. If thou hadst our passwords and our signs, they would avail thee nothing, being born as thou art. According to our number, we pay thee thy just tribute. I pray thee, then, to change thy decree and suffer my people to remain as they have, thousands of years. 23. Chemutz, the king, said, Why call ye yourselves Ions? Habbok said, Because we are Faithists in one great spirit. The king asked, What is the secret name of the great spirit? Habbok said, I can only repeat that name under certain rules, otherwise I will lose my power of prophecy. Besides, if thou knowest the name, it would be worthless to utter it. To whoever uttereth his name not in faith, it is void. Whoever uttereth his name for earthly gain or earthly glory, uttereth in vain also. Of what value, then, would the name be to thee, even if I violated mine own oath and revealed it to thee? 24. The king mocked him, and had him seized and taken to the lion's den, of which all kings and rich people, in those days, had one or more, as a place for casting in their disobedient servants. And when Habbok was at the lion's den, the king again offered to save him if he would reveal even the name of the Great Spirit, hoping that by its utterance he could also heal the sick, restore the blind and deaf, and especially prophesy. Habbok said, Though thou mayst cast me in, and I be devoured, suffer me beforehand to prophesy concerning thee and thy kingdom. Yea, I will even prophesy concerning myself. Hear thou, then, my words. 25. Thou hast sought to destroy my people, who are, compared to thine, only as one little finger to a man's whole arm. In Oahspe thou hast hundreds of thousands of people, and in other cities tens of thousands, and tens of thousands. So many that one man in his whole life could not number them. Yet, as to my people, what are they? Not more than 10,000 altogether. Hear thou, then, my words, not 1,000 of my people canst thou destroy. Neither will my people raise a hand in self-defense. 26. But thou wilt cast me into the lion's den, and I will be devoured. And this little hat, without a brim, will come out of the lion's den, and it will be a mighty power for thousands of years. It will be red with my blood, shed because I am faithful to the Great Spirit in my oath. And it will be restored to my people, and it shall be called the scarlet hat. And in the day that it is carried in the streets of Oahspe, thou wilt be slain by thine own people. 27. The king laughed, saying, A prophecy often causeth fools to carry it out. With that, he gave the executioners the sign, and they pushed Habbok on the trap, and cast him into the den, where there were 30 lions. And they fell upon him and devoured him. And his hat was colored red with blood. And some of the people, who were superstitious in regard to the Ions, procured the hat and went about repeating the prophecy of Habbok, and the multitude were anxious for some pretext to justify themselves in destroying the tyrant. So, presently, the city was in riot, and the people fell upon the king and slew him, and also slew the learned men and women who were his counselors and subsidiaries. 28. In the libraries of heaven it is recorded as followeth, to wit, because of the cruelty of Chemutz, king of Oahspe, on earth, thousands and tens of thousands of people had been put to death. And because they died in anger, and because of the injustice, their souls went into torment in Haddah, and they came and incensed the king to greater wickedness, in order to have him slain. And it so came to pass that Chemutz, chief king of Arabinia, was slain by his own people, and the king's counselors were slain with him. 29. And when their spirits were delivered from their mortal bodies, the Drujas fell upon the king's spirit, and the spirits of his counselors, and bore them off to a foul-smelling place in Haddah, and cast him and them in. And the Drujas went in after them, beating them. Whereupon it became known in Hatta there was a newly started hell, and other spirits brought other victims there and cast them in. And the Drujas went around about on the earth, in Arabania, finding whomsoever they hated, bringing their spirits into hell, beating them and otherwise punishing them, until these 4 hells became the habitation of 60 millions of souls. Chapter 38 1. When Ekkad had discovered the history of these hells, he searched and found the king's spirit, and also the counselors, but, alas, they knew nothing, being in chaos, or more like one in a troublesome nightmare, from which there is no awakening. 2. But Ekkad appointed physicians and nurses for them, and it was 3 years before they began to awake. But yet at the time of FRAGAPATTI's visit they were not sufficiently restored to know who they were, or, if knowing one moment, would forget in the next moment. Yet it was not many days after the deliverance of the hells that Ekkad had the inhabitants removed to Hiram and the colonies thereof. 3. Ekkad, having been informed by heralds that FRAGAPATTI was coming, sent word to his lords and to his generals and captains, and superintendents of schools, and of factories, and of hospitals, to come to Hiram and enjoy 3 days' recreation, bringing as many Atmospherians as they could with them. 4. So FRAGAPATTI came, and the hosts of Ekkad, and there was great rejoicing for the space of 3 days. During which time FRAGAPATTI visited all the places and labors of Ekkad, having records made thereof, to take with him to Etheria at the end of dawn. Now at the end of the 3 days' recreation, the trumpet in the east called the council to labor and the hosts to order. FRAGAPATTI sat in the midst of the throne, Ekkad next him, and then Hob and Yeton-Te, and then Thuli and Oahspe and Gethio, and others of lesser rank. 5. A light immediately gathered above the throne, but, this time, deep scarlet, with white border. FRAGAPATTI said, Thy voice, O Jehovih, be upon these people. Whereupon, the Esenors chanted a hymn, and after that the voice of Jehovih spake out of the light, saying, 6. Whosoever riseth up my children, do I raise up with mine own hand. To whomsoever uttereth my words in wisdom and truth, do I speak from my judgment seat. Because ye have come down from your exalted kingdoms in the upper heavens and raised up the drudges of these heavens, so come I from my all-highest holy place to raise you up. As ye have prepared to found my word with mortals, so prepare I here in Hiram a heavenly place of delight. 7. Was I not with the Ions since the creation of man on the earth? And wherein they have been faithful unto me have I come in great security. Now, behold, the earth rose up against my chosen and sought to destroy them, but they failed utterly. And when they cast my faithful servant into the lion's den, yet would he not violate his oath, even though he suffered death. And I stretched forth my hand and took his hat, red with blood, out of the lion's den, and I gave power unto the hat. And into the far-off country of Japheth will I take the title of King of the Sun, and bestow it upon Yesiang, and neither Arabania nor Parsii shall endure in holiness. 8. Behold, I give you a new sign, in addition to the triangle, and it shall be the sign of Hiram, scarlet hat, from this time forth, signifying, faith even unto death. 9. The voice ceased, and FRAGAPATTI turned to the red light and stretched forth his hand and took thereof, saying, Of thy scarlet, O Jehovih. Give unto thy servant Hiram, as an emblem of this heaven. And he fashioned it into a hat without a brim, and laid it on the throne. Presently a swift messenger, from without, desired admittance before FRAGAPATTI, and he was permitted to come. He said, 10. Greeting to thee, O FRAGAPATTI, son of Jehovih. And by the love of each, God of Chui, in Yud, grade 6, am I sent before thee in Jehovah's name. Behold, one Habbok is without, who was the wearer of Hiram. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, Admit him, and bid him approach the throne of God. The swift messenger retired, and presently returned, bringing in Habbok, faithful unto death. And he went up to the throne, and FRAGAPATTI took the scarlet hat, saying, Second only to Jehovah's crown, with Hiram, cover I thy head in the name of the Creator. And he placed it on Habbok's head, and the light of it was so great that hardly any but Ethereans could look upon it. 12. Then Habbok said, By this, thy power, O Jehovah, will I go now and deliver unto everlasting light the king's soul, of him who slew me. And I will restore the council also. For they will remember the scarlet hat, and it will be as an anchorage for their crazed minds to rest upon. So Habbok saluted on the sign of the triangle and departed. 13. And now was come the time of departure for FRAGAPATTI and his hosts. So he instructed Gethio, and bade him travel with him. Then FRAGAPATTI instructed the council, which was after the manner of his instruction to the preceding councils. And then he descended to the foot of the throne, and the marshals caused the people to march before him. And FRAGAPATTI created flowers and drapery and ornaments, and gave to every one something as they passed, though there were more than 1,000,000,000 souls. 14. And when they had all passed and resumed the places assigned them, FRAGAPATTI sat down at the foot of the throne in ancient custom, and Echat descended down to him, taking his hand. And he said unto him, Arise, O chief, thou son of the Most High, and go thy way. FRAGAPATTI rose up and departed, followed by the gods and goddesses officiating, and they all went into the Avalanza and departed, going to the kingdom of Gurukashar, Lord God over Oahspe in her heaven. Chapter 39. 1. When Gurukashar arrived at his division of the earth and heaven, the voice of Jehovah came to him, saying, My Lord and God, hear thou the voice of thy Father. In thy division I have no ions left upon the earth, and the place is like a field without seed. The Awans have degenerated also, by marrying with the Druks. And thou art come to this, my farm, where it is grown up full of weeds and thistles. 2. Look about thy division, and thou shalt find no luis, nor ashars of any avail to righteousness. Consider, then, what shall be done, that both mortals and spirits may be made to know me and my kingdoms. 3. Gurukashar found the mortals of Oahspe to be barbarians, many of them naked, or at best clothed with the skins of animals to keep them warm in winter. Some of them burrowed in the ground, and some lived in houses made of bark, and leaves and grass. And their food was mostly fish and flesh. Their cities were numerous, but small, and every city spake a different language. 4. Their weapons of war were clubs, and spears, and bows and arrows, but they had neither iron nor copper, and used stone for cutting. 5. Gurukashar said, What incentive can I give such a people, that will raise them up? 6. Gurukashar then surveyed his heavens, but alas, there were no kingdoms, no organizations, no societies. As mortals lived and died, so continued their spirits around about in the same places. Procuring subsistence in the same way, but spiritually. And often taking part in mortal wars and hunting, seeing and hearing through their mortal kin's eyes and ears. 7. Gurukashar said, What incentive can I give such angels, that will raise them up? 8. If I tell the mortals to till the soil and make clothes of flax and wool, my words will be interpreted as folly, or as implying hardships. If I tell the angels there are higher heavens, more beautiful, my words will be disbelieved. If I tell them that all growth dependeth upon exercise and labor, they will decline to grow. Have I not seen rich men and rich women in other countries whom I told that, in order to rise, they must learn to labor? But they heeded me not. 9. Jehovah said to Gurukashar, Thou hast more than 1,000,000,000 drujas in thy department. The mountains and valleys and forests are filled with them, roving about. As thou wouldst entrap birds by rich bait, so thought thou gather together all thou canst of these drujas. But as to thy mortals, thou shalt call famines into certain places, and thus drive them to observe the unseen cause of things. 10. Gurukashar called together his hosts, millions and millions. He said unto them, Form ye, in sacred circles, hundreds of thousands, and go to the places I will point out, and invoke the higher heavens in Jehovah's name. Cast ye a famine here. And a blight in the animals of the forest. Into the water cast ye embryo, that the fish may die. Make mortals stop and consider. 11. Let the Ashars go, then, and find the most prophetic amongst mortals, and make them prophesy concerning the famines and the blight. Make ye their prophets objects of worship, then I can rule the inhabitants of the earth through the prophets. 12. Concerning the angels, Gur-Akashir said, 5 heavenly places will I build for the Drujas. 1 shall be called Monk, 1 Acha, 1 Troy, 1 Biome and 1 Helen. 5 lords shall be my lords to rule in my heavenly divisions, Cheliope, lord of Monk, Ishus, lord of Acha, Phoebe, lordess of Troy, Lyrii, lordess of Biome, and Koyi, lord of Helen. These shall be heavenly places in the mountains, pure and delightful. 13. And ye shall make them places of feasting and sporting for 1 whole year, nothing that can be done to make them attractive for Drujas shall be left undone. 14. Into 5 divisions, 500,000 each, shall my hosts be selected and apportioned, whose mission shall be to go around about throughout Heleste, bringing in Drujas to my 5 heavenly places. 15. As for myself, I will build a plateau in these mountains, the Aguatica, with a council of 500,000. Let my lords stand aside, and I will apportion to each of them their attendants. By the starlights that fall upon them shall they be known and come forth. 16. The lords stood aside, in different places. Gur-Akashir then cast stars until the 3 millions were selected. After that Gur-Akashir proceeded according to the voice of Jehovih, and he conducted his hosts to the places the Father commanded. 17. After they were all placed, Gur-Akashir chose his own council, and built a plateau and a throne to Jehovih on Mount Aguatica. And when he considered the wisdom of the manner Jehovih had directed him to thus lay a foundation for so great a work, he soliloquized, saying, O Jehovih, will these Drujas ever understand the manner of thine armies? Will these mortals ever understand the proceedings of thy lords and gods? 18. For 1 year the hosts entertained and fed and clothed the Drujas sumptuously, and they won them away from the earth, won them to the kingdoms prepared for them. And then Gur-Akashir commanded the founding of schools, factories and hospitals in heaven, and he appointed Ashars and Asaphs, and began the resurrection through his lords. And by the 4th year he had colonized in his heaven nearly all the Drujas, giving them sufficient recreation to restrain them from returning to the earth. 19. For a long time prior to FRAGAPATTI's coming he had it proclaimed, giving invitations to them to be present. This he communicated to FRAGAPATTI, through messengers. So, FRAGAPATTI, knowing the grade of the place, determined to come in gaudy colors, and with sufficient music, very loud, and for the manifestation of power. 20. To match which, Gur-Akashir had his people attire themselves in the greatest gaudy colors, for in such manner do the unlearned judge of the glory and possibilities of high heaven. 21. So, it came to pass, FRAGAPATTI's Avalanza descended from above like a sea of fire, but decorated in thousands of ways with banners, flags, curtains and such other ornaments as would convey the idea of greatness to the minds of the Easyans. On the other hand, Gur-Akashir had decorated his place and kingdom and throne, Aguatica, in the most extravagant splendor. And he and his lords, and his captains and generals, and his holy council, were arrayed majestically. 22. In addition to these things, Gur-Akashir had provided a feast, which was to succeed the ceremonies, and, after the feast, there were to be diverse entertainments. But of these matters, who knoweth the thought of Jehovih? How hath he not provided ingenuities to bring the dark soul to understanding? 23. Gur-Akashir said, to teach mortal teachers how to teach the barbarian, O Jehovih. To teach Koldah to impart warm mirth, O Jehovih. Shall they build a prison and decorate the convict in fine clothes, and bid him take his ease, beholding the virtuous working for him, O Jehovih? Will they ever learn thy power in resurrection, O Jehovih? Chapter 40. 1. FRAGAPATTI and his hosts remained 30 days with Gur-Akashir, and great was the enjoyment of the people, and then FRAGAPATTI departed, going to the kingdoms of Europa, first goddess of a barbarian division of the earth. The voice of Jehovih had been with her from the first, but there were but few corporeans in her division, and only 600 million angels, mostly drudges. 2. Nevertheless, Jehovah said unto Europa, Thou shalt found here a kingdom in my name, and it shall become mighty in heaven and earth. Europa said, What is the first best way, O Jehovah? Jehovah answered, saying, As for the drudges, thou knowest. But as for the corporeans, behold, they have neither copper nor iron, but use stone. Send, therefore, of thy hosts of Ashars, 500 who are well skilled in the art of inspiring mortals, to Arabinia. And thou shalt cause 50 men to migrate into thy lands. And the 50 men shall be such as are skilled in mining and working copper and iron. 3. And thy Ashars shall inspire them to go to the mountains and find the ore, and then to work the same, to make tools of, and to make implements for hunting and fishing. 4. So Europa sent angels to Arabinia, and they inspired 50 men to go to Europa, and find copper and iron, and work it. And in the space of 4 years, behold, there had gone out of Arabinia not less than 20,000 men. And the Ashars inspired them to marry with the Druks and half-breed Iwans. And in this way a new people of higher light was born into Europa's division. 5. In Zegel Europa built her heavenly kingdom and founded the city of Oahspe. 500,000 angels were her holy council, and 50,000 captains, and of Ashars, 2 millions, partly Ethereans and partly Atmospherians. 6. Her heavenly kingdom was of the kind and manner of Gure-Kashers, and her administration in the same way. And in 4 years she had rescued nearly all the drudges in these regions of Atmospheria. So when FRAGAPATTI came to see her, she provided entertainments after the same manner as did Gure-Kasher, having all her hosts present. 7. After this FRAGAPATTI visited Kauanea and his heavenly kingdoms, and also his earth divisions. Next FRAGAPATTI visited Mwingmi and his heavenly kingdoms and earth divisions. Next he visited Ots Hata and his places, and then Sufwa. 8. With all these lords and gods FRAGAPATTI spent many days, examining and recording all the labor done. And he spake before them all, so that his voice was heard by nearly all the people in the lower heavens. And so great was the work accomplished by FRAGAPATTI with any one of these lords or gods, that were a history thereof written it would require the whole lifetime of a man to read it. Nor is it possible with earth words to describe the beauty and glory of a single one of these recreations in his travels. Chapter 41. 1. The close of dawn was near at hand. FRAGAPATTI returned to Muru, the heavenly kingdom of Horitai, in Atmospheria, richly stored with a knowledge of the earth and her heavens. The capital was illuminated, and the decorum of the higher heavens prevailed. 2. Already were there assembled more than 4,000 million angels prepared for the third resurrection. FRAGAPATTI sent word to his lord gods, and to his lords and gods, and to Samedi, God in inherent right up to the end of dawn. And he notified all of them of the day and hour when he should accomplish the resurrection. 3. And then FRAGAPATTI called his swift messengers, whose labor is with the thrones of Jehovah in Etheria. He said, Behold, the dawn of Dan is near the close. The brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah will number 10,000 million souls. 2 divisions will I make of grades 55 and 70, for the forests and plains of Gamachela. This ye shall communicate to Hoses, goddess of Alawacha, on the road of Aphokistan, saluting in Jehovah's name, and of his son, FRAGAPATTI, chief. 4. The swift messengers saluted, and then departed. Next he called the messengers for the kingdoms below, and of these messengers there were 20,000, divided into 12 groups, and they had been previously apportioned to certain divisions of heaven and earth. 5. To them FRAGAPATTI said, To the Lord God of each division, and to the lords and gods, and through them to the officers under them, greeting, in the name of Jehovah. Appoint and anoint the successors in Jehovah's name. And when your kingdom is in order, appear ye at the throne of Muru, for the resurrection of my hosts is near at hand. Provide ye ships and such vessels as are suitable, and bring, as visitors, from your kingdoms and most holy places, as many Atmospherians as desire to come, that they may witness the ceremonies and the ascent of Jehovah's sons and daughters. 6. And these commandments were carried unto all the divisions of the corporeal earth and her heavens. FRAGAPATTI then said unto Uthrava, Thou shalt receive the brides and bridegrooms. As for myself, I will go down to the earth and receive God and Zarathustra, and they shall be born in mine own ship even unto this place, and thence to Etheria. 7. In all places on earth and in heaven the spirit inhabitants were stirred to the utmost. In Harytai there were already more than 4,000 colonies, and every one had thousands and thousands eligible to the third resurrection, who would depart in the coming ascension. Of these there were persons of every occupation, and they were perfect in their order, belonging to groups and series of groups. And now the captains and generals were reorganizing them into phalanxes. And the gods again organizing the phalanxes into kingdoms. 8. Zereto sent her contributions to Harytai, 400 million souls. The Lord gods were making their groups in their own several divisions, to be further organized after arriving at Muru, the place whence the final ascension would take place. Some of these had 1,000 millions of their own resurrection, including whom they had previously sent to Harytai. 9. FRAGAPATTI sent special messengers to God, Samiti, to learn the day appointed for Zarathustra's death. And he further allotted to Zarathustra 3 days in Hadda, in which to preach to mortals by the inspiration of God, and appointed the 4th day thereafter as the time of his ascension from the earth. 10. And now, when all these matters had been put in shape, FRAGAPATTI ordered the assembling of the sacred circle of the Holy Council, sons and daughters of the Most High. The lights were raised, and only gods and goddesses could remain in sight of, or near the throne of Jehovih. FRAGAPATTI commanded Hob to stand in the midst of the circle, facing the judgment seat. 11. FRAGAPATTI said, Hear the words of thy Creator, O Hob. I called thee up out of the ground, and with mine own spirit quickened I thee into life. From thy youth up I have followed thee day by day. I have called out to thee from my holy hill. With a woman's tenderness came I after thee. When thou didst try to run away from me, I followed after. Yea, I called my son, high raised in my everlasting kingdoms, and I said unto him, O my son, run thou quickly, for Hob, my well-beloved, runneth away from me. Go thou and bring him, for he is my chosen. 12. He shall be my God of the red star. Her heavens shall bow down before him. I will raise him up and anoint him with my holy fire, his countenance shall shine like a sun in my firmament. 13. And FRAGAPATTI, my son, overtook thee in thy flight. With great cunning he captured thee unto my labors. And thou hast raised up thy voice and glorified me, thine arms have been bared to the harvest, thy fruit is a song of glory. 14. Have I not given thee experience in all things? Even to the precipice of hell made I thee to walk and fall not. The darkness of everlasting death I made to encompass thee, in the hour of thy despair I came to thee and raised thee up. 15. Have I not great profit in thee, my son? My countless millions cry out in all places, they behold me not, they know not of me and my heavenly places. Like a troubled sea that knoweth no rest, the voices of mortals and angels forever cry out, there is no light. 16. Wherefore, then, was I not wise in thee, O Hob? I made thee of strong limb, and with arms that reach far, thy judgment I fashioned for the great multitudes. 17. I say to the bird, the young bird with feathers, fly. And it goeth away. I say to man, go forth, in my name. But he looketh around. Again I say to him, go forth. But he turneth to his neighbor for his opinion. Again I speak, calling, come to me. But he standeth wondering. Again I say, come. But he saith, by and by. Again I say, come. He replieth, I have not all light. Again I call, and he saith, alas, there is nothing. 18. And he goeth down in darkness, he curseth me and accuseth me of errors. He preacheth my shortness, but in his words cutteth himself off from me. In the foul-smelling place of his darkness, my holy angels cannot come, he burroweth himself in stubbornness that is blind and deaf. 19. But I blow my breath upon the earth and the stars, I drive them into new roads in the firmament of heaven. Into the dwelling places of my high gods I drive them as chaff before the wind. And when the light of my heavens hath cleared away the darkness, I send my gods with great power. 20. To this end have I raised thee up, O Job. My shield is upon thee, thou shalt wear the triangle of the red star. 200 years shalt thou hold dominion over the earth and her heavens. In my name speak, O Job. 21. Then spake Job, saying, Thy voice is upon me, O Father. My limbs are weak, my hands tremble like an old man that is palsied. Behold, I have sought in vain to find anything perfect in me, I am as a trumpet that is bruised and split, there is no harmony or power within me. 22. Thou first gavest me a wife and sons and daughters to rule over and to raise up for thy glory, but I failed utterly. My wife saw not with my eyes, nor heard with my ears, nor judged with my judgment. We were like two instruments, broken and out of tune. As for my sons, they went astray, like sheep without a herdsman, my advice was as weak to them as the shadow is to the tree. And my daughters went away from my love, and chose young men, even before my eyes. 23. Then I cried out unto thee, saying, O Jehovah, why gavest thou me a kingdom? Behold, it is scattered and gone. Then I went down into the grave in sorrow. But thy hand raised up my soul in heaven, and thou gavest me another kingdom. But my people would not see through my eyes nor hear through my ears. Then I sought to know if my eyes were not wrong, and my ears wrong, and my judgment wrong. 24. And I turned about, like one who is lost in a forest, and shutteth his eyes as to the direction of the sun, going by the sound of a multitude of tongues. And my kingdom drew a boundary around itself, and shut out all light. But thy Son came and delivered me and my people. 25. Behold, I was as weak as a child, in my weakness thy light came upon me. Never more shall I desire others to see through my eyes, or hear through my ears, or judge by my judgment. Thou hast healed me of my infirmity, O Jehovah. Only by one eye can things be seen through, by one ear can things be heard through, by one judgment can things be judged. 26. Thou hast said, Go forth in my name. I will go, O Father. Thou hast said, Thou shalt have dominion over the earth and her heavens. This will I accomplish also, by thy light and power, O Jehovah. 27. Then spake Jehovah through FRAGAPATTI, saying, Accept the earth, O Job, my son, my God. It is thine to keep and to rule over. Accept Atmospheria, O Job, my son, my God. It is thine to keep and to rule over. 28. Job said, I will be thy son, O Jehovah. I will be thy God, O Jehovah. From thee I accept the earth to keep and to rule over. From thee I accept the earth's heavens, to keep and to rule over. Again Jehovah spake through FRAGAPATTI, saying, 29. What thou doest henceforth do thou in my name, for it is of me and is me in thee. 30. Job said, What I do henceforth do I in thy name, O Jehovah. For I know it is thee in me that doeth all glorious things. 31. Jehovah spake through FRAGAPATTI, saying, With mine own hands weave I a crown for thee my son, my God of the red star. I place it on thy head for the glory of my kingdoms, which are endless in number and full of holiness. Wear thou my crown, for it is with wisdom and power. 32. Then FRAGAPATTI's hands were waved about by the Great Spirit, and a crown was woven and placed on Job's head, and it was brilliant and white, studded with countless millions of gems. Job said, Crown from thy hand, O Father. I accept it and wear it, emblem of thy kingdoms, endless in number and full of holiness. I know that thou wilt ever be with me in wisdom and power. I will glorify thee forever. My kingdom shall glorify thee forever. 33. the chief marshal now conducted Job to the throne of Jehovih, which had been previously vacated, and Job sat in the midst of the throne. In the meantime, the Esanors chanted a hymn of glory. Job then said, FRAGAPATTI, son of Jehovih, Orion chief, come thou and honor my throne in the name of the Father. Then FRAGAPATTI went to the throne and sat thereon. Next Job called up Uthrava, then Hapacha, and then other gods and goddesses. 34. And now, whilst the council held, FRAGAPATTI said, Behold, the time of the death of Zarathustra hath come. Be ye here, and I will go quickly down to the earth and receive God and him, and the hosts of God and his lords. 35. So FRAGAPATTI departed, and sailed swiftly down to Parsii, on the earth, and came to the place of meeting of the Corporeans who had charge of the holy word. And it was on the morning of the 4th day after Zarathustra's death. For 3 days and nights his spirit had been preaching to the Faithists, explaining the kingdoms of Jehovih. 36. So FRAGAPATTI called unto God, saying, Behold, my son, thy labor is done. In thee have I great delight. Behold, my ship lieth by the river, my lights are raised for the everlasting thrones. God, Samedi, said, It is finished. That thou didst put upon me I have done. Behold, here standeth Zarathustra, my son. 37. Zarathustra was then taking leave of his corporeal friends, for his soul was fast becoming illuminated. Yea, he had looked up and beheld the ship of all light, and he knew now the voice of the Father. 38. So FRAGAPATTI went and took Zarathustra in his arms, saying, Come, my beloved. Thy home is yonder. So, they went into the ship of fire and ascended to Muru. Chapter 42. 1. And now the Lord gods, and lords and gods, began to arrive in Muru. The marshals, and their officers and workmen, had extended the landing places for the hosts of ships. Receivers had been appointed and allotted their various places. Heralds and messengers had been provided with places of announcement. And lines of intercommunion had been laid, so that the words of heralds and messengers could be heard by all the millions in waiting. 2. Be it known, O angels and mortals, such is the glory of Jehovah's works that, stand where ye will, his kingdoms are always seeming above. As ye of the earth look upward and behold the stars, so they that live on the stars look upward to see the earth. If, therefore, ye were receiving messengers from the stars, it would seem to you that they came downward. But to them, as if they rose upward, even until near the landing place, when it would be downward to them also. Because the feet of a mortal or the feet of an angel are on the foundation of his place, and because his head standeth in the opposite way from his feet. 3. First came Ardiata, goddess over the spirits that had been delivered out of the hells of Oahspe by FRAGAPATTI and Job, housed in Zareto and Haritai. And with her, her successor, Gapon, manager of the hosts. Ardiata brought 1,300 millions of souls in her ship, mostly visitors who had been delivered out of hell. Besides these, were 20 millions raised to light, clothed as brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih. These latter were the harvest of Ardiata, and in her charge. The receivers of her ship stationed it in its place, and then the receivers of her hosts conducted them to their places. 4. And now came Echad, Lord God of Arabania, in his ship, with more than 4,000 million souls, half of whom were brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received by the proper officers, and stationed in its place. And his hosts received by the proper persons, and conducted to their respective places. With the brides and bridegrooms Echad entered the south wing of the capital, and Echad's successor was with the visiting hosts. When Echad entered before the throne, FRAGAPATTI saluted him on the sign Jehovah's rest, and Echad answered in the glory of evening. 5. Before the hosts of Echad were landed and placed, there came Oahspe, lord of North Osia, with his successor, in a ship of 30 millions, of whom Oahspe had 2 million brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed in its place, and his hosts received and assigned to their places. 6. In the meantime, Kauanea, god of South Guatemala, came in his ship, with his successor, bringing 700 million souls, of whom Kauanea had 60 million brides and bridegrooms. And they were received by the proper officers and assigned to their places. 7. Hardly had Kauanea landed, when Yetantii came, with his successor and his hosts. Yetantii's ship was the most beautiful of all that had yet arrived. His hosts were 4,000 million souls, but of brides and bridegrooms he had but 30 millions. Him FRAGAPATTI saluted on the sign of Star of the West, and Yetantii answered in the sign of the Golden Circle. He and his hosts were then assigned their places. 8. Now came Mwingmi, god of South Oahspe, and his little ship was laden with 400 million souls, and he had 3 million brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed in its place, and his hosts received and stationed in their places. 9. Next came Sufwa, god of Japan and her heavens. His was the most brilliant of all the ships, and he had 3,500 million souls aboard, of whom 200 millions were brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed, and his hosts also. And when he entered before the throne, FRAGAPATTI saluted him on the sign of before the ancients. And Sufwa answered him in the sign of little star. 10. And now the most loved of all came, Europa, goddess of the barbarians. Her ship was the swiftest and best trimmed, and she brought 1,000 million souls, of whom she had 80 million brides and bridegrooms as her harvest. When she entered before the throne of Jehovih, leading in her brides and bridegrooms, FRAGAPATTI saluted on the sign, persistent fire. And Europa answered him in the sign, Jehovah's trust. 11. Now came great Aon, Lord God of Japheth and her heavens. His ship was the largest of all, and he brought 5,000 million souls, of whom nearly 2,000 millions were brides and bridegrooms. When he came before Jehovah's throne, FRAGAPATTI saluted him on the sign, the power of love. Aon answered him in the sign, everlasting life. 12. And now the ship of Gurukashur came in, bringing 1,000 million souls, of whom 80 millions were brides and bridegrooms. 13. Besides there were 76 other gods, from departments of the grand divisions of the heavens, bringing, some 5 million souls and some even 20 millions. And there were lords of islands and lords of small places on the earth, who had also come in small ships, bringing, some 5 and some 10 million souls. And all these gods and lords had brides and bridegrooms according to the place and number and condition whence they came. And they were all received and stationed in their proper places. 14. Thus there came to Muru upward of 30,000 million atmosphereans that had sprung up from the earth by Jehovah's will. And of these there were 10,000 millions and 800 million spirits prepared as brides and bridegrooms unto the Great Spirit. Besides these, there were the hosts of FRAGAPATTI, the Ethereans, 10 millions, mostly gods and goddesses, and these formed the inner sacred circle of the Holy Council. Next to these were their successors, 10 millions, who were to be the Holy Council of Muru after the Ascension. And next outside of these were stationed the Lord gods and their attendants, behind whom stood their brides and bridegrooms. Next stood the gods and their attendants, and brides and bridegrooms, and then the lords, their attendants, and their brides and bridegrooms. 15. And next outside of these stood the successors, the gods and lords, with their attendants. And yet behind them, their visiting hosts. And within and amongst them all, the musicians, the marshals, messengers, swift messengers and heralds were assigned their respective places. But so vast was the multitude of angels, and so great the glory, that one might look thereon all day and not even see the millionth part, nor is it possible for corporeal words to convey but a crude picture of the magnificent scene. Chapter 43. 1. God, that is Samiti, said, In my hands gavest thou the red star and her heavens, O Jehovah. As an emblem of thy first 3 worlds, and of the first, second and third resurrections, thy sons, bestowed upon me the triangle. Behold, the time of my reign hath come to an end. With thy holy harvest thou carriest me to a higher world. 2. But thou hast raised up thy son, Job, who is of great wisdom and power in thee. He shall be thy God and thy son in the places I have been. To him, in thy name, O Father, I bestow the triangle, symbol of thee and of thy created worlds, and of the individuals thereof. By my parting with it is the end of this dawn recorded. By Job's reception of it is his dominion begun. 3. God then took off the triangle and hung it on Job's neck, saying, I salute thee, God of earth and heaven. Immediately the Easonors chanted, Hail to thee, O God, Son of Jehovih. 4. Now during the time of the arrival of the hosts of gods and lords and their resurrections, there were to be seen, high in the firmament above, 2 stars, like twins, descending. These were the avalanzes of Oahspe, goddess of Alawacha, coming to receive the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih, to take them to the Etherean realms prepared for them by the Orions of the higher heavens. 5. Her avalanzes were descending by the road of Aphokistan, and coming swiftly. Now betwixt the glory of these lights, and the ceremonies in Muru, one knew not where best to look, for the awe and grandeur on every side was overwhelming. And not less to move so vast a host were the Easonors, the singers, and the far-off trumpeters. There stood also the great multitude of brides and bridegrooms, arrayed in white, like a vast sea of white, more than 10,000 millions. 6. But not long the waiting was, for so the gods time their labors that every adventure fitteth to another. The twin stars grew and grew in size, till, like 2 suns descending, they seemed as wide as the borders of Horitai. And whilst the multitude thus gazed and watched, FRAGAPATTI rose in his place on the throne and called out, saying, 7. Behold, the time hath now arrived for the brotherhood of gods and lords to be bestowed upon the earth and her heavens. As the earth is divided into many sections, so have I bequeathed on the earth many lords, to hold dominion over mortals, and yet over all of these have I chosen and appointed one God. 8. For in this manner were the first heavenly kingdoms of the Red Star founded by Sethantes, son of Jehovih. In the history that followed since his day, it hath turned out that first one Lord and then another lost power in his kingdom, and finally, even the gods were powerless to rule angels and mortals to righteousness. 9. That ye may henceforth be strong, like the heavenly kingdoms on other worlds, I now decree Deva, in the name of Jehovih. And God and his Lord gods and his gods and lords of divisions, shall comprise the Deva. Nor shall any other person be eligible to the order, neither of this world nor of any other world, male and female shall be the members of Deva. 10. And he who is God, who was Job, high raised from Zeredo, shall be Div over all the rest. Nevertheless, the name Div shall be used by all the members of Deva, when abiding in their several dominions. But no other person, neither on earth or in heaven, shall be entitled to the rank of Div. 11. And the Deva shall meet thrice every earth year, and in this capital, Muru, to render unto one another the matters of their several dominions. And when the meetings take place, each and every lord and god, and lordess and goddess, shall be present and fulfill these, my commandments. 12. And when the members are thus assembled, Div only shall have the title of Div. And the members shall salute him as Div, Son of all light. And the meetings of the Deva shall be private, nor shall any person be eligible to be present in Deva, save the novices who may be in preparation to become lords and gods by succession. But none of the novices shall be entitled to speak in Deva. 13. And each and every member of Deva shall report his department, as to whether in need of assistance, or his capacity to provide emigrants to other plateaus, and such report shall be made in person before Div. And when all the reports are given in, then shall Div render judgment thereon, giving to or exacting from any one or more of the dominions, according to the voice of Jehovih. 14. And the judgments of Div, Son of all light, shall be called Divan law, from which there shall be no appeal. And the lords and gods shall carry these decrees down to mortals, in their several dominions, rendering them unto the God Irs on earth, whereby mortals through the Rabbah shall receive communion from the All-Light. 15. In the time of the assembling of Deva, swift messengers shall be present and witness all the laws that shall be passed. And immediately thereafter shall such swift messengers depart from Muru and come to the Etherian kingdoms in the roadway of the earth and her heavens, and render the same unto the nearest Orion chief or other Etherian god, son of Jehovih. 16. To the end, therefore, that my commandments shall be in the name of Jehovih, let God and Lord gods, and gods and lords, and goddesses and lordesses, approach the Father's throne. That I may bestow them according to the rites and ceremonies of the gods of other corporeal and atmospherian worlds. 17. The marshals now conducted all of them, save God, before the throne, first, Thuli, then Oahspe, then Gethia, and so on, until the hosts of the dominions were before FRAGAPATTI. And then God, Hob, rose up and faced toward the west. FRAGAPATTI said. 18. In thy name, O All-Light, do I create a diva unto the earth and her heavens, and this, thy God, I anoint as div, with power to him to anoint his successor in like manner. May thy voice and judgment be with him forever. And these, thy Lord gods, and these, thy gods and thy lords, and these, thy goddesses and thy lordesses, do I anoint as members of diva, and to each and all of them give I power in thy name to appoint successors after them for thy allotted seasons. May thy wisdom and power be with them forever. Amen. 19. God said, in thy name, O All-Light, do I accept the diva. And, on behalf of my gods and lords, proclaim thy divan power unto heaven and earth. 20. The others responded, we will fulfill thy decrees, O All-Light, now and henceforth, forever. Be thou with us in wisdom and strength for thy glory. 21. FRAGAPATTI then extended his hand upward, saying, Inqua Gitasang, of thy Inqua Gitasang, O All-Light. Dominion within dominion, give me thy symbol, O Jehovih. And there came out of the light before the throne a substance, and FRAGAPATTI seized it and formed therefrom, first, a hollow ball, and within it another ball, and second, 2 interlocked triangles. And he gave to each of the diva a pair, that is, a ball within a ball and a triangle, and he said unto them. 22. Behold, O Jehovih, thou didst call me from my high place in heaven, saying, Go thou to the red star, the earth. Her soil is wet with human blood. Her heavens are dead, my harvest is nothing. And I came and delivered thy word to mortals, in blood gave I it, and then washed clean the whole earth. And I gathered together thy lost children in the lower heavens, and have raised them up with power. Whereof, in token of thy light that was within me, have I become one within thy labors, and I have raised up gods and lords in thee also. That one perfect thing may be within another, after the manner of thy created worlds, this, thy holy sign, do I bequeath unto them, to be theirs and their successors forever. 23. So FRAGAPATTI bestowed the lords and gods, and his labors were finished. 24. In the meantime, the sunships of Oahspe drew near and landed, both to south and west of Muru, and so mighty and full of grandeur were they, the thousands of millions looking on were breathless in awe and wonder. Then descended out of the fire ships the marshals of Oahspe's hosts, of whom there were 30 millions aboard. And they spread a frowas from the ship even to Jehovah's throne, and Oahspe alighted from the ship and walked briskly forward on the frowas, and FRAGAPATTI and his hosts went and received her, and conducted her to the throne. 25. And now, after due ceremonies betwixt the gods and goddesses, Athrava rose up and said, To thee, O Oahspe, goddess of Alawacha, in the name of Jehovih, do I bestow the brides and bridegrooms of heaven and earth. They are the harvest of Samedi, god of the division of Heniastu, his lords and gods through the Orion chief, FRAGAPATTI, for the Father's emancipated heavens. 26. Oahspe said, Brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih, in his name receive I you, to deliver unto the all-high worlds. 27. And then Oahspe and Athrava proceeded in the ceremonies in the usual way, and were responded to by the 10,000 million brides and bridegrooms. 28. When the ceremonies were finished, the time of the ascension was at hand. So FRAGAPATTI and Oahspe, accompanied by their gods and lords, went down to the foot of the throne and sat down, and God, that had been Job, sat alone in the midst of the throne. The Embassadors then sang a hymn on the march of Jehovah's worlds. When it was concluded, God went down and took FRAGAPATTI's hand and Oahspe's hand, saying, Arise, O son, and thou, O daughter of Jehovah. The Father calleth. Go your way. FRAGAPATTI and Oahspe rose up, and then all the gods and lords rose up. 29. Job, that is God, fell into FRAGAPATTI's arms. And when they had embraced, God withdrew and returned to the throne. FRAGAPATTI saluted him on the sign, Faithist, and God answered him in the sign, forever. Whereupon the hosts followed after FRAGAPATTI and Oahspe, and entered the great avalanzas. 30. FRAGAPATTI gave his own avalanza to Uthrava and his attendants, and they took from it the magnet and made it rotary also. And when they were all aboard, Oahspe commanded the ascension, and the mighty fire ships rose up, turning and rising. 31. FRAGAPATTI created flowers and drapery, and cast overboard sufficient, so that all the 20,000 millions remaining had every one some memento. In a little while the resurrection was complete, the sun ships rose higher and higher. Passing the earth's vortex and entering Etheria, going to the kingdoms prepared for them by the high-raised sons and daughters of Jehovah. End of Book of FRAGAPATTI. Book of God's Word. Being contemporaneous with the cycle of FRAGAPATTI, son of Jehovah. As the upper book is of heavenly things, so is this lower book of the earthly administration of God for the same period of time. And it is called the Book of God's Word, because it is of the first descent of God to the earth to establish his word with man. Through Zarathustra, a man of Parasai, came God to this end, 8,900 years before the Cosmogony era. Chapter 1. 1. Hear my word, O man, saith Yahuwah Mazda. Perceive my utterances in things that have been and that will be. Remember the lapse of time, open thy understanding to the substance of the affairs of the ancients. 2. Quibble not on names, saith Yahuwah Mazda. Nor on places, nor words. All places are my places, all words, my words, all names, my names. All truth is my speech. All fact is my voice. By my commandments shall all the nations of the earth be made to know me and my works. 3. The master of the Eons, Samedi, high God of heaven, whose home was in Mount Vibraj, a heaven created in heaven, 1,000 miles high. 4. Yahuwah Mazda said, How shall they know me, I, Holy Mazda? They are sealed up, their souls blind as death. Behold, the king, high ruler of Oahspe, King Sochi. Valorous with a strong sword. Sochi. Sochi. I call, but he heareth not. I go to the temple. It is closed against God, Yahuwah Mazda. 5. Where are the altars of thy God? The place of the holy dance. Sochi heareth not. None can hear the voice of Yahuwah Mazda. Angels and gods are scouted. 6. O man, canst thou measure swords with thy Creator? Oh, that thou couldst open the curtains of heaven, and see. What is thy little learning? Shall a chick that is not hatched discourse on the philosophy of life? 7. Behold, O man, I have told thee that the natural senses cannot understand spiritual things. But I will reach thee, thou vain city, Oahspe. Thou, King Sochi. Thy sword shall fall from the hilt, thy mandates be as a breath blown away. 8. Hear me, O man, saith Yahuwah Mazda, I opened the door a little, that thou mightst learn a little about the stars. And now thou art puffed up, vain boaster of thy knowledge, thou slammest the door in the face of thy master. 9. Thou hast gone in darkness, a driveler to familiar spirits, lazy and longing to die. Then I said to thee, Behold, it is a good world, go, then, and be wise. Quickly thou wert changed, bewailing the stupidity of the ancients. What better art thou? Because I delivered thee from darkness, thou killest my prophets. 10. Yahuwah Mazda said, I make thee free, O man, but thou deniest my person. When I suffer thee to fall in bondage, thou criest, O God, my God. When I deliver thee into freedom, thou goest with a sword and spear to lay thy fellows in death. 11. Hear, me, O man, what I have done for thee, saith Yahuwah Mazda. Of Asu I cleft a rib and stood it up, saying, Be thou a man, upright in likeness of thy God. And my voice made thee, what thou art, but was not, Praveth I am. I said, Save thy seed, O man. Ayin stood aloof from the Asuans, and was holy. But thy brother, dwelt with them and brought forth unto destruction. 12. Be admonished, saith Yahuwah Mazda. I smote the earth and broke it as an egg is broken, for I would cut loose the bound in heaven. Then all the tribes of men cried out, There is a Mazda. An all-power unseen. Chapter 2. 1. In those days when an army captured a large city, slaying the people, they carried back the spoil to Sochi, king of Oas, capital of Parasai, and received rewards according to the amount of plunder. The wars were between the different nations of Iwans. The sacred people, the Ayans, had nothing, they were unmolested. 2. I said, Whosoever leeth up treasures in this world, shall find no peace. But ye have built so great a city, ye hope nothing can break it down. Now I will show thee, O king, thy city shall prove the weakest of cities. I will raise up one man out of the seed of the Ayans. And, Oas, the mighty city, shall fall before his hand. 3. Yahuwah Mazda, God of heaven, sent certain Luis, highly learned angels, to look around, and afterward he called them and asked what they saw. They said, Work. Work. Yahuwah Mazda said, Work it shall be. Go ye, holy masters of generations, down to mortals close around the city of Oas. And search ye out seed of the Ayan race, and by inspiration lead them to the fairest daughters of Yahuwah, in the city of Oas. And they shall be tempted, and anon a quickened fruit shall ripen in the city, sons and daughters. Again go ye to the Ayans, and by inspiration bring others and have them tempted by the improved fruit. And yet again repeat this method, and in the 6th generation ye shall raise up a son having the gifts of Suiz and Sargis, and ye shall call him Zarathustra. 4. The Luis, the angels who were guardians over mortals for such purpose, went and accomplished what had been commanded by God. And the child's mother's name was Tuche, and the father's name Loab. Tuche was Suiz born herself, and was by Salmon, an angel, obsessed before she conceived, and during the time of maternity not suffered to wake from her unconscious trance. And by the Luis, her soul was oft taken to high heaven to behold its glories, and then to return and inhabit her own body. Thus, the child was born of all light, and in that same day the obsession fled, and Tuche proclaimed within the city that no man was father to the child, but that she conceived from all light, believing, because unconscious in gestation. 5. The learned men cast the horoscope, but found nothing in the stars to alarm the kings, or worthy of credence to the maiden's story. The Luis went before God, saying, Behold, a child is born, capable of all light. Then spake God, saying, I will come, go ye and lead the way. 6. When yet the child nursed, Yahuwah Mazda spake through the child, whilst its own spirit slept. Then again came the learned men, chief of whom was Asha, son of Zista, learned in 1,000 stars and all living creatures, and in the bones of animals no longer living. So Asha spake to Tuche, saying, Canst thy suckling talk? Whereupon God answered him, saying, 7. Not the child, but I, even Yahuwah Mazda. Think not, O man, these small lips utter words prompted by this child's soul. I am come to stay the cruel hand of war, to make man know there is an unseen master. Behold, this child hath no sex. He is in Yeshua, Yesu, a passionless birth. 8. To which Asha said, Can it be this woman hath a man hidden under her cloak, and hopes to evade the just punishment of the king? O, thou harlot! That toldest a shameful tale of conception without a man. Thy lies are now added to others to make good the first. Out of the city, wretch! Or thou shalt be stoned to death, and thy child with thee. 9. Tuche made no answer, save with a flood of tears. Then spake Ehuamazda, saying, Hold thy hand on these lips, and perceive thou how I gesticulate with these little hands. Yea, take thou the little form in thine own arms. 10. Then Oahspe feared, but fain would hide his fear, and so took the child, whilst Ehuamazda spake, saying, O man, that thou couldst behold the Spirit, and would temper thy judgment down to patience and wisdom. 11. Oahspe said, If it be in truth thou art the Mazda of the Iwan race, why hast thou come in so questionable weakness? What can a child do? Wieldest thou a sword with these little hands? I had hoped to see a god come in stronger shape, and in majesty of 1,000 angels, winged, and in flames of fire. 12. Ehuamazda said, My wisdom is not man's wisdom, my weapons, not arrows and sharp swords. What is great in man's judgment is as nothing to me, what is as nothing to man, I will make great, for I shall overturn this mighty city. Because I am come in peace and love, the city shall be divided, man against man, and bloody war run riot in this walled kingdom. 13. Oahspe said, To what end art thou come? For if it be true thou art a god born in this questionable shape, thou hast some motive more than to overthrow the town. I charge thee, then, most precocious youth, tell me what thy purpose is, that justice may be done. 14. Ehuamazda said, The cities of man are as nothing in my sight, I come to teach man of other worlds, and that the souls of the righteous shall live forever, I come to deliver man from darkness into everlasting light. 15. Oahspe said, Thy words are wisdom, or else my sudden surprise hath unfitted my judgment. I will go now, that I may reflect on this wonder. Tomorrow I will come again. Keep this matter quietly. For if it be known that I, of so high estate, have talked intemperance on spiritual things, I will be doomed to death. Chapter 3. 1. When Oahspe had gone, Ehuamazda spake to Tuche, the Virgin Mother, saying, Take thou thy child away and hide thyself, lest the king have thee and thy child put to death. So Tuche departed with her child, and hid away in another part of the city. 2. Now Oahspe went direct to Sochi, the king, and related what had transpired. When he had finished, the king said, According to the histories of the ancients, when a god appeared amongst mortals, there were signs and miracles. Thou hast told me only words. Go, therefore, again to the child and say, The king desireth a miracle. 3. Oahspe returned the next day, but lo, and behold, woman and child were gone, and not one of the neighbors knew whither. Oahspe said, If I go before the king with this story, he will have me slain as an inventor of lies. So he returned not to the king. 4. But where Tuche and her child dwelt, there came a maker of songs, by name Chojan, and he spake to the virgin, saying, Where is the child? She answered, He sleepeth in the rack of hay, I will fetch him. So she brought the child from its bed of new hay, fetching straws with its mantle, neither had the straws roots. 5. Ehuamazda spake through the child whilst its own spirit slept, saying, I came to thee, O Chojan. I brought thee hither, for thou shalt frame songs about the virgin's babe. Chojan was frightened, but nevertheless, he said, Can it be true, in this enlightened age? A miracle. Shall I talk to thee, O child? Then Ehuamazda said. 6. Behold, thou speakest not to the child, but to Ehuamazda. Take these straws to thy writing box and plant them in new earth, and in one day they shall grow and bear ripe wheat. So Chojan departed and planted the straws, and in one day, they grew and bore ripe wheat. 7. Chojan had sung his songs before the king, and so had permission of the court, and he went and told the king of the miracle. The king said, The philosopher, Oahspe, told me about this child, and I sent him for a miracle, but he returneth not. Thou hast come and said, Behold, a miracle. What value is a miracle, save to those who witness it? Shall thy king take a thing in belief only? Is not belief the fruit of darkness? Go, therefore, again to the child and bring it before me, that I may see with mine own eyes. 8. Chojan returned to the place, but, lo and behold, virgin and child were gone, neither knew the neighbors whither. But she was concealed in another part of the city. And now there came before her one Oahspe, who was weeping because of the apparent death of his son. To him Mazda spake, saying, Weep not, O man, I have healed thy son and also given sight to thy daughter. 9. Oahspe trembled at such words coming from the lips of a child, and he ran away, finding of a truth his son was healed, and his daughter restored to sight. In his joy he returned to the place, but the virgin and child were gone. Oahspe was hostler to the king, and capable of audience, and so he went and told the king of his good fortune. 10. The king said, Asha, the philosopher, told me a fine story of this child, but when I sent him for information, he returned not. Then came Chojan, the maker of songs, telling me what he had witnessed. I sent him to have the mother and child brought before me, but he returneth not. Now thou comest with a miracle, such as were told in the dark ages. Go thou, therefore, and search the city over till thou findest this wonder, and bring it before me. 11. On the next day another man, even the king's brother's son, came before the king, saying, This day I have seen such a wonder as would have been marvelous in the days of angels and gods. Behold, a little child hath spoken to me such words of philosophy as made me tremble. And yet, O king, thou knowest I am no coward. My house is hung with 100 scalps. And this child already proclaimeth itself Zarathustra in communion with the God, Mazda. To me it said, Why killest thou the sons and daughters of thy God? Think not that thy multitude of scalps are a glory before heaven. Behold, I am stronger with my little finger than Sochi, thy king. 12. Sochi, the king, said, It is enough. Save this mother and child be brought at once before me, that I may behold the truth of these wonders. Every male child in Oahspe shall be cast into fire. The king's brother's wife had a child, and the son's wife had a child, and they foresaw that the decree of the king touched them closely, so there went forth many, searching for Tuche and Zarathustra. 13. But the spirit, Mazda, directed the mother to go beyond the gates, and led her far off into the forest of goats, where the tribes of Listyans lived by fishing and hunting, and on goat's milk. Mazda talked to the virgin, saying, 20 years shalt thou tarry in the forest, fearing not, for thy God will provide for thee. And when thy son shall be larger and stronger than other men, behold, thy God will manifest for the redemption of the races of men who are hunted and slain for the glory of the kings. 14. So it came about that the virgin and her son dwelt in the forest of goats until Zarathustra was a large man and of mature years, and his stature was equal to 3 ordinary men, nor could any number of men lay him on his back. But because of his gentleness like a young goat, the tribes of the forest called him the Lamb of God, signifying strength and goodwill. Chapter 4. 1. When Sochi, the king, issued the decree to have Zarathustra found and brought before him, otherwise all the male infants of Oahspe to be slain, the Lord sent travail on the king's wife and on the king's daughter, wife of Asha, the philosopher. And the 2 women gave birth that day to 2 sons, a month before their time, but nevertheless unto life and strength and beauty. Now, according to the laws of Oahspe, a king could not rescind or change his own decrees, for he had assumed the position of infallibility, whereupon he had doomed to death kin of his kin, flesh of his flesh. 2. Accordingly, after search had been made in vain to find Zarathustra, the king repented of his decree, but knew no way to justify a change of commandment. Asha, hearing of this, came out of concealment, saying to himself, Now will I go to the king and hold him to his decree, even demanding that he slay me also. So Asha came before Sochi, and after saluting, said, O king, I have heard of thy strait, and am come to thee that I may counsel thee. 3. The king was angered, and he said, Oahspe, my friend, hear thou thy king, thou camest before me, relating a marvelous story regarding an infant son of the virgin who saith she never knew a man. Now, according to the laws of the city of the sun, any man stating for truth that which he cannot prove, is already adjudged to death. Shall not the law be fulfilled, because, forsooth, thou art near me in blood? 4. Oahspe said, Most assuredly, O king, the laws must be carried out. Are they not the all-highest? For it followeth that man being the all-highest person, his laws, above all else, must never be set aside. Therefore, thou shalt have me slain. Think not I am come before thee to plead an excuse, in order to save myself, rather let all men perish than that the king's decrees go amiss. 5. The king said, Thou art wise, O Oahspe. The laws cannot err, for they are the standard by which to judge all else. And he who hath risen to be king standeth by nature the infallible highest of all things. History hath proven this. But yet hear me, thou who hast wisdom from the movements of the sun and moon and stars, the king, being the all-highest, how can he be bound? Cannot he decree new decrees forever? 6. Oahspe said, I will not deceive thee, O king. I know thou art arguing not for me, but for thine own infant son, and for thy daughter's infant son. Neither have I come before thee in prowess, though I love life. But here is the matter, if thou change one law, thou admittest that all laws made by man may also need changing, which is to say, wisdom is folly. How, then, shall the judge judge any man by the laws? Is it not setting up error in order to find truth? 7. The king said, Thou reasonest well. Methought this morning, in my walk in the market gardens, when the soldiers were spreading the scalps of their enemies in the sun to dry, whether or no, in ages to come, the weaker nations and tribes of men might not attempt to justify their right to life. And were the kings to admit fallibility in their decrees and laws, no man can foresee the end, for even slaves and servants and women will raise up against the laws, and claim their right to life. Wherein, then, would the earth be large enough for all the people? Yet, wherefore, O Oahspe, cometh this heartache of mine against killing mine own son? 8. Oahspe said, What are thy sympathies, O king? If thou wert to justify the escape of thy child's death for sympathy, would not my wife and my children justify their sympathy in desiring me to live? Nay, sympathy is the enemy of law and justice. It is the evil in our natures that crieth out for evil. The laws must be maintained, the decrees must be maintained, the king's word must be maintained. No man must suffer his judgment to go higher than the law, or the decree, or the king. 9. Oahspe said, This is the city of the sun. If this city goeth back on its own laws, what will not the tributary cities do? Will not they also begin to disrespect the laws, or say, Perhaps the laws are in error? This will come to anarchy. To one purpose only can a great city be maintained. To divide the purposes and judgment of men is to scatter to the four winds the glory of our civil liberty. Was it not disrespect of the laws, combined with superstition, that caused the nations of ancients to perish? 10. The king said, What shall I do, O Oahspe? My son hath smiled in my face. 11. Oahspe said, Thou shalt send me and thy son and thy daughter's son, and all male infants to the slaughter's pen, and have us all beheaded and cast into the fire. Otherwise, it will come true what the infant Zarathustra hath said, Behold, my hand shall smite the city of Oahspe, and it shall fall as a heap of straw. 12. Think not, O king, I am superstitious and fear such threats. But this I perceive, suffer the laws to be impeached, and every man in Oahspe will set up to interpret the laws to be wrong and himself right. And thy officers will rebel against thee on all sides, and the glory of thy kingdom will perish. 13. After the city had been searched for 30 days, and the virgin and child not found, the king appointed a day for the slaughter, according to his former decree. And there were 90,000 male infants adjudged to death, the king's son among the rest. 14. Whilst these matters were maturing, the Lord went to John, and inspired him to make songs about Zarathustra, the infant that was stronger than a king. And also songs about the decree of death to the 90,000 infant sons of Oahspe. And the beauty of the songs, together with the nature of these proceedings, caused the songs to be sung in the streets day and night, and the songs, in satire, approved of the horrors, so that even the king could not interdict the singing. Chapter 5. 1. When the day arrived for the slaughter of the male infants, not more than 1,000 mothers appeared at the place of execution with their infants, the others having risen in the night previous and departed out of the gates. Upward of 89,000 mothers. 2. When the king went to the place of execution, having set apart the day as a holiday, and not finding but 1,000 infants present, he inquired the reason, and, having been told, he said, "Can it be that mothers love their offspring more than they respect the decrees of the king?" Oahspe was standing near, having stripped himself ready for execution, and he answered the king, saying, 3. Because they love their offspring, is it not the love of the flesh? And doth not the law stand above all flesh? In this matter, then, because they have evaded the law, they have adjudged themselves also to death. 4. Then came Betraj, the king's wife, bringing the infant. Betraj said, "Here is thy son, O king, ready for the sacrifice." Oahspe reasonest well. There must be an all-highest, which never erreth, which is the law of the king. Take thou my flesh and blood and prove thy decrees. What? Why hesitate? If thou swerve one jot or tittle, then shalt thou open the door for all men to find an excuse against the law. Doth not the sun blight a harvest when he will? Yea, and strike dead our most beloved? Art thou not descended from the sun gods? Who will obey the laws if thou, thyself, do not? 5. The king said, "Behold, it is yet early morn, let the officers go fetch all who have escaped beyond the walls, and both mothers and children shall be put to death. Till then, let the proceedings be suspended." Now there had congregated a vast multitude, anxious to witness the slaughter, and when the king suspended matters, there went up cries of disappointment. And many said, "When a thing toucheth the king, he is a coward." 6. The king returned for his palace, leaving Oahspe standing stripped for the execution. And the multitude cried out, "More is Oahspe like a king than So-chi. Let us make him king. King So-chi. We will not have a sheep for a king." And none could stay them, or be heard above their noise, and they ran after the king and slew him with stones, and they made Oahspe king of the sun. And there was not one infant slain according to the decrees. 7. God saith, "Think not, O man, that things happen without a cause, or that all things are left to chance. In my works I go beforehand and plan the way, even more carefully than a captain leath siege to a city. Before Zarathustra was born I sent Embassadors to choose out my personages. Think not that Oahspe made his own arguments. But by virtue of the presence of my Embassadors, whom he saw not, he spake and behaved in my commandments, not knowing it. And even so was it with the king's wife, my angels also inspired her to speak before the king. And those that fled out of the city, were inspired by my hosts of angels. 8. God said, "Yet with the king's decree I had no part, for I foresaw he would do this of his own will. And with the multitude in slaying the king I had no part, for I saw they would do this on their own account. Neither would the multitude hear my voice, even though I had spoken to every man's soul, for in them tetrarchs were the ascendant power." 9. God saith, "The multitude slew the king because he had gone so far from me he heeded me not. And I made Oahspe king, because he came so near me my power was with him through my Embassadors." Chapter 6. 1. During the infant age of Zarathustra, God manifested no more through him, but he sent Elijah, one of his lords, to be with Zarathustra, day and night. And Elijah taught the infant wisdom in all things, but showed himself to none else. 2. When Zarathustra was half grown, the Lord began to manifest through him, giving signs and miracles and prophecy before the Lystians who lived in the forest of goats. This forest was of the width in every direction, save the east, a 40 days' journey for a man, and in all that region there were no houses, the inhabitants living in tents made of bark and skins. 3. The Lord inspired Zarathustra to teach them to build houses, and tame the goats, and to live in cities, and otherwise subdue the earth through righteousness, the chief center of their habitations being on the river Ephraim and its tributaries. And it was from these inhabitants that sprang in after years the migrants called Phoenicians, signifying, out of the mountains. Nevertheless, these people were Iwans, but because of the cruelties of the Parasaian kings, they fled and lived in the forests. 4. The Lord said to Zarathustra, Behold the people who fly from the kings. I have made them kings over goats and over the beasts of the fields. 5. And from this time forth the Lystians styled themselves shepherd kings. And Zarathustra taught them of the Lord, that man should have dominion over the beasts of the forests, but that no man should hold dominion over his neighbor. Consequently, every man of the Lystians styled himself a king, and every woman styled herself a queen. 6. Again the Lord said to Zarathustra, Go thou, my son, whither I will lead thee, and thou shalt find a people sacred to the Great Spirit. So Zarathustra wandered beyond the forest of goats, and came to Harowochich, to the south of the mountains of Oahspe, where were 3 large cities and 12 small ones, inhabited by Ians. 7. And the Lord had been with the Ians, and foretold them Zarathustra was coming, so that it was proven on both sides. The Lord said to the high priest, Thou shalt suffer Zarathustra to come within the walls of the cities, for he is pure. 8. So Zarathustra went in, and, in the time of worship before the altar of God, the Lord appeared in a great light and commanded the high priest, saying, Behold, I have brought my son to thee. Him shalt thou anoint as a priest according to the Ian laws, and thou shalt teach him the rites and ceremonies of the ancients. 9. Accordingly Zarathustra was made a priest and was otherwise accepted as an Ian, and bestowed under the rod with water and with fire. And he also taught the sacred words and the art of writing and making tablets. And of weaving cloth and making clothes from flax. 10. 7 years Zarathustra remained with the Ians, fasting and praying, and singing and dancing before the Lord. And then the Lord commanded him to return through the forest of goats, the which he did, teaching before the Lystians whithersoever he halted for a rest, and the Lord was with him, working miracles. 11. At the end of another 7 years the Lord said to Zarathustra, Behold, the dawn of light is come. Thou shalt, therefore, bestow thy mother with thy people, and I will lead thee to the city of thy birth. Zarathustra said, Tell me, O Lord, of the city of my birth. 12. The Lord said, It is a great city, but it shall fall before thy hand, for Yahuwah Mazda hath turned his favor away from its kings. 13. In 2 days' journey Zarathustra came to Oahspe, and entered into the city, but he brought no provender with him. Now, it was a law of Oahspe, that all strangers coming into the city, should bring provender as a testimony of fidelity to the laws and to the king. So, when he came to the inner gate, the keeper asked him for provender. But Zarathustra answered him, saying, 14. Naked I came into the world, and Ormuzd asked me not for provender. Is thy king greater than the Creator? 15. The keeper said, I know not thy words, shall a servant explain laws? To which Zarathustra said, Thou art wise, neither shalt thou suffer for disobedience in letting me pass. The Lord will give thee food. 16. When he had spoken thus, there fell at the feet of the keeper an abundance of fruit, and the keeper feared and stood aside, suffering Zarathustra to pass in. The keeper not only told the people of the miracle, but ran and told the king, likewise. This was Oahspe, who had reigned since the death of Sochi, and Oahspe no sooner heard of the miracle than he imagined the person to be the same whom he had seen in infancy. 17. Oahspe, the king, sent officers at once to find Zarathustra, and bring him before the court. But the Lord knowing these things, inspired Zarathustra to go on his own account, and he went accordingly before the king, even before the officers returned. 18. The king said, Who art thou? And for what purpose hast thou come before the king? 19. Then spake Yahuwah Mazda through Zarathustra, saying, I am Yahuwah Mazda, God of the Ewans. He through whom I speak, is Zarathustra, whom thou sawest in his mother's arms. We twain are one. I have come before thee, O king, because of two reasons, thou hast sent for me, and I desire to use thee. 20. The king said, Speak further, stranger, that I may approve of thy words. 21. In the time of Sochi, said Yahuwah Mazda, I made thee king of Oahspe, and from that day to this my Ashars have been with thee and heard thee oft praying privately for information of the infant thou sawest. For it resteth heavily on thy judgment whether or no man be immortal. Sit thou with me this night privily, and I will show thee Sochi's soul. 22. Asha said, Thou wert to smite the city and it would fall. Behold, it standeth. Yet I desire not to stand in my own light. Then Zarathustra spake on his own account, saying, Fear not, O king, for this philosophy. As thou wouldst bend a straw, so do the gods wield the nations of the earth. The city will fall ere 6 years pass, and thou shalt be reduced to beggary, and yet thou shalt be happier than now. Chapter 7. 1. When night came, the king sat privately with Zarathustra, and Yahuwah Mazda cast a light on the wall, and the soul of Sochi came and appeared before Asha. Sochi said, Knowest thou who I am? And Asha said, Yea, Sochi. 2. Sochi said, True, O king, the soul is immortal. And then it disappeared. Asha said, It seemeth to be Sochi. And yet if it were he, would he not have called me, Asha, instead of, O king? Then spake Zarathustra, saying, Call thou for some other spirit? Asha said, Suffer, then, the soul of my wife to appear. 3. Again the light appeared, and the soul of Asha's wife inhabited it, and he saw her. Asha said, It is, indeed. And then she disappeared. Asha said, Had it been she had spoken. Zarathustra said, Call thou for another spirit. Asha called Chojan, the songster, who looked like no other man under the sun. And Chojan also appeared. And even sang one of the songs about the slaughter of the infants. For, Asha said, it was like Chojan, but had it been he had surely mentioned the miracle. Then Zarathustra said, Call yet for another spirit. And Asha called, and another appeared, and thus it continued until 20 souls of the dead had shown themselves, and talked with him, face to face, and every one had related things pertinent to themselves. 5. Then spake Zarathustra, saying, Tomorrow night shalt thou again sit with me. Now, on the next night, 20 other spirits of the dead appeared and spake face to face with the king. But yet he believed not. Then spake Yahuwah Mazda through Zarathustra, saying, What will satisfy thee, O man? For I declare unto thee, that spirit is not provable by corpor, nor corpor by spirit. There are two things. One groweth by aggregating, and the other groweth by dissemination, of which all light is the highest. As by darkness light is known, and by light darkness known, similarly diverse are corpor and spirit known. 6. Yahuwah Mazda said, Thy generations, O king, have been long bred in unbelief in spirit, and unbelief is so entailed upon thee that evidence is worthless before thee. Who thinkest thou I am? 7. Asha said, Zarathustra. Then Zarathustra asked him, saying, Who thinkest thou I am? 8. Again Asha said, Zarathustra. To which Yahuwah Mazda said, Because thou sayest with thine eyes this corporeal body, and heareth with thine ears this corporeal voice, so dost thy corporeal judgment find an answer. 9. But I declare to thee, O king, there is a spiritual judgment as well as a corporeal judgment. There is a spiritual man within all men, and it never dieth. The spiritual man, which is within, is the only one that can discern spiritual things. It is the only one that can recognize the spirits of the dead. 10. Then Asha said, How shall I prove there be not some element belonging to thee personally, that is as a mirror, to reproduce a semblance of whatsoever is within thy thoughts? 11. Ahura Mazda said, What would that profit thee if proven? And what profit if not proven? Hear me, then, for this is wisdom. There are millions of souls in heaven that are in the same doubt thou art now in, not knowing that they themselves are dead. Especially those slain in war and in unbelief of spirit life. 12. The king said, Who, then, sayest thou, thou art? Ahura Mazda said, First, there is Ormuzd, Creator, who is over all and within all, whose person is the whole all. Then there are the unseen worlds in the sky, then this world, and the stars, and sun, and moon. After them, mortals, and the spirits of the dead. 13. Hear me, O king. Because the dead know not the all-high heavens, the Ormuzd, whose name signifieth Master of all light, sendeth his exalted angels down to the earth as masters and teachers, having captains and high captains, that their labor be done orderly. The highest captain is therefore called Ahura Mazda, that is, master voice over mortals and spirits for their exaltation. 14. Know, then, O king, I, who speak, have thee and thy city and thy country within my keeping. I am come to stay man's bloody hand. And through Zarathustra will I reveal the laws of Ormuzd, and they shall stand above all other laws. Because thou art the most skilled of men, I made thee king. Because thou hast seen that man must have an all-highest law, I have come to thee. Yea, from thy youth up, and during thy long life, I have spoken to thy soul, saying, Asha, find thou the all-highest, Asha, thou shalt have a strange labor before thou deest. Asha, thou, that hast attained to the measurement of the stars, shalt find a power behind the stars. 15. The king said, Enough. Enough. O stranger! Thou turn'st my head with wonders. I scarce know if I am living or dead, because of the mastery of thy wisdom. Alas, my kindred are dead, my friends are fools. I have none to tell these wonders to. All thy days shalt thou live in my palace, and whosoever thou demandest for wife, shall be granted unto thee. 16. Ahura Mazda said, Till I come again to thee, O king, keep thine own counsel. For the present, I must return to the forest. Give me, therefore, of thy choicest ink and brushes and writing cloth, and send thou 2 servants with me. Asha said, Suffer thou me to be one of thy servants, and I will abdicate my throne. 17. Ahura Mazda said, I shall need thee where thou art. Thus ended the interview with the king. The next day Zarathustra returned to the forest, to write the Zarathustrian laws. Chapter 8. 1. These, then, are the Zarathustrian laws, the Ahura Mazdian laws, which, being interpreted into the English language, should be described as God's word, transcribed from the libraries of heaven by the will of Jehovih. 2. That is to say. 3. Zarathustra said, Interpret to me, O Holy One. 4. Ahura Mazda said, O Pure One, all pure. Hear thou. I will interpret, write thou. 5. Zarathustra wrote. Then spake Ahura Mazda to Zarathustra, the all-pure. 6. First, Ormuzd was, and he created all created things. He was all, he is all. He was all round, and put forth hands and wings. Then began the beginning of things seen, and of things unseen. 7. The first best highest place he created was the all-possibility. And the second best highest place he created was the all-good. With him are all things possible. With him are all things good. 8. Ormuzd then created the first best of places, the longest enduring, the Arianavaya, Etheria, the highest of good creation. 9. The third best created places created Ormuzd, which was Haritai, a high heavenly good place, a home of FRAGAPATTI, a creator son of the heavenly Arianavaya, a rescuer of men and spirits from Anramanus, the evil of blood and bone. 10. The fourth best created places created Ormuzd, the creator, which was Gau, the dwelling place of Suddha, of heavenly shape and straight limbs and arms, and ample chest, full of music. 11. Out of Muru, of the regions of Haritai, came the voice, created by the Creator Ormuzd, came to Ahura Mazda, and now cometh to thee, Zarathustra, thou all pure. 12. Fifth best place created the Creator, the Bhakti, with lofty standards. 13. Then came Anramanus, the black doubt, the Sagwan, sowing seeds. 14. After that, the Creator created Tsagi, the reason of man, and turned his eyes inward, that he could see his own soul. Chapter 9. 11. Ahura Mazda said, These are not to hear my voice, these are Anramanus, O Zarathustra. Then Zarathustra inquired, saying, Is not the, not to hear thy voice, a person? Is the, to hear thy voice, a person? 12. Ahura Mazda said to Zarathustra, The all-pure, Anramanus was a person, but he is dead, Vivanho is a person, and he liveth to all the holy, to all the good, to all the wise. But to all the evil, to all the bad, to all the foolish, Anramanus is not dead. 13. Then inquired Zarathustra, the all-pure, Whence came all good, whence came all evil? Who is all good, who is all evil? Then answered Ahura Mazda to Zarathustra, saying, Thou perceivest now, all evil must have a name, all good must have a name. Without names, no man could talk. Behold, I will write for thee, O Zarathustra, thou all pure. The mark I make first, thou shalt call the all-good, the Creator, the Master, the Light. Here, then, have I made a circle and a cross and a leaf. For these characters with explanations, see Tablet Safa, verses 8 and 9. Ed. 14. Ahura Mazda said to Zarathustra, the all-pure, Whoever looketh upon this mark, whoever seeth it, seeth the name of all names, the Creator. Whoever mocketh this mark, writeth the name of the all-good. Whoever pronounceth this mark, pronounceth the name of Ormuzd, the all-master. 15. Then made Ahura Mazda a circle, and painted 4 dark corners in it, and called it Anramanus, the Udruk, the opposition to all truth, and all light, and all good. And Ahura Mazda explained to Zarathustra. 16. And, behold, there stood within the circle of evil, the name of all good, the cross, and it was light, and the corners were black. Ahura Mazda called this mark Fate, explaining to Zarathustra, the all-pure, saying, These 3 marks embrace all the created creation, hence, the name of the third one is Fate, from which there is no escape, nor separation, forever. 17. Zarathustra inquired of Ahura Mazda, saying, Is evil, evil, is good, good? Ahura Mazda said, Evil is evil to man, but evil is not evil to Ormuzd. Good is good to man, but good is not good to Ormuzd. Only 2 conditions are before Ormuzd. Not evil, nor good, but ripe and unripe. To Ormuzd, that which man calleth evil is unripe, to Ormuzd, that which man calleth good is ripe. 18. Ahura Mazda went on explaining, saying, For sake of understanding, O p. 192b Zarathustra. For sake of not confounding, thou shalt call evil, evil, and good, good. Hear me, then, my son. 19. Without green fruit, none could be ripe, without evil none could be good. So Ormuzd created all creation, and called it good. But lo, and behold, there was nothing to do. All things moved not, as if dead, all things were as nothing. 20. Then Ormuzd blew his breath outward, and every created thing went into motion. And those at the front were called all good, and those at the rear were called all evil. Thus created the Creator the good creation and the evil creation, the Ahura Mazda and the Anramanus. Chapter 10. 1. Then spake Ahura Mazda to Zarathustra, the all-pure, saying, Thus thy Creator created all things, and the time of the creation was as a time, and a time, and a time, and without measure. 2. Ahura Mazda said unto Zarathustra, Thus are the created creations, thus were the created creations, thus shall ever be the created creations. The light of all light is Oahspe, he the soul of all souls. These are the things seen and things unseen, created by Oahspe, thy Creator, me, the Mother Almighty, then is voice, the expression of things, the all-speech, the all-communion, created by Oahspe, thy Creator, and by me, the Almighty Mother. A virgin never before conceived, and this was Vivanho, the Son. 3. Ahura Mazda said to Zarathustra, the all-pure, behold me, O thou, Zarathustra. Here I make one straight line, and now I make another straight line, and now another, all joined. 4. Then Zarathustra answered, saying, Thou hast made a triangle, what is the meaning, O Ahura Mazda? Then answered Ahura Mazda, saying, 3 in 1, O Zarathustra, Father, Mother, and Son, Oahspe, the ghost of all things. Me, the seen and unseen, and Vivanho, the expression of things. 5. Ahura Mazda said unto Zarathustra, These three comprise all things, and all things are but one, nor were there more, nor shall ever be. Nevertheless, O my son, each of these hath 1,000,000 parts, 1,000,000,000 parts, 10,100,000,000,000 parts. And every part is like unto the whole, thou, O Zarathustra, also. For thou hast within thyself those three attributes, and no more. And each and all created things have these three attributes in them. Thus Oahspe created all the living creation. Brothers and sisters created he them, in likeness of himself, with three entities embraced in one, which are, first, the ghost, the soul, which is incomprehensible, second, the beast, the figure, the person, which is called individual. And, third, the expression, to receive and impart. 6. Ahura Mazda said unto Zarathustra, the all-pure, to receive and to impart, what else hath man, what more desireth he? Then Ahura Mazda made a picture of a cow, and a picture of a horse, a strong male horse dashing forth. And he asked Zarathustra, saying, Which of these signifieth receiving, which of these signifieth to impart? And Zarathustra perceived. 7. Ahura Mazda said unto Zarathustra, To be negative is to be a cow, to be positive is to be a horse. 8. Zarathustra inquired of Ahura Mazda, saying, How many words are there, that can be written words? Thou hast now written many wise words, full of meaning. How many more words are there? Then answered Ahura Mazda, saying, 1,000 words and 10,000 words would not be all. But 10 times 10,000 100,000, and those are all the words created. 9. Then Zarathustra, the all-pure, said, Write me down all the words, and explain the meaning of them to me, that I may go before the world teaching all truth, so that men will no longer be in darkness. 10. Then Ahura Mazda wrote down tens of hundreds, and thousands of words, and explained the meaning. After that, Zarathustra sat in the bushes for 30 days and 30 nights, neither eating or drinking nor sleeping. And then Ahura Mazda revealed the secrets of heaven and earth to him, and commanded him to write them in a book, the which he did, and this was the first book, the Zarathustrian Law, the Ahura Mazdian Law. Chapter 11. 1. By this authority then, I, Zarathustra, by the power of Ahura Mazda, reveal the created creations. 2. Oahspe created a good creation. First, the land and water and firm things, out of the unseen and void created he them. Second, the lights, heavenly, and the heat and the cold everywhere. Third, all living animals, and fish and birds. Fourth, man and woman. 3. Then spake Oahspe through his son, Vivanho, saying, Speech, voice, words. And man and woman were the only talking animals created in all the created world. 4. Oahspe then created death, and Remainus, with 7 heads created he him. First vanity, UK, then tattling, ow, then worthlessness, Hosea, then lying, Ugsga, then incurable wickedness, Hisse, then evil inventions for evil, Bauhis, then king and leader, Divas. 5. Oahspe then created association, clans, by words bringing men together, Horoyu. 6. Ormuzd then created habitations, okay. And then he created dwelling places for the gods, with 4 good corners and 4 evil corners, created he them, Varina. 7. And Ormuzd created sustenance for the living and the dead, Hauma. Then he created the boon of rest, for the weary, Haraquati. After that he created sweet-smelling and rich-growing pastures, Urva. 8. And Ormuzd created combination, which is strength, Chakra. Then power to receive knowledge, Hayden-Amazd. 9. Ormuzd then created the holy day, Rak. Then he made the 4 signs of the moon, Ukagit, Ejit, Kigit and Jit, for all holiness. 10. And he said, 6 days shalt thou labor, O man, and worship on the 7th, because they are the moon's times. 11. Then Ormuzd, the creator, created the power to live without kings. Like the Ions in the east, and the name of this power he created was Ranha. 12. Then spake Yahuwah Mazda to Zarathustra, the all-pure, saying, to attain to Ranha, how to attain to Ranha, this, then, is the holy Mazdian law. 13. Ormuzd shall be king, and thou shalt acknowledge no other. He shall be thy all-highest love forever, and above all other loves. 14. Thou shalt disown all other rulers, and kings, and queens, and lords, and gods. 15. Thou shalt not bow down in reverence save to Ormuzd, thy Creator. 16. Thou shalt covenant thyself to thy Creator every day, and teach thy children to do so also. 17. Thou shalt keep holy the 4 moon days, for they are the change of watch of the gods and angels over them. 18. Thou shalt not kill what thy Creator created alive. 19. Thou shalt love thy father next to thy Creator, and obey his voice, and honor thy mother, because she brought thee forth by the will of thy Creator. 20. Thou shalt not suffer thy desires to lead thee after woman. 21. Thou shalt not take that which is another's. 22. Thou shalt not be vain, for nothing is thine. 23. Thou shalt not speak untruth. 24. Thou shalt not talk of thy neighbor behind his back, for Ormuzd heareth thee, and the angels will go tell thy neighbor's soul what thou hast said. 25. Thou shalt not be idle or lazy, or thy flesh will become weak and bear down thy soul. 26. Thou shalt not envy, nor harbor hatred against any man nor woman nor child. 27. Thou shalt not reprove any man nor woman for their evil, for they are the Creator's. 28. Thou shalt reprove thine own child, and teach him the right way. 29. Thou shalt not lie with thy wife during pregnancy. 30. Thou shalt not take to wife any of thy kin, save beyond the 5th generation. 31. Thou shalt not take to wife a woman of unclean habits. 32. Thou shalt not commit the self-habit. 33. Thou shalt not desire of thy neighbor more than thou wouldst give. 34. Thou shalt fast 1 day of the 4th moon all thy life, neither eating fish nor flesh, nor bread nor fruit, nor anything but water shall enter thy mouth. 35. 1 whole year of thy life thou shalt dwell with the poor, live with the poor, sleep with the poor, begging for alms for the poor. Chapter 12. 1. Yahuwah Mazda said unto Zarathustra, the all-pure, 3 castes have I made, the first are the Ions, sacred above all other people, because they keep my commandments. Second, the Iwans, more powerful created I them than other people, because by them I will subdue the earth, and third, the Druks, the evil people, who will not learn. 2. Yahuwah Mazda said to Zarathustra, the all-pure, remember the caste of men. Keep thy blood in the place I created thee, nor shalt thou marry but in the caste I created thee. 3. Yahuwah Mazda said, 1,000 castes I created among the Iwans, the king, the doctor, the magician, the priest, the farmer, the bearer of burdens, the messenger, swift-footed, and for all other occupations under the sun. Each and all within their own castes created I them, nor shall they marry but in the caste I created them. 4. Zarathustra responded to Ahura saying, I will keep thy commandments. Thy 70 commandments, and 707,000. 5. I will preserve sacred the castes thou hast created, O Ahura. And I will teach these holy truths to my children, to my servants, and unto all men. 6. Then Ahura wrote all the commandments, as here above, and he stooped down and kissed the books, which were of stone and of cloth, saying, This is my holy book. Take it, O Zarathustra, thou all pure, and go thou forth into all the world, teaching it and explaining it. 7. Then Zarathustra, the all pure, stooped down and kissed the book, saying, This is thy holy book, O Ahura. I take it. And I will go into all the world, teaching it and explaining it. 8. Thus was completed the first sacred, most holy book created for mortals. And Zarathustra rose up from his writing, tall and handsome, inquiring of Ahura saying, Whither shall I go first, O Master? 9. Then answered Ahura creator of the Ormazdian law, the Zarathustrian law, saying, 10. Take my holy book, the Ormazdian law, the Zarathustrian law, first, to Oahspe, king of the Ewans, king of Oahspe, the city of the sun. Him have I prepared for thee and thy work since the day of his birth. Since the day of thy birth, the day I spake to him in thy infancy. 11. Then went forth Zarathustra, strong in faith, and he came to Oahspe, the king. And the king said unto him, Thou hast tarried so long. Behold, I have cast the horoscope 100 times, 1,000 times. I have proved all the stars in heaven and named them, and made maps of them. And I have measured the power of one star over another star. And the powers of the stars on this world, and the powers of the sun and moon. 12. Yea, I have sent into the great cities of the east, to men of great learning, and to the south and north and west, to men of great learning. And then I sent to the kings of Japheth and of Shem, to Baugon-Gad, to Bingtha, and to the great city of Hug-Sin, where the great philosopher, Atdong, liveth. And from all of these I have obtained great wisdom. 13. Hear me, then, O Zarathustra, I will speak to thee as if thy philosophy were true, but yet I believe it not. First, then, in all the stars there is nothing but lies, neither mattereth it if a man be born under this star or that star. I am old now and have observed thousands of men, yea, kings and queens, as to whether the stars rule over them, and I declare unto thee that the philosophy of the stars is nothing but lies. Yea, I have searched in mine own self, and I find I am often doing things contrary to my first intentions, but as to the cause, I know not. 14. This also have I discovered, there is one kind of causes that lie with individuals. And there is another kind of causes that lie with kings and kingdoms, but, yet, I perceive that each and every man is bound in his own channel by something stronger than himself. To find the cause of this, I have searched to the extent of all the stars in the firmament, but found not the truth. 15. Now I ask thee, in the name of thy gods, if thou canst prove this matter to thy king. 16. Then answered Zarathustra, saying, Through my hand hath Ahura written a most holy book, explaining many philosophies. This book have I brought unto thee, according to the commandments of my God, read thou it. 17. Then the king took the book and read it, and on the next day Zarathustra came again before the king. The king said, Thy book saith thus and so, but it proveth little. Thy God asserteth he hath done thus and so, and that he created thus and so. First of all, then, I know not if there be a God. Second, if there be a God, I know not that he cometh to thee, and third, if he come to thee, and he be a just God, why he cometh not to me. And yet, after all this, for I doubt not thy wisdom will give sufficient answers to these questions, if it be true there are gods unseen that rule over us, and spirits of the dead that come to us, persuading our souls unconsciously to ourselves. What mattereth it whether we try or not, to obtain truth and wisdom? Shall not all things be left to the spirits and gods and lords? Knowest thou not that the ancients believed these things? 18. And yet what of the ancients? Were they not in darkness, and addicted to horrid rites and ceremonies, and murders, and savagery? With our wisdom of disbelief in their religions, have we not attained to great cities and empires? Behold our thousands and tens of thousands of large cities. And do they not all have just reason to be proud? For there is not one city but that its walls and gates are adorned with thousands of the skeletons and skulls of serpents and lions, and the scalps of druks. 32. 19. Then spake Mazda to the king, speaking through the voice of Zarathustra, saying, Hear thy God, O king, and be considerate of my words. There are two births unto all men. The first is from the mother's womb, and the second is from the corporeal body. Prior to the first birth, the will and power of the child is nothing as to shaping its own destiny. But prior to the spiritual birth, which is the mortal death, the man hath much to do as to shaping his future destiny in the next world. 20. I declare unto thee, O king, that the corporeal man is, therefore, but half accomplished as to his real life. He is but half his own master, but half the controller of his place and behavior in the mortal world. Nevertheless, he is the first half, the first chooser. Think not that spirits and gods rule men as if they were slaves or toys, for another power also leath over man, which is neither spirits nor gods nor stars, nor moon nor sun, but the corporeal surroundings that feed his earthly desires. 21. This is the Ormazdian law, not the corporeal stars, or corporeal earth, or corporeal moon, or corporeal man, ruleth over the spirit. But the subtle, the unseen to mortals, is the cause and ruler of all things. 22. Asha said, Oh that I could believe this! Oh that I knew this were true! Oh that the unseen worlds could be opened up to my understanding! For I perceive there is more power and virtue in thy philosophy than in my decrees. But touching thy book, O Zarathustra, answer thou me this, who do the people in the world belong to, if not to me, the Sun King? Are not the people mine? 23. Mazda said, All belong to Ormazd. Is it not here taught that man shall acknowledge obedience and worship to Ormazd only? 24. Asha said, I so perceive. Answer me this, O Zarathustra, to disown the king and the king's kings. Will not this bring anarchy? For will not the rulers declare thy doctrine robbeth them of subjects? To which Mazda suffered Zarathustra to reply. He said, 25. Is it not hard for a man not to have the privilege to choose his own master? Behold, they are now impressed into war, yea, thou keepest standing armies, trained in the labor of death. And this for the glory of the Sun Kingdom. Now hear me, O king, for I am now speaking on my own accord, and no God is speaking through me. And I declare unto thee, I have attained power to go in soul into the unseen worlds and behold with mine own eyes how it is with the souls of the dead. And I declare unto thee there are great torments for the wicked. I have seen them in hell, with walls of fire going up around them day and night, suffocating fires of brimstone, from which they cannot escape. And those slain in war, both those that are for the king, and those against the king, are equally cast into ceaseless torments, and even kings and queens with them, where all are wailing and gnashing their teeth, and cursing. And in their madness, doing wickedly unto others with all their might. 26. The king said, If it be that thou canst go into heaven and hell, it must be true thou canst go to places on the corporeal earth in the same way. Prove thou this to me, and I will believe all thou hast said. Then Zarathustra said, Tell me whither I shall go, that I may convince thee, O king. 27. Bashar said, Go thou to the tower of the horoscope and find the words on the calendar. 28. Then spake Mazda, saying, Have I not said, Spirit cannot be proved but to spirit? Have I not said I am Mazda, and Zarathustra hath said he is Zarathustra? But this thou canst not see. Behold, thou shalt witness now thine own craft. Here returneth Zarathustra. 29. Then spake Zarathustra, saying, Thou saidst to me, Go to the tower of the horoscope and find the words on the calendar. Lo, I have been there, and am already returned before thee. These, then, are the words of the calendar, Tka, Sis, Tvait Nang, Byang Lu Singa Wachich, and Por, and Oot, and Dai, and Git. 30. Asha said, This is true. But how shall I not determine that thou gatheredst not the calendar from my heart? For I had the knowledge in my heart since sunrise. Then answered Zarathustra, saying, Try me once again, yea, thou shalt ask me for some toy of thine, and I will go fetch it. 31. Asha said, Behold, when I was a boy I let fall into the river betwixt the cliffs, at the outer wall, a golden case. Go, thou, bring it. 32. Then spake Mazda, 2 conditions belong to all men, belief and unbelief. They are as seeds, planted in the soul of man whilst he is yet in his mother's womb, and when he is born forth into the world, they begin to grow within him. If man favor one only, it will grow at the expense of the other. Because of unbelief in man, he searched after truth and knowledge, but because of belief in man, he findeth happiness, but the latter may lead to stupidity, and the former to cruelty. It is a wise man, therefore, that keepeth these 2 talents evenly balanced. 33. Now even whilst Mazda spake, the long-lost golden case fell at the king's feet, and it was yet dripping with water. The king examined it, and then exclaimed, This is true. And yet, if there be spirits and gods, how shall I determine which one brought this? May it not have been an evil spirit as well as a good one? 34. Then spake Mazda, saying, Have I not said, I will show thee thine own craft in finding some other reason than the right one? 35. Asha said, O ye gods, cannot ye heal me of my unbelief? My judgment showeth me I am diseased in my heart. Oh, that my mother had been a believing woman before I was born! Tell me, O Zarathustra, or Mazda, whoever thou art, for I perceive thou art not like any man under the sun, tell me what I shall do, that I may become thy servant. 36. Mazda said, On the morrow at sunrise I will come to thee, with Zarathustra, and I will tell thee many things. Chapter 13. 1. When the time had come, on the morrow, the king said, I have not slept. All night I was as one burnt with a fever, for thy wondrous words and thy miracles have well nigh turned my judgment upside down. 2. Mazda said, Because a man cannot understand a thing, shall he cry out, Miracle. Now I declare I have done no miracle, nor hath Zarathustra. Yet to mortals these things are miracles. If so, is not a man a miracle to himself? Is not procreation a miracle? 3. This, then, I have found, O Asha, what man is not accustomed to, he calleth a miracle, after he hath seen a matter frequently, he calleth it natural law. What man hast thou found that comprehendeth the first cause of anything under the sun? 4. Why, then, shall man waste his time in unprofitable research? Is it not wiser that man labor to raise his fellowmen out of misery and darkness, than to gratify his own personal desire for great learning? 5. The king said, Thou reasonest well. And yet, what learned good man hast thou found who will not say, Yea, to do good is a pretty philosophy, and therein doth his aspiration? What, then, can I say, or what canst thou say, that thy words will not be barren of fruit? 6. Mazda said, Thou art this day king of all the world, nor is there any other kingdom but payeth thee tribute. Whatsoever thou desirest is as a law unto all other kingdoms. For that reason am I come unto thee. Yea, thou wert born to this end. Hear, then, the voice of thy God, and thou shalt do that which is good for thy soul and good for all other people. 7. Asha said, Almost am I tempted to accede to thy wishes ere thou hast revealed, but yet hear thou the voice of thy king. What matters it to me about the good of other people? Even if it be proven that great men have souls that live after death, it is not yet proven that the druks have souls also. If they have souls, then heaven must be a stupid place indeed. For thou hast not shown me that man obtaineth wisdom by dying, nor is it reasonable that he should do so. Rather tell me, O Zarathustra, how I may get rid of the world, for of what use is life at most? 8. Ahura Mazda said, Because thou rejoicest not in thy life, thou perceivest that thy philosophy is deficient, and not that the world is. For I will yet prove to thee that thou art overflowing with happiness. To believe the things I reveal and have faith therein, is to become happy. Then the king answered him, saying, To believe, there is the matter. I declare unto thee, there is not a grain of belief in my heart. How, then, can it grow? 9. Ahura Mazda said, He who can say, I can think of an All-Highest, hath the seed of everlasting life in him. He who liveth the All-Highest he can, he who thinketh of the All-Highest, he who talketh to the All-Highest. He who trieth to perceive from the standpoint of the All-Highest, quickly transcendeth belief and becometh a very God in faith. He becometh master of himself, and feedeth himself with happiness, even as men feed themselves with bread. 10. Oahspe said, What wouldst thou have me do? To which Ahura Mazda said, With the people thou hast greater authority than a god, greater than miracles. Thy decrees are all powerful. Thou shalt have a copy of this book written on stone and cloth, one copy for every sub-kingdom in thy dominions. And thou shalt send it to them with a sword and a serpent, saying to them, Receive ye this book, for it is a holy book, the all-highest law, the Ahura Mazdian law, the Zarathustrian law, the Ormazdian law. And it shall be a rule and guide unto you and your kingdom forever. And every king in the kingdom of the sun shall serve 1 year in living with the poor, carrying the alms bowl for sacrifices unto Ormazd. 11. And when thou hast sent this decree forth into all the world, thou shalt thyself give up thy kingdom. And thou shalt give to the poor all thy gold and silver and cases, and all thy treasures whatsoever, having nothing left unto thyself but the clothes that cover thee. And thou shalt go and live with the poor, carrying the alms bowl thyself in the streets of Oahspe. And of the food thou gatherest in the bowl, thou shalt give the choicest parts to the poor, saying, This is the sacrifice of the many given unto Thee. Eat ye of it, for it is the very body and blood of Ormazd, our Father in heaven. But the poorest of all that is in the bowl shall be thy portion. 12. At the end of 1 year, thou shalt go about preaching the Ormazdian law, commanding the cessation of war and the abandonment of evil, and the acceptance of righteousness. 13. The king said, What canst thou promise me if I do all these things? Then Ahura Mazda suffered Zarathustra to answer him. He said, Nothing. Did the Creator ask this, before he made the world? If thou desirest to approach thy Creator, do thou like unto him. Nor is it my place, nor the angel's place, nor the place of God, to promise thee anything. Thou art not my servant, and thou shalt serve only the Master, all light, Jehovih. 14. And as I have taught thee, so shalt thou go and teach others, explaining the Ormazdian law. 15. Oahspe said, Do the gods in heaven give rewards for good works and sacrifices done on earth? Zarathustra said, He that doeth good works and mocketh sacrifices unto Ormazd hath his reward. For it is by this means that the soul of man becometh strong, and especially strong for the first and second resurrections in the next world. 16. Oahspe said, To be with thee, O Zarathustra, and feast on the wisdom of thy words, I would make any sacrifice. Wilt thou go with me amongst the poor? 17. Ahura Mazda said, Nay, thou shalt go alone. And for company thou shalt pray to thy Creator, and make songs of praise unto him, nor think no more of thyself than as if thou wert dead. 18. The king said, It is said of mad men that they think they are not mad. How, then, am I to know but I am mad? Will not the world so adjudge me if I obey thy commandments? And cannot the world judge me better than I can judge myself? It was said of the ancients that Sugda obsessed old men and weak-hearted women. And it was for that reason Osiris came and slew him. If there be gods in heaven, as thou sayest, mayst not thou have come to slay Osiris? 19. Ahura Mazda said, Thou art a great multiplier of arguments. But in all thy speech I have seen nothing that planned the resurrection of men from darkness into light. And is not this the all-highest that man should aim at? 20. Oahspe said, I am done. Thy judgment is greater than mine. All thou hast commanded of me I will do. From this time forth I will serve only Ormuzd, the Creator. Thy God, O Zarathustra, shall be my God. Thy ways shall be my ways. Henceforth I will argue forever on the side of the Creator. And touching all matters, I will first ask myself what I shall say that would be like thy God would say it, and what I shall do that will fulfill the Ormazdian law. Chapter 14. 1. Oahspe, king of Oas, the city of the sun, king of the sun, ruler over the whole corporeal world, owner and possessor of all mortals, men, women and children, commander of all flesh, descended from the sun gods thousands of years. And whose forefathers were the fathers of all living creatures, highest of men, and by whose good grace the inhabitants of the earth are permitted to live, and whose decrees are the standard of all things, maker of justice and maker of truth. And whom none dare question, and on whose word the sun and moon and stars bow down, greeting. 2. To the kings and queens of the east and west and north and south, over all the cities in the world, rulers in the temples of the stars, observatories, slayers of dragons, and slayers of lions, and slayers of tigers. And of men and of women and of children and serpents, honored in the Golgothas, and by millions of cowering slaves, owners of thousands of wives, and whose boats sail in lakes of mortal blood. And whose crowns are honored by 10,000 men slain every year, sworn on the flesh of the thigh, whose words are life and death. And most obedient to the Sun King, I command. 3. First, that there is an Ormuzd, Creator, person. Whose soul is in all the world, and in all things in the firmament above, who is Father. Who is the light of light, Creator of darkness and men, who is forever the going forth, who is cause of causes, larger than all things seen and unseen, the power of all power. 4. Second, Ehua, his only begotten Son, born of the Virgin Me, the substance seen. Pure and all holy, Master of men, person of word, essence of Ormuzd revealed in word, Saviour of men, holder of the keys of heaven. Through whose good grace only the souls of men can rise to nirvana, the high heaven. 5. Third, Zarathustra, a man, all pure, conceived by a virgin, and born wise, being one with Ehua, who is one with Ormuzd. Of whom the word saith, doeth he without miracle. The raising of the dead, healing the sick by the laying on of hands, whose word of command bringeth forth ripe wheat, full grown, in a day. And doing all things that the ancients accredited to the gods as miracles, but which the Ormazdian law showeth to be natural law to any one who is all pure, and who draweth power from Ormuzd, the Creator, and his holy angels. 6. Fourth, a book, holy and sacred, revealed by Ehua to Zarathustra, the all-pure. And written on stone and cloth, revealing all wisdom, which is styled, the Ormazdian law, the Ehua law, the Zarathustrian law, which is the all-highest law in all the world, approved by Oahspe, I, the King of Kings. 7. Fifth, by 10,000 learned scribes in my command, written a copy of the Holy Book, and herewith sent with commands by the King of the Sun. That this book shall be the all-highest law in all my sub-kingdoms, and that all my kings shall believe it and command the same of their slaves. Nor shall any man stand up against this, my decree, and live. Nor shall any man alter one word or sign in this holy book, nor disbelieve one word it containeth. 8. And my kings and sub-kings, and my queens and sub-queens, shall obey all the commandments, even as I obey them. Nor shall any man, or woman, or child, question these things, as to whether they be the all-highest, or whether there be error in whatsoever cometh from my hand, for by my decree they are made all truth. 9. For I was raised up to the high estate by Ormuzd, for this purpose, and not one in the whole world hath power like unto me. 10. And ye, to whom these holy words come, shall make oath on a serpent and a sword to obey these, my commandments, now and forever. 11. Thus did Oahspe send officers to carry the books he had made to the kings and queens in the east and west and north and south, and they that he sent were men of great learning, and of the highest caste. And they took with them serpents and swords, and gave them as commanded, exacting an oath from all who received them. Chapter 15. 1. When Oahspe, the king, had thus completed the labor of making the books, and of sending them as commanded by Ahura he sent for Zarathustra, for further counsel as to how he should abdicate the throne according to the highest light. And when Ahura was before him, even before Zarathustra had yet come, Oahspe said, Here cometh that quickened thought again. Behold, I sent for Zarathustra in order to ask certain questions, and lo, my heart answereth me. 2. Yea, I have nothing to do with what is not mine own. Now, whilst he thus framed his own answer, Zarathustra came and said unto him, Thou desirest counsel in regard to abdicating thy throne. Behold thou, Ahura hath been to thee even now, saying, What hast thou to do with that which is not thine own? 3. Oahspe said, I have heretofore said, that speaketh to my heart, what is it? Now according to thy wisdom, that speaketh to my heart is Ahura. How shall one know it to be so? Zarathustra said, If a man ask the All-Light in reference to his own affairs, and for his own concerns, then receiveth he an answer from the tetracts. But if he ask the All-Light in reference to what he shall do for others, to render the highest good unto them, then is the answer from Ahura. I declare unto thee, O Oahspe, he is a dark man indeed to whom the Creator speaketh not every day. 4. Oahspe said, What, then, shall I do in a matter like this? As yet, all the world belongeth to me. Presently I shall deliver it to itself, shall I not provide a ruler for them? 5. Zarathustra said, Why, then, thou wilt be bound to give them one as good and wise as thyself, otherwise thou wilt cheat them. Furthermore, doth not the Ormazdian law say, Thou shalt not have any king but thy Creator? 6. Oahspe said, I so perceive. What then, shall I go away saying nothing? Then answered Ahura, saying, Thou shalt do more than this. For thou shalt give liberty to all men, and proclaim unto them, commanding that they shall obey the doctrines of the Holy Book, serving no master but the Creator. And when the people are completely broken up by thy decree, thou shalt go away, leaving thy throne and thy capital to whatsoever may come to them. 7. Oahspe said, I perceive. That which hath been given me to do, I will do. Behold, I will bestow freedom on all the world, and with my alms bowl go about begging. Heaven must be just, and it is right that I should have the experience of the poor as well as of the rich. How else would I ever become sufficiently wise to be a god in heaven? 8. Yet one thing, O Zarathustra, and I will ask thee no more questions. Thou hast said I must pray to Ormazd. Now, behold, I never prayed in my life. Who will teach me to pray? 9. Ahura said, Let thy lips utter thy holiest desires, and let thy soul seek constantly for new expressions magnifying the wisdom, love and power of Ormazd, the Creator. 10. Neither shalt thou take a thought in regard to rules of prayer. The rules are for the unlearned. He who inventeth a new prayer to Ormazd every day of his life hath done wisely indeed. For the glory of prayer is the strengthening of one's own soul to perceive the higher light. 11. Prayer is not given in order to change the decrees of Ormazd, but to change one's own self for the better. Yet he who repeateth words of prayer as a parrot repeateth, improveth himself but little. 12. Oahspe said, If a man think a prayer, and use no words, is it well with him? 13. Ahura said, It is well with him, but it is better to add words also. It is well for Ormazd to think a universe, but better to create it. To begin to learn creating, thou shalt use spoken words. The perfection of creating is to have the words bear fruit. He who omitteth words of prayer will in time omit prayer also, and his soul tendeth to barrenness. 14. A vain man saith, I have no need to pray, Ormuzd knoweth my soul. Why, then, shall not the field say, I shall produce no harvest, because Ormuzd knoweth my capacity? I declare unto thee, O Oahspe, the secret of all spiritual growth lieth in giving out the Spirit. He who would grow in wisdom, must give wisdom, he who would grow in love, must give love. He who would grow in power of spirit, must give out power of spirit. 15. Bethink thee, then, if thou prayest silently, thy power goeth weakly to thy audience, but if thou prayest with words, openly, thou givest to thine audience of thy fruit. And, for this glory, Ormuzd provideth thee abundantly. 16. When thou shalt go with thy bowl to feed the feeble, and old, and helpless, and blind, thou shalt teach them prayer and confessions. And thou shalt absolve them that are depressed because of their sins, that they may rejoice in their own lives. Chapter 16. 1. So Oahspe, being converted, gave up all he had on earth, and went and lived with the poor, carrying the alms bowl for 1 year, preaching and praying for the poor. And it came to pass that at the end of the year he had thousands of followers. 2. And he built altars for them, teaching them to worship the Creator, to restore the mark of circumcision, to be upright before men, to labor for the helpless and distressed, and to do not to any man that which they desired not to be done unto themselves. 3. And these people took the name of Zarathustrians, in contradistinction from the Parsians. Nevertheless, they were the Iwan race, and the Gonds. 4. And because of their religion, they could not own property, neither houses, nor lands, nor cattle, nor beasts of burden. Many of them gave themselves into servitude to the Parsians, but many of them lived on the contributions brought by converts who had had great possessions. 5. Now it so turned out, that when Oahspe abdicated the throne, there were many aspirants to his place, and the council of the Sun was puzzled to know whom to select, that peace might remain in Oahspe. But they finally made Hayatsaying king, because he was a great warrior, having bestowed to the city's walls and gates more than 10,000 skulls, from the refractory tribes adjacent. 6. Hayatsaying assumed the titles of his predecessors, chief of which were King of the Sun, King of Kings, and King of Oahspe, the central city of all the world. And sent his proclamations to the chief cities of Japheth and Shem and Ham, commanding earth, water and fruit to be sent to him from every place under the sun. And he stipulated certain presents that must be sent to him every year, amongst which were thousands of subjects, slaves. 7. Hayatsaying was a man of great learning, and had travelled far and near, and he knew the people and the lands of the earth, and he knew the different products of the different lands, and the number of peoples in the great cities of the world, and the number of warriors belonging to the different sub-kings under him. Besides these things he knew the stars and their places, and the groups of cows, and horses, and bulls, and bears, and lions, and fishes, and serpents, even as they had been taught in the Hierarchian period amongst the ancients. 8. Hayatsaying said, The fate hath made me king of all the world, hence, it is right that I am king. He said, It is evident, because Oahspe abdicated the throne, that man must have a religion. He said, Because I know all the rites and ceremonies of the ancients, I will give man a religion on my own account. He said, Because Oahspe commanded the Zarathustrian religion unto the far-off kingdoms, then are Oahspe and Zarathustra my enemies. He said, Let my officers arrest Oahspe and Zarathustra and bring them before me. I will make an example of them. 9. And on the day that Oahspe was arrested, behold, the year of his carrying the alms bowl was ended. Oahspe and Hayatsaying had known each other for many years. When Oahspe was before the king, he said, I have nothing in all this world, why, then, hast thou arrested me? The king said, Because thou gavest away thy possessions, thou art the most dangerous of men. I have decreed thee to be put to death. Art thou prepared? 10. Oahspe said, Yea, O king. And yet, because of our long acquaintance, I ask of thee one boon, which is, that I may be put to death according to the panic rites which were before the flood. And if, perchance, it be proved to thee there is a God with power to release me, and he so doeth it, then shall not thy hand be raised against me? The king said, Thy boon is granted. 11. Accordingly, a wheel of Oahspe was built and Oahspe was bound upon it, the king having appointed a guard to watch him till he should die. But because of the king's fear that the test might be tampered with, he caused the juggernaut, to be set up in his private piazza, with the Oahspe facing the gate of lions, so that his private attendants might also watch. 12. Great was the wailing and crying of the people when it was known that Oahspe had been decreed to death. The city of Oahspe became as a house of mourning and madness, and it was divided against itself, some for Oahspe and some for the king. 13. Because Oahspe was old, and thus in view of the king all day, the king repented, but he had no power under the laws to set aside his own decree. And when the sun went down, the king went before Oahspe, saying, Behold, thou hast been 6 hours on the wheel, and yet thy God hath not come to release thee. This is a great torture, and I weep for thee. If thou wilt, therefore, slay thyself with a sword, I will have thee taken down. 14. Oahspe said, I declare unto thee, O king, I have no pain. Whether it be my madness, or whether it be the gods favour me, what mattereth it, since I suffer not? Nor have I a right to slay myself, since I created not myself alive. Moreover, if it be the will of my Creator, Ormuzd, that I die on the wheel, then it is just. If it be not his will, then will he release me. Therefore, O king, I am content. 15. The king said, This indifference cometh of madness. And thy madness hath affected the city of the sun. Have thy way, then, and die. 16. The king returned into his palace, but on the next morning he came again, making the same proposal, and receiving similar answers. And at night he came again, repeating his offer, and again being refused, determined to come no more. 17. Now on the night of the 3rd day, Oahspe felt the power of Ahura Mazda coming upon him, and he said unto the guard, Behold, this night I shall be released. See to it, therefore, as to whether the thongs are well fastened. For, if it so turn out that the Father release me, then will ye stand before the king accused of conniving at my release. Accordingly, the guard re-examined the fastenings, and sent word to the king of what Oahspe had said. And the king replied, Nay, if he be released, then will I know of a truth there is a God, neither shall one man of my guardsmen stand accused. 18. This they told to Oahspe, and Oahspe said, I say unto you, not only one shall stand accused, but all of you. And there were of them 100, being 2 watches of 50 each. But it being the change of watch, they all heard, and they laughed in derision. 19. And behold, in that same moment of time, the thongs fell off, and Ahura Mazda delivered Oahspe down from the Oahspe. And the spirit of Ahura Mazda was in Oahspe, nor was Oahspe himself, though knowing to the things done through him. 20. Ahura Mazda said, Go ye and say to the king, Behold, Oahspe is delivered by the power of his God. Then the guardsmen said, It is not morning, the king sleepeth. 21. Ahura Mazda said, I say unto you, the king sleepeth not, but is joyful in drinking wine with his courtiers. They went, then, and told the king, finding, of a truth, he slept not. And the king commanded them to bring Oahspe before him, which they did. 22. Hyatsang said, What profit have my guardsmen in releasing this old man? Behold, it hath been said that thou, Oahspe, hadst gold and silver hidden away. I know now of a truth thou hast bribed these guardsmen to set thee free. For which reason, every man of these guardsmen shall be put to death, and their skulls mounted on the walls of Oahspe, and their skins tanned for leather. Away with them, ye marshals, bind them till the rising sun, and at that hour hew off their heads, as I have decreed. 23. And now as for thee, thou old hypocrite and destroyer of liberty. What sayest thou? 24. Oahspe said, According to thy promise I should now be free. There was no stipulation in thy decree that I should not bribe thy guardsmen. Behold, then, my wisdom. Have I not revealed to thee that thou canst not trust any man? 25. The king said, Thou art the wisest of men. I had hoped to hear thee say thy God released thee, and I had here 12 swordsmen to hew off thy head. But because thou hast shown me great craft, thou shalt live for a season, but only on condition that thou shalt leave Oahspe and never return. 26. Then spake Ahura through Oahspe, saying, Thou hast decreed the guardsmen to death at sunrise. Now I declare unto thee, O king, not one of them shall die as thou hast decreed. But I, Ahura, will deliver them. Think not that I am Oahspe, I am not Oahspe, but a spirit, the god of the Aeons. Neither will I spirit away thy guardsmen by a miracle, but by natural means, and will I show thee that I am mightier than all kings. 27. The king said, It cannot be that there are gods or spirits. Is man's judgment nothing? These things were suited to the dark ages. They affrighted men to justice, and so far served a purpose. But in this enlightened age man shall know justice and wisdom of himself. 28. Whilst the king yet spake, Ahura caused the attending spirits to assume mortal form by the curtains of Oahspe, back of the king, and they made a noise, so that the king turned to look, and lo and behold, he saw them. He feared, not knowing but they were evil persons concealed, and he said, Robbers. Murders. And he drew his sword and thrust at them, but they vanished. He said. 29. Verily art thou a devil, O Oahspe. And he thrust his sword at Oahspe, but it fell from the handle. He said, Ye fates. Kill him. Kill him. And whilst he was thus puzzled, Oahspe walked forth out of the palace, nor would the king's guards lay hands on him. Chapter 17. 1. When Oahspe went away from the king's palace, Zarathustra met him, and they went together to the prison where the guardsmen were confined, prior to execution on the morrow at sunrise. And there came 400 of the converts of Oahspe, and, when they stood around about the prison, Zarathustra said unto them, 2. Stand ye in the altar, crescent, of the living God, for his power is upon me, and I will deliver this prison. And the keeper of the prison, and also his attendants, woke up, and came with spears, saying, Disperse. Disperse. Or, by the king of the sun, ye shall die. 3. Zarathustra said, Art thou greater than Ahura? Thrust, then, thy spear against my breast. The keeper did so, saying, Thy size is nothing to me, thou boaster. But, lo, the shaft was broken in 1,000 pieces, neither touched the blade against his garments. Seeing which, the other spearsmen feared, and Zarathustra walked up to them and took their spears from them. 4. And the Zarathustrians stood in the form of a living altar, and Zarathustra laid his hands against the front wall of the prison, saying, In thy wisdom and power, O Ahura, deliver thou this prison. And, behold, the front wall opened as a door openeth, and the prisoners came out unharmed. 5. Zarathustra said, On the morrow the king will decree to death every Faithist within the city. Go ye, therefore, whilst it is yet night, and command all my people to rise at once and depart out of the city, and I will lead them to a place of safety. So that same night the Faithists fled beyond the walls. 6. And it came to pass that on the next day, when the king heard what had transpired in regard to the prison, he decreed to death every Zarathustrian found within the city, even as prophesied by Zarathustra. But they were already gone, and were in the forest of goats, and there were of them 4,630, men, women and children. Chapter 18. 1. Ahura spake to Zarathustra, the all-pure, saying, Explain these things to my people, for they shall not dwell in darkness nor in fear. Zarathustra said, What shall I tell them, O Ahura? 2. Ahura said, My people are united, my people are delivered out of the evil city. To themselves, of themselves, and by themselves, have I delivered them, as a separate people. 3. I found an easy way to unite them, I went not by a dark road. This is no miracle, but the manifestation of faith in the All-Light. 4. take them further away from Oas, far away in the forest. And since Oahspe is an old man, and learned above all other men, he shall be the Arabia over them. 5. Ahura said, But as for thee, O Zarathustra, thou art young and strong. Thou shalt choose 50 men from amongst my people, well learned and strong, full of vigor. And they shall be thy companions. And thou shalt visit the large cities of Japheth and Shem and Ham. For 4 years shalt thou travel, delivering the Zarathustrian law, but at the end of that time thou shalt return to Oas, and to this people, my first chosen. 6. And behold, after that, Oahspe shall go with thee to Oas, and thou shalt raise thy hand against the city, and it shall fall. 7. Zarathustra then explained these things to the people, and thereafter took them to the valley of Yenshi, by the river Wichowich. And he divided them into 3 large cities and 4 small ones, after the manner of the Ions, the sacred people, white and yellow. 8. And he gave them fathers, Rabbas, and made Oahspe chief father over all the others. Thus was founded the Zarathustrian religion, the Ahura law, the Ormazdian law, the Zarathustrian law. 9. And Zarathustra chose 50 men, well learned, and vigorous, not old. And they departed, to establish the Zarathustrian law in the cities of the east and south. Ahura led them forth, speaking to Zarathustra, the all-pure, telling him whither to go, and directing him in the nearest roads, over the mountains and plains, and across the rivers. And wheresoever they went, Ahura provided them with beasts of burden, and beasts to ride on, converting their owners to the Ormazdian law, who gave them all things required. 10. The first large city Zarathustra came to was Tsegau, on the plains of Joab, high-walled with wood and stone. And when he came to the gate thereof the keeper demanded his name and business, speaking in another language, and Zarathustra understood him not. Then came Ahura answering the keeper in his own tongue, saying, 11. I am a servant of the Creator, Ormazd, I come to prove immortal life before the king. Send, then, to thy king, and he will admit me and my people. So the keeper sent to the king, who commanded that Zarathustra come before him. 12. And when he and his attendants were thus before the king said, Art thou he of whom the king of the sun hath spoken? And what is thy business with me? Thy king, even the king of kings, is mad. Then answered Ahura saying, 13. Zarathustra, of whom the Sun King spake, is before thee. I am here to prove to thee many things pertaining to what is written in the Book of Holies. But ere I utter many words, I pray thee, that thy son, Hazing, and thy wife, Hitias, and thy daughters, Putu, Zu, Hin, and Zabi, be also present. 14. The king said, How knowest thou the names of my people? And Ahura said, Here stand guardian spirits, Ashars, and they speak to me. Chief amongst them is I, thy grandfather, who slew himself. And next to him are thy kinspeople in spirit, Noah, Wes, Lut, Gon-ce, Mith-ce, Nimok, Wahuan, Rux and Postcu. 15. The king was concerned, for many of these had been slain in wars, nor knew he how Zarathustra discovered their names. So he sent for his wife and son and daughters, and they all went into an inner chamber, Zarathustra with them. Then spake Ahura to the king, saying, 16. Think not that Oahspe is mad because he hath given up all he had and gone to live with the poor. The gods call all men mad who do otherwise, especially rich men, and kings, and rulers. For such men set value on things that they cannot retain but during earth life at most. Oahspe setteth value on that which will last forever. I would that all men would do as Oahspe hath done. 17. Because of unbelief in the Great Spirit, man hath set himself up as the all-highest, and his trade hath become war and destruction. I came not to persuade thee to give away thy kingdom nor thy riches, nor yet for any glory or profit to myself. I speak for the hosts being slain, tribe against tribe, city against city, I speak for the millions of spirits in darkness, who dwell on the battlefields. 18. Ahura thus gained the attention of the king, and, meanwhile, the angels who accompanied him took on forms, looking like mortals, and presently, the king and his family looked about and saw them, and were frightened. And the king drew his sword, saying, Who have entered thus, uncalled? But as he advanced, behold, the spirits disappeared. The king was amazed. Ahura continued, saying, 19. Concern not thyself because the spirits show themselves. Neither call thou these appearances miracles. Spirits are always present, but because they thus clothe themselves with corporeal parts, thou hast for the first time seen them. Whilst thou was quiet, they came. With thy sudden passion they disappeared. 20. The king said, Will they come again? Then answered Ahura, saying, Since thy wife and thy daughters are frightened, why should they appear again? Yet hear thou me, O king. Since thy youth up thou hast been prepared for this. Thy wife is half-breed with the Ions, the sacred people. The Ions were preserved by the gods to this end, for they are as the leaven, prepared for the resurrection of all the races of men. Because of this great virtue in thy wife, the spirits of the dead can show themselves before thee. 21. Whilst Ahura thus spake, the angels again assumed sargis, and there were present several spirits whose mortal lives had been cut short by the king's own sword. Chief of these was Audiobook, one-time king of the city of Tsagau. 22. The sargis spake to the king, saying, Think not that I am dead, O king. I am not dead, save in the corporeal part. As by thy sword thou didst cut me off, so by the sword shalt thou be pierced through. Next spake Tusain, another sargis, saying, Till thou art dead, O king, and thy soul cast into hell, I will not cease to torment thee. Next spake Gon, another sargis, saying, Before yesterday I brought venom from rotten flesh, and inoculated thee in the breath of thy mouth. Thou shalt cough blood and foul-smelling corruption. Next spake Aud, saying, I am come from the land of the dead, O king, with the torments of hell for thee. Then spake Wisi, a sargis, saying, I am thy first wife, why slewest thou me? Was not the world wide enough? 23. Thus the spirits continued to speak, suffered by Ahura to manifest their evil desires and passions in their own way, nor did one spirit appear who had a single good word of cheer for the king. Then the king spake, saying, 24. Go away, spirits, or devils. I will see no more. And, with that, he swung his sword about fiercely, but when he quieted a little, Ahura spake to him, saying, 25. I declare to thee, O king, the air is filled with the spirits of the dead. And because they were slain by thee, they lie in wait for thy soul, when thou shalt die. Think not that by slaying a man thou art rid of him, only the corporeal part is within thy power. The soul never dieth. Ormuzd is just. Whom thou hast injured, thou shalt restore. 26. The king said, If a man be a bad man, and I kill him, is it not a great good? Ahura said, To kill him is a great evil. Thou shouldst convert him to good. The king said, But if he belong to me? Then Ahura said, No man belongeth to thee. The same Creator created all men, from him are all men created, and they belong to him. 27. The king said, But I have possession of them. They are mine. If thy Creator is stronger than I, let him take them. Ahura said, To take them from thee would be no honor, but for thou to deliver them is thine own honor. 28. Now whilst the king's mind was thus engaged, the angels fell to work to demonstrate their presence and power, in some unusual way, and, accordingly, they cut loose the tapestry about the walls, and let it fall to the floor, and with great explosion. The queen and her daughters rose up and fled. 29. The king was angered, and thrust his sword at Zarathustra, but, lo, it broke into 100 pieces, and yet no part touched Zarathustra. Ahura said, Save thou repent of thy evil ways, I will withdraw my holy angels from this house, and thou shalt bear witness that ere the morning sun appears, this palace shall not be left standing. 30. But the king was hardened. So, when Ahura perceived there was no repentance in the king, he withdrew the Lord and his Ashars, abandoning the palace to evil spirits, but he sent guardian spirits to inspire the queen and her daughters to flee from the house that night. And they so fled. And the spirits of darkness went to the king's enemies and inspired them to go against the palace, and they so went, and destroyed it. 31. The next day, Zarathustra went about in the city, which was in great tumult, and Ahura spake through him to the people. And in one day he received more than 1,000 followers. And when the king saw this, he decreed Zarathustra to death, offering a reward to whoever would slay him. 32. The next day he preached again before the people, and received great addition to his followers. And then the king ordered his soldiers, of whom there were 10,000, to fall upon Zarathustra and his people, and destroy them. But Ahura had prophesied this to his adherents beforehand, and had advised them to flee. And many escaped before morning, but there were also many who were still within the walls when the soldiers came upon them. 33. Ahura stretched his hand upward, saying, Fire of thy fire, O Father! Give me here a wall of fire. And there rose up a wall of fire betwixt them and the soldiers, and the latter, seeing this, turned and fled, crying out, Shri! Shri! Signifying spirit. 34. Thus Zarathustra led them out of the city, and not one man or woman or child was injured. But it came to pass that the deeds done through Zarathustra were greatly exaggerated in relating them, so that people who had not yet seen him believed the world was about to come to an end. 35. Thus the king lost all discipline over the city. And the people lived without law or order, robbing one another, or destroying whatever stood before them. Chapter 19. 1. Zarathustra called his 50 companions before him, saying, Because these people are delivered from the tyrant, they will become his enemies. A people long oppressed, love vengeance. This would thwart the Ormazdian law. Take them, therefore, away from the city, dividing them into groups amongst yourselves, and I will send angels, capable of interpreting languages. 2. Ahura said, Behold, a God cometh not to accomplish at random. Nor cometh he to one man only, in order to overthrow the evil of a whole world. Ye have been prepared for this work since the day of your birth. My angels have been with you, and ye are a part of my army. Now this shall happen to you, after ye have divided these people, and conducted them into the forests, ye shall begin to speak with new tongues, and these people will understand you. And ye shall build altars of worship to Ormazd, teaching these people songs and prayers and dancing, explaining to them the Ormazdian law. 3. Zarathustra said, Wait not for me to come, nor for the voice of Ahura, but be in faith as I have commanded, and the voice will be with you. 4. So, those who fled from the anarchy of the city, were led away, half a day's journey, and there encamped. And the companions of Zarathustra, who were styled Inquas, were entranced, and comprehended the language of the people, and could talk with them understandingly. 5. So they built altars to Ormazd, and taught the people worship, and caused them to take an oath not to kill any man or woman or child, nor beast, nor bird, nor any animal created alive. And they bound them on the oath taken under the thigh, to eat only fruit and nuts and roots and bread, according to the Ormazdian law. And they divided them into families of 10s and families of 100s, and of 1,000, giving them 1 rabbah for each, according to the Zarathustrian law. 6. But Zarathustra returned into the city, and Ahura clothed him about with fire, at night, and with clouds in the daylight, so that the people could behold his power, and no man dare raise a hand against him. 7. Then he commanded the people to gather together all the skulls on the walls, and the scalps that were hung about the houses and on the poles, and they were taken away and burned. And as for the soldiers, he disbanded them. And thus, the king was rendered helpless, left to stroll about, cursing. 8. And Zarathustra advised the people to go out of the city and live, and they so went forth by thousands, beginning new lives. After that, Zarathustra left the place. And at once it was filled with drudges, and they went to the druks and inspired them to fire and plunder. And it came to pass, in not many days, the great city of Tsegau, with all its temples, and towers, and palaces, was reduced to a heap of ashes. 9. Zarathustra went before the people, hundreds of thousands of them, speaking by the voice of Ahura Mazda, saying, I hear certain ones saying, Whoever setteth value on earthly things, above heavenly things. It is good for him to have fire and destruction. All things come of the Father, Ormazd, or by his permission. When he withdraweth his hand from a wicked city, evil spirits rush in. 10. Ye have said, Who are evil spirits? Why doth not Ormazd destroy them? I say unto you, evil spirits are both yourselves and the dead. Whom ye have slain in passion, still live to torment you in spirit. Ye had their skulls hung on the gates and walls. Your temples of science were portaled with the scalps of your enemies. The spirits of these people still live, though their bodies be dead, and they obsess you to deeds of wickedness. 11. This is the Ormazdian law. When a man is dead, ye shall either burn the body, or bury it in the ground, that the spirit be not troubled. But ye bound them in spirit. Tsegau was an eyesore in the sight of them that were slain for its glory. They delighted to see it destroyed. 12. More than ye have lost by the fire, these spirits have gained tenfold, for now the gods can deliver them in heaven. For which reasons, I declare unto you that it is a great good that Tsegau is destroyed. The world is large, the lands are very wide. Kill no man, nor woman, nor child. They are Ormazds. 13. Neither shall ye build large cities, they are a curse on the face of the earth. Neither shall ye live alone, for such become bound to self. But dwell in families of tens and hundreds and thousands. Hath not the Father given you an example in the Ions? They kill not, nor take that which is another's, nor are given to lust, nor war, nor quarrelsomeness. 14. The voice said, Where is the king's wife, Hitias? Where is Hazing, the prince? And the princesses, Pentu, and Zu, and Hin, and Zabi? The multitude answered, They are gone. 15. After that the voice said, I say unto you, they were gone, but they are returning. Presently they will be here. They shall speak before you. And sure enough, presently the king's wife and son and daughters came. Hitias said, Behold, Tsegau of Oahspe is burned. Who hath seen the king? Hin and Zabi, the princesses, were very young girls, and they cried for their father. He had slain himself, cutting his bowels across with his sword. 16. Ahura Mazda spake through Zarathustra, saying, Come thou, Hitias, and stand on the rock so that all can see, and bring thy children. She came and stood beside Zarathustra. And now the voice said, Let these bear witness whether the dead do not live in spirit. 17. Hitias said, With my own eyes have I seen the spirits of the dead, with my own ears, heard them talk. My children shall hold up their hands if these things be true. The children held up their hands. Again Hitias said, Where is my husband, the king? 18. Whilst they were yet standing on the rocks, lo, and behold, the ghost of the king rose up before all the people, and Hin and Zabi cried out, Here is my father. Then spake Ahura Mazda, saying to the soul of the king, Knowest thou that thou art dead? The soul of the king spake loud, so that all could hear him. He said, No, I am not dead, but I have done a foolish thing, I cut my bowels across. 19. Then Hitias said, I fear, indeed, the king is dead, and this is his spirit. He looked strangely. Ahura Mazda said, There is no cut. Thy belly is unharmed. But the spirit persisted, saying, I thrust my hands in the hole, and yet thou sayest, There is no wound. Thou art mad. I remember thee, it was thou who broughtst back these phantom enemies to torment me. 20. Ehul Mazda said, What enemies sayest thou? The Spirit answered, All I ever slew, 1,000 or more. Away, ye torments! Ye mockers! I will thrust you through. 21. The soul of the king then stamped and raved, for he saw the spirits of the dead. But the audience saw them not, though they saw him, for he was in Sargi's form. 22. Ehul Mazda said, I say unto thee, O king, thou art dead, and risen from the dead. Couldst thou but awake to this fact, thou wouldst be risen in spirit. Neither canst thou be delivered till these, thy enemies, are also delivered. Then answered the spirit of the king, saying, I banish thee from the city of Tsegau. Nor shalt thou ever return, under penalty of death. 23. Ehul Mazda said, I tell thee, O king, the city of Tsegau is destroyed. Verily is there not one house standing in all the place. The soul of the king answered, saying, Thou tormentest me. Thou madman! Thou assertest lies in the face of facts. Begone, wretch! Oh that my belly were not cut across, I would at thee with vengeance. 24. Ehul Mazda withdrew the Sargis, and the king could not be seen, nevertheless, his spirit continued cursing and raging all the same. The queen, Haitius, comprehended the matter fully, and her heart was heavy with sorrow. 25. Ehul Mazda said to her, Remember the faith of thy forefathers, the Ions. Be thou strong in the Ormazdian law, and these sorrows will pass away. Nor is there anything in heaven or earth can satisfy the soul that is short before the law. To her that can say, I live the all-highest, happiness hath a sure foundation. 26. And, whosoever perceiving the dead are in torments, let them pray for them, singing anthems unto the Father. Intercede ye with the All-Light, to bestow them with peace. Think not that because of your prayers the All-Light runneth with Hauma, to feed the spirits of the dead. But this I declare unto you, that, by peace and joy in your devotions to the Father, the spirits are thus reclaimed to virtue and exaltation. 27. These things will I show unto you yet this night, be steadfast and hopeful in faith, and, when the evening hath come, I will again call up the spirits of the dead before you. Chapter 20. 1. Because of the destruction of Tsegau, there were hundreds of thousands of people rendered homeless and destitute, and groups were surging about in all places, crying out for food, or for some needful thing. Ehul Mazda said to Zarathustra, The all-pure, the ill fortune of mortals is the good fortune of the righteous gods, but the good fortune of mortals is the glory of the evil gods. Think not that because Tsegau is burned, and the people hungry, the voice of the Father is out of place. Now is the time they will give ear. By the loss of earthly treasures, the soul seeketh for that which will endure forever. 2. Go thou, therefore, O Zarathustra, and I will go with thee, and criers shall be sent out, calling the people to the valley of Tsokya this night. 3. So it came about, when night set in, Zarathustra came before the people, and there were tens of thousands of them. Ehul Mazda spake to them, explaining the Ormazdian law. 4. When he was done speaking, he took Haitius, the king's widow, her children, and 40 others, and made a crescent of them, and he stood betwixt the horns thereof. And to his left and right were many of his companions. Thus prepared, Zarathustra sang a song, such as the Ions had taught him in his youth. 5. And the Drujas were ushered into the crescent, taking on Sargis, the king amongst the number. And the spirit of the king was softened, for they sang peace to his soul and joy forever. And presently, he awoke from his craziness, and remembered he was dead, and he rejoiced in Zarathustra, and applauded him before all the people. And likewise the spirits of darkness who were with him did in the same manner. 6. Zarathustra said, Behold, I have not come in a dark age. Ye shall not worship any man born of woman, nor call him sacred. One only, who is Ormazd, the Creator, is master over all the world. Hear ye now my voice unto him. 7. Zarathustra stretched his arms upward, full of energy, and Ahura spake through him, saying, Light of light, O Father, hear thou thy Son. With thy almighty hand bless thou these faithful sufferers. Hardly had these words been spoken, when there fell from the air above, fish and fruit and grains and roots, and all things good to eat, more than sufficient to feed the famished people for 3 days. And there were more than 30,000 of them. 8. And all this while the Sargis of the king looked on, and beheld what had been done, and he cried out with a loud voice, Blessed art thou, O Oahspe. Oh that I had known thee! Oh that I had sought to find thee! Hytias, my wife! And my blessed babes! Swear ye to the king, ye will proclaim the Ahura law, forever. Swear it. Give me joy. Swear. 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 9. Then Hytias and the children held up their hands as directed by Ahura, swearing a solemn oath to maintain the love of Oahspe and the Zarathustrian law, forever. After these, there came thousands and thousands of others, who also swore in the same way. Ahura then took away the Sargis, and the spirits could not be seen by mortals. Chapter 21. 1. On the next day Zarathustra appeared before the multitude, and Ahura spake through him, saying, 2. I came not in an age of darkness, but of light and knowledge. I am not here to proclaim miracles. I serve the Father, whose Son I am. 3. In heaven above there are 2 kinds of spirits, those who serve the earth and those who serve the Father. If ye serve the earth ye shall be ministered unto by the spirits of the lower heavens, who are bound to the earth. If ye serve the Father, ye are ministered unto by the spirits of the higher heavens. 4. Because ye were united in prayer last night to the Father, his holy angels brought ye food. His harvests are over all the earth, his fields are broad. It is not just that he also gather it and bring it to you. To be just to him, go ye and bring forth out of the fat earth wherewith all ye need, rejoicing in him. Cease warring, kill not anything he created alive, that runs on the ground or flies in the air. And no flesh save fish, which is without blood, and is cold in life, shall enter your mouths. 5. In the morning, when ye first awake, pray to the Creator, Oahspe, praying after this manner, Glory be to thee, thou all-light. Because thou hast created me alive, I will strive with all my might to be upright before thee, I have faith thou createdst me wisely, and I know thou wilt show me the right way. 6. Make my eyes sharper to see into my own soul than into all else in the world, I will discover its dark spots and wash them clean. Seal thou up my eyes from the sins of others, but magnify their goodness unto me, that I may be ashamed of my unworthiness before thee. 7. This day will I run quickly to the distressed and helpless, and give them joy by some deed or word. Seal up my tongue against slandering any man, or woman, or child, for they are of thy creation, and of thine own handiwork. 8. What thou feedest me with, sufficient is it for the day thereof, complaint shall not escape from my mouth. Quicken me all day, O Oahspe, with this, my prayer, that I may become a glory in thy works. Amen. 9. Ahura said, touching prayer, remember, that to utter words, but to practice not, is of little value. He that is true to his own light is strong in soul, to be false to one's own light is to put out the eyes and stop up the ears. He that would rise in heaven, let him begin to rise on earth. The resurrection lieth in following the all-highest light one already hath. He that doeth not this, is a fool to ask the Father to raise him up. Hell fire is his boundary in the next world. 10. Because Oahspe sacrificed himself, he created all things. By sacrifice for the elevation of others doth a man begin at the beginning of approaching Oahspe. This is resurrection, in fact. Chapter 22. 1. Ahura called together those who swore allegiance to the Zarathustrian law, and he separated them from the others, and there were in 10 days 30,000 professed followers. 2. Nevertheless, Ahura spake to Zarathustra, saying, of all these, only 1 in 10 will remain long in faith. And to establish the 10th firmly is more valuable than to have 10 times as many who understand not what they profess. Zarathustra asked, how can a 10th be made firm? 3. Ahura Mazda said, long ago I told thee to go and live with the Ions. Zarathustra said, I understand. I learned the wheel of Ormuzd from the Ions. Then said Ahura Mazda, make thou a wheel of Ormuzd. 4. Zarathustra made a wheel, and hung it slanting, facing the sun at high noon. Then Ahura Mazda explained to the people, saying, this is a symbol of the name of the Creator, Ormuzd, the all-light Master. Put it in the place betwixt the horns of the crescent, for it is sacred, it is the sign of the altar. It is called the altar. Let the Faithists go with me, and I will explain. 5. They carried it to the meeting place and faced it in the same direction. And when the people stood in a circle around it, Ahura Mazda said, the name of this place shall be Harel, and the name of the wheel shall be altar. Behold, then, ye have already sworn an oath under the thigh, in the custom of your forefathers, but ye shall now renew your oath on the altar of Ormuzd, and his holy book. 6. Ahura Mazda then administered the oath unto many, wherein they covenanted to turn from evil and strive to do good, and each and every one turned the wheel once round, as a witness before the Father. When they had all covenanted, Ahura Mazda said, ye shall make many wheels, and carry them along the roadways, and wherever one road crosseth another ye shall fix an altar, and ye shall dedicate the wheel to the Creator. 7. And whoever passeth that way afterward shall halt and remember his Creator, and he shall renew his covenant, to turn from evil and strive to do good, and in testimony before the Father, he shall turn the wheel once round. 8. Thus was established the sacred wheel of Zarathustra amongst the Awan race. 9. Ahura Mazda spake to Zarathustra, saying, what is the most potent thing? Zarathustra said, the eye is the most potent. The eye is most to be feared. The most desirable. The eye of man can go away from man, his hand cannot go away from him, nor his foot. Man's eye can go to the mountains, to the clouds, the moon, the sun and the stars. 10. Ahura Mazda said, if the eye of man is his most potent instrument, what then? So, Zarathustra made a picture of an eye, and placed it over the altar. Whereupon Ahura Mazda made the people covenant anew, but this time to the Ahura Mazdian law, the Ormazdian law. Whereupon they said, I know thine eye is upon me night and day, nothing is hidden from thy sight, O Ormuzd. 11. And Ahura Mazda commanded them to place a picture of an eye over the altars in all places of worship. 12. Then came the first night of the new moon, and Zarathustra went into the place of worship, and a great multitude also came in. So Ahura Mazda said, this is Mass night for the spirits of the dead. That the widow, Hytias, may have joy this night, I will sing and pray for the spirit of the king. And, afterward, for all spirits who are in darkness. 13. When they sang and prayed, the spirit of the king came in Sargis, and talked to Hytias, and to others. And, after that, the spirit of the king prayed and sang with Ahura Mazda. Thus was established the first night of the new moon as Moon's Night, Mass, for the spirits of the dead, and it was demonstrated before the living. 14. Ahura Mazda taught through Zarathustra for 40 days and nights. Teaching the Zarathustrian law, the Ormazdian law. And thousands of people were converted unto righteousness, and these were called disciples, Gaspe Zarathustra, of Zarathustra. 15. Zarathustra inquired of Ahura Mazda what was the best, most potent thing for the generations of men. Then answered Ahura Mazda, saying, the best, most potent thing for the generations of men is to teach the very young child the ever-presence of the all-potent eye, which sees into the body of mortals, into the behavior of mortals, and into the soul. 16. Zarathustra inquired concerning very young children. Then Ahura Mazda answered, saying, in 3 days and 5 days and 7 days the rite of circumcision for the males, and piercing the ears for the females. And, when they are old enough, they shall be consecrated on the wheel. 17. Zarathustra said, To consecrate, what is that? Then answered Ahura to profess the All-Highest, the Creator, Ormuzd. And from that time forth the young child shall pray to Ormuzd every night before going to sleep, and pray every morning as soon as awake to Ormuzd, renewing its covenant and acknowledging the presence of the All-Potent I. 18. Zarathustra inquired concerning children who were not thus provided. Ahura answered, saying, Such children may live, or they may die. If they die, they fall into the care of the Drujas and become Drujas themselves. But if they live, they will grow up liars and druks, killing and stealing. 19. Zarathustra inquired concerning a consecrated child, if it die. Then Ahura answered, If a consecrated child die, its soul is received in heaven by the consecrated spirits of Ormuzd. It is then taken to a place of all good, a place of delight. 20. When these things were explained to the disciples, the mothers p. 229b brought their children before Zarathustra, and Ahura consecrated them on the altar, and they were baptized with water and fire, and given names by the Rabbah. Chapter 23. 1. Zarathustra, the All-Pure, inquired concerning protection against impostors. To which Ahura answered, saying, Prove all things on the altar. If a man come before the people saying, Behold, I am a prophet, and he teach strange doctrines, he shall be tied on the wheel with his face toward the sun at high noon. And if he be a true prophet, the spirits who dwell by the altar will set him free. But, if he be not released on the third night, the wheel shall be carried out into the forest and stood up by the bushes. And if he be an impostor, the wild beasts will come and devour his flesh. 2. Zarathustra inquired concerning the wheel afterward. Ahura said, When an impostor hath perished on the wheel, behold, the wheel shall be no longer used as before. But the disciples shall cut away the rim of the wheel, and cast it away, for it is useless. But the crossbars of the center of the wheel shall be retained, for it was on the bars that he was bound, and the cross of the bars is sacred. And it shall be hung in the place of worship, for it is a true cross. Chapter 24. 1. Zarathustra inquired concerning the government. To which Ahura replied, saying, 2. To the all-pure disciples there is no need of government, save to do the will of Ormuzd. But no people are all pure, no people are all wise. 2 kinds of government created the Creator, the first is his own, the government of Ormuzd, the second is the government mortals have amongst themselves. 3. Zarathustra inquired if government did not abridge liberty. Ahura said, The Ormazdian government giveth liberty, so far as man's government partaketh after the Ormazdian government, it giveth liberty also. 4. Zarathustra inquired, What is the best, most potent, man's government? To which Ahura replied, This is the best, most potent, man's government. First, there shall not be more than 2,000 people, so that they can know one another, and no city shall be larger than that. 5. The oldest, wisest, best man shall be the chief Rabbah, but the families of tens and families of hundreds within the city shall have each, one Rabbah, being the oldest, wisest, best man. 6. These Rabbahs shall be the government of the city. They shall have a government house, and it shall be the place of decrees. 7. Zarathustra said, How shall they make decrees, that the decrees pervert not liberty? Ahura said, Ask not this, O man. He who crieth out constantly for his liberty is a selfish man, he is a druk. Save a man be willing to sacrifice his liberty somewhat, for the public good, he is unworthy before Ormuzd. To find the amount of sacrifice, this is the business of the decrees. 8. Zarathustra said, How, then, shall the Rabbah proceed? Ahura said, When they are seated, the chief Rabbah shall announce the subject. Neither shall any other Rabbah announce the subject. But if a Rabbah have a subject, he shall state it beforehand to the chief Rabbah. 9. After the subject is announced, then shall all the Rabbahs speak on the subject. But they shall not speak against one another, each one declaring his highest light. 10. When they have all spoken, then shall the chief Rabbah speak his highest light, which he gathereth from the others in the first place, but which is afterward illuminated by the light of Ormuzd, and this shall be the decree. 11. Zarathustra inquired concerning the laws betwixt cities. Ahura spake to Zarathustra, the all-pure, explaining the Ormazdian law. He said, a city is a family of one. A small village is a family of one, for which reason is a city called Ir. And every city shall have one god Ir, who shall be the oldest, best, wise man. The god Irs shall meet in council to consider what is good for all the cities jointly. For some cities are situated for flax and wool, some for iron, and some for copper, and some for ships. 12. Zarathustra inquired concerning the council of god Irs. Ahura answered him, saying, the god Irs shall choose the oldest, best, wise man amongst them, and he shall be called god Ir chief. And he shall sit in the east in the council chamber, and he shall present the subjects, after they have been told him by the other god Irs. And when he hath presented a subject, all the members shall speak upon it. And after they have all spoken, then the god Ir chief shall speak, and his words shall be the decree, which shall be called the Zarathustrian law, because the all-light dwelleth with the chief, and he cannot err. This is the Ormazdian law, the Ahura law, the Zarathustrian law. 13. Zarathustra said, of a walled city, Giria, what is the Ormazdian law? Ahura answered, saying, to the Ions, walled cities, to the Awans, cities without walls. To the cities of the Druks, walls. This is the kingdom of Ahura, they that have faith, why shall they build walls? They shall not hoard up gold and silver, none will rob them. After Zarathustra, two people will live. One shall be the people of this world, the other shall be the people of Ormuzd. The former shall strive for earthly things, the latter for spiritual things. And there shall be no affinity betwixt these two people. From this time forth, the Zarathustrian people, who have faith in the Father, shall not have walled cities, save the Ions, the sacred people. But this world's people, having no faith in the Father, shall have faith in stone walls. Whereby ye may know which are righteous in my sight. 14. Zarathustra inquired concerning the smallest of cities. Ahura answered him, saying, the smallest city is a man and his wife and children. And even as the people in a large city are one with one another, so shall a man and his wife and children be one with one another. 15. And as a large city must have a head father, so shall a small one. Whatsoever hath no head is nothing. 16. Zarathustra said, in the government of a large city, the fathers speak on a subject, and after them, the head father decreeth. 17. Ahura said, even so shall it be in a family of husband and wife. The wife shall speak first, and the children next, if old enough, and after that the father shall decree. That which is a good law for a large city, is good for a small one. As the kingdoms in heaven are governed, so shall be the kingdoms on earth. 18. Zarathustra inquired concerning a bad husband and a good wife, and a bad wife and a good husband. Ahura spake to Zarathustra, the all-pure, saying. 19. Who knoweth what is good and what is bad? Are not all men to give themselves as sacrifice to the Father, and all women also? If a good woman is not willing to sacrifice herself to a bad husband, after having sworn to Ormuzd, then she is not good, but a lover of herself. A good woman hath no self to serve. Because her husband turneth out bad, shall she also? Is it not good for her in the place Ormuzd provided? Shall she set up her judgment against the fathers? 20. There be men of evil, and of passion, who abuse their wives. Knoweth not every damsel this? For this reason, if she commit herself to her husband in the name of the Father, he heareth her. And he establisheth his kingdom in her house. And that man and woman have no longer themselves to consult as to their desires, for if the father desireth her to leave her husband, or the husband to leave the wife, he taketh one of them to heaven. Think not that he changeth as the wind, or boweth himself to please the caprice of man or woman. Rather let the good wife, with a bad husband, say to Oahspe. 21. Because I was vain, thou hast rebuked me, O Father. Because I sought to change my condition, thou hast shown me I knew not what was good for me. Yea, thou hast shown me the folly of my judgment before thee, and I will profit in turning to thy will. I will not more open my mouth in complaint. Though I be scourged with stripes, and made ashamed of my household, yet will I glorify thee. The city thou hast founded in me, will I begin at the foundation, and build up as a holy city, in thy name. 22. And she shall say to her husband, who beateth her, Because the Father gavest thou to me, I will rejoice and sing in thy praise. Before I sleep at night, I will ask his blessing upon thee, and in the early morning, and at high noon. Though thou mayst hate me, yet will I do so great good works for thee, thou shalt love me. Though thou mayst kill me, yet will I go into heaven and build a house for thee. Chapter 25. 1. Zarathustra, the all-pure, divided the people, leading his followers away from the others, taking them into good places of delight. After that, he looked back with compassion, and he said to Oahspe. 2. What of them who will not accept the Ormazdian law? Oahspe answered him, saying, Behold, thy arms are full. Let the dead have dominion with the dead. Not only this generation, but many that come after thee, will not be alive to the Ormazdian law. 3. Zarathustra apportioned his people into cities and villages and families, but over the whole of them he appointed Yesavak as chief, one of his companions who came with him from Oahspe. 4. And when Yesavak was established, Zarathustra and his companions traveled further, and came to the city of Nikiaro, kingdom of Abotha, king of 12 generations through his forefathers, whose title was Aboatha, son of Uzza, son of Nimrod. Son of the house of Tusang, who was descended from before the world was. 5. Nikiaro was a walled city, but the Zarathustrians gained entrance without paying tribute, because the law thus favored strangers. Aboatha, in his youth, had traveled amongst the Parsians, and knew the language. And when Zarathustra was before him, speaking in the Oahspe tongue, the king inquired his business, and how long he purposed staying, stating, moreover, that he had received the tablets of the Ormazdian law, with the interpretations. From the king of the sun, Oahspe. And that he had desired to see Zarathustra. 6. Zarathustra said, I came to establish the Ormazdian law. In the name of the All-Light will I blunt the edge of the sword and the spear. Until I have fulfilled the commandments upon me, I shall tarry within thy city. Of things thou hast read in the holy book I am come in the person of Oahspe. 7. The king said, My city is not so large. I have more scalps and skulls, for the size of my city, than any other king in the world. But know thou, O man, I am a philosopher. Many of my people are also learned people. Hear thou me, then, and if thou hast a greater philosophy than I have, I will not only bequeath to thee the public skulls and scalps, to be thy treasures forever, but I will also give my skull and scalp into thy hand, as the most valuable treasure in the Japhethan empire. 8. Zarathustra said, Though thou settest great value on skulls and scalps, because they are the product of labor, yet they are of no value to me, nor to the Father in heaven. Neither have I any philosophy for thee, or for the fathers begotten. To accept his will, to be servant unto him, by doing good unto others, comprise the whole of the law, by which all men may be made to rejoice in their creation. 9. The king said, Think not that I am as other men. I am not as other men. In the first beginning of all things, there were 7 and 9 things. I was one of them. By division, we created all there is in heaven and earth. 7,007 millions, and 9,009 millions of times, have I divided myself. 1/7 and 1/9 of all there are of created things is my very self. Tell me, then, hast thou as great a philosophy as this? 10. Zarathustra said, O the folly of men before thee, O Oahspe! They run after that which flattereth self, seeing their fellows going down in death, and they raise not their hands to lift them up. I tell thee, O king, thy poorest slave that bringeth out of the earth food for 2 men, hath a greater philosophy than thine. He that can rule over his own self-conceit, that speaketh not of himself, giveth a better philosophy of himself than thou hast. He who hath not yet risen from his mother's breast, hath more treasures to give than thou hast obtained with all thy philosophy. Ere 3 days have passed by, the city's skulls and scalps will be burned to dust. Nor will thy philosophy avail thee to stay the hand of Oahspe. 11. The king said, Proposest thou with this handful of men to battle with my army? Zarathustra said, I have spoken. There is no value in discoursing with any man who hath an opinion to establish, nor is man's opinion of value to raise up the souls of men. Bring thou, therefore, thy army, and command them to fall upon me and mine. 12. The king said, Thou hast no weapons, think not that I battle with men who use their tongues, like women. 13. Zarathustra said, Why boasteth thou? Thy soldiers will turn and flee when thou bringest them against me. 14. The king turned away then, and ordered his officers to bring soldiers, and dispatched Zarathustra and his companions, and to hang their skulls and scalps on the walls. Zarathustra and his companions went into the king's garden, and formed in an altar. When the sun had set, and evening came, the king's soldiers, more than 10,000, came upon them. 15. Oahspe had great power, because of the faith of Zarathustra, and he spake with a loud voice, saying, Light of thy light, O Oahspe! Build me here a wall of fire. And behold, there fell from heaven curtains of fire, till a great wall stood betwixt the 2 peoples, nor would one soldier throw a spear or sling a stone, and many of them broke and fled. 16. When the king saw the power of Zarathustra, he feared for his kingdom, and not deciding at once what course to pursue, he went into his palace. Then came Zarathustra and his companions out of the garden, but the light extended up above Zarathustra's head like a pillar of fire. Oahspe spake to some who were nearest, saying, 17. Run quickly and call the soldiers back, saying to them they shall be my soldiers, and I will give them the weapons of the Creator. So, the messengers ran, and brought many of them back. Oahspe commanded them to gather the skulls and scalps from the city walls, and from the gates, and go and burn them, and the soldiers did these things. 18. The next day after they were consumed, Oahspe began to preach, explaining the Ormazdian law, and he received many followers. The king had tried by all means to gather his soldiers together, but no one obeyed him. After that Zarathustra went to him, saying, If thou art 1/7 and 1/9 of all things, who thinkest thou I am? 19. The king said, They say thou art a very creator. But, as to my opinion, thou art only a magician. Thou canst not do anything real, for which reason, I hope thou wouldst come before me. No, then, thy end hath come. With that, the king struck at Zarathustra, but the king's sword was broken into pieces, and of none effect. 20. The king had 2 trained cheetahs, large as the largest lions, and he ordered them to be unloosed and set upon Zarathustra. And it was done, but, lo and behold, the cheetahs came and licked his hands. But the king was hardened, and would not believe. Oahspe called the king to come near, and he came. 21. He said unto the king, I am not thine enemy, but the enemy of evil, I come not to take thy kingdom. In a few days I shall leave this place. So, thy kingdom would be worthless to me. And yet I come to establish another kingdom, which is the Father's. I come to overthrow sin and wickedness, and to build up that which is good. And in so doing, it shall be known amongst men that the soul is immortal. 22. Rather would I see thee and thy people alive and full of joy, than to see them dead. Thou hast said thou understandest the Ormazdian law, perceiving there is also a king's law. 23. The king's laws are for the earth world. To punish the wicked and reward the valorous, the Ormazdian law is for the Zarathustrians, who need no kings. Thy subjects are for war and plunder, but the subjects of the Great Spirit are for doing good, and in love and mercy. And have I not shown thee that the Ormazdian laws are the stronger of the two? Yea, 100-fold. It is wiser for thee to espouse the stronger law. Thou hast gathered certain treasures, boasting of thy treasures' value. Because thou hast made a law of exchange for skulls and scalps, how sayest thou? Mocketh thou them valuable? Because a man bringeth a skull to thee, thou givest him bread. Now I declare unto thee, values consist not in the rate of exchange betwixt men. Shall a man gather a heap of stones, and say, Behold, they are valuable? Or iron, or gold, or copper, and say, Behold, they are valuable? A piece of bread is valuable, or flax, or wool. 24. Because man hath set value on things not valuable, he buildeth in falsehood and death. Ormazd alone is valuable, the man who hath the most all light, hath the greatest valuables. For by the light of the Father all righteous things can be obtained easily. Whilst Ahura was yet speaking, the spirit of Zarathustra went abroad, and, with 10,000 other spirits, brought fish and fruit, and let them fall around about the place. The people ran and gathered them up for food. The king made no reply at first, for he was encompassed about with evil spirits, who were angered with Ahura and his proceedings. Presently the king said, 25. Because I am transcended by thee, it is no longer useful for me to live. With that, he cut his belly across, and fell dead. And Zarathustra commanded that the king's body be laid straight for 3 days, and it was done, and there came thousands of people to look upon the king, and witness that he was dead. And they saw of a truth that the bowels were gushed out of the wound, and that there was no breath in him. 26. So Ahura suffered the spirit of the king to live 3 days in torments, and then he called his disciples around him, saying, Now will I raise the king to life, and it shall be testimony in Japheth. 27. And Zarathustra pushed the bowels back into the belly, and drew the place shut, saying, In thy name, O Father, heal I this man's body, as a testimony of thy wisdom and power. And when Zarathustra had drawn his hand over the belly twice, it was healed. And then Zarathustra said, O Father, as by thy Spirit thou didst quicken into life this, thy child, in his mother's womb, restore thou him to life. 28. And the king was healed, and restored to life before the people, and he awoke and looked about, and then rose up. He said, Even now I was dead and in hell, and I saw millions of the dead, and they were in hell also. And there went up around about them fires of burning brimstone, and none could escape. Chapter 26. 1. When the king was restored, he was as another man, having Suez, and believing with a full conviction, and he asked Zarathustra what now he should do that he might escape the fires of hell after death. 2. Ahura spake through Zarathustra, saying, Think not what thou canst do to escape hell fire, for that would be laboring for self. Think what thou canst do to save others. For which reason thou shalt practice the Ormazdian law. 1 year shalt thou dwell with the poor, carrying the alms bowl, according to the Zarathustrian law. After that thou shalt preach the Ahura law, of the denial of self for the good of the city, teaching the turning away from earthly things, and striving for spiritual things, having faith in Ormazd. 3. The king said, All these things can I do, yet one thing I cannot do, which is having faith in Ormazd. If he be a person, and created all the creation, is he not the foundation of evil as well as good? If he heretofore created evil, or by incompetence suffered it to enter into creation, may he not do so in after time, even after death? 4. Ahura said, When a potter hath a pot half made, sayest thou it is an evil pot? Nay, verily, but that it is not yet completed. Even so are all men, created by Ormazd. Those who are good are completed, but those who are evil are unfinished work. But the Creator also gave to man knowledge, that he might see himself in the unfinished state, and the Creator gave to man power and judgment, that man might turn to and help complete himself, thereby sharing the glory of his creation. The man that doeth this is already clear of hell fire, he that doeth it not shall not escape. 5. The king inquired concerning animals, to which Ahura answered, saying, Animals are of the earth creation, and are completed in the place of their dwelling. Neither hath any animal aspiration to make itself better or wiser, that it may contribute to the creation. And some men have no more aspiration than an animal serving the beast, the flesh man, only. Only the torments of hell can stir them up. 6. When Ahura Mazda explained the Ormazdian law, the quarter of which is not here related, the king comprehended, whereupon he took the vows on the altar, and under the eye, according to the Zarathustrian law. So when those people were restored, Zarathustra left one of his traveling companions with them, as God are in chief, and Zarathustra departed, taking his other companions with him. 7. Whereof it is recorded in the libraries of heaven, showing that the next city kingdom was likewise delivered, and the people became Zarathustrians. 8. And again Zarathustra departed, and came to another city, which was overthrown and delivered also. Until it came to pass that Zarathustra overthrew and delivered 24 cities and kingdoms in Japheth. 9. After that he departed to the upper lands of Shem, where he also overthrew and delivered many cities and kingdoms, establishing the Zarathustrian law. For 2 whole years he labored in Shem. And so great was the power of Ormazd upon Zarathustra that all the cities and kingdoms of Shem threw off the bondage of the sun kingdom of Parsii. 10. After that Zarathustra travelled toward Ham, which was called Arabinia. But in those countries Zarathustra had not so great success, because the people were not learned in books, nor in the stars, nor tablets. Nevertheless, Zarathustra delivered many cities. 11. So Ahura Mazda said to Zarathustra, Go back, now, to thine own country, and thou shalt overthrow yet 7 cities and 7 great kingdoms. And after that thou shalt return to Oahspe, and it shall fall before thy hand, that the prophecies of thy childhood be fulfilled. 12. So Zarathustra returned to Parsii and went to the 7 great cities and kingdoms, and overthrew them. And many of them were destroyed utterly by fire and by war, but Zarathustra delivered the faithful and established the Zarathustrian law with all of them. 13. And now he returned to his native city, Oahspe, according to the commandment of Ahura Mazda. Chapter 27. 1. In those days, Panya was king of Oahspe, and, by title, king of the sun, king of the middle of the world, king of kings, mightiest of mortals, owner of all human flesh, ruler of the earth, and master of life and death. 2. For nearly 4 years had Zarathustra been absent, and the effect of his preaching in foreign lands had been to cut off the paying of tribute to the city of the sun. For which reason, Panya, king of Oahspe, had sworn an oath under his own thigh to pursue Zarathustra, and have him slain. 3. Accordingly, the king had equipped many different armies and sent them in search of Zarathustra. But Ahura Mazda led Zarathustra in a different way on the one hand, and sent spirits to inspire the soldiers to go another way. Consequently, none of the armies sent to capture Zarathustra ever found him. When he was heard of in one city, and the soldiers came to that city, he was gone. And so it continued, until now Zarathustra had returned to the very gates of Oahspe. 4. Because Zarathustra was the largest man in the world, he was easily known. And from a description of him, even those who had never seen him, would know him the first time they laid their eyes on him. 5. Oahspe had continued with the Zarathustrians. But in consequence of the persecutions of the kings of Oahspe, they had been obliged to retire further into the forests and plains and unsettled regions, where roved the Lystians, the wild people. To these the Zarathustrians were friends, and the Lystians came in great numbers, and dwelt near about the Zarathustrians. 6. After Zarathustra had completed his travels, he returned to the forest of goats, in the first place, to meet his followers, and to rejoice with them for the great light Ahura Mazda had bestowed upon them. So, when Zarathustra returned to them, there was great rejoicing, and there were present Zarathustra's mother, and many of the Lystians who knew him in his childhood. 7. After many days of rest and rejoicing, Ahura Mazda came to Zarathustra, saying, behold, the time hath now come to go against the city of thy birth. Take Oahspe with thee, and I will cause Oahspe to fall before thy hand. 8. Accordingly, Zarathustra took Oahspe and returned, as stated, to the gates of Oahspe, but he was known at once. And when he demanded admittance, he was refused, because the king had previously decreed his banishment and death, there being an offer of reward to whoever would destroy him and bring his skull to the king. 9. The keeper of the gate, whose name was Zudas, thought to obtain the reward, and hit upon the following plan, saying to Zarathustra, I know thee, thou art Zarathustra, who art banished under penalty of death. I have no right to admit thee within the city, nor have I a desire to witness thy sure death. But if thou wilt secrete thyself, till the change of watch, when I am absent on the king's reports, thou mayst take thine own risk. But if I admit thee, I will also be put to death. 10. Zarathustra said, As for myself, I fear not, but I would not have thee put to death on my account. Where, then, can I secrete myself, till the change of watch? 11. Zudas, the keeper of the gate, said, Within the chamber of the wall. Go thou, and thy friend with thee. 12. So Zarathustra went into the chamber of the wall, and Oahspe went with him. And now, when they were concealed, Zudas called his wife and said unto her, Be thou here, walking back and forth, that they who are concealed will think it is I. And I will run quickly to the guards, and they shall come and seize Zarathustra, for whom the reward is offered. 13. And the keeper's wife came and walked back and forth. And the keeper ran quickly and brought the guards, 1,000 men, with spears and swords and war clubs and slings and bows and arrows, and they surrounded the place of the chamber on all sides. And then spake Zudas ironically, saying, Come forth, Zarathustra, now is the change of watch. 14. And Zarathustra and Oahspe came forth and beheld what was done. Zarathustra said to Oahspe, The light is upon me. Go thou with me. No harm shall come to thee. But now is the time come in which I shall fulfill what hath been prophesied of me in my youth. Chapter 28. 1. So Zarathustra suffered himself to fall into the power of the Sun King, and the soldiers caused him and Oahspe to march in their midst to the place of the skulls. And there came thousands and tens of thousands of people forth to witness the proceedings, for at this time there were many who were in sympathy with Zarathustra, as well as many against him. 2. And in order to stay the multitude, the captain of the army called out many soldiers in addition to those who made the arrest. Others ran to the king's palace, carrying the news of his arrest, and the place he had been taken to. 3. The king said to the heralds, Though this man shall die, it is fit that proper judgment be rendered against him, as an example before all men. Go, therefore, to the executioners, and command them to bring Zarathustra into my presence, that I may adjudge him to death according to law. 4. This was accomplished. Zarathustra was brought before the king, who accosted him, saying, 5. By thy behavior thou art accused before thy king, and I adjudge thee to death. But that thou mayst be as an example before the world, I will render my judgments before the heralds, who shall proclaim my words unto all who desire to witness thy death. 6. First, then, thou wert ordered for arrest by my predecessor, and thou deliveredst not thyself up to my soldiers, neither could they find thee. For which thou art adjudged to death. 7. Second. Without permission from the king of the sun, thou hast travelled in foreign lands, sowing seeds of disallegiance against the central kingdom. For which thou art adjudged to death. 8. Third. The King of Kings offered a ransom for thy head, and the king's soldiers were disappointed in finding thee. For which thou art adjudged to death. 9. Fourth. In thy youth thou threatenedst to overthrow the city of Oahspe, the city of the sun, and failedst to make thy word good, thereby being a teacher of lies. For which thou art adjudged to death. 10. Fifth. Thou hast cut off the foreign tribute to the rightful owner of the whole world. For which thou art adjudged to death. 11. Sixth. Thou hast revived the doctrines of the dark ages, teaching of spirits and gods, which things cannot exist, because they are contrary to nature, and contrary to the laws of the King of the world. For which thou art adjudged to death. 12. 7th. Thou hast taught that there is an unseen Creator greater than thy King, which is contrary to reason. For which thou art adjudged to death. 13. 8th. Thou returns to Oahspe not openly, but as a thief, and hid thyself in a chamber of the wall. For which reason thou art adjudged to death in the manner of thieves, which is the most ignoble of deaths. 14. Therefore, I command the executioners to take thee to the den of thieves and cast thee therein. And on the morrow, at high noon, thou shalt be hung up by thy feet along with the thieves, where thou shalt be left hanging till thou art dead. 15. That my judgment may appease thy best friends, what sayest thou against my decrees? 16. Zarathustra said, All the charges thou hast made against me are true this day, but ere tomorrow's setting sun I will have disproved some of them. Today thy kingdom is large, in 2 days I will be dead, and thou wilt be dead. And this great city will be destroyed. Yea, the temple of the sun will be rent in twain, and fall as a heap of rubbish. 17. The king laughed in derision, and then spake to Oahspe, saying, Thou art an old fool. Go thy way. So, Oahspe was liberated, and Zarathustra was taken to the den of thieves and cast therein. And the den of thieves was surrounded by the dens of lions that belonged to the king's gardens. And a bridge passed over, and, when the prisoners were within, the bridge was withdrawn. And no prisoner could escape but would fall a prey to the lions, which were fed on the flesh of the persons executed according to law. Chapter 29. 1. During the night, Panya, king of the sun, bethought him that perhaps he might obtain the secrets of Zarathustra, as regards his powers with Uz, and he sent him the following message. To wit, if thou wilt reveal the secrets of thy power to thy king, thy life shall be spared. And if thou wilt prostrate thyself before the King of Kings, saying, There is none higher. Thou shalt have 5 cities to rule over all thy days. 2. To which Zarathustra sent back the following reply, to wit, Zarathustra hath no secrets to reveal. Neither desireth he 5 cities, nor 1 city, to rule over. Tomorrow I shall die, and on the following night thou also shalt die. And yet, erst thou deest, thou shalt see the temple of the stars rent in twain and fall down. And the city of Oahspe shall fall and rise no more, and Yesiang, in Japheth, shall become king of the sun, and his dynasty shall stand thousands of years. 3. The king was surprised at such an answer, and so angered that he smote the messenger with his sling, and he fell dead, and the king ordered his body to be cast into the den of lions. 4. It was near the middle of the night when the body was brought, and Zarathustra, being tall, saw above the wall, and he called out, saying, Cast not the body into the dens with the lions, for I will call him to life in the name of Ormuzd. And the men laid the body down by the outer wall, and Zarathustra said, He that is standing by the body shall lay his hand upon it, for the power of life is through life. 5. And the man laid his hand on the flesh of the man's body betwixt the neck and the back, and Zarathustra said, The words I say thou also, life of thy life, O Ormuzd. Restore thou this, thy son, to life. 6. And, lo and behold, the man awoke to life, and opened his eyes, and presently rose up, and Zarathustra bade him depart out of the city. Now the arrest and condemnation of Zarathustra had caused thousands of people to assemble around about the prison, and they beheld the man restored to life, and some of them went with him out of the city. And all night, after that, Zarathustra healed the sick, and restored the blind and deaf, by calling over the walls in the name of the Father. 7. When it was near sunrise, the next morning, the place of the executions was crowded with spectators. Many of the Zarathustrians believed that Zarathustra would liberate himself by the power upon him, and on the other hand, the king's people, especially the learned, desired to realize his execution, for they denounced him as an impostor. 8. The latter said, if he be the master of the Iwans, let him prove his powers whilst he is hanging by the feet. 9. It was the law of Oahspe to keep 12 executioners, representing 12 moons, and at sunrise every morning they put to death whoever had been adjudged to death the previous day. Now, there were in prison with Zarathustra 2 thieves, condemned to the same ignoble death. And they were weeping and moaning. Zarathustra said to them, Weep not, nor moan, but rather rejoice. He who gave you life is still with you. He will provide another and better home for your souls. 10. Behold, I weep not, nor moan. They who put us to death know not what they do. Rather should the multitude pity them than us. Ye shall this day escape from the tyranny of Oahspe. 11. Zarathustra preached till high noon, and when the light fell on the top of the temple, of the stars, the 12 executioners entered the prison and bound the prisoners' hands together behind their backs. Then with another rope they tied the feet, bringing the rope up the back of the legs and passing it betwixt the arms, and they carried the end of the rope up over a beam and down again, and the executioners seized the rope and pulled upon it. And they swung the bodies of the victims high above the walls and made fast, leaving them hanging there. 12. Thus was Zarathustra hung betwixt 2 thieves. And whilst he was yet alive a bolt of light fell upon the temple of the stars, and it was rent in twain, and fell to the ground. And when the dust rose it was as a cloud that magnified itself, till the air of the whole city was choking. And there came another bolt of light, and, lo and behold, the walls of the city fell down, and Zudas perished in the chamber of the wall. 13. The multitude ran for the king. And when they brought him out of the palace, another bolt of light fell on the palace, and it was crumbled into dust. The king called to his guards, but they obeyed him not, but fled, and so, the multitude slew the king. 14. The learned men then went down to the place of executions, and Zarathustra was not yet dead, but the 2 thieves were dead. And Zarathustra said unto the learned men, Now will I give up my body, and behold, ye shall say I am dead. Let the executioners then take down my body and cast it into the lion's den, and ye shall witness that they will not eat of my flesh. And some shall say, Behold, the lions are not hungry. Thereupon shall ye cast in the bodies of the 2 thieves, and lo, the lions will fall upon them and eat their flesh. 15. Then shall the learned men say, Behold, Zarathustra's virtue laid in different flesh. Now I declare unto you, these things are not of the flesh, but of the spirit. For angels shall gather about my body and prevent the lions from tearing my flesh. Of which matter ye shall prove before the multitude. For in the time the lions are devouring the flesh of the thieves, the angels will go away from my body, and, behold, the lions will return and eat of my flesh also. Whereby it shall be proved to you that even lions, the most savage of beasts, have spiritual sight, and are governed by the unseen world, even more than man. 16. When Zarathustra had thus spoken to the learned men, he spake to the Father, saying, Receive thou my soul, O Oahspe. And his spirit departed out of the body, and in that same moment the whole earth shook and trembled, and many houses fell down. So they cast the body into one of the dens, wherein were 17 lions, but they fled from the body. Then the executioners cast in the bodies of the thieves, and, lo and behold, the lions fell upon them instantly. 17. And when the angels went away from Zarathustra's body, the lions returned to it and ate also. And the keepers turned in other lions, and all the flesh was eaten. And the multitude ran and brought the body of Zudas and cast it in, and the lions ate it also. And next day they cast in the king's body, and the lions ate of it, and were appeased of their hunger. 18. Now when it was night, some of the Zarathustrians gathered together at a neighbor's house. And Oahspe was present, and they formed a living altar in order to pray for the soul of Zarathustra, and for the 2 thieves, and for Zudas, and, lastly, for the king. And now, came the learned men, saying, Why have ye not, during all these years, notified us of these things? Behold, Zarathustra is dead. Oahspe said. 19. Have I not carried the alms bowl publicly, proclaiming them from day to day. And the learned people said, Pity, old Oahspe. A knave hath dethroned his reason. Now I declare unto you, it is the same now as in the olden time, the learned men are farther away from the Father than are those devouring lions. Ye look into the corporeal world for light and truth and power, but are blind to the Spirit, which underlieth all things. I declare unto you, whether it be heat or light, or disease, that floateth in the air, or growth that cometh out of the air, in all things it is the unseen that ruleth over the seen. And more powerful than heat and light and life and death, is Oahspe, the person of all things. 20. Till ye have learned this, I can explain nothing that ye can comprehend. And yet, to know this, is the beginning of the foundation of everlasting happiness. 21. Whilst Oahspe was thus speaking, behold, the soul of Zarathustra came and stood before them, and he was arrayed in the semblance of his own flesh and colour, and in his own clothes. And he spake, saying, Fear not. I am the same that was with you and was hanged and died, whose flesh was devoured by the lions, I am Zarathustra. Marvel not that I have the semblance of a corporeal body, for its substance is holden together by the power of my spirit. Neither is this a miracle, for the spirits of all the living hold in the same way, each its own corporeal body. As iron attracteth iron, the spirit learneth to attract from the air a corporeal body of its like and measure. 22. Then inquired one who was present, Where are the two thieves? To which Zarathustra said, As steam riseth from boiling water, without shape or form, so are their souls this hour. For this reason was I sent into the world by the Father. Let him who would become controller of his own spirit unto everlasting life, learn the Ormazdian law, seeking to grow in spirit, instead of living for the things of this world. 23. Behold, there are here present lords of the hosts of heaven, who are sons and daughters of the Most High Oahspe, the Creator. They will now gather together and reclothe the thieves, and show you of what like they are. Presently the two drudges, the thieves who were hanged with Zarathustra, stood before the people in Sargis, and they raved, and cursed, and moaned, but they were blind and dumb as to the place. Then Oahspe inquired of them, as to who they were and what they wanted, but they only cursed him, and added that they were to be hanged. 24. Oahspe said, Behold, ye are already dead, and your spirits risen from the earth. To which they replied by curses against the king. And now the lords of heaven sat up the spirit of the king, but he knew not that he was dead, and he cursed also. Whereupon the spirits of the thieves fell upon him with evil intent, and all the people beheld these things. But the lords of heaven took away the Sargis, and the drudges could not be seen more by mortals. 25. Zarathustra said, As in the earth they were angered and dumb, they cling to the earth. For which reason ye shall sing anthems and pray for them 3 mornings at sunrise, 3 high noons, and 3 evenings at sunset. Do ye this also, henceforth, forever, for 3 days, for all your kindred who die, or who are slain. 26. And ye shall utter only words of love for the dead, for whosoever uttereth curses for the dead, bringeth drudges upon himself. In your love and forgiveness do ye raise them out of the torments of hell. And inasmuch as ye raise up others, so doth Oahspe raise up your own souls. 27. One who was present asked how long a spirit lingered around about. To which Zarathustra said, Some for 3 days, some for a year, some for 100 years, and some for 1,000 years. Until they have wisdom and strength to get away. But after 3 days ye shall no longer desire the spirit of the dead to remain with you, rather shall ye say to Oahspe, Deal thou with him and with us in thine own way, O Father, we are content. Better is it for the spirits that ye call them not back from the higher heavens down to the earth, better for you is it, that ye remember them high up in paradise, for these thoughts will enable you to rise after ye are dead. 28. Remember that all light answereth everything in heaven and earth after its own manner. If ye kill, ye are answered in torments sooner or later, if ye utter falsehood, ye are answered in falsehood, if ye curse. Ye will be cursed in return, if ye hate, ye will be hated, if ye seclude yourselves, ye will be excluded, if ye keep evil company in this world, ye will be bound in evil company in heaven, as ye seek to become a leader of men. Remember that they whom ye rule over will be your burden in heaven. If ye teach not, ye shall not be taught, if ye lift not others up, none will lift you up, for in all things the same rule applieth in heaven as on earth. For it is a continuation in spirit of that which is practiced in the flesh. Chapter 30. 1. On the following evening, when the Zarathustrians were assembled for prayer and singing, the soul of Zarathustra again appeared before them in Sargis, teaching the word of Oahspe. He said, 2. Two people there are on the earth, the one is engrossed in the affairs of the earth, the other in the affairs of heaven. Better is it for ye to be of the latter. The fool will say, if all people are engrossed with the affairs of heaven, then who will provide on the earth? Such is the argument of all druks. Fear not, therefore, for the earth people becoming short of votaries. 3. So also will it be said of celibacy. The druks will say, if all people become celibates, then will the race of man terminate. Wherefore, I say again unto you, fear not, for there will be plenty left who are full of passion, and are unmindful of the kingdoms of heaven. 4. Let all who can, live for the higher light, the lower will ever be supplied sufficiently. 5. Even as ye find two peoples on earth, so also do two peoples exist in heaven. The one followeth the highest light, and ever riseth toward the highest heavens. The other followeth the affairs of earth, and riseth not, and hence is called Druj. The latter engageth in sensualism, and quarrels amongst mortals, inspiring them to evil and low desires. 6. One present asked, how shall we know one another, whether we be of heaven or of earth? Then Zarathustra answered, saying, seek to know thyself, thou art not thy neighbor's keeper. Search thine own soul 100 times every day, to know if thou practicest the all-highest according to thine own light. Neither shalt thou find excuses for thy shortness, nor reflect overmuch on past errors, but use them as inspiration to perfect thyself henceforth. 7. Another one present asked, how of thieves, and falsifiers, and murderers? Zarathustra said, the man who serveth himself only is worse than any of these, there is no resurrection in him. But if a man cease his evil way, and practice virtue, he is on the right road. 8. A falsifier is like one with a clean gown on, that goeth about casting filth upon it, he soileth his own spirit. 9. A thief is worse than an overburdened beast. He carrieth his stolen goods not only in this world, but in heaven, to the end of his memory. 10. A murderer is like a naked man, who is ashamed, and cannot hide from the multitude. When he is in heaven, his memory of the deed writeth in human blood a stain on his soul, which all others see. 11. Another one asked, according to the Ahuimazdian law, the highest, best men forsake the world, laboring to raise up the poor and ignorant, reciting prayers and anthems. Taking no part in the affairs of people who are engrossed in the matters of earth, who, then, shall be the government of the wicked? To which Zarathustra answered, saying, 12. When there are not sufficient men and women for such purpose, there will be no wicked to govern. With all thy preaching, that the highest life is celibacy, there will be plenty left who will marry. With all thy preaching that the highest, best man will not be a leader of men, nor a king, nor a governor, yet there will be plenty left who will fill these places, even though they beheld the walls of hell opened up to receive them. 13. Another one asked, if the Zarathustrians separate, and live by themselves, what will be their power to do good amongst the evil? To which Zarathustra said, 14. As the highest heavens send lords and masters down to mortals, so shall the Zarathustrians send emissaries amongst the wicked, preaching the truth, and citing the example of the Zarathustrian cities, communities. 15. For above all philosophy that man may preach, practice holdeth the highest place, and is most potent. See to it, therefore, that ye practice the Ormazdian law toward one another in all things. Avoid men of opinion, men of learning, who have pride therein, men of argument, men who quibble for proofs in unprovable things, men who wish to be known as wise men, men who deny, men that can see defects in everything, and have nothing good to offer in place thereof. 16. Shun the disbelieving man, for he is diseased, and may inoculate thee, the flatterer, for he is purchasing thee, a woman, for woman's sake, or a man, for man's sake, company, for company's sake. For all these imply that the Creator is less in thy sight, and not so well loved. 17. One asked concerning spirits. To which Zarathustra said, For the affairs of earth, consult the spirits of the earth, the drudges. For the affairs of everlasting resurrection, consult thy Creator, and his holy spirits will answer thee in his name. And to whichever thou hast made thyself companion, there will be thy abiding place after death. 18. See to it that thou becomest not inveigled by drudges, for spirits can assume any name and form, but weigh their words, whether they be wise, and according to the Ormazdian law. If they teach not the higher heavens, but profess a long life in the lower heavens, consider them by their words. To flatter thee, they will profess to remember thee in another life. And to please thee, say thou wert a king, and hath had many successions of lives on the earth. 19. But of what value under the sun is such philosophy? But to rise up, away from the earth, and from the lower heavens also. It was for bestowing this word unto men that I was sent into the world. It is to teach you to know the Father's upper heavens, and the way to reach them, that his words were given unto men. 20. As it was in the olden time, so will it be again ere another generation pass away. Drudges will teach that the spirits of the dead go into trees and flowers, and inhabit them. And into swine, and cattle, and birds, and into woman, and are born over again in mortal form. Argue not with them, their philosophy concerneth not thee. Whether they be in darkness or in light, judge thou by the glory and beauty of the heavens where they live. If their words are of the earth, they belong to the earth. If they are servants to false gods or false lords, they will preach him whom they serve. But these matters are nothing to thee, for thou shalt serve the All-Highest, the Creator. In this no man can err. 21. And in regard to the heaven, whither thou wouldst desire to ascend after death, magnify it with all thy ingenuity unto the all-highest perfection. People it with thy highest ideals for thy companions. Then see to it that thou makest thyself a fit companion for them also. If thou do this with all thy wisdom and strength all the days of thy life, the Father will be with thee, and thou shalt be a glory in his works. 22. Thus preached Zarathustra after his resurrection from death, for 3 days and 3 nights preached he before his disciples. And Oahspe wrote down the substance of his words, and they were preserved unto the generations of Faithists from that time forth. And the words were called the Zarathustrian law, the Ahomazdian law, the Ormazdian law. And they were the first heavenly words given on tablets and skins and cloth, and in books, to mortals, save what words were given in secret to the tribes of Ions. Of which the different nations of the earth knew nothing of their own knowledge as to what they were. 23. On the morning of the 4th day, when the disciples sat in Crescent, which was called the living altar of God, Zarathustra again came in Sargis. He said, Behold, the time hath come for me to rise out of Hada, where I have dwelt for 3 days. 24. The gods who were with me all my earth life are gathered together even here, and there are millions of them. Just near the river yonder standeth the boundary line of a heavenly ship of light. It is wider than the eye can see, and higher than the eye can see. 1,000,000 of angels are singing in that ship. And there are great gods and great lords in it. So bright, mine eyes dare not look on them. They are all sons and daughters of the Great Spirit. 25. The drudges are all run away now. Their foolish gabble is hushed, gone. It is as if another world came alongside, so majestic that this one was lost. Above, high, very high, yonder. Something like a sun illumes the ship of fire. I know it is he who hath come for me. I go now. Whither I go I will build for you all. 26. And thou, O Oahspe, the gods have thrown a mantle of light over thee, A chain reacheth from thee to Oahspe. Oahspe was overcome, and fain would have gone to the spirit, Zarathustra. The latter said, Stand thou, and I may kiss thee. So, Zarathustra kissed Oahspe, and departed. End of Book of God's Word. Book of Divinity. Which descended to the earth and became known by the names, Div, and Diva, and Divan laws. Being God's labors in Atmospheria, Hata, for a period of 3,100 years, during the passage of the earth from the Ark of Lu to the Ark of Spta, in Etheria. And on the earth, from the time of Zarathustra to the time of Abraham and Brahma. Chapter 1. 1. God, Son of Jehovih, said, By virtue of mine own authority, and in the name of Jehovih, Creator of all things, peace and comprehensive judgment be unto angels and mortals. 2. That ye may be taught from the little that has been demonstrated in the world, of governments and principalities being manifest on earth, that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens belonging to the earth. 3. Which heavenly places and governments were the cause and forerunners of good governments manifested amongst mortals. 4. Jehovih said, He that is chief of a government on earth shall be called king, but he who is chief of my heavenly government shall be called God. And it was so. 5. I, who am God in mine own behalf, for the enlightenment of the world, declare the glory and wisdom of Jehovih above all things on the earth or in the heavens above. 6. Wherein Jehovih provided that no man could be a king forever, but must give way to a successor, even so, in his heavens, provided he also unto his gods and lords for successors at certain periods of time. 7. That the way might be open for the everlasting resurrection of all men, whereby all who choose may, in time, become also lords and gods for the countless worlds that now are, and shall yet be created. 8. Jehovih said, I blow my breath outward, and, behold, all things are created. They go away in disorder, but they come back to me orderly and in organic companies. And every individual member is like a tree, bloomed in perfection in every branch. 9. Jehovih said, These companies, returning to me in all their glory, are marshaled in decorum and discipline by my gods, for such is their labor. 10. Jehovih said, The labors of my gods shall be chiefly in Atmospheria, Hata. Nevertheless, my gods and lords shall not only labor with the spirits of the dead to teach them organic discipline and harmony, but they shall provide unto mortals that they also may learn the system and glory of my creations. 11. In the time of FRAGAPATTI, in the dawn of the cycle of Lu in heaven, Jehovih commanded the founding of an organic congress for his God and lords, and his lord gods. 12. And FRAGAPATTI thus created the organic body, and named it, the Diva, making God the chief thereof, with the title, Div, even as is known to this day in the sacred books of mortals. 13. Jehovih said, In the early days of a world I give the races of man, on the earth, a despot to rule over them. But in time after I give them representative governments with many voices, having a right to help make the laws. Even so do I provide unto the hidden heavens. In the early days I provide a God who shall be dictator and governor in his own way. But in after times I provide a parliament in heaven, wherein my God and my Lord shall jointly consult together in framing laws for angels and mortals. And these shall be called Divan laws. 14. Jehovih said, Behold, my God and lords and sub-gods shall teach the same things in the different parts of the earth and these heavens. I will not have one Lord teaching one thing in one place, and another teaching the same thing differently in another place. 15. Jehovih said, My God and Lord shall provide comprehensively, so that all peoples, on earth and in heaven, may be drawn toward me in harmony in discipline. 16. God said, I, God of earth, being made Div, by Jehovah's will, through his Son, FRAGAPATTI, heard the Creator's voice, saying. 17. Div, my Son, proclaim thou the Ormazdian law, and the Ehuamazdian law, and the Zarathustrian law. 18. God said, This, then, is the Ormazdian law, Ormazd, the Creator, displayeth his creations, which he created. He set the stars in the firmament, these are the words of the book of the Almighty. He made the earth substances of the earth, and all the things thereon and therein. These are the words of the Creator, Oahspe, the Jehovih. 19. The substances of things going and coming forever. Creating and dissolving from one shape into another, these are the Oahspean law, the Jehovian law. By virtue of his presence these things speak, impress, upon one another forever. What these things speak upon the soul of man, write upon the soul of man, these are man's knowledge, acquired by the Oahspean law, the Jehovian law. What these things speak upon the souls of angels, write upon the souls of angels, these are the angels' knowledge, acquired by the Oahspean law, the Jehovian law. 20. God said, this also is the Oahspean law, perpetual growth. As a man, being brought forth out of what was not an entity, thereby becoming an entity, this is brought about by the Oahspean law. 21. With capacity in man for life everlasting. With capacity to acquire knowledge and power forever, and never attain to the Almighty. As a road, whereon a man may run in full liberty forever, and never come to the end thereof, rejoicing on his journey, this is the Oahspean law. 22. As the actions of corporeal substances produce light, as light is the expression and speech of certain corporeal changes, so is Oahspe, the master light, the Creator, that which illuminateth the soul of man, making man conscious that he is. Making man express his impressions. This is the Oahspean law, this is the ever-presence that terminateth not forever. 23. Though worlds come into being and go out of being, as such, yet Oahspe remaineth, he is the forever. And within him are all creations created. These are the Oahspean law, the Jehovian law. 24. God said, this, then, that followeth, is the Oahspean law, the school of knowledge, kept by God and his lords, for teaching mortals and angels. 25. Wherein certain discipline and words are necessary to cause the congregating of men and angels, to dwell together and to travel onward forever, in harmony and rejoicing. 26. Behold, a great multitude was in disorder and confusion, and unhappiness resulted. Then came order and discipline, and the multitude were harmonized and filled with rejoicing. This that accomplished it, was the Oahspean law. 27. Jehovih had said, behold, I create man with the possibility of becoming a creator under me. The first lesson of creation I gave into man's hands, is, that he shall create harmony and affiliation within himself and with his neighbors, that the many may become in concert, even as one man. 28. God said, such was the Oahspean law. To create man with the possibility of becoming a creator under Jehovih, Oahspe. But wherein man and angels, through their God and lords, began to make, to create, harmony and discipline, this was the Oahspean law. 29. As the manual of arms is to soldiers, making them a unit in motion, so is the Oahspean law in making and teaching peace and order and unity amongst mortals on earth and angels in heaven. 30. By the Oahspean law are the heavenly kingdoms in Hada maintained, and by the same law are great kingdoms and nations on earth built up. The discipline of God and the lords, through their ashars, in ruling over mortals, for the comprehensive benefit of the whole, this is the Oahspean law. It is called the Oahspean law because God and his lords, through their ashars, keep guard and rule over all good mortals and angels for their own exaltation in the heavens above. 31. God said, here followeth then the Zarathustrian law, the bestowal of words to mortals, of the dominion of God and his lords, the making of all good mortals joint heirs and members of the same heavenly kingdoms. Wherein God and his lords and their holy council in heaven devise and administer laws for the ultimate resurrection of all men. 32. The revealed word of heaven, to mortals, this is the Zarathustrian law. 33. The word was with God, and God became the word, this is the Zarathustrian law. 34. For the word being established through Zarathustra became the life of God in flesh, being perpetual to the end of the world. 35. For though Zarathustra be forgotten, and the words of his mouth remembered not on the whole earth, yet the Zarathustrian law, the revelations of God to man, became everlasting in the souls of mortals from that time forth, forever and ever. 36. For man to know of, and to desire to become one with the All-Highest, this is the Zarathustrian law. Nor mattereth it through what name he striveth, even so he strive to know the will of God. 37. When a king desireth soldiers for his army, he sendeth recruiting emissaries, calling, Come ye, join the armies of the king. Even so, but for peace and righteousness, sendeth God his lords and holy angels down to mortals, saying, Come ye, join the kingdom of God. And when they come, behold, they use certain rites and ceremonies, with words and sacred days, the name of these rites and ceremonies and the words revealed by God, these are the Zarathustrian laws. For they are the initiative, by which mortals become joint workers with God and his lords. Chapter 2. 1. God said, Be attentive, O man, to the voice of thy Lord and his angels, be patient, that thou mayest understand the dominion of thy God, and add glory unto the Almighty. 2. The div was the chief, and the lords and their officers comprised the Divan Congress, of the period of time whereof this book pertaineth. 3. And such mortals of that day, who joined in the armies of God, were represented by the voice of guardian angels through their Lord, according to the nation or place represented. 4. And the Ashars reported to their Lord, as to the conditions and places of mortals, and as to the conditions and places of angels also, and the Lord spake thereon in the Diva. 5. And the div decreed laws and governments, unto mortals and angels, according to what was best for them. 6. Jehovih said, I am the light and the life, behold me, I am Oahspe. When I shape my thoughts into words, behold, I am Yahuwah Mazda. I am the Word. When the words of my kingdom are registered with mortals, behold me, I am the Zarathustrian law. I am 3 in 1. 7. Even so have I given unto thee, O div, and to my angels and my mortals. For ye three shall be a unit in the furtherance of my kingdoms. 8. Behold, your labors shall be henceforth called divinity, divan. And whoso falleth under your inspiration shall be called divine, divas. 9. God said, Consider, O man, the wisdom of thy God, to perceive what is feasible to thine own judgment, and be thou far-reaching with thine own members. 10. The div decreed, to carry birthrights down to mortals. To teach mortals when their children were born to consecrate them to Diva, under a rod with water, after the same manner Esyans were baptized in heaven. With rites and ceremonies, and words, according to the Zarathustrian law, the Yahuwah law, the Oahspe law. 11. God said, In the time of the baptismal of mortal children, behold, my lords appointed Ashars unto such children, to keep them in the way of the Almighty. 12. This was the first divan, divine, law. 13. The div decreed, to establish wedding rites and ceremonies with words and processions, in order to bind firmly monogamic marriages, according to the Zarathustrian law, the Yahuwah law, the Oahspe law. 14. God said, In the time of marriages, behold, my lords appointed new Ashars unto man and wife, whose duties were to minister unto them as unto a small kingdom, for the glory of Jehovih. 15. This was the second divan, divine, law. 16. The div decreed, to establish funeral rites and ceremonies, with words, according to the Diva, that is, the Zarathustrian, the Yahuwah and the Oahspe law. 17. This was the third divan law. 18. God said, In the birth rites, in the marriage rites, and in the funeral rites, recording angels of the Lord were present, and afterward, they reported these things to my kingdom in heaven. 19. And all such mortals as carried out these rites and ceremonies, with words, were named Zarathustrians. Nevertheless there were many others, who, not being capable of the inspiration, stood aloof from me and my kingdoms. 20. Jehovih said, I blame not my God and my lords that their love ran more to the favor of such mortals as became Zarathustrians, than to such as rejected God and his lords. Neither do I censure God and his lords for favoring their chosen in building cities, nations and empires, leaving such other mortals as were enemies to perish in their cities, kingdoms and nations. 21. God said, Ye who are one with the divine law, are free from the law, but they that reject me and my kingdom are bound by the law. 22. Of the first 3 divine laws, God said, These are the sacred words decreed to mortals, by father or mother, I bestow this, my child, to be a good Zarathustrian, according to the Diva. And in marriage, by the bride and bridegroom, I bestow myself to this my mate, a good Zarathustrian, according to the Diva. And in sacrament previous to death, I confess, with repentance, I a good Zarathustrian, unto thee, O Oahspe. And to thy lords of the heavenly hosts of Diva. Chapter 3. 1. God said, Behold, I come to reveal what was done in heaven, that thou, O man, mayest understand the cause of things being done on earth. 2. These divine laws were made in heaven, and by the lords of that day, through their angels, given to mortals, whereby mortals became a manifestation of heavenly things. 3. Here, then, followeth, to wit. 4. If a man be not too weak he shall confess to all the lords with repentance. On the other hand, if he be too weak to utter words, then shall the priest confess him by holding the right hand whilst he saith the holy words. And whilst this is being done, the Embassadors shall provide a sufficient number of spirits to receive the newborn, and bring him to the place in heaven that hath been previously selected for him. 5. The third divine law also decreed as followeth, If the Esyen be a Zarathustrian, and his kin in heaven be Druges, he shall not be taken to the heaven where they are, nor shall his kin be permitted to see him for 30 days. But after 30 days in his own place in heaven, his kin, if Druges, may be permitted to see him, but only under guard. 6. The fourth divine law, if the Esyen be a Zarathustrian and his kin in heaven belong to the organic heavens, then he shall be taken to them, and his abiding place shall be with them for a season. 7. The fifth divine law, if the Esyen be a Zarathustrian, his spirit shall not be suffered to remain longer than 3 days and 3 nights about his mortal kindred. And then he shall be taken to his place in heaven, and given into the keeping of the Asaph, who shall explain all things to him. 8. God said, whilst the mortal priest is reciting prayers after death, in the morning, at noon, and at sunset, the Embassadors shall assemble in the same house, along with the newborn spirit, and join in the singing and praying. For it will pacify the spirit and restore him to know what hath taken place. And this shall be called the sixth divine law. 9. God said, and the same law shall apply in the case of a Zarathustrian woman as with a man. In the case of a Zarathustrian child, that died in infancy, the Div decreed. 10. The seventh divine law, the child of a Zarathustrian being too young to speak, shall not make confession, even through the priest. The mortal priest shall say, O thou master light! Behold, my child is dead. Receive thou its little, tender spirit. Take it to thy heavenly place of delight. And the Embassadors shall take the young Esyen to a place suited to it, and deliver it to the Asaphs, and the Asaphs shall examine it, and, if it require fetal, they shall provide it in heaven, if possible. But if it be too young, then the Asaphs, with a sufficient guard, shall take it back to its mortal mother, or to its mortal father, or to its brother, or its sister, or other near kin, or to whomsoever the Asaphs find most advisable. And the spirit child shall be put to bed every night with its fetal mother, or fetal father, that its spirit may draw sustenance sufficient to grow into everlasting life. But the Asaphs who have it in charge shall bring it away in the morning to its place in heaven. But in no case shall a Zarathustrian spirit child be left to fetal with a contentious mortal woman, nor with a drunken mortal man. 11. God propounded, if a Zarathustrian be dead, and his spirit many years in a place of heavenly delight, and then his mortal wife die, and she be not a Zarathustrian. 12. The members of the Diva all spake. Then God decreed the 8th Divan law, which was, the spirit of such a woman shall not be suffered to go to the place of her husband. For 30 days she shall be kept in a place suitable for her. After that she may visit her husband under guard. But until she accept the Ormazdian law, she shall not dwell with the husband, in heaven, nor with her children, in heaven. And if she have mortal children, she shall not be permitted to see them, save under guard. 13. The 9th Divan law was the same, wherein a Zarathustrian woman whose husband was not a Zarathustrian, for he was bound by the same law, and thus kept separate in heaven until he accepted the Ormazdian law. 14. God propounded, if a Zarathustrian have a wife who is not a Zarathustrian, and she have an untimely birth, whether by accident or abortion, what then of the spirit of that child? On this, all the members of Deva spake, and after that, God decreed. 15. Such spirit shall not be brought to heaven for a season, but shall be fettled on its natural mother or father, day and night, until the full 9 months are completed, and then it shall be delivered with due ceremonies by the Ashars. After that it shall be fettled the same as in the 7th Divan law. And this was the 10th Divan law. 16. The 11th Divan law, if a Zarathustrian attain to maturity before he die, his spirit shall be Esyen 2 years. And during this time he shall be attended by not less than 2 Asaph when he goeth away from his heavenly home, and the Asaph shall teach him the mode of travel, the manner of knowing localities, both on the earth and in the first resurrection. And they shall teach him the varieties and kinds of food suited to the highest best education of a spirit. But when he travelleth with his companions of his own heavenly group, then the Asaphs of the group shall go along with him and them. And, during the 2 years, he shall be provided from the stores in heaven with food and clothes, and he shall not labor to provide himself with anything. 17. The 12th Divan law was in reference to the same spirit, which was, at the end of 2 years the Asaphs shall deliver him, and such of his group as are prepared, into the department of first instruction. And his name shall be entered in the library of that department of heaven as entered apprentice, in the first resurrection. Here his first lessons shall be as to making clothes and providing food for himself and others. And he shall be entitled to participate, if he so desire, in the recreations of the entered apprentices, such as music, dancing, marching, painting, or other arts. 18. The 13th Divan law was in reference to the same spirit, which was, not less than 2 years shall he serve as entered apprentice, and longer if his proficiency be not sufficient for advancement. But when he is advanced, he shall no longer be called entered apprentice, but a craftsman. And he shall be taken to a place suitable, where his labor will contribute to the heavenly kingdoms. And his recreations shall entitle him to instruction in both corporeal and Shan knowledge, and their correspondence. As a craftsman he shall serve 7 years. 19. The 14th Divan law was in reference to the same spirit, which was, the craftsman's examination being completed, he shall then return to labor in the nurseries in heaven, becoming assistant to the Asaphs. And during this period he shall report himself at the roll call. And his teachers shall take him with them down to mortals and teach him how to see and hear corporeal things. And they shall also explain to him fatalism and the obsession of mortals by drudges, that he may understand the cause of lying, and of stealing, and of tattling, and of conspiracies, and of murders amongst mortals. 20. The 15th Divan law was of the same spirit, which was, after he hath served 3 years as nurse assistant to the Asaphs, he shall be promoted to the hospitals in heaven, as assistant to the physicians. And they shall teach him the restoration of spirits in chaos, and crazy spirits, and deformed spirits, and of sick spirits, and of spirits afflicted with foul smells, that cannot clean themselves. Especially of the spirits of women who produced abortion on themselves, or suffered it to be done unto them, and of monomaniacs, and all manner of diseased spirits. And the physicians shall take him with them when they go down to mortals to remove fetals, and he shall learn how they are severed, safely to both. And they shall take him to the battlefields, where mortals slay one another, whose spirits are in chaos, or are still fighting, and he shall assist in bringing them away from the corporeal place, and also learn how to restore them. and where to deliver them when restored. And if there be knots in any region near at hand, the physician shall take him to the knot, and show him how they are untied, and how they are mastered and delivered. And if there be any hell near at hand, the physician shall take him thither and teach him how hell is delivered and its people restored. For 10 years shall he serve as assistant to the physicians. 21. The 16th Divan law was of the same spirit, which was, having fulfilled the part of assistant physician, he shall be promoted to the full rank of nurse. And in that department he shall serve 10 years, which completeth his emancipation in that order, and thereafter any and all the nurseries of the lower heavens shall be free and open to him, and he shall go to whatsoever one he desireth. Save when specially commanded for a certain work by his Lord, or by the God of his division. 22. The 17th Divan law was of the same spirit, which was, having passed a satisfactory examination by his Lord, or his Lord's attendants, he shall be promoted to the full rank of physician. And in that department in heaven he shall serve 50 years. And then his emancipation in that order shall be complete. And all the hospitals in the lower heavens shall be open to him, and he shall choose whichever of them he desireth as his place of labor, unless specially required by his Lord, or by the God of his division. 23. The 18th Divan law was of the same spirit, which was, he shall now pass an examination by his Lord or his Lord's deputy, and if he prove himself in a knowledge of the structure of both the corporeal and spiritual man, he shall be registered as entered factor, and he shall serve 12 years in forming and making fabrics for raiment, and for other useful and ornamental purposes. 24. The 19th Divan law was like unto the 18th, save that his labor shall be gathering and transporting food for other 12 years. And the 20th Divan law was like unto the 19th, save that his labor shall be the wielding of large bodies, and of carrying the same long distances. 25. The 21st Divan law of the same spirit, was, he shall now enter the creative as an apprentice. 30 years shall he serve in the creative, learning how to create. And the 22nd Divan law was like unto the 21st, save that he shall dwell in Uz and serve 12 years in learning Uz. 26. The 23rd Divan law of the same spirit was, he shall now enter college, and serve according to his talents, from 5 to 40 years, learning measuring, and distances, rotations, velocities, magnets, corporeal and eschon. Currents of vortices, roadways and vortices, and how to measure roadways by their spiral force, how to find the center and periphery of vortices. And if he serve the full term of 40 years, he shall have the freedom of the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd and 23rd commandments, and all such places shall be forever open for him. And if he choose to go into any of them he shall do so, unless especially ordered to some other emergent place by his Lord, or the God of his division. 27. The 24th Divan law of the same spirit was, he shall now enter architecture as an apprentice, and learn the building of heavenly mansions and cities. And he shall serve 8 years, and be promoted to build judgment seats and thrones, and serve 16 years more. 28. The 25th Divan law of the same spirit was, he shall now be eligible to the school of light and darkness, and learn the relative power of attraction and propulsion belonging to them. And his education here shall embrace practice and experiment, and he shall serve 70 years for the full course. After which, if he be proficient in creating light and darkness, he shall be emancipated from the 24th and 25th Divan laws, and all such places shall be open and free to him forever. 29. The 26th Divan law of the same spirit was, he shall now serve 24 years in building and propelling heavenly boats, and small ships. And the 26th Divan law was of like kind, which was, that he shall now travel 50 years in atmospheria, and on the earth, and on the oceans of the earth. 30. This completeth the primary education in the first resurrection. Chapter 4. 1. God said, for the spirit of a Zarathustrian who hath completed his primary education, what then? On which all the members spake. After that Div decreed. 2. He shall serve 200 years as an apprenticed Luis. He shall become proficient in the knowledge of procreation of mortals. Learning to prophesy what the offspring will be, according to the parentage, to become wise in discerning how the es of a living mortal governeth the flesh, to good or evil. How the es of a mortal controlleth the sex and ultimate size and health and strength of the offspring. 3. To learn which, the Luis shall take him to thousands of mortals, and he shall make a record of what he hath under observation. And when such mortals have offspring born unto them, he shall make a record thereof, and he shall observe the character of the birth, and the foundation of the child, together with what conditions surrounded the mother of the child. And he shall follow that child till it hath grown up, and also married, and begotten a child, or children, and so on to the 6th generation. This is the 28th Divan Law. 4. Div decreed, after he hath served 200 years he shall be examined by his lord, or his lord's deputy, and if proficient in prophesying to the 6th generation, he shall be entered as an ashar on a list of 4/12 for every moon's change. But the 48 ashars shall not be ashars to more than 192 mortals, unless otherwise specially allotted by the Lord or God in dominion. 5. For 4 generations, of 133 years, shall he serve as an ashar. And he shall learn to have dominion over his mortal protégés night and day, not suffering them, however, to know his presence. To accomplish which, he shall begin with his protégés in their first infancy, remaining with them whilst they sleep, talking to the spirit of the mortal, teaching and persuading. This was the 29th Divan Law. 6. Div decreed, having served as ashar, the full term of ashar, he shall be entitled to examination by his lord or deputy. But herein beginneth a new examination. Which is, that the examination pertaineth to his prodigies, as to what kind of fruit he hath sent to heaven, the grade of his esyans being the standard. This was the 30th Divan Law. 7. Div decreed, having passed the examination as ashar, he shall now be promoted as Azaph, where he shall serve 66 years. Here again his examination shall be not of himself but of the harvest of his department. This was the 31st Divan Law. 8. Div decreed, his examination being complete, he shall now receive emancipation for all preceding departments and decrees. And he shall have his choice in all places he hath passed, unless otherwise specially detailed by his lord or God of his division. This was the 32nd Divan Law. 9. Div decreed, he shall now be entitled to enter the chapter of the primary soul. His first lessons shall be in colors and sounds both of Corpor and Es. First, beginning with gray of not more than 3 combinations. And when he hath mastered these, he shall have 4, then 5, then 10, then 100, and so on, until, when any combination of colors is placed before him, he can instantly perceive every color, shade, tint, and the velocity of light. And its force, actinic, emanating. And he shall pursue this study until he can create in Es the counterpart of anything in Corpor, or create in Corpor the counterpart of anything in Es. And of sounds he shall proceed in the same way. First, learning a combination of 3, so that when his teacher produceth any 3 sounds together, he can hear them and determine the exact velocity of wave. Then he shall begin with 4 sounds, notes, then 5, then 10, then 100, and even 1,000, the which, even though made in the same instant, he shall detect every one, and the velocity and force of each. This was the 33rd Divan Law. 10. Div decreed, he shall now begin the practice of combining and creating color by sounds, and sounds by colors, both in Corpor and Es. His teachers shall make explosions with light, and explosions without light, and by his eye and ear only shall he be able to determine with what elements the explosions were made. This was the 34th Divan Law. 11. Div decreed, he shall go far away from the explosions, and when the waves come to him, even though he heareth not the explosion, he shall be able to determine, by the waves, of what substance the explosion was made, and whether in light or darkness. And, if in light, what colors were manifested. This was the 35th Divan Law. 12. Div decreed, he shall now receive instruction in the sounds of conversation. First, his teacher shall cause him to hear two people conversing at the same time, missing nothing that is said, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 10, then 100, and then 1,000, but no greater number in this department. This was the 36th Divan Law. 13. Div decreed, he shall now analyze the waves of voice, wherein he cannot hear the sounds thereof. His teacher shall station him in a certain place and cause him to read the waves of light and sound that come to him, so that he knoweth not only the words spoken, but the kind of person speaking or singing. This was the 37th Divan Law. 14. Div decreed, his teacher shall now cause him to read the waves of light and sound emanating from two persons talking at the same time, whom he cannot hear, and he shall understand not only the words spoken, but the kind of person speaking. Then, he shall read the waves in the same way for 3 persons, then 4, then 8, then 100, and even 1,000. This was the 38th Divan Law. 15. Div decreed, then he shall be taken to a distance from a battlefield, where mortals are in deadly conflict, but he shall not be sufficiently near to hear the sounds. But when the waves come to him, he shall read them and know the number of the men in battle, the kind of weapons in use, and the cause of contention. This was the 39th Divan Law. 16. Div decreed, he shall now be promoted to be a messenger between lords, and between lords and gods. This was the 40th Divan Law. 17. Div decreed, for 100 years he shall serve as messenger, and at the end of that time his lords and gods shall render his record, and promote him to be marshal. And hereupon the emancipation of all the preceding decrees and departments shall be open to him, to choose whatsoever he will, save on such time and occasion as specially required by his Lord or God. This was the 41st Divan Law. 18. Div decreed, for 200 years he shall serve as marshal, and under as many as 40 lords and gods, and in as many as 20 heavenly kingdoms. This was the 42nd Divan Law. 19. Div decreed, he shall now be promoted lord, and have dominion over a city or nation of mortals, and over the spirits belonging to that city or nation. This was the 43rd Divan Law. Chapter 5. 1. God propounded, if a man die, and be not a Zarathustrian, what then? All the members spake, and then. 2. Div decreed, inasmuch as he accepted not the Zarathustrian law whilst mortal, he is unsuited to the highest exalted places of delight. For all official preference shall be to the Zarathustrian. This was the 44th Divan Law. 3. Div decreed of the same spirit, who not being a Zarathustrian, his education shall not run to the Lord head, nor to the Godhead. He shall not be a column in the Father's building, nor of the archstones of great strength, but he shall stand as a plain brick in the wall. For, Div said, I am not created God to merely serve my time, and there an end. I am to look far ahead as to who shall be lords and gods over the earth and atmospheria. 5. Div propounded, what, then, shall be the course of a spirit who was not a Zarathustrian? And this was made the 46th Divan Law, he shall be delivered to the Asaphs, who shall enter him in the nurseries as an Esyen, where he shall remain 6 years, learning the elementary powers and expressions. 6. Div decreed the 47th Divan Law, the same spirit shall then be apprenticed in manufacturing and general labor, where he shall serve 12 years, unless previously instructed in these things whilst mortal. 7. Div decreed the 48th Divan Law, he shall now enter school and learn surveying and measuring without instruments, and determining the kind of emanations that rise up from the earth, their altitude and density. And he shall learn exploration and enumeration in both Corpor and Es, the building of Piedmazars and Odovans, the constructing of aeroships, and all other vessels used in the heavens to carry things from place to place. And he shall serve 30 years in these things. 8. Div decreed the 49th Divan Law, he shall now be promoted to restoring, nursing and caring for the drudges who are being rescued by the captains, generals and lords. In which service he shall be for 30 years. But in both the 48th and 49th Divan laws it was afterward decreed, whatsoever service he did in mortal life, in these respects, shall stand to his credit twofold in spirit. 9. Div decreed, if he now acknowledge and practice faith in the Great Spirit, he shall be promoted to the college of creation, and taught to create light and darkness. After this, he shall be taught to sargize flowers and trees and clothes, and to take elementary lessons in music and expression, in which branches he shall serve 50 years. And then, he shall be entitled to examination, and if he can withstand the third grade of light, he shall be ranked bridegroom of Om. This was the 50th Divan law. The 51st thus provideth. 10. If he doth not yet comprehend faith in the All-Person, he shall be granted freedom to all the places where he hath served, and he shall be emancipated from all lords and gods, and from all labor and education, and honorably discharged. To pursue whatsoever he desireth in any place in heaven or earth. Nor shall the lords nor gods take more notice of him than due respect and honor. 11. Whereupon, Div, son of all light, spake, saying, this also shall be part and parcel of the Divan law, which is to say, of the latter class rise the false gods and false lords, that oft set up kingdoms of their own in atmospheria. They shall not rise above the second resurrection. 12. The voice of Jehovih came to God, saying, without the disbeliever in spirits, mortals could not find courage to smite serpents. Without false gods and false lords the lowest drudges would never be put to work. They who cannot be risen by persuasion, may be aroused by less scrupulous masters, who make slaves of them. Chapter 6. 1. In the 12th moon of the Diva the voice of Jehovih came to Div, saying, that my lords and my gods may not err, thou shalt promulgate the foundation of the Divan law. God perceived, and in the name of Div he decreed. 2. Hear me, O gods and lords. This is the foundation of Divan law, the decrees of God and his lords, his lord gods, and his lords, not singly, but by all members, and ratified by the council of Diva under Div, son of all light. That is to say. 3. A kingdom in heaven riseth or falleth by Divan law, a kingdom or nation on earth riseth or falleth by Divan law. The virtuous are rewarded and exalted by Divan law, the wicked are cast into trials by Divan law. 4. But this is not Divan law, man to be created and live, to live a time on earth, then die and enter heaven, these are done by the ever-presence, the all-light, the Creator, and not by the Diva. 5. This is Divan law, to wit, to assist man out of darkness into light, to give security to the helpless, to raise the souls of man to everlasting light, to minister unto the needy, to deliver them that are in pain. To teach man to desist laboring for himself, to teach him to labor for others. 6. But this is not Divan law, for seed to grow, for a tree to grow, for a spider to weave its web, these are done by the ever-living presence, the All-Master, Creator. 7. This is Divan law, to wit, to regulate the affairs of angels and mortals, for their ultimate resurrection, to lay the foundation for harmony in community, to gather together the inharmonious, and put them in tune. 8. But this is not Divan law, to provide the earth with life, or to hold it in its place, to build the place of the higher or lower heavens, to provide corpor or to provide es. These things are by the ever-personal presence, the Creator, and shaped and molded by his hand through the chiefs of the higher heavens. 9. This is Divan law, to bring together in marriage wisely for the child's sake, and for the joy of all. 10. But this is not Divan law, to give desire to marriage or desire for marriage, these are from the All-Person, the Master Light. 11. This is Divan law, when a man walketh along, to take him by the hand and bend him to the right or left. 12. But this is not Divan law, for the man to go forth, this he doeth by the ever-presence, Jehovih, the Ormust. 13. A carpenter buildeth a house, but he built not the logs nor the stone. The Diva buildeth kingdoms in heaven and kingdoms on earth, and shapeth them for usefulness and beauty, and when they are old and out of sorts, the Deva abandoneth them, and they fall to pieces. Nevertheless, Ormuzd provided and provideth the wherewithal for the whole. 14. Div decreed, this also shall ye promulgate in heaven and earth, lest angels and mortals worship Div and Deva. For though the Deva appoint mortal kings, yet mortals shall not worship Div, divinity. Chapter 7. 1. In the sixth Deva, Div decreed, the Divan law shall be the higher law, and ye shall give to mortals a law copied after it, and the mortal law shall be called the lower law. 2. One of the members of Deva said, if a mortal judge, being in judgment between certain men, by which law shall he judge? On this matter the members spake at great length, and 3. Div decreed, he cannot discern the higher law but dimly. The lower law he can read plainly in a book. He shall therefore judge by the lower, but by the highest interpretation. And then Div on his own account said. 4. For the priests of the Zarathustrians, who have carried the alms bowl and lived in all things pure, being celibates, serving the Creator, Ormuzd, only, going about doing good, they have the higher law, the Divan law, within their hearts. They shall judge by it. Nevertheless trouble cometh not into any of the worlds by those who strive to do aright, but by those who evade. The time shall come when the judge shall not interpret according to the higher law. He will strive to hide justice in a corner, using words to conceal his own perversity. It is by such men and such angels that heaven and earth will be blighted in coming time. 5. For, as through Zarathustra, God's word hath been established on the earth, and since words themselves perish and are supplemented by new words, the time shall come when the higher law will fall, as a house on sand. For there are no words that are everlasting, and that are understood by all men alike, words themselves are but as husks that surround the corn. Men in darkness quibble on the husks, but discern not the fruit within. 6. Jehovah spake to Div, saying, Man buildeth a house, and it perisheth. Succeeding generations must also build, otherwise the art of building would perish. Better the building perish, than the art of building. I created all men to labor and to learn. What less requireth my gods and angels? Because language melteth away, the language makers, that is, my lords and ashars, have constant employment of delight. 7. Div said, Foolish men run after a language that is dead and mouldered away. But the wise seek language to express the spirit of things. The latter is under the Divan law, the former is bound as a druck. And herein shall ye be circumspect, because mortal judges, who judge by the lower law, are bound in words. 8. Copies of these Divan laws were given to mortals through the lords and ashars, either by inspiration or by words spoken in Sargissa. And in Japheth and Shem and Arabinia mortal kings decreed mortal laws and revelations, based on the Divan laws, and on the Zarathustrian laws. 9. Div propounded, a man and woman in mortal life were as drucks, being filthy, and idle, begging from day to day, and yet they had borne to them many children. And the children were alike lazy and worthless, being beggars also. Now in course of time, the man and woman die, and in time after, the children die also, and none of them are yet entered into the first resurrection in heaven, being beggars still and dwelling around their old haunts. What of them? 10. The lords all spake on this subject, and after that Div decreed, such spirits shall be reported by the ashars to the Lord, and the Lord shall send a captain with sufficient army to arrest them, and bring them away from the earth. And enter them in a colony for such purpose. This was called Divan Act, the first. 11. Act, the second, for 30 days such drujas shall be clothed and fed. If by this time they manifest no inclination to labor, but are still lazy, they shall be removed into another region, where food can be obtained only by exertion. 12. Act, the third, this law shall apply also to mortals. Through the ashars shall they be inspired to migrate to cold and unproductive regions. Div said, Herein hast thou wisely planned, O Jehovah. For all thy places in heaven and earth shall be subdued, and made to glorify thee. Chapter 8. 1. The Deva met thrice every year in Muru, and enacted many acts, after the manner herein before related. And the number was so great that all the spirits in heaven and mortals on earth, were foreplanned, from before birth until they became brides and bridegrooms in heaven. 2. And heaven and earth became as one country, with one king, who was God. And his word ruled over all. And the Lord's kingdoms prospered, and the kingdoms of the sub-gods and goddesses, the like of which glory had not been since the earth was created. And there were rites and ceremonies, and recreations, and games, and pageantry on earth and in heaven, so great that one might write 1,000 books thereon, and yet not have told the 10th part. 3. So, after God had reigned 190 years, he descended from his heavenly place, and went about in all the Lord's dominions, and the sub-gods' dominions in the lower heavens. That he might rejoice before Jehovah in the great good works he had done. 4. And in all the heavenly places there was great rejoicing before God, and the singers made and sang hymns of rejoicing, and trumpeters and harpists proclaimed the glory of Jehovah's presence. 5. So God had the people numbered, that the gods of the Etherean worlds might send in Dan for the great resurrection. And the number of brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah would be 16,000 millions. 6. After that, God directed his fire ship to run close to the earth, that he might survey mortals and their kingdoms. And he visited all the great nations of earth, to the south, and north, and east, and west. And now his soul cried out with great sorrow. The great peoples of the earth were turning celibates. 7. And the voice of Jehovah came to him, saying, God, my son, Job, why sorrowest thou? And God answered, saying, Behold, the earth is not peopled over, the plains and mountains are not subdued, the wilderness is filled with beasts of prey, the Zarathustrians are running into the same line as the Ians, they kill nothing. They live for the soul only. And since they have learned the bondage of the lower heavens, they will not marry and beget offspring. 8. Again Jehovah spake to God, saying, Call not down Ag nor Gi, my son. Fear not. In 10 years, behold, I will bring the earth into Dan, and thou shalt bring thy harvest into my emancipated worlds. 9. So God sorrowed no more. And on his return to Muru, and in the next following meeting of the Deva, he propounded, if a husband and wife have a child born unto them, they both being Zarathustrians, what then? When the members had spoken. 10. Div decreed, they shall have rites and ceremonies, that the Ashars of the order of Zarathustra may be appointed unto it. What the Ashars do in spirit shall the Corporeans do in corpor. And this was the first supplemental Divan law. 11. Through the commandment of the different lords, the Ashars assembled in the house of a Zarathustrian at the time of the birth of a child, and these spirits baptized the child with a rod, sprinkling water on its head. After the manner of selecting victims who have been delivered out of hell. And by inspiration the angels induced the mortals to go through the same ceremony, having a priest to perform with the rod, which had been dipped in water. 12. Div decreed, a baptized child showeth it hath sprung from the Zarathustrians, and it hath inherent in it high possibilities. And if it die in infancy, it shall be received not with the children of Drux in heaven, but in such place as will enable the parents, after death, to visit it with delight. This was the second supplemental Divan law. 13. So it became common on the earth for mortals to have their children baptized in infancy, that in case of death they should be taken to a place of delight, and not fall into the power of Drujas, the evil spirits. 14. Div propounded, if a young man, who is a Zarathustrian, and a young woman, who is also a Zarathustrian, and both every way obedient to the Ormazdian law, and to the Ahuamazdian law, what shall be the rites and ceremonies of marriage for them? On the all the members spake, and after that. 15. Div decreed, they shall be married by a Rabbah, with kin and friends present. The Rabbah shall say, Ormazd hath united you forever. Live ye in peace and love on earth, and ye shall dwell together in a heavenly place of delight after death. What Ormuzd hath joined, no man can separate forever. And whilst the mortal ceremony is being performed, the Ashars and spirits akin shall have rites and ceremonies in the same house, and this shall be called the beginning of a new heavenly kingdom. This was the third supplemental Divan law. 16. Besides these, there were passed 108 supplemental Divan laws, and they comprehended all things in life and death of mortals, and all things pertaining to the resurrection after death. And so great was the power of the Zarathustrian religion on earth that war ceased, and the tribes and nations dwelt together in peace. The people ceased to build large cities, and ceased striving for the things of earth. 17. But they learned little, save rites and ceremonies, and prayers, and singing hymns of praise unto Ormuzd, and to his gods and lords, and to Zarathustra, the all-pure. Thus ended the dominion of Job's reign in heaven and earth, the like of whose greatness had never been surpassed. 18. So Jehovih brought the regions of Dan, and sent 7 ships, and delivered God and his harvest of 16,000 million angels into places of delight, the Nirvanian fields of Niskrasawacha, in Etheria. Chapter 9. 1. Then God bewailed the state of the earth, because man ceased to love anything thereon. His whole mind and heart were set upon heavenly things, and the earth was becoming like a neglected farm grown up with weeds and briars. So Jehovih answered God's prayers, saying, Behold, I will bring darkness around about the earth on every side. See to it then, my son, for not only will man desire of the earth, but the angels in thy high heavenly places will forsake them, and go down to the earth. 2. So it came to pass, Jehovih brought Jia upon the earth, and it was in a state of darkness for 400 years, and the sun shone not, but was like a red ball of fire, and mortal beings were without lights and shadows. 3. And men's minds and hearts took after the nature of the corporeal world, losing sight of Ormuzd and his heavenly promises, and they bethought them of the desires of earth, and of the pleasures of flesh life. Now during Gi there fell perpetual atmospherian substance on the earth, and it was of the nature and kind of substance of which the earth is made, but atmospheric, and this is that which is called Gia. 4. And the plateau of Haritai and Zareto were driven down to the earth and near the earth. And the belt of Meteorus was moved nearer by thousands of miles, and meteoric stones fell in many places upon the earth, like a rain shower, but burning hot, and with suffocating smell. And the affairs of mortals were changed. They built new cities, and became great hunters, applying the wisdom of their forefathers to the matters of the earth. 5. And the heavenly places of delight were broken up and descended to the earth. And the angels were cast upon the earth, turning away from faith in Ormuzd, seeking joy in the affairs of earth. And God and his lords were powerless unto righteous works either with mortals or angels. But man and woman became prolific, and they grew large, and full of resolution and power. 6. The voice of Jehovih spake to God, saying, Maintain thou thy kingdom, and thy gods and thy lords under thee shall also maintain their kingdoms. Nor suffer thou my people to be discouraged with my works. 7. Because I have sent darkness upon the earth to benefit mortals in mortality, so have I also given my heavenly hosts lessons in my worlds. Nor shall they call this a judgment upon them, nor say, I do these things in anger, nor as punishment, nor for benefit of one to the injury of others. 8. Because thou wert guided by my voice and my commandments in bestowing the Divan law, behold the strength and wisdom of thy pupils. For inasmuch as they learn to master the elements I created in atmospheria, so will they become triumphant in my Etherean worlds. 9. God perceived, and he and his lords and sub-gods fortified their kingdoms on all hands, and provided assistance to their colleges, factories, hospitals and places of education, in order to maintain the angels who had sought resurrection. 10. Nevertheless, it came to pass, many angels believed a new order of light was coming on the earth, wherein the earth would become the all-highest abode for angels and gods. Others having lived 200 or 300 years in atmospheria, and never having been in Etheria, began to disbelieve in the higher heavens, and finally to disbelieve in Jehovih also. 11. And in 200 years later, God and his lords lost influence and power with both angels and mortals. And the latter took to war, and the angels who had ministered unto them became wanderers and adventurers, without organization, and cared neither for truth nor wisdom, but flattered mortals for their own glory. 12. And the kings and queens of the earth built temples for their familiar spirits, who assumed the ancient names of gods and lords. Now, when the next ark of Dan was near at hand, God enumerated his upraised hosts, and there were prepared as brides and bridegrooms for Jehovah's higher heavens 12,000 millions. 13. And because it was less than the number of his predecessor, he cried out unto Jehovah, bewailing his weakness. And Jehovah answered him, saying, Bewail not, my son. Thou hast done a great work. Neither ask thou that thou mayst remain another Dan, for the next will not be so fair a harvest. So God grieved no more, but bestowed his kingdom on his successor. And his lords did likewise, and so did his sub-gods and all other persons having protégés. And God called together the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. And the latter sent down from Etheria 5 great ships of fire, and delivered God and his hosts into the emancipated worlds. Chapter 10. 1. In the 1200th year after FRAGAPATTI, in the east colony of Hawaii, one Tusk, a former lord of Jehovah's host, renounced Jehovah, the Creator, and falsely proclaimed himself Ahura, the All-Master. And he took with him 3 lords of grade 88, and 12 sub-gods of grade 64, and 1,600 students of 800 years resurrection, none of whom were less than grade 60. And were sufficient to pass as brides and bridegrooms. And these students took with them 36,000 teachers, factors, and physicians, and nurses, all of whom were upward of grade 40. 2. And Ahura appropriated to himself one colony of 110 million angels, together with the colleges, schools, factories, and all things whatsoever belonging therein. And the 3 lords took their kingdoms, and by annexation made them part and parcel with Ahura's kingdom. Now these 3 lords' kingdoms comprise the largest habitable places of mortals in Vindhya and Japheth, and the greatest heavenly places of angels in the first resurrection. 3. And Ahura divided up the regions he thus obtained, making confederate heavenly kingdoms, sufficient in number to give place of dominion to his lords and gods, and to make sub-gods out of all the 1,600 students. And after that, Ahura numbered his people, and there were in his heavens more than 3,000 million souls. 4. God sent messengers to Tusk, who had assumed the name Ahura Mazda, inquiring, admonishing and inquiring, My Lord, whom I have loved, whom by mine own hand was crowned in the name of Jehovah, why hast thou deserted the Father's kingdoms? Wherein hast thou had cause to complain against Jehovah? Wherein, against me, thy God? O my son, my Lord, say not thou hast gone so far thou canst not return. What canst thou ask of me that I will not grant unto thee? Nay, even judge thou me, and if thou desirest all the heavens and earth in my place, I will abdicate unto thee, and become thy lowest servant, or whatsoever thou wilt put upon me. 5. Ahura returned this answer, to wit, because I have nothing against thee, I have alienated myself and my kingdom from thee. I desire not thy kingdom, nor even mine own. Behold, I looked upon thee, and thou wert pure and holy. I looked upon the kingdoms of heaven, and the kingdoms of earth, and they were impure and unholy. Then came certain brother lords to me, most wise lords, and they said, A less pure God, a less holy God, would be more efficient. So, I was persuaded to my course. 6. God replied to this, saying, Behold, we have a diva. Why spakest thou not thus before me, face to face? And thy 3 great lords were also divans, and they were silent on the matter likewise. The div would have decreed whatever was all wise. Because I was in darkness, I saw not thy thoughts, nor thy lords, and ye have heaped shame upon me. How shall I send my record to Etheria? Shall I say, Behold, certain lords consulted clandestinely, and then concluded to overthrow the Creator? And, forsooth, they have gone and set up a kingdom of their own, calling it the All-Highest. 7. Hear me yet, and I will endeavor to speak wisely unto thee. Thy messengers notified me some days since that thou hadst repudiated Jehovih, saying, There is no all-highest person, I can make myself high as the highest. And thereupon, thy messenger gave me a map, saying, Behold thou, here are the boundaries of the kingdom of Ahura Mazda, the all-sufficient high God. 8. I looked over the map, and beheld its great extent. And I surmised to myself, He is a great God that can rule over all that. For I knew thee in thy education, which is as great as any lord's in Atmospheria. And thou knowest thou canst not control even a plateau. Canst thou raise thine hand and stay the Ag, or the Gia, or the nebulae? Scarce canst thou change a single current of wind, nor canst thou cast a drought on any land. And yet thou knowest there are gods who can do these things by a motion of one finger. How darest thou, then, proclaim thyself an all-sufficient high God? 9. But I will not rebuke thee, for I desire thy love and thy help. I would win thee by any sacrifice I can make. Behold, there is great darkness in heaven and on earth. Wherein I may be short, I will rebuke myself in after ages. I pray thee, then, return thou to me, and make exactions upon me and my kingdoms. With thy loss, behold, Deva is broken up. With thy dismemberment of heavens, others will follow. Alas, I will not look upon even that which my soul seeth. I plead for thy love and for thy assistance. Nevertheless, if the all-highest light, for the all-best good, showeth thee that thou art right, come not to me. I know the Great Spirit will sustain me, even though my soul is well nigh crushed to pieces by the loss of so fair a love. 10. To this Ahura replied, How came the thought to me to do as I did, if it be not the wisest, best course? 11. God replied, Because of the long reign of Gia, thou wert inoculated with darkness. Even as a mortal, on a rainy day, loseth his patience to be wise. 12. Then Ahura sent the following, to wit, I have been patient in mine answers, but now I will speak plainly. First of all, thou art all pure, and most wise, above all other gods. For more than 200 years I have been a faithful lord unto thee and thy kingdoms. At first the great light came to thee, and a voice came out of the light. Then I feared, and was awe-stricken. Because I believed thee so near the Creator, thine every word and act were to me worshipful. 13. At last I rebuked myself, saying to myself, Fool! Givest thou worship to man born of woman? Remember thy Creator only. 14. But the times changed. Gia fell upon heaven and earth. Our glorious kingdoms were cast down by the great darkness. Then I reasoned, saying to myself, Behold, when we were in light, Jehovah's voice spake unto us. When the darkness came, the voice came not. We sat in the Deva, in the altar circle, praying for light from the Father, but it came not. And I said, More we need the voice in darkness than in light. For 100 years we saw not the light of the voice, nor heard the voice speak. Thou hast said thou heardst in thy soul. Who is there in heaven or earth that cannot say as much? 15. In my soul I no longer believe there is an all-person. There are great gods, 1,000 times greater than I, but there is the end. Yea, some of those great gods may have cast the Gia upon us. But that is not my matter. There is room for thee and thy people. Here is room for me and my people. 16. Jehovah spake to God, saying, Answer thou not Ahura more. Behold, I will interpret him to thee, he will even yet persuade angels and mortals that it was he who inspired Zarathustra. But he seeth it not himself. Suffer him, therefore, to go his way, neither take sorrow to thy soul. Have I not, from the lowest to the highest, given unto all men even that which they desired? Behold, I can use even bad men in the far future. 17. Jehovah said, For a long season Ahura will strive to walk upright, but because he hath cut me off, he will also cut himself off in time to come. Behold, a mortal man striveth for riches honorably, and when he is rich, his riches cut him off from me by the ruin he casteth upon his competitors. Nor can he extricate himself. Even so will it be with Ahura, his kingdom and his sub-kingdoms, and his multitude of officers will cause him to enslave hundreds of millions of drujas, and they will draw him into a vortex from which he cannot escape. 18. So God answered Ahura no more, but nevertheless, his heart was full of sorrow. Now, when the time of the meeting of Deva came, God foresaw that not more than one half of them would be present, and he feared the questions that might come up. 19. But Jehovah said unto him, Fear not, my son, for even though many more leave thee, yet shalt thou preserve the Deva to the end of this cycle. So it came to pass that Jehovah stilled the tongues of all the gods and lords of the Deva in reference to Ahura, even as if they had never known him. And Ahura sent quizzers to different gods and lords afterward, to learn what action the Deva had taken in his case. But when he was told that he had not been mentioned, he became angered, and he swore an oath that he would build the largest of all heavenly kingdoms. 20. Because of the great darkness on heaven and earth, God sent hope and promise into all the kingdoms, urging his lords and his sub-gods to maintain faith, not only in themselves, but within the hearts of their respective inhabitants. Now, from the time of the secession of Ahura to the next Dan would be 300 years, and God knew this, though the multitudes in heaven and earth knew it not. And God commanded great recreation and extensive labors in order to prevent further dismemberment. But in the course of 100 years many were carried away by the extravagant stories told about Ahura's kingdoms being places of great delight, and of ease and idleness. 21. Ahura's Lord said unto him, Thou shalt adorn thy kingdom. Thy throne and thy capital, Tusk, shall be the largest and most ornamental of all places in the universe, and our sub-kingdoms shall be places of great delight. And Ahura was persuaded, and so began self-glorification, and his lords with him. 22. And in another 100 years Ahura had withdrawn and annexed unto him in heaven the following provinces, with their sub-gods, Ediaisiv, with 70 million souls, Hawak, with 100 million souls, Hyn, with 20 million souls. Tneato, with 80 million souls, Erfravish, with 190 million souls, the whole of the kingdom of Gur-Akashir, 600 million souls, the whole of the kingdom of Sufwa, with 800 million souls. And all of these confederated in the lower heavens, making the kingdom of Tusk, with Ahura as Mazda in chief, the central kingdom. 23. The Deva was by this reduced to 7 members, but these remained faithful. And God kept up the standard of resurrection for yet 100 more years. And then Jehovah sent a region of Dan to heaven and earth, and the most high heavenly hosts descended in fire ships and took God and his harvest up to Jehovah. And with all the misfortune that befell God and his lords, there were, nevertheless, 6,000 million brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah raised up to the higher heavens. 24. Now, when the Etherean hosts came for the resurrection, knowing the darkness upon the lower heaven and the earth, they sent Odavans, with heralds and trumpeters around the earth, proclaiming the resurrection at hand, and asking all who chose to repair to Muru, in Horaitai. And the word was whispered throughout Ahura's kingdom, What? Then, of a truth, there must be higher heavens than this. Alas, had we been faithful till now, we had been brides and bridegrooms. So potent was this disaffection for Ahura, that 5 of his lords broke membership, and re-affiliated with God and his kingdoms. 25. And thus matters stood when God's successor came to the throne.